Chapter 61. You are here. Are we there yet? It's right here. Sanyang got out of the car and looked at Qing Qing with a smile. I got in your car again. It's on the way anyway. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get in here. Qing Qing parked the car on the side, looking at the road we came from. It's quieter here than I thought. The real streets in ancient times were very different from what she imagined. She thought they were similar to those in TV dramas. Even if they weren't so glamorous, they should be bustling with people. Who would have thought that on this journey? Although I met many people. Most of them were wearing gray clothes. The roadside stalls were similar to those in TV dramas. All made of wood, but with many signs of corrosion. Some were bitten by insects and ants. And some were corroded by moisture. Most of them were very old. And only a few were brand new. Either they had just started doing business, or the original wooden frames had really corroded to the point of being unusable. The goods on the stalls were also very ordinary. And brightly colored items were also rare. She and Sanyang waited at the door for a while. And then Butler Lu came with his men. Miss Chin, Mississippi. At the same time, someone in the courtyard hurried over. Madam, you are finally back. The old lady invites you to come over. Qing Qing turned her head and looked at Sanyang's hair. She suddenly remembered that when they met last time, Sanyang said she was going to get married. Could it be that she was going to marry here? Nowadays, there is no such thing as marrying with hair tied up. Even today, she also tied her hair up with a hairpin. When she first saw Sanyang's hairstyle, she didn't think too much. She looked at Butler Lu again. Just now, Butler Lu also called her madam at first. It was only after she said your young lady that Butler Lu changed his words and called Sanyang young lady. Sister Qing Qing. Sanyang held Qing Qing's hand. I'll be back soon. Sister Qing Qing, you must wait for me. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qing Qing nodded. You go. Yes. Sanyang smiled and nodded, holding her long skirt, and walked into the courtyard. Butler Lu stood in place and talked to Qing Qing. Miss Qin, do you need us to help you move the car into the courtyard? If it is outside the courtyard, it may attract attention. Sure. Thank you for your help. Qing Qing nodded. The electric car was not heavy, but it was a little troublesome to move it in because of the steps. There were many people following housekeeper Lu, so it would not take too much effort to move an electric car. She had to go back before 2 o'clock. She put away the electric car now, and she would have to take it out again later, which would attract more attention. After entering the courtyard, housekeeper Lu took her to the hall to sit. Open the door, put the electric car in the yard that could be seen from the hall, and asked someone to prepare tea. Then, a maid came over, stood behind her and fanned her with a fan. It's still hot. Qing Qing looked at the sky outside. Today's weather is too good. It's the hottest time of the day. The wind behind her is better than nothing. Finally, she couldn't help it. She waved to the two people behind her. You go to the side and have a rest. Don't worry about me. Miss, Butler Lu asked us to fan you. I'll do it myself. Qing Qing said, taking out a rechargeable electric fan from her personal space and placed it on the table beside her, letting the wind blow towards her. The electric fan was about the size of 2 palms. She had bought a large fan before. It could be used for an hour after charging once, but it was inconvenient to move around. She rarely used it, so she simply kept it in her portable space. Unexpectedly, she would use it today. She turned the fan to the maximum speed and felt the cool breeze from the fan. The heat in her body finally dissipated a little. She didn't pretend to have the fan. She took out a cup of iced milk tea from her portable space, inserted the straw and took a big sip. This cup of milk tea was ordered with normal ice and sugar. The main reason was that she made too much at once. She was afraid that it would all melt. After making it all, she sent it to her truck compartment. After being stored for a while, the ice cubes melted a little. Now both the ice degree and the taste are just right. After the body temperature dropped, she finally felt like paying attention to the house again. This is a typical ancient-style house, with carved beams and painted buildings and flying eaves. It can be seen with the naked eye that the owner of the house must be very rich. Unlike on the street outside, where you can see rotten wood from time to time, almost all the wood here has no signs of rot and is wiped clean. Even if you don't say it, you know that this is a wealthy family. In addition, the ground was paved with smooth stone slabs, each of which was polished beautifully, and even had traces of reflection. At first glance, it looked like modern marble. Or maybe it was marble. But it was not easy to achieve this level in this era. The milk tea in her hand felt cool, and she lowered her head to take a sip. When she looked around, she noticed the shocked expressions on the faces of the maids and servants behind her. Qing looked at the milk tea in her hand, and then looked at the electric fan beside her. Forget it. Let her be exposed. She really couldn't stand the heat here. Air conditioning was one of the greatest inventions of the 21st century. In such hot weather, if there was no air conditioning, she really didn't know what to do. Unlike now, even if she was blowing the electric fan and drinking iced milk tea, she could still feel the hot wind from the electric fan. Butler Lu stood in the distance for a while, took a few deep breaths, and walked forward steadily. Miss Qing, do you want to prepare tea for you? No. I can drink my own, Qing said, looking at the sweat on Butler Lu's forehead. You should take a rest too. It's so hot. Walking around is very hot. Thank you, Miss Qing. Butler Lu knelt down and saluted. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard from a distance. Qing turned her head and saw someone running quickly. After seeing the electric car in the yard, her eyes lit up. Then, because she was only looking at the electric car, she tripped over the flower bed beside her and fell to the ground. Tanner, be careful. Grandma, I want this car. Qing stood up and walked outside the hall. She looked at the 10-year-old child, the old man who was supporting the child, and Sanyang who was supporting the old man. She didn't know what was going on, and she didn't know how to address them. Perhaps they noticed her presence. Several people looked over, looked at Qing's face for a moment, and then fell on the milk tea cup in her hand. Grandma, don't be rude. The old man scolded in a low voice. With the help of Sanyang, walked in front of Qing. This is the Miss Qing that Sanyang mentioned. I am here to greet you. No need to be polite. Qing waved her hand. Old madam, there is no need to be like this. As she said, she reached out to help. But her hand was just holding the iced milk tea, and her hand was also cold when she helped, so she was afraid of chilling the other person, and immediately retracted her hand after helping. The other party was also shocked, raised his head, and glanced at Qing quickly, and bowed again. Turning back, the old man shouted, Come here. Send the young master back to the room. And you are not allowed to come out without my order. Yes, old lady. After answering, someone immediately took the 10-year-old child away, and no matter how the child shouted, he was not allowed to come back. When the child's voice completely disappeared, the old lady turned back. Miss Qing, please come in. Tanner has been spoiled by us, and he speaks without restraint. Please don't be offended. It's okay. It's just a child, Qing said, looking at Sanyang, wanting to ask what the situation was at home. But seeing Sanyang's cautious look, she didn't ask more. She still sat in her own seat, next to the electric fan she had just taken out. Seeing the two sitting opposite each other, she took out another electric fan from her personal space, adjusted the angle, and blew it in the direction of the two. As the wind from the electric fan blew over, the two of them subconsciously widened their eyes. Qing adjusted the angle again, letting the electric fan face the two, but not facing their faces. Thank you, Miss Qing. The old man thanked her seriously. You're welcome. It's hot. Let's cool down. If milk tea wasn't not available, she would have planned to give them 2 cups of milk tea. In such hot weather, they really need some cold drinks. After adjusting the angle of the fan, she sat back in her seat and took another big sip of the iced milk tea. The old man waited until Qing finished chewing before asking softly, I wonder what business Miss Qing has brought you here. Nothing. I just came here to have fun and stroll around. Qing put the cup of milk tea against her face to cool it down. I happened to run into Sanyang when I came here. I also met Sanyang some time ago, and we happened to be on the same road. Is it just to have fun? The old man asked again. Well, but there's nothing fun here. Qing pouted. She originally thought that the street market here would be particularly lively. It's too far. It's not convenient to come here. It takes an hour to ride an electric bike here. And with that time, she can drive in Hyundai to have a big meal in a nearby city. You can also visit the modern market, which is definitely more lively than the ancient street market. However, meeting Sanyang today is also a kind of fate. Qing thought, rolled up her long sleeves, and pulled up her skirt. The skirt was hotter than she thought, but it was mainly the fault of the weather. In such hot weather, Even if you wear short sleeves and short skirts, it will still be hot. The old man looked at Qing Qing's actions and frowned subconsciously. But Sue relaxed and smiled. Yes. It is indeed not convenient for Miss Qing to come to our place. It is too far. Qing Qing looked at her and guessed that she must have made up something in her mind. But it doesn't matter what you imagine. Miss Qing, if you have time, I can ask someone to take you around, the old man said with a smile. I wonder what Miss Qing likes. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Qing Qing thought about it carefully. She originally thought that there would be fun places in the street market here, but she didn't expect it to be much worse than she imagined. Instead of going shopping by herself, it's better to buy a drone and come here to scan around. You can see everything. Otherwise, you have to choose a cloudy day to walk around. It's so hot now, she really doesn't want to go out for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered something. Can Sanyang play the piano or draw? Can I see the piano? Chess, calligraphy and painting here? The ancient piano. Chess, calligraphy and painting must have a more ancient charm. Sanyang turned her head and glanced at the old lady. The old lady smiled and nodded. Of course. Not only Sanyang can play. There are other girls in my house who can play. If Miss Qing is willing, you can ask them to come over and play a song for Miss Qing. Sure. I'll record it when the time comes. Qing Qing said happily. Take a few more photos. Maybe I can give them to them later. Chapter 62. The news spread all over the city. Hello, Miss Qing. Hello, everyone. Qing Qing smiled and greeted the young girls who came over. In her eyes, these girls were really young girls. The oldest looked even younger than Sanyang. You have to know that Sanyang was only 17 or 18 years old. And these girls were almost the age of junior high school students. In comparison, she graduated from college and worked for a few years. And her age was really old. Miss Qing, Grandma said you want to listen to the piano. I can play a piece for you. Please give me some advice. Miss Qing. The leading girl stepped forward and bowed to Qing Qing. Actually, I don't mean anything else. I just haven't heard of it. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Qing Qing said seriously. She just talked to the old lady and realized that it was not appropriate for her to suddenly ask them to perform talents. She emphasized it now because she was afraid that the girls would not be happy. Originally, it was just Sanyang, and it could be a communication between friends. Now there are so many more. She really feels embarrassed. We are happy to do it. Yes, Miss Qing. We are happy to play for you. Miss Qing. I am not good at playing the piano, but I am okay at painting. I can draw a picture for you. If the painting is not good, please don't dislike it. It's okay. You just play and paint. Just treat it as fun, Qing Qing said, trying to take something out of the portable space. When she was in this plane, the plane supermarket would have some restrictions on her, and she was not allowed to trade anything other than what was in the plane supermarket vending machines. But there were some exceptions, such as the boiled water she had given to the two planes before, and the small change she had given some time ago. However, in addition to giving, there was also a borrowing. If it was just borrowing, the plane supermarket would not have such strict restrictions on her. The thought came to her, and she really took something out of her personal space. This is for you. Help me paint. Qing Qing put a small pile of rice paper in front of the person who said he wanted to paint, and took out a few brushes, paints and paint trays. These should be enough. Right? She bought these things a few years ago when she was still in school. At that time, she wanted to learn painting. So she bought a lot of paper, pens and paints for painting. But in the end, she almost never opened them. After all, she was really not good at painting. Before she left the city, before she sold her house, she transferred almost all the things in the house to her personal space. She didn't take out these things when she returned to her hometown. Today, she encountered this opportunity and just used them. The ancients said they could draw, so they must be very good at drawing. I won't give you the things, but I can keep them here temporarily. You can draw when you have time, Qing Qing said. Anyway, these things are useless to her, but you can't give them to others. And you can't give them to others. Borrow is okay, but transfer is not okay. If it goes from here to someone else, it will be transferred. She is afraid that the portable space will help her recycle it. The things are not valuable. If she wants to buy more, she can buy another batch at any time. But if she transfers and recycles them, She will definitely not be able to take out another set. She will definitely not be embarrassed at that time. Yes, Miss Chin. After putting the things here, the girl who said she wanted to play the piano said, Miss Chin, I'm ready. Here it comes, Chin said, and immediately took out her mobile phone to record. Come on. You play. I'll listen. Let her listen to how the ancients played the piano. Let her see the world. The old lady was very caring for her, and she didn't go anywhere else to perform her talent as promised, but stayed in the hall. Her electric car was parked outside the door, so that it would not be taken away by others. The painting desk and the piano stand were specially moved here. 2 electric fans were placed in different corners of the hall, and turned on the shaking mode to ensure that everyone could feel the wind from the electric fans. Chin found a position with a good angle and recorded the little girl playing the piano seriously. She took a deep breath, then lowered her head slightly, trembled her fingers, and began to play the piano seriously. As soon as the piano sound came out, Chin, who had never seen the world, was stunned. While recording, she couldn't help but stretch her head to watch, while watching and listening, and sighed in her heart. Awesome, she said. The ancients were all modest. If someone could say that he knew something, it must not be just ordinary knowledge, but very powerful. It turned out to be just as she expected. She had never heard this song before, but even with her ears, she could tell that it was really nice, and it had a lingering sound. Sanyang sat with the old lady in the inner seat, watching Chin recording the video there, without saying a word. After a while, the old lady looked at Sanyang. Sanyang shook her head and mouthed, Sanyang, I don't know. The two continued to look at Chin. Among them, Sanyang's eyes were particularly focused. She knew that Chin's appearance would definitely attract attention, but she didn't expect the old lady to pay so much attention to it, and she didn't expect Chin to be able to take out so many things out of thin air. Thinking about it, she looked at Xiaomei, who was sitting behind the desk. As the only person who received the gift, everyone around her sent many envious glances. Even the old lady was no exception. Who wouldn't be envious? These things can only be used by Xiaomei, and no one else can use them. Chin didn't know what the people behind her were thinking. Nor did she know what everyone was guessing. If she knew, she would definitely say that it was because of the restrictions of the plain supermarket. If it wasn't because the plain supermarket restricted her, she would definitely take out more things. Even if they weren't very good things. She could always take out ordinary things, such as milk tea, coffee, and beer. She was still happy to share these things. But the plain supermarket had restrictions, so she naturally couldn't give them away. A few minutes later, she finished recording the video from beginning to end, and when the little girl looked up, she pressed the button to end the recording. Miss Chin, do I play well? Yes, very well. I've never heard anyone play so well. It's really good. You come and listen. Chin said, and immediately went over, let the other party look at the screen, and then clicked the video play button. The piano sounded. She pressed the volume button of the phone, and the piano sound became louder and louder in the hall. At this time, everyone stood up. Do you want to see it? I think I recorded it very well. Chin greeted, walked to the middle of the hall, put the phone in front of her, and let everyone watch it together. In the video, the light coming in from outside was just right. Not only did it make the girl look very beautiful, but also the electric fan was blowing, and her skirt and hem were lifted from time to time, which, combined with the sound of the piano, gave her a sense of transcendence. Chin was very satisfied. But the girl was a little incredulous. Is this me? Of course. It's you. Being young is good. This face is very tender. Chin said seriously. I don't even need to adjust the filter. You look very good. The video played once, and Chin just put away her phone. Seeing that everyone's attention was still on the phone, she immediately clicked play again. It's okay. You can watch it as many times as you want. She had just fully charged the battery before the lunch break, and it was almost full now, so it didn't matter how many times she played it. It was still early, so we could stay here for a while. Finally, seeing that everyone really wanted to watch it, she simply took a mobile phone stand, clamped the stand to the side of the table, and put the phone on to play the video in a loop. While she sat aside to rest, she was really bored, so she took out a handful of melon seeds from her personal space, cracked them while watching everyone watch the video repeatedly. After a while, she realized that this was a typical reaction video. No wonder she was watching it with great interest. After cracking a handful of melon seeds, She subconsciously wanted to put them on the table next to her, but she felt a little resistance. Melon seed shells are not okay? After I finish eating the melon seeds, is it not okay to throw the melon seed shells here? The resistance is still there. Chin compromised, took out another piece of white paper from her personal space, folded it into a small box, and placed it on the table, remembering in her heart that it was just temporarily put away, and then she put the melon seed shells in her hand into the paper box. Yes, besides the normal transactions in the plain supermarket, she really can't have the idea of leaving things here. After eating the melon seeds, the melon seed shells have to be recycled. She grabbed the milk tea beside her and took a big sip. Continued to eat melon seeds. After more than 10 minutes, the people who had watched the videos several times turned back to look at her. Miss Chin's magical power is really amazing. Chin smiled. This is the power of science. Yes, science is so amazing. The old lady responded repeatedly. Chin laughed, stood up and put away the bracket, took it in her hand, looked at the time, felt the wind again, still couldn't bear the scorching sun at noon. It's almost time, I'll go back first. That little girl who draws, you take your time to draw, you can finish at any time. Yes, Miss Chin. By the way, Chin looked at the little girl playing the piano. If I show this video of yours to others, do you mind showing your face? It's possible that many people will see your video, but don't worry, they won't find you, nor will they appear in front of you. The little girl blinked, turned her head to look at the old lady. The old lady nodded, and the young girl nodded. Okay. Miss Chin can show this video to others at will. Okay. Then I'll post it later. Maybe you could become famous. Chin smiled. If possible. Maybe I can bring you something then. If the video is really popular. She can try her hand at the self-media track of making videos. It's not possible in modern times. But maybe someone in the soul realm likes to watch it. People there are very idle, always urging her to transfer various videos, novels and music, and are particularly willing to spend soul beads to buy them. When the vending machine here is upgraded, she can open a window and pick a useful product to sell here. If she can't deliver it, she can still sell it. Chin didn't hide anything when she spoke, and several people couldn't understand her at all. But it didn't stop them from imagining. When they heard her say bring something, they immediately thanked her. Thank you, Miss Chin. You're welcome. I'll leave first. See you later when I have time. After that, she put away the 2 electric fans here and the melon seed shells. The existence of the portable space has been exposed anyway, so there is no need for her to hide it. She walked out of the hall, put away the electric car, clicked on the plain supermarket system panel, and selected return to the store. At the moment Chin disappeared, everyone in the hall took a few steps out. Where is she? Am I dazzled? She just disappeared in an instant. She must have returned to heaven. This Miss Chin is indeed a fairy in heaven. She is really a fairy. Grandmother, did we see a fairy? This matter must not be spread outside, the old lady said in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, someone hurriedly ran in from outside. I heard that the person riding a strange car entered our mansion. It spread all over the city. Chapter 63 really good at recycling. The fairy painting depicts the figure playing the piano clearly. Not only is it clear, it also moves, exactly the same as the legendary fairy painting that moves. The expression on the face can be seen very clearly. And the fairy tool that blows air automatically without anyone moving it. Only Xiaomei got the things, but we didn't. The fairy said, these things are for me to paint, and cannot be given to others. The little girl who was called Xiaomei spoke up. Since the fairy said so, then it must not be given to others. Everyone said excitedly, gathered around the desk, looking at the series of painting tools on the table. Just looking at the painting tools. They are no different from what we usually use. Indeed. Look at this rice paper. Look at this brush. They are all the same. But the pigments are a little different. If the color of the pigment is shown above, I think there are several uncommon pigments here. Xiaomei, you try it. Okay. Xiaomei stood behind the desk. Took a paint. Tried to pull out the cover, but couldn't pull it out, until someone next to her reminded her. She twisted it, and it really moved the pigment. After opening the paint, she looked at the white plate beside her, and was about to squeeze out the paint. Someone beside her hurriedly said, take it easy. A little less. Don't squeeze too much. Xiaomei was shocked. She was indeed a little weak. She carefully squeezed out a bean-sized amount of paint. After making sure it was squeezed out, she immediately put the lid back. Can it be used now? Look at the thickness of the color. Maybe I need to add water. Zhao Mei hesitated. Take a little out. Add water and try. And then go get clean paper and pen. If you can't use the Immortal's paper and pen, don't use it for now, the old lady said, urging someone to get something. After a while, someone brought clean paper, pen and water, and moved a table to the side. A group of people moved. Zhao Mei scraped a little paint with a tool, dipped it in water, and held the pen on the paper. She was really talented, and the color on the paper was just right. Someone on the side ground the ink, and with this kind of smudged color, with just a few strokes, a beautiful bird appeared on the paper. And with the last stroke of the eye, the bird instantly became lifelike. Zhao Mei's painting skills are getting better and better. What do you think of this color? Very good. Zhao Mei held the brush high, looking at the bird she drew with satisfaction, said happily. The outline is smooth, it's a good pigment. Grandma, can I use this pigment to paint? The old lady looked at the bird on the paper, smiled and nodded. Since it is the Immortal's request, you can paint it, but the Immortal's gift cannot be used too much. Grandma, look at this painting. The exclamation reached everyone's ears. The old lady lowered her head, and her pupils trembled when she saw the painting clearly. She saw that the bird that was originally written on was now only black ink, leaving only the frame, without the charm. How could it be so? By the way, do you remember that the Immortal said that only Zhao Mei could use these things? Isn't this painting painted by Zhao Mei? That being said, the paper is not. Look, the pen in Zhao Mei's hand has also lost its color. In this case, I'm afraid it can only be used by Zhao Mei, and can only be used on the paper and pen given by the Immortal. Zhao Mei lowered her head. She had two pens in her hand. One was dipped in ink, and the other was dipped in paint. Now one of them still had ink, and the other was only wet, and had lost its color. It's so amazing, it seems to be an Immortal. Even if the whole city has spread the news of the Immortal, we must remain calm, must not cause trouble to the Immortal, and cannot reveal too much information. The old lady made the final decision. Where will the Immortal come from? The old lady thought for a moment, and said, no matter where she comes from, we must protect her. From now on, martial law will be imposed in the mansion, and people will be sent to guard the city gate day and night. Once the traces of the Immortal are found, they will be reported immediately, and the guards will be told not to stop the Immortal from entering the city. Yes, old lady. The old lady nodded seriously, turned to look at the person next to her, and soon smiled, raised her hand and patted San Young. Since you married into the mansion, your mother has never treated you badly, and sent people to rescue your parents, so that they have a place to stay. You stay in the mansion in the future, and just ask for anything you need. Don't worry. Do you understand? I know. Mother. San Young bowed her head, and responded softly. Good boy. The old lady patted San Young's hand again. You can keep it. It's not valuable anyway. Qing Qing looked at the prompt message on the system panel in front of her, and closed the interface directly. Although she didn't know what the ancient plane did, at least she knew that if the borrowed things could not be taken back for some reason, they would be automatically taken back by the plane supermarket, and would not return to her hands. Fortunately, it was just a cheap painting package. However, she currently does not have a strong demand for bulk selling. The window is sufficient, and she does not have to exploit the trading loophole of borrowing. Standing at the door of the bathroom, she was blowing her hair with a hair dryer. At noon, there was no air conditioning in the ancient plane. She was really hot, and sweating all over. She came back early, took a shower, washed her hair, and changed clothes. There are bathrooms on the first and second floors of this building. She stood at the door of the bathroom on the first floor. The supermarket also had air conditioning on. When her hair was dried bit by bit, she felt much more comfortable. When her hair was half dry, she went to open the supermarket door. The supermarket's lunch break was from 11 to 2 o'clock. At this time, the weather was hot. There was basically no one out at noon. Qing Qing opened the supermarket at 2 o'clock. Until 3 o'clock, her hair was completely dry, and there was no business. If she really didn't rely on the supermarket to make a living, she would be really worried about the business situation. The washing machine finished washing the clothes, and she hung them out. The clothes are probably dry now. Qing Qing lay on the recliner behind the cashier, and clicked on the short video platform. An hour after the piano video was sent out, there were already some comments, most of which expressed amazement. and many of them hoped that they could have such a lovely daughter. Wow, what a nice sound of the piano. The lady has such a nice demeanor, so ancient, as if she were really from ancient times. Wow, it sounds so good, really so good. It sounds so good, I want to hear it again. The little sister is so cute, she once looked up, and showed a surprised expression at the cameraman, like a little deer, so cute, I want to rub her face. If my daughter could be like this, I would be really satisfied. They are both 13 or 14 years old, how come there is such a big difference? Is this the legendary child of someone else's family? Same. Reply, it is still recommended not to compare your children with other children. It is not good for the physical and mental health of children. It is still good. Reply, is there a possibility that I am that 13 or 14-year-old child? Is there? Reply, ha ha ha. Is there? Reply, sure enough. Sincerity is the ultimate skill. I can't stop laughing. Ha ha, pounding the table. Pounding the table. Pounding the table. While Chin Chin was replying, the comment of 13 or 14-year-old child was liked and pushed to the front, which shows how many people were amused by this comment. She couldn't help but click a like. I can only say that this is the charm of speaking the truth. After browsing the comments, she went to the second-hand trading platform and supplier forum, trying to continue looking for suitable cheap second-hand products and expired items and food. While browsing, she found a product that made her suspect that the phone was reading her voice. Otherwise, how could she have just mentioned the photo not long ago, and found a second-hand photo printer? The original price was $8.99, but the second-hand resale price was only 200 yuan, and it also came with a lot of photo paper. Chin Chin switched the mobile phone software and checked the album interface. She had taken a lot of photos during this period, mainly photos of several planes, some of which were posted online, and some were only stored in her own album. After looking at the album, she returned to the second-hand website, and after talking with the seller, she chose to buy this second-hand photo printer. After that, she browsed the second-hand website for a while, and bought several second-hand large storage mobile hard drives. Other things can be stored after extreme weather, but mobile hard drives need to store a lot of resources, so it is better to store them beforehand. Otherwise, after extreme weather, if you are short of any resources, it will be difficult to find them. After browsing the second-hand website, there was still no business in the supermarket. Chin Chin could only lie down again and click on the tablet to find a TV series to kill time. At the same time, Zhang Mingchun left the vicinity of the plain supermarket and found a group of people. Sister Ming, we haven't done anything recently. That's right. Sister Ming, we all listened to you. We didn't make any trouble. We only went out to find food at night during this period. The food was so smelly and poisonous. Old Tang almost lost his life. Zhang Mingchun's eyes swept in the direction the other party pointed, glanced at Old Tang lying on the ground, and quickly retracted his gaze. I will trade with you. Sister Ming, are you going to go against them? Sister Ming, if you want to make trouble, I will definitely follow you. I have always disliked that group of people. Why do they occupy all the resources of the wasteland planet? Zhang Mingchun looked at them coldly. You go find things for me. I will provide you with food. Edible, non-toxic food. The more things you find for me, the more food you will get. Sister Ming, what do you want us to find? Trade? We are definitely willing to trade, as long as you say a word. Sister Ming, we will definitely hit wherever you point, and we will never talk nonsense. Yes, we must listen to Sister Ming. Zhang Mingchun narrowed her eyes slightly. I want red gold sand. After saying that, she saw everyone's puzzled expressions, and continued, weapons, and various scarce materials. The more you find, the more I will give you. Weapons and materials. Sister Ming, if there is a conflict, peace and resources cannot be achieved at the same time. Zhang Mingchun said in a deep voice. Neither one of them is a good person. Just kill them. Sister Ming is awesome. We must follow Sister Ming. Sister, do your best. Zhang Mingchun looked up and said, don't let me find out that you have innocent people's blood on your hands. Otherwise, don't worry. Sister Ming, we will never kill people casually. Yes, we will definitely not kill people casually. Sister Ming, you know, we came here to be slandered. As long as Sister Ming can lead us out, we will definitely hold the bottom line firmly. Come to me anytime if you need anything. Zhang Mingchun turned around, got on her bike, and drove southeast. Several people rushed out from behind her, looking at the direction she left with a look of shock on their faces. Oh my god. Sister Ming is going to do it now. It seems like she's serious. Are you guys going to do it? Let's do it. I'm so frustrated here. Now that someone is leading me. I have to do it. Otherwise I'll really die here. Ugh. If I have a chance to go back, I'll definitely cut the people who hurt me into pieces. Do it. Let's go! Chapter 64 Insider. Not here again. Qing scratched her head. She could only choose to put the photos next to the vending machine. When Zhang Mingchun came back, she could see them immediately. The second-hand photo printer arrived very quickly. Qing first printed the photos she had taken in the ancient plane. She thought that they could not be given away like other things. Who would have thought that they could be given away? She pondered for a while, and thought that this might have something to do with self-use plus source of materials. The photo printer was for her own use, and the source of materials was originally from the ancient plane, so the photos could be given away. But even so, people from the ancient planes did not dare to take it. And Qing could only choose to hang the photo in the plain supermarket. The plain supermarket here is the same. Since it can be given to Zhang Mingchun, it is natural to choose to give it to her. Sister Ming, are you okay? Nothing. Zhang Mingchun looked at the black wound on her arm. She didn't think anything when she saw the wound, and then suddenly remembered something. Her face changed suddenly. Does my face look ugly? A little pale. This time the wound is more serious, the person who bandaged Zhang Mingchun said in a deep voice. Sister Ming, you shouldn't be impulsive this time. No. Let someone run back to tip off. It will only bring us a greater crisis. Zhang Mingchun said sternly. No, I mean maybe we shouldn't act so quickly this time. Sister Ming, you've been here for more than a day or two, or a year or two. Why are you so impulsive and reckless this time? Yes, Sister Ming, it's not the first day we've been bullied by them. Someone else spoke up. If it was before, Sister Ming, you would never be so impulsive. Bearing and then shrink the living space like before, and never appear in their territory like before. Zhang Mingchun sneered. The past was the past, and now is now. From today on, I will make people from the wasteland planet avoid me when they see me, or we will die together. The person in front of him looked at Zhang Mingchun's expression, and asked softly, Sister Ming, you are different from before. Did something happen? You don't need to know too much about this matter. Zhang Mingchun struggled to get up, went out to wash her face, and put some red on her lips, turned back to ask, how is my complexion now? Sister Ming, I don't look like a patient. Do I? Zhang Mingchun asked again. The people in front of them looked at each other, and then slowly shook their heads. Sister Ming, you are in good condition now. That's good. Zhang Mingchun looked at the bandaged wound, pulled off the sleeve on her arm. When I'm not here, you take care of yourselves. Those people won't know that we did it for the time being, and they won't come to trouble you. I will bring the food I promised you next time. After saying that, Zhang Mingchun rode back on her bike, climbing up the garbage mountain. She first looked at the situation inside, and after confirming that there were no outsiders, she jumped down and walked quickly to the plain supermarket. Qing is alone now. During this period of time, she has already figured out Qing's living habits. She comes once in the morning, returns at noon, occasionally comes over for a walk in the morning and afternoon when she is free, and has more time in the evening, but if she has nothing to do, she may choose to stay in modern. It is normal that no one is around at this time. But when she walked to the vending machine, she saw the photo on it. It was a photo of the two of them, with 2 cups of Coke in front of them. One time, she suddenly had an idea, and chose food that both sides could have, and took a photo. She reached out, and took the photo in her hand. After making sure she could get it, she carefully hid it. In addition to the vending machines and beverage machines in the supermarket, there were only empty walls. Moreover, the overall background of this plain supermarket was very similar to the wasteland planet. It was obviously a color that she didn't like, but it made her feel particularly warm in the plain supermarket. Raising her hand, Zhang Mingchun felt a stinging pain on her arm. She no longer waited for Qing to appear, and immediately chose to return to her own house, so that Qing would not find her injured when she appeared. Wasteland has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. But most of the time, people who are weak cannot survive in this environment for too long. So the surface peace is maintained. But once someone steps forward to break the peace, the conflict will be imminent. In the past, Zhang Mingchun always watched the disputes that broke out from time to time as a bystander. But this time, she became the one who took the initiative to stir up trouble. The strong take turns to sit. Others can. Why can't she? Zhang Mingchun? He's not here again. Qin Qin came to the plain supermarket of the wasteland again, looking at the empty surroundings, and couldn't help muttering. But this time, she saw a note left by Zhang Mingchun next to the vending machine, which said that a large amount of food would be airdropped in the next few days. She had to find an opportunity to stock up more food and then exchange it for resources. Although the plain supermarket can provide sufficient food now, because the food is too good, it is not suitable to exchange it for resources. If you want to exchange it, you still have to use the food you can find here. Qin Qin thought of the person Zhang Mingchun took her to see last time. That person was particularly attracted by the diluted and slightly spoiled Coke. Taking out intact food in such an environment would only cause more trouble for Zhang Mingchun. She wanted to help, but she couldn't adapt to the harsh environment. Even if she went, she would only do more harm than good to Zhang Mingchun. It would be better for her to stay put. Thinking of this, she left a note, asking Zhang Mingchun to stock up on red gold sand as soon as possible and continue to upgrade the vending machine so that she could provide more food, or sell some additives that could change the taste but not the quality. For example, stinky tofu concentrate, or snail noodles with stinky liquid, could make the food smelly, but it wouldn't really make the food unpalatable, nor would it have any effect on the body. Thinking of this, she clicked on Taobao. The result? It was real. Qin Qin was speechless. No wonder they say that internet shopping is omnipotent now. There is nothing you can't buy. Only things you can't think of. But if this works, wouldn't it be possible to add durian juice to normal food and make it smell bad? Yes. There is also the legendary canned herring. Thinking about it, Qin Qin wrote a lot of categories that can be smelly in her message to Zhang Mingchun. Now all she needs to do is wait for the vending machine to be upgraded so that she can provide the corresponding smelly food. In comparison, the one she was least willing to choose was canned herring. After all, it not only stinks, but also tastes bad. If it is really used as an odor-enhancing additive, the other types would be more suitable. After writing, she put the note in a conspicuous place, put away the pen and returned to the supermarket. The message to Zhang Mingchun was not for her. She would recycle it after reading it, and it was not included in the scope of sale. Back in the supermarket, she subconsciously clicked on the short video. I don't know if it was because she had just searched for odor-enhancing food related, but the first short video that popped up was a related video. But she didn't need it like she did. She was condemning the fact that some foods actually needed to use odor enhancers to increase their odor. If it really didn't work, she could use durian. She had enough durian anyway. But if she could use something else, she would still use something else. After all, she could make a lot of money by reselling the durian in her portable space. She could use the money to buy more odor enhancer related foods. Boss Qin, is the store open now? Yes, it's open. Come in directly. Qin Qin sat up from the recliner. It's hot. The supermarket has air conditioners on. The doors and windows are closed. There's no sign for rest at the door. They must be doing business. The customer walked in from outside. As soon as he entered the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's too hot. It's cool after coming in. It's really hot these days, but it will rain in 2 days. It should be cool for a few days, and then it will be summer. Qin Qin greeted casually, looking at the various large cups in the other person's hand. Are you here to buy drinks? Yes, I'm coming here anyway, and I'm going to bring some to people. It's my turn today. As the other person said, he put the cups in his hand on the cash register one by one, and counted them all in front of Qin Qin. These cups have been in the supermarket many times. There are specific price tags on them. As long as you calculate according to the tags, you will not go wrong. However, when paying, almost every large cup was overpaid. Before Qin Qin could speak, the other party took the initiative to speak. This is what I was given when I came. I must pay it to Boss Qin. This is already very cheap. There are cases where each cup is overpaid. Boss Qin, please do not refuse. If you say so, I will not be polite. Qin Qin smiled. But you should all be able to sleep well now. There is no need to keep buying drinks. Even if you don't drink it yourself. There are people at home who need to drink it. Boss Qin, you can't push us away. We are all your guests. The other party took the drink while talking to Qin Qin. reprimanding Chin Chin for refusing guests to spend money. Okay. Okay. I won't mention it. Chin Chin laughed helplessly. She heard the sound of someone coming in again. She turned around and looked. Before she saw anyone, she spoke. We are doing business. You can do it yourself. Who would have thought that the person would kneel down in front of Chin Chin as soon as he came in? Chin Chin quickly reached out from the cashier to help him. Don't. Thank you, boss. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't know what to do. The person held Chin Chin's wrist. Thank you. Thank you. I know it must be you who saved my granddaughter. Thank you. Thank you. Get up first. Get up and talk. Chin Chin exerted force on her hand again. Seeing that the other party didn't get up, she immediately said, I'm a little tired. Hearing this, the other party quickly got up, but still bowed to Chin Chin to thank him. The matter was very clear. The person in front of him was the grandmother of the little girl. The little girl had been awake for 2 or 3 days. But the old woman had not known the situation until she learned the general situation from the little girl's parents in the morning. She came to thank them no matter what. In addition to the old woman, the little girl's father was also standing at the door. Although he was not as excited as the old man, his eyes showed that his emotions were the same as the old man's. The old man talked about the cause and effect of the matter, and he became more and more excited. In order to prevent the old man from breaking down again, Chin Chin stretched out her hand and said, Keep your voice down. Can't tell? The old man looked at Chin Chin. Chin Chin pointed to the guest who had stopped accepting drinks not far away, and said seriously, There is an outsider here. I understand. I understand. The old man quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at the guest and explained, Sorry. I watched a TV series when I came here. I was too excited. I couldn't control myself. The guest looked at the old man, looked at Chin Chin, and then looked at the special effect drink in his hand. I believe your lies. No. I believe that you, the boss, are really capable. What outsider? I am obviously an insider. Okay. Chapter 65 Other Business. Boss, do you have other business? How could that be? No. Chin Chin shook her head expressionlessly. Everything that should be there is placed here. I am just a supermarket owner. How can I have other business? Even if there is, it has to be approved. I can't operate if it is not within the scope of the business license. Guest, boss, we are not strangers, we all know that. The drinks you sell here are not regular drinks. Chin Chin smiled, blinked, really not. The customer looked at Chin Chin seriously. After a while, he suddenly realized, I understand, boss. Don't worry, I will never reveal this matter. I am a very tight-lipped person, boss. If you don't let me say something, I will definitely not say it. By the way, can I still tell about this drink? Chin Chin still smiled. The customer said I understand again, and nodded solemnly. I understand. Don't be too ostentatious. Boss, don't worry. I will definitely inform everyone. Chin Chin didn't know what the customer had in mind, but her sixth sense told her that there was nothing wrong with this direction of development. So she nodded. On the cash register, there were more than a dozen large cups, all of which were already filled with drinks. Do you need me to take them to the car for you? No. Thank you. Boss, I can do it myself, the customer said immediately, carrying 2 buckets in his hands and 2 buckets under his arms, and walked back and forth several times to move all the drinks. When he came back for the last trip, the customer emphasized again, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely do what I say. Chin Chin nodded and watched the customer leave. After sending this guest away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The girl's family was very emotional, and she had to work hard to persuade them to leave. The main reason was that she made excuses. Those people were afraid of revealing information that should not be disclosed, so they did not say anything in detail. The customer who bought the drink drove away, and Chin Chin raised her hand and rubbed her temple. She firmly believed that before the plain supermarket appeared, she had never had the situation of seeing souls. Even now, she could only guess that she had been in contact with the soul world too much, or drank too many drinks containing soul power, which caused her to see souls. Boss, didn't I tell you to go back and take care of the children? Chin Chin looked at the 2 people who came over again. Before, there were outsiders here, so we couldn't say much. Now that they're gone, we've thought about it and decided to thank you. The old man stepped forward quickly. Really, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. The girl's father also came over at this time, carrying a lot of gift boxes in his hands. I can't thank you for saving my life. I can only buy some ordinary things, boss. Please don't despise me. Ching Ching subconsciously wanted to refuse. If the boss doesn't accept it, we will be even more embarrassed. The girl's father said seriously. We all saw what happened that day. Actually, you didn't have to take care of the child. But you still did. We should have let the child come in person. But she is still in the hospital. So we have to come to thank you. If we had known about this earlier, we would have come earlier. The old man held Ching Ching's hand. The child's parents were afraid that we were too old to bear it. So they kept it a secret from us. Don't mind if I'm late. The two of them talked in a row, forcing Ching Ching to accept the gift, and said, when the child is better, you can let her come over. When she said this, the two immediately nodded and happily responded, hey. Ching Ching turned around, took a mineral water bottle from the shelf, poured all the water in the bottle into her cup, and then filled a bottle of orange juice with the empty mineral water bottle in front of the two of them. After filling the bottle, she tightened the lid and handed it to the two. The two looked at each other and said subconsciously, we can buy it ourselves. This is for the child, Ching Ching said, looking into their eyes. For the child? Ching Ching smiled and nodded slowly. The two reacted belatedly and quickly took the drinks, and thanked them again and again. Thank you. Thank you. This time, Ching Ching watched them return to the car, and after watching the car leave, she turned back to the supermarket. The two of them brought a lot of things, and they were all packed in gift boxes. She opened them and took a quick look. Even with her eyes, she could tell that these things were very valuable. A bottle of perfume, a set of skincare products, a silk scarf, a box of ginseng, and some other miscellaneous things. If you calculate the price, it must be at least several thousand. However, these things were gifts of thanks, so she accepted them calmly. There was no one in the supermarket at the moment. She carried a few bags upstairs. In fact, halfway up, she transferred all the bags of things to her portable space. But I still went upstairs, put away the air conditioning blanket that was hung outside in the morning, and spread it out on the bed. What do you mean by this drink? Mom, do you remember that the baby fainted here before? We thought she had heat stroke, and gave her Huixiangjingqi water, and boiled water. She couldn't drink anything, but drank the drink given by the supermarket owner. It seemed to be orange juice that day. You mean, this orange juice has special effects? Since we all believe the owner, we should also believe what she gives. If it doesn't work, it's just a bottle of drink. Orange juice can also supplement vitamin C. I believe her. Give it to the baby when we get home, and no one of you is allowed to drink it. Mom. The man was at a loss for words. Why would we fight with the baby for a drink? If she wanted, not to mention just a bottle of drink, even if it was a delicacy, she would definitely give it to the baby. This drink must have an effect, the old man said firmly. When we first arrived, the customer who bought drinks in the store piled up bottles and cans on the cash register. This thing must have a special effect that we don't know about. The man thought about it carefully and remembered this incident, and suddenly realized it. Ching Ching went downstairs, took a popsicle from the freezer, unscrewed it, and put it in her mouth. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she remembered something, took out a whole box of popsicles from the freezer, transferred them all to her personal space, and then opened another box of popsicles, and put them all in the freezer to freeze. Popsicles are a great way to cool off in the summer, so you must stock up more. Closing the freezer door, she walked slowly towards the cashier in her slippers, holding the popsicle in one hand while walking, taking out her phone with the other hand, and opened the short video platform. As soon as she opened it, she suddenly felt the platform was stuck. Was the signal in the supermarket bad? Or was the platform stuck? Before she could figure out the answer, she immediately clicked on another social platform. It opened very smoothly. This gave her a guess. She immediately clicked on the hot search and tried to search for the reason why the short video platform was stuck. But she did not find any related hot search terms. It can't be such a big platform. And there is no hot search after it is stuck? Thinking about it, she clicked on the short video platform again. Although it was still stuck this time, it was opened smoothly. Then, at the moment when all the content was loaded, she suddenly saw the skyrocketing data. Like, comment, forward, follow. Each item is $99.99 plus what's going on. She immediately clicked into the work details page. and saw the source of the data explosion at a glance, which was the piano playing video she had posted not long ago. The actual click-through rate was even more exaggerated than she had imagined. The current playback volume was as high as more than 8 million. And even with each refresh, the playback volume was still rising. She also clicked in, and then clicked on the comment area. Ah, the sound of nature. Who understands? Our teacher said this is a real ancient song. It is an ancient style we have never seen before. But it is not an ancient song imitated by modern people. I don't know if you understand. But this song has a very ancient charm. If it was placed in ancient times, it would definitely be a masterpiece for all ages. The teacher asked us to search it during class. I thought the teacher's description was exaggerated. But I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. The fingering of the little girl playing the piano is so amazing. Some people don't understand what this concept is. In short, it is like a show of skill in the piano world. The work is original, highlight it. I clicked into the hot search and saw so many compliments, whose marketing is so exaggerated. The masterpieces of all time have come out? In the entertainment industry, it's normal to be a little exaggerated. Some actors are amazing when they praise their faces. What about being as beautiful as she? Sure. Better than Liu Chan, Yang Guifei and Wang Xiaojun are ashamed of themselves. This compliment is okay, not so exaggerated. Dog head. Qin Qing looked at the overwhelming praise. Even she herself suspected when she was sleepwalking and buying water army. But she was not qualified to comment on the quality of the song. First, she didn't play the zither. And second, she didn't know who composed the song. Maybe it was composed by a famous composer in the ancient dimension. If that was the case, she would be humble at this time, which would only humiliate the reputation of the famous composer. Exiting the video interface, she opened the hot search of the short video platform, and saw the hot search topic of her short video in the front row. The topic was indeed very attractive. The teacher said that this was a real ancient song. Clicking in, the first one was her video, and the rest were marketing videos. But in the end, they would be directed to her video, which led to the increasing interaction of her video. Go back and open the homepage again. The number of views has reached more than 9 million at this time, and the number of followers has also increased again and again, which shows the popularity brought by this wave of hot searches. At the same time, check the private messages, and there is news that the official invited her to open cargo showcase. In the era of short videos, the end of traffic will always fall on car sales. Qin Qing is no exception. It's not shameful to make money. Make more money now, and stock up more goods later. Her future depends on the goods she has stocked up in the past 1 or 2 years. The cargo showcase is not her own sales, nor is it a live broadcast, but a shopping link of the merchant. Someone clicks in and is interested, and buys by himself. After selling a certain amount, she can get a certain percentage of commission. The commissions vary, and the commission ratios for different goods are different. She did not simply pick goods with high commissions, but chose some goods that were practical and well received according to the actual situation. At the same time, someone followed the trending piano video and found several videos posted earlier. Then he sent out a string of exclamation marks. GNC Nan. Oh my god! Chapter 66, just in case it's useful. Is it the legendary valuable golden Nanmu? Are all of them here? Yes, all of them here. I just cut one down, and it's worth millions. No. Wait, you are the anchor? You took this photo. Don't you know this is golden Nanmu? I see this large forest. The trees are at least 100 years old. The tree in the middle is at least 1,000 years old. Where did you take the photo? Can you tell me the address? I don't know, someone sent me the video. Qin Qing sat on the chair, calmly typed a reply. If this is true, maybe someone can give me some. After sending the reply, she opened the video again. The video was taken when she was strolling around the sunset forest. She really didn't know what the golden Nanmu was, but she just thought the forest was beautiful. After taking the video, she posted it to this short video account. For a long time, no one said anything, and even few people watched it. Who would have thought that today? Because of the newly released video, she knew something that she didn't even know. The reply prompt lit up, she immediately clicked it, and saw the other party's message. If this happened abroad, maybe you can try it, but if it happens in China, you must not do it. There are strict regulations for this thing. Ordinary people cannot cut it down at will, but if I have such a piece of golden Nanmu, I will never have to worry about it in my life. It's okay abroad, but not in China. Blue star is not okay, but outer stars are okay. Qin Qing couldn't help but raise her lips, and replied with a smile, "Thank you." If she ran out of money someday, she would chop down a golden namu tree, grind it into beads, and exchange it for money, hoping that when she wanted to exchange it for money, someone would still be willing to buy it. After replying the message, she also searched for photos of golden nanmu, and compared them with the video she took, confirming that what she took was indeed golden nanmu, and it was a whole piece of golden nanmu. When searching for photos of golden nanmu, she even saw descriptions of the value of golden nanmu. There is a price but no demand, precious and high grade, 10,000 per gram. If she can really sell it at this price, what else can she bring? She can just specialize in the business of golden nanmu. The only problem is that it is too ostentatious, and if she sells too much, it is easy to bring down the price of golden nanmu. Qing sighed, still went to look for suitable goods diligently, added them to her window, and made a little money. Occasionally, she would watch short videos to see if there are any suitable hot-selling products. After watching another video, she realized something, and immediately swiped back. Are you having a clearance sale of canned herrings? No. The tune is still wrong, it needs to be lowered a little more. Yes, lower, yes. Yes. Yes, that's it, this is the tune, keep playing. Is it really an ancient song? I thought it was marketing. Of course it's true, the school teacher said it himself. The topic on the short video also came from a professional music school. I heard they're studying the tune. The feeling of this tune is not something that modern people can write. I just listened for so long. Everyone played it well. Usually there is a slight difference in pitch, but it's okay. But this song is played a little wrong. The taste is not right. Has anyone played a 100% consistent tune? No, it seems to be because of this video. The guqin is a little different from the current model. So the feeling of playing it is also very different. It's amazing. Who is this girl? Such a strong girl should be brought to our school. I heard that several top music schools in China and some teachers have tried to contact this anchor. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be news soon. Sorry. I have no considerations in this regard for the time being. Are you the parent of this child? I still hope that you can think carefully about it. The child has talent and cannot be buried. Let her start further studies now. In the future, she may become one of the most talented music talents in China and even the world. I know. But I'm sorry. I also have special considerations. Qing replied. Okay, whenever you change your mind, contact me anytime. Here is my contact information. At the same time as the message was sent, the contact information and the contact person were also sent. This was the fifth person who tried to persuade Qing to let the girl go to the music school for further studies. After replying to this message, Qing immediately set up an automatic reply mechanism, indicating that due to some special reasons, the girl would not be allowed to go for further studies now, and would not go anywhere. After setting it up, she set the message not to remind her, and exhaled lightly. She could feel the sincerity of the people she had found. If she really had such a girl around her, she would definitely send her to further study without hesitation. But the girl lived in another dimension. She simply turned a blind eye. Thinking of this, she was about to quit the short video platform. At this moment, another private message popped up. She subconsciously clicked in, and after seeing the content, she was instantly excited. Yes, as long as the price is right, I will take as many as you have. This thing is not easy to sell. If you want it, think about it carefully. I was originally thinking of doing this business for curiosity, but the things are basically stuck in my hands. Now there is only one batch left, and the shelf life is not long. I don't want to do it anymore, so I plan to clear the stock. Let me make it clear to you in advance. If you want it, I will not refund it to you. Qing calmed down and asked, how much is the price? If the price of this thing is too high, she can find a substitute. The other party replied, the normal selling price is 200 yuan per can, and the wholesale price is more than 100 yuan. If you want, how about 50 yuan per can? This price is already very cheap. Qing looked at the other party's offer and directly raised the price. 21 cans are fine. 51 cans are too expensive. 20 is too cheap. 1/10 of the selling price. Qing was about to reply, and another message came from the other side. You can't go back on your word. 21 cans? All for you. Leave me your address, and I'll send it to you. It's really cheap. 21 cans? This thing. Here gives it to you. I can't lose any more money. It still has 3 to 5 months before it expires. You need to find a suitable selling price. it can still be sold. Now is not the era of short videos. Many people shoot short videos to attract attention. Canned herring is very suitable. I'll give you free shipping. I'll give you another batch of expiring food. Although it's cat food and dog food, it's not expired yet. All for you. All for you. It's also very cost-effective to feed pigs. Looking at the messages popping up one by one, Ching was still shamefully moved. Not only because of the canned herring, but also because of the cat food and dog food that were given away. What's wrong with cat and dog food? These are also food-free stuff. Why are you so picky? Okay, I'll take it. After sending the message, Ching sent the address again. Just about to quit, she remembered something. By the way, how many canned herrings do you have? I'll arrange the delivery, okay? Ching was about to ask again, but saw that the other party's status had changed to offline. She was stunned for a moment, then laughed, because he was afraid that she would regret it. But she didn't buy this batch of canned herrings for herself, nor for Zhang Mingchun, but for Zhang Mingchun, so that she could dilute it, mix it with instant porridge, and feed it to the people on the wasteland planet. Even if the wasteland planet is not a proper habitable planet, it is still a planet. Even if the number of canned herrings is slightly more, it should not be difficult to sell them. 2 days later, the truck carrying canned herrings arrived at the factory gate of the town. Ching rode the electric bike as usual. After arriving, she looked at the big truck at the factory gate and couldn't help being shocked. Boss Ching. Right? I'm the one who trades canned herrings with you. I've talked to you before. Such a big truck. How many canned herrings do you have? Ching couldn't help asking. You know, she had only stockpiled 9,000 boxes of instant porridge in total. She had thought about it. A can of canned herrings must be paired with at least a dozen boxes of instant porridge, so that the taste can be barely edible. If the proportion was a little lower, she was afraid that even the people on the wasteland planet would dislike the instant porridge that smelled of canned herring, thinking that it was so bad that it was completely inedible. Not much. Just 2,000 cans. Ching frowned subconsciously. Before she could speak, the other party continued, in addition, the things I promised to send you before have also been brought, including 1,000 kilograms of cat food, 1,000 kilograms of dog food, and 5,000 kilograms of various scraps, such as fish tails, fish belly, chicken bones, chicken feet, meat bones, etc., and a lot of meat was added to them. The smell may not be very good, but don't worry. They haven't gone bad yet. They were frozen in the cold storage before they were sent here. Ching swallowed the words she was about to blurt out. Are all these for me? Yes. For you, they are all in the car, the other party said, looking at Ching and smiling. As long as you accept the batch of canned herrings, you don't need to pay for the rest, it's free. Ching silently took out her mobile phone, said seriously, 20 yuan for a can of herring, a total of 2,000, a total of 40,000 yuan. Right, I'll transfer it to you. Even if we don't mention the gifts, the canned herrings are what she needs. If she can't use up the canned herrings in a short time, it doesn't mean that she can't use them up for a long time. For such a large wasteland planet market, it's reasonable to spend tens of thousands of yuan in startup funds. XXX has been received. 40,000 yuan. Boss Ching is very generous. I will have people move these things to the factory warehouse for you immediately. Ching subconsciously covered her chest. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt a little sad when she actually transferred the money. After all, the expenditure this time was a full 40,000 yuan. After choosing, she chose the most expensive one. Odor enhancer. However, when she stood aside and watched the gifts other than canned herring being moved into the factory bag by bag, her discomfort was somewhat relieved. Although she didn't know what the cat food, dog food and scraps were used for now. If they were useful in the future, she would make a profit. They were all gifts. And at most, they would take up some space in her pocket. Chapter 67 Printing Photos. You can upgrade, but if you change to canned herring, you will need to occupy a sales space. Ching asked Zhang Mingchun for his opinion. The advantage is that canned herring can be used to mix normal food, which will not really make people sick. Let's use this. Zhang Mingchun nodded directly. You also said that using canned herring to mix will not really make people sick, and it will not make people suspect that I got normal food through special channels. It is the safest option for me. You can also eat it yourself, in which case I can choose one you like. Ching said. Expiring food is fine. Normal food is fine. I bought a batch of small stir-fried vegetables, fried noodles and the like before. If you want to eat, you can choose these first. Maybe because Zhang Mingchun came from Blue Star and was alone. Qin Qing always wanted to give her the best. Canned herrings are good, but that is for the outside world. For Zhang Mingchun, choosing canned herrings means losing a food she loves. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qing, who was serious. She knew what Qin Qing was thinking, which made her even more reluctant to explain her true situation. When she first came to the wasteland planet, she really missed the food of Blue Star, missed all kinds of delicacies, missed milk tea, and missed cola. But she had gradually forgotten the taste of these foods over the years. Although she still missed them a little, she didn't miss them that much. What she missed more was not the food, but Blue Star. The appearance of Qin Qing and the existence of the plain supermarket have greatly eased his nostalgia for Blue Star. Just change to canned herring. I will be useful to you, said Zhang Mingchun. I will not change it again. Okay, then choose this one, Qin Qing said, and began to operate the vending machine. When choosing the price, she thought for a while. 1 can of canned herring can be mixed with many portions of instant porridge. I will set it to 20 yuan per can. Is that okay? Yes, you can set it. It doesn't matter if it's a little higher. This price is fine. I can still make money at this price. Qin Qing determined the price and filled some inventory into the vending machine. In this case, you can buy it. If the instant porridge is not enough, I will find a way to stock up a batch. Fortunately, although the canned herring smells, as long as it is not opened, there will be no smell. It's just that the quantity of instant porridge is not enough. She only stocked more than 9,000 boxes before. If she really wants to sell it on a large scale, this quantity will not last long. Open another sales channel for me. Choose this one. Zhang Mingchun took a vest. This is what I can get from the wasteland planet. The material is a little different from that on the blue planet, but its quality is not bad. It has a good cooling effect. It is just right to wear when the weather is hot. Sell items. Except for the first item. Qin Qing did not have any big standards and ideas for the rest of the items. Zhang Mingchun said so, and she immediately made a choice. After choosing, she remembered something. Didn't you say before that this dress is hard to carry? I can exchange it with others. Isn't there food? Qin Qing suddenly realized, oh, yes. I'll set the price for you. 10 yuan. Clothes made of this material are very common on the wasteland planet. Zhang Mingchun said, I can find a lot of red gold sand. And the price of the clothes doesn't need to be too high. Qin Qing glanced at Zhang Mingchun's account. At present, she has a balance of more than 6,000 yuan in her account, which is all earned from selling red gold sand during this period. The wasteland planet itself is indeed covered with red gold sand. If Zhang Mingchun really wants to make money, he doesn't need to rely on selling clothes. After setting the price of 10 yuan per piece, Zhang Mingchun took 10 pieces of clothing and put them all into the inlet. Don't you have a supermarket in modern times? These vests can be sold in your supermarket. I have supermarkets in other planes. If you have extra ones, you can sell them to me, Qin Qing said, fearing that Zhang Mingchun would save money for her. Even if they can't be sold in modern times, I can still sell them in ancient times. Then I will definitely not be polite to you. Zhang Mingchun smiled. Okay. You go and do your work. If you have anything, I will leave you a note. You too. Leave me a note if you have anything. I will definitely reply to you when I see it. Okay. Then I'll go back first. Before leaving, Qin Qing took out all 10 vests stored in the vending machine. The vests were all blue. 5 light blue and 5 dark blue. The material was indeed very special. Slightly cool and soft to the touch, but not cold. The weather is hot now, and these clothes are just right for her. They only cost about 10 yuan each, so it doesn't matter if she takes them all and wears them herself. However, after returning to the supermarket, she still only took 2 pieces and threw them into the washing machine to wash them quickly. She found a place to put the rest on the supermarket shelf so that they would not take up space. She didn't talk to Zhang Mingchun for a long time. It was still early, so she packed up briefly and went back to the plain supermarket. This time, she went to the ancient plain. The sun outside was not too strong today, so she tied her hair up and rode her electric bike to the outside of the sunset forest. Then she went all the way to the town she had been to before. She didn't meet any strangers on the road this time. She arrived at the city gate faster than last time. Just as she was thinking about how to get in this time, someone ran quickly from the city gate and saluted her. Miss Chin. Please come in. The governor has been waiting for you for a long time. Do you know me? Miss Chin is riding this car. Who wouldn't know her? The old lady and the governor said that as long as Miss Chin comes, you will not be stopped outside the city gate. Please come in quickly. The governor has ordered that the guards at the city gate will not stop you. You are thoughtful. That's troublesome. Chin thanked him seriously. No trouble. No trouble. Please come in, the other party said happily. Chin nodded, rode the electric bike towards the city gate, and when she arrived at the city gate, the guards did not stop her and let her enter the city. The people in the city seemed to have known about it. After Chin entered, the people just stood aside quietly and watched her go to the governor's mansion. The electric bike was very fast, and it arrived near the mansion not long after. Before she could be surprised, she saw the old lady and a group of women guarding the door of the mansion. At this time, she realized that someone might have come to inform her when she came before. So both the common people and the people in the mansion knew about her appearance. Miss Chin is here. I came to see. Chin stopped the electric car at the door. You don't have to be so polite. It's nothing. The old lady smiled and said, Come on. Help Miss Chin move the car in. Put it in the shade of the yard. And don't let it leave Miss Chin's sight. Chin let go. Asked someone to move the electric car in. Walked to the old lady. And bowed slightly politely. The old lady also bowed quickly. I dare not. Miss Chin. Please come in. It is really unfortunate today. My unfilial son had been waiting for Miss Chin. But he was called away for something an hour ago. He missed the opportunity to meet Miss Chin. It is really not fate. It doesn't matter. The governor is busy with business. Chin said, and followed the old lady into the hall. At this moment, the hall has already been set up with a piano table and a desk. And there is an ice basin in the corner. The location of the battery car is the same as last time. In the shade of the yard that can be seen at a glance. The hall was filled with ice basins. And the temperature felt much cooler than normal. Chin was invited to the main seat. And the old lady sat next to her. And then, there were a few girls, who had met a few days ago. As soon as she sat down, a girl stood up and said, Miss Chin, I have already painted a picture with the drawing paper and paint you gave me before. Please give me some advice. Okay. Let me see. Chin smiled, took out the mobile phone in her pocket, and felt more relaxed after checking the time. But she still couldn't wait to see the paintings of the ancients. Fortunately, she didn't need to ride an electric scooter to go back. Otherwise, during her 3-hour lunch break, it would be too tight to come here. She nodded, and someone immediately turned around and went out. After a while, they brought back a few framed paintings. It looks good, but the paper is too small. If it was a bigger paper, it would look better. Chin praised seriously. Jiao Mei, you are amazing. It looks so good. Jiao Mei blushed after being praised. If Miss Chin doesn't mind, I can give these to Miss Chin. Thank you. I will definitely take them. Chin smiled and nodded. By the way, I have a little gift here. You may like it. As she said that, she stepped back, raised her hand to direct a few people, and asked them to sit or stand together. Although the few people didn't understand, they all followed Chin's instructions seriously. The old lady sat in the main seat, and the girl stood beside her. Chin found a suitable angle, took out her mobile phone, and took a complete group photo. Then she took out the photo printer from her personal space and printed out the photos she had just taken. While waiting, Sanyang walked to Chin's side and asked in a low voice, What are you doing? Printing photos, Chin said, looking around, and asked in a low voice, Are you living well here? My parents are saved, Sanyang said softly. Sanyang is satisfied. Chin looked at her. Sanyang. Sanyang smiled slightly. What is the photo? Chin sighed in her heart. There were some things she wanted to say, but she didn't know where to start. Mainly because of Sanyang's dilemma. She was really powerless. If it was just Sanyang, she might be able to take the person away directly. But Sanyang still had to take care of her parents and her family. Not to mention that she was just an ordinary person. Even if she was really a fairy, she couldn't help. At this time, the photo printer had already printed out the photos. And after printing, they had been sealed with plastic. Chin put away the photo printer, took the photo, and walked to the main seat and handed it over. Old lady, this is my little gift to you. The old lady stood up, took it with both hands, and after seeing the thing in her hand clearly, she was suddenly shocked. This, how can we take this? Ah, isn't this me? I'm on it too. Is this the same as the moving fairy statue last time? But last time it was only Sister Yun. This time we are all on it. Is this what I look like? I always feel unclear when I look at myself through the bronze mirror. I didn't expect that the complete me looks like this. And it's pretty good. The photo has been in the old lady's hand. She also looked at it for a long time, and then reluctantly wanted to return the photo to Qin Qing. Keep it, this is originally for you. Qin Qing put away her phone. This is a photo. It's just a small gift. I hope you are satisfied. Satisfied? Satisfied? What else can I be dissatisfied with? The old lady smiled happily. Don't worry, Miss Qin. We will definitely keep this photo well, Miss Qin. Please sit down. Please sit down quickly. Su Qin, quickly, go to the warehouse and get a pack of good black tea, and make a pot for Miss Qin. Yes, old lady. Chapter 68 Differences. No need for tea, I brought my own tea. Qin Qin said, taking out a bottle of iced black tea from her personal space. It's better to be safe than sorry. She can ensure that she can get away smoothly when she appears in front of the ancients. When she is sober, but she can't guarantee that she can get away smoothly when she is not sober. So, if you can avoid drinking the things of the ancients, don't drink them. Iced black tea is the most common bottled iced black tea. When she was drinking tea, everyone's eyes were focused on her, and soon, the old lady suddenly realized, yes, the tea in Miss Qin's hand must be better than ours. Qin Qing smiled, didn't answer, but talked about something else. Actually, I came here this time. Still want to record a video of the little girl playing the piano. I wonder if it's possible. Of course, Miss Qin is willing to watch it. It's Yun'er's blessing. The old lady said, looking at the girl not far away. The girl called Yun'er stepped forward. Please give me some advice. Miss Qin. At this time, the sky outside was clear again. Fortunately, the ice cubes in the hall were effective, and the overall feeling was quite cool. Qin Qing took out the electric fan as usual to blow the wind, and recorded several videos of playing the piano with her mobile phone. In addition, she also got the piano score, but she did not take the whole score away, but just took a picture with her mobile phone, and printed it out later. When the ice cubes in the middle hall melted, the old lady just called for more ice cubes. She took out the formed large ice cubes from her personal space. Ice cubes, like hot water, are not considered goods. So even if they are used, they will not be restricted by the plain supermarket. This time she stayed here for more than an hour. In addition to recording the video of playing the piano, she also recorded a video of painting, and planned to post it on the short video platform to attract traffic. Miss Qin likes reading? Probably seeing Qin Qing flipping through the music scores. The old lady couldn't help asking. I like it quite a bit. Qin Qing nodded. Mainly because ancient books are somewhat different from modern books. What she likes is not the content, but the charm of ancient books. If you want to see such books in modern times, they are basically rubbings. Then next time Miss Qin comes, I will prepare more books for her. I will only read them, not take them away. Qin Qing said, acquiescing to the old lady's suggestion. Okay. The old lady smiled and nodded. Miss Qin loves books, which is indeed a refined hobby. In response, Qin Qing just smiled. After all, she was simply interested in the books themselves, not the content of the books. After chatting for a while, she took out her mobile phone and looked at it. Seeing that the time was almost up, she planned to get up and leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady pulled her and asked someone to bring a plate, which was covered with red silk. The red silk was lifted to reveal the intact gold ingot inside. Qin Qing. She is a very principled person. Miss Qin said that she was going to go shopping in the market. I am afraid that she does not have any gold or silver that is suitable for her. This is a small gift from the mansion. Please do not despise it, the old lady said, smiling at Qin Qing. Qin Qing was silent again, mainly because the money she received was too hot to handle. If she could not exchange it, she would always feel embarrassed. Then, can she take the money? It should be possible. The plain supermarket does not restrict her from taking things from these plains. She could easily put the durian offered as a sacrifice into her pocket before, which shows that the plain supermarket's restrictions are only one-way restrictions. Miss Qin. Qin Qing came back to her senses, and a soul bead appeared in her hand. She was really not restricted by the plain supermarket. What is this? This is a soul-soothing pill, which dissolves in water and can be drunk directly. Qing calmly made up the name and truthfully stated the effect. For ordinary people, it can calm the mind and soul, and be used as a thank you gift. Yes, thank you, Miss Qing. The old lady was overjoyed, and immediately asked someone to bring a beautiful gift box, and carefully put it into the gift box. Qing's eyes turned slightly, and she glanced at the introduction of the soul beads on the panel. This thing can only be condensed in the soul world. It is not easy to preserve in reality, and is easily absorbed by the human body. The effect of external administration is obviously much worse than that of internal administration. Take it as soon as possible. If you don't use it, it will dissipate within 3 days. Qing reminded. The old lady's expression became serious again. Yes. Thank you, Miss Qing, for your advice. Qing nodded, took the gold tie with silk cloth, and smiled as she was about to leave. She was in a good mood before leaving. When she put away the electric fan, she left a few more pieces of ice. A bag of gold weighs 2 or 3 kilograms. If she sold all the gold, it would be worth hundreds of thousands at least. She could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in exchange for a soul bead and a few pieces of ice. It was a great deal. Soul bead? She could earn a lot of soul beads just by selling some coke in the soul world. Ice cubes were even easier to make. She could just freeze them in the freezer. She could put away the ice cream in the freezer at night, freeze them with water overnight, and get a batch of ice cubes the next day. She could reuse them. Holding the handlebars of the electric bike, she put away the electric bike and chose return to the store, and instantly returned to the plain supermarket. She casually threw a large bag of gold wrapped in red silk over her shoulder, thinking about how to quietly resell this batch of gold. If she could sell it for 300,000 or 400,000, she could stock up in large quantities next time. However, she couldn't sell all the gold at once, so she had to find an opportunity and an excuse. Qing put a bag of gold next to the cash register, glanced at the still closed door, and walked towards the plain supermarket again, this time going to the Soul Realm plane. The boss is here. Boss Qing, how come you have time to come here today? Boss Qing, we have internet now, and can use the internet to play with our phones. Is it true? Qing stepped forward quickly, and looked over curiously. Oh my god, I can really use the internet. Who did it? The guy from last time. That big guy from last time, he's awesome. People who really get things done are like this. Look, it's only been a few days, and he's figured out the internet rules of our soul realm, and built a network platform. Now we also have a short video platform. I also heard that someone is going to organize a drama, and then our soul realm will have its own TV series. I had a TV series when I was alive. I didn't realize my dream of making a drama when I was alive. But now I'm dead. I must give it a try. By the way, boss, do you want to try it too? Let me tell you, the scale of our TV dramas is much wider than yours. In reality, we can't make ghost movies, but we can make ghost movies. Qing, do you think this makes sense? Besides ghost movies, what else can you make? That seems to be the truth. Damn. I've been so comfortable during this period that I've completely forgotten that I'm a ghost. Seeing the expressions of a group of people who suddenly realized something, Qing was speechless again. She thought these people were pretending, but she didn't expect that they really forgot that they were ghosts. However, the environment in the soul realm is not full of ghosts. Qing looked at the scenery outside the plain supermarket. There was no thick fog at this moment. From this angle, it seemed that there were just ordinary busy streets outside. It was just that the only place where you could shop in this street was Qing's plain supermarket. But shopping was not allowed. There were other items. At a glance, she did see some shops, such as a dress-up shop, a beverage packaging shop, and a daily rental building. The customers were all new here, or they were usually extravagant, did not practice well, and were short of soul beads. The daily rental building was a certain guest who had asked her for a whole building before. It took only half a month to transform the empty building into a building filled with all kinds of furniture and appliances. It was obvious how good the business of the building was. She was tempted sometimes, but when she thought about it carefully, these people earned soul beads, which eventually went into her pocket. She was no longer tempted. It turned out that monopoly business is the most profitable business. Then send me a copy when you finish filming. I usually like to watch TV series to kill time. There are indeed too many restrictions on TV series, and movies in reality. I want to watch something exciting. Ching Ching was very interested in the filming of the Soul World. Boss, don't worry. Our filming will definitely be exciting. Yes. Broken arms and legs. Broken heads and broken waists. They are definitely real. Absolutely not fake. There are also various bloody scenes. They are definitely exciting. Ching Ching. Ching Ching. Suddenly scared. That doesn't have to be so real. Ching Ching laughed dryly. Suddenly turned back to change the subject. I almost forgot. I came here to do something important. You interrupted me. I don't know where the topic went. As she said, she walked to the beverage machine. Waited for the guests to take the drinks. Immediately paused the beverage machine. And then chose to upgrade. After the upgrade, the original 2 types of drinks became 3. She took out 2 boxes of iced black tea from her personal space and poured them into the beverage machine one by one. She originally wanted to choose coconut milk. But after counting, the most popular drink in her personal space, besides cola and orange juice, was iced black tea. Iced black tea, like coconut milk, has a different taste from the previous 2. So either one can fill the taste gap. Of course, there is another purpose. I'll ask later if there's more expired milk. Then you can buy milk and iced black tea and mix them together to make milk tea. Ching Ching said. This beverage machine only has so many varieties. It's not suitable to mix milk tea alone. I can't buy it. It will be easier for you to make it yourself. Thank you. Boss. Boss. You're thoughtful. Boss. How did you know I was craving milk tea? There's also milk tea in the vending machine next to it. With the candles, you can taste a little bit. But it's just very empty. You must drink real milk tea if you want to drink it. The milk tea in the vending machine refers to paper milk tea. Burning incense and candles can bring flavor to the originally tasteless food. But it is only a temporary solution. In simple terms, it only satisfies the mouth desire, but not the stomach desire. However, everyone in the soul realm does not need to eat. So even if they cannot be completely full, they will not feel too uncomfortable. Ching Ching tried to find a way to deal with it. But unfortunately, except for the drinks in the beverage machine, other foods are not available in the soul realm vending machine. This is also the difference between the soul realm and the other 2 planes. Chapter 69. Not a living soul. Where is she? She left. Why did you leave at this time? The old lady complained. I was expecting you to come back earlier, but you came back just after she left. As soon as I finished my work, I hurried back, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't catch up with her. Why did she leave so fast? I didn't run into her when I came back. She came in from the city gate and disappeared in an instant when she left. The old lady said seriously and glared at him again. If you had come back earlier, you wouldn't have run into her. It's my fault, mother. Did she leave anything behind? The old lady smiled slightly and asked someone to bring a tray. Look at this. When the tray was brought in front of him, the governor lowered his head, and after seeing the things on the tray clearly, his eyes widened instantly. He stretched out his hand and put it down several times, and for a moment, he didn't know whether he should touch it or not. The old lady picked up the photo and pointed at the person in the photo happily. Look. If you were not here, there would be no such thing. We are all here. In this world, we are the only ones who have such things. Miss Jean said that this is called a photo. You didn't even see it. She just used the thing in her hand to pop. And then took such a big cabinet. And this photo popped out in a short while. This photo is really amazing. Much better than others' paintings. The governor took the photo carefully and looked at it. He didn't know whether it was because his mother was on it, or because the photo was special. But he didn't dare to touch the middle part of the photo the whole time. Not only much better, it's exactly the same. The old lady said with a smile, and glanced at the tray again. And this, Miss Jean said this thing should be taken within 3 days. After 3 days, this thing will automatically dissipate. There was a delicate little box on the tray. Open the box, and the intact little pills were revealed. What is this? Miss Jean said it's a soul-soothing pill. The old lady whispered. It can be dissolved in water. You and I will each take half. Soul-soothing pill. The governor pondered for a moment. Can it really soothe the soul? Miss Jean's ability, you and I have seen it. She said it can soothe the soul. The effect must be similar. The old lady said in a deep voice. This pill, but it costs 100 taels of silver. Mother, use it yourself. The governor said seriously. Mother said that she has been feeling unwell recently. if the soul-soothing pill is really effective, it will be good for Mother's health, since Miss Chin, if she is willing to leave something behind, she must be willing to make friends with us. When she comes again in the future, we must treat her well. The old lady thought for a while and said, I saw Miss Chin today. She was not willing to eat or drink what we gave her. Maybe we can find something else. She looks young and is interested in many things. Finding her some interesting things may arouse her interest and make her more fond of us. Since Mother said so, I will ask someone to find some interesting things and make sure to make friends with her. The governor said seriously. Can we get the soul-soothing pill? No way. Even if we get it, there's definitely no share for us. The old lady definitely got it. That's because the old lady gave birth to a good son. When we get married and have children in the future, we can raise our children well and have such good luck. Sanyang, you should give birth to a son soon. Sanyang stood aside and just smiled slightly when she heard this. She envied the old lady, but she envied Chin Chin even more. Every time they communicated with each other, she had a great interest in Chin Chin. Such freedom and willfulness were something she had never thought of, and she had never dared to ask for. Even though she is married here now, she still has some expectations in her heart, hoping that someday good luck will come to her. But she also knows that this day may never come, and maybe she should accept her fate. She still has parents and relatives, and she can't be too selfish. After everyone around her dispersed, Sanyang returned to her room and opened her hand to look at her palm. In her palm was a soul-soothing pill exactly the same as the one in the old lady's hand. The same soul-soothing pill was as precious as a treasure in the old lady's hand. But in her hand, she just held it casually. This was left by Chin Chin before she left, saying it would help her sleep well. Sanyang went to pour some clean water, and threw the soul-soothing pill in her hand into the water. The soul-soothing pill dissolved immediately after entering the water. She picked up the cup, raised her head, and drank the whole cup of water, with the soul-soothing pill dissolved in it. Silver pieces can be given away, and soul-soothing pills can also be given away, which means that anything that is recognized as trading currency by the plain supermarket can be given away. In this case, the white stone of the ancient plain and the red gold sand of the wasteland planet should also be given away. However, she was not sure what other uses these two things could have besides upgrading the vending machine. If they were used as stones and sand, they would be similar to the refining materials that always appeared in some novels. But that was a novel. Refining did not exist in reality. Even if it did, she did not have the right tools. Chin Chin took the cup and filled a cup of iced black tea from the beverage machine. The weather in reality was a bit dim today, but the temperature was not too low. It was dull overall. The supermarket not only had air conditioning on, but also bright lights. She stood at the door, lifted the transparent curtain, and looked at the sky outside the supermarket. There was no blue above her head, but dark clouds, and it looked like it would rain at any time. Just as she was about to lower the curtain, she saw people stumbling over not far away. At the same time, a heavy rain fell instantly. She just called the people stumbling on the street to come to the supermarket to take shelter from the rain. And she saw that something was wrong with the other person. And she squinted her eyes subconsciously. Such heavy rain. But it fell on her body, but disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace on her body. And even her hair was not wet at all. As if he had noticed her gaze, the other person raised his head, revealing a wrinkled face and gray hair. He asked from a distance, I can't find my home. Do you know where my home is? Just then, Chin Chin's phone rang. She lowered her head and clicked it, and saw a local message from a social platform. An elderly person with Alzheimer's disease had been missing for 3 days. Her family was looking for the elderly person. If there were any clues, they would provide them. Chin Chin clicked the message and saw the photo above. Then she raised her head and looked at the elderly person, who was getting closer and closer, and who looked exactly like the one in the photo. The second time. But this time, she no longer saw a living soul. Your family is looking for you. Chin Chin showed the other party the missing person notice. Where did you happen to me? I'll tell your family. The old man stared at the missing person notice in Chin Chin's hand. Chin Chin sighed, took out a soul bead, and handed it to the other party. Try eating this. The old man still looked confused, but still took the soul bead from Chin Chin's hand, and brought it to her mouth. The moment the soul bead came to her mouth, it entered her body. The old man closed her eyes, and opened them after a while, and her confused eyes instantly became much clearer. Am I dead? Maybe? Chin Chin nodded. That's good, I'm dead. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. I caused a lot of trouble to my family during my illness. Now that I'm dead, they can be considered liberated. Qin frowned slightly, but in the end, she didn't say much. The old man looked at Qin, smiled at her, pointed to the way they came. I remember, I walked to the water's edge by myself before, and accidentally fell in, and it rained upstream, and I was washed here. Please help me notify my family. Wait a moment. Qin said, turned around and went to the supermarket to get a long-handled umbrella, walked to the supermarket door, closed the supermarket door, and hung a sign for temporary rest, pressed the button on the umbrella handle, and opened the umbrella. Then she walked into the rain, in the direction the old man came from. The old man was not affected at all by the rain, and Qin had no intention of holding an umbrella for her. The two walked all the way to the nearby river. After approaching, Qin saw the body washed up on the shore. The clothes on the body were exactly the same as those on the old man next to him. I'm sorry to bother you, the old man said embarrassedly. It's not a bother. I can't let you stay here forever, Qin said, pulling out her cell phone, finding the number of the town police station in the address book, and making a call. Everyone in the town is familiar with each other. Qin naturally knows the people in the police station. Not only that, but she is also related to some of them. When the phone was connected, a familiar voice came from the other end. Sister Jiang Xian. I am Qin. Qing. What happened to you? I saw a dead body by the river at the head of our town, Qin said to the old man next to her. The other end was startled and said quickly, Wait. We will come soon. Don't worry. After that, a hurried voice was heard. Qin wanted to say that she was not in a hurry. After all, the person was right next to her. She had already learned from him that he had fallen into the water accidentally. So she naturally would not feel any fear. Even if he had not fallen into the water accidentally, she would not be afraid. After all, not long ago, someone was clamoring to make a real horror movie. Can you see ghosts? I always thought it was fake. The old man chatted with Qin. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Do you have any feelings now? For example, where are you going? Qin asked. She had never asked this question in the soul world. The old man shook his head. Maybe you have to wait until your funeral is over, Qin said. Don't be afraid, you leave this world, but you are just going to another world. Before the old man could reply, a car drove over in the rain. Everyone who ran out of the car was wearing a raincoat and walked quickly to Qin. Qing, how are you? Are you okay? Nothing. Qin shook her head and pointed to the river. It looks like he fell into the river accidentally. It doesn't seem to be from our town. We will judge, don't be afraid, Qin whispered to comfort him, glancing at the body by the river. If he really fell accidentally, it is very likely that he came down from upstream. At this time, the police had already brought the body up and covered it with a waterproof cloth. We have already notified the county, and a forensic doctor will come to see it. We will also send a notice immediately to find the family members. The policeman who spoke was wearing a raincoat, and his face was full of rain. It's best to be an accident. If it's not an accident, with such heavy rain, all traces will be washed away. Qin pretended to take a look, and then took out her mobile phone after retracting her gaze, and pressed the missing person notice on the mobile phone. Sister Jiang Xian. Qin lowered her head, frowned immediately after seeing the missing person notice clearly. The clothes are exactly the same. Alzheimer's disease. That is, senile dementia? The policeman opposite suddenly realized, if it is senile dementia, it is really possible that she fell into the water by accident. Notify the family members as soon as possible, Qin said, raising her hand to touch Qin's shoulder. You go back first. We will find you if there is anything. Yes. Qin nodded, glanced at the old man standing not far away, and turned back to the direction of the supermarket. Chapter 70. Make plans. The results are out. It was indeed an accidental fall. Don't worry too much. Qin called Qin. All relatives have been found. There is no objection to the results. The old man did have Alzheimer's disease. He passed away suddenly. Although his relatives are sad, they should be able to accept it soon. I see. Thank you, Sister Jiang Xian. Qin thanked him on the phone. You're welcome. Are you free in the evening? If you are free, come to my house for dinner. My dad went to the village to collect more than 10 kilograms of fresh mutton and bought a native chicken. Qin Jiangxin said on the phone. You've been back for a while. We haven't had a good meal together. Then I'll go over in the evening. Qin thanked him. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the sky outside where the rain had stopped. The old woman's case was slightly different from the previous one. She had Alzheimer's disease and was not young. Her family was probably prepared for her death. Although they were sad, they would recover soon. Although she could connect the soul world with reality, not everyone would contact her. Just like not everyone in the soul world would ask her to help them find a way to contact their relatives in reality. Those whose relatives in reality had passed away might not need to contact them again. Just like her third aunt. She knew of her existence. And she also knew her ability. But she never asked her to contact her relatives in modern times. It rained, and the weather outside was still a little hot and humid. They agreed to go out for dinner. And Qin had no intention of breaking the appointment. Before leaving, she went to the second floor to get a washed vest. Put it on. And then put on a thin coat. Went downstairs to the supermarket. And finally picked up a box of milk. She was not close to Qin Jiangxin's family. If you really want to trace it back, you have to go back to the great-grandfather. Their great-grandfathers were brothers. So they were a bit of relatives. When her parents were alive, they still had some communication with each other. But after her parents passed away, they rarely contacted each other. It was because she was running a supermarket in the town now. Otherwise, they might not contact each other for more than 10 years. Qin Jiangxin's house was not far from the supermarket. But in such hot weather, Qin did not plan to walk, and still rode the battery car there. Boss Qin. And Cui Qin glanced at the house and remembered. I almost forgot that you live here. She knew that Cui Yun and his wife lived here. And she also knew that Qin Jiangxin's house was here. But she had never connected the two together. Now she saw Cui Yun coming downstairs. And she remembered it. Yes, we live here, Boss Qin is here. Cui Yun asked. I'm here to visit. Qin parked the electric car, and took the milk from the car. Someone greeted her not far away. Cui Yun immediately said, Then I won't bother you. Now that the rain has stopped and the weather is cooler, let's go out for a walk, and go shopping. Qin nodded, carrying the milk to the next door. Why are you carrying something? It's just a box of milk. Where's your uncle? Qin brought the milk in and put it in the corner of the room. Your uncle is in the kitchen, said the aunt. I heard from Jiang Xian that you found that today. Well, I happened to go out to do something, and I ran into him on my way back. Qin said calmly. Then you must have been scared. Anyone would be scared, the aunt said immediately, and brought a fruit plate to Qin and made her tea. I was really scared. But it's okay. It's pitiful. Qin sat on the sofa in the living room. I heard from Sister Jiang Xian that it was an accidental fall. Yes, it's Alzheimer's. Now that the person is gone, the family can actually breathe a sigh of relief. You don't know how difficult it is to manage people with Alzheimer's, the aunt said earnestly. As they talked about the situation of Alzheimer's disease in the town and the elderly in the village. Qin listened and said, in recent years, it was not bad. Alzheimer's disease could not be taken care of, and they could be sent to nursing homes. But in the past, the conditions were not good. When they encountered similar situations, they might pretend to be improperly cared for and let the elderly have accidents. Some accidents are obvious to everyone, but most of them will not expose them, but will only sigh with emotion. As she was talking, Qin Jiangxin came over. After hearing the following words, she frowned and said, Mom, we are in a society ruled by law now. You can't do such things. Intentional homicide is against the law. I know. I definitely can't do this. We are just guessing about other people's affairs. There is no evidence, Aunt said, as if she was afraid that her daughter would ask again. She immediately put down the melon seeds in her hand and said, I'm going to see how your father is cooking. Qin Jiangxin sat next to Qin, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and did not continue the previous topic. Instead, she said, the surveillance also found that the old man was walking by the river upstream, slipped, and accidentally fell into the river. There was a heavy rain upstream in the early morning, and the water level rose, and it floated to our place. Then the case is closed as an accident. Qin was not surprised by such a result. Well, it must be an accident. Qin Jiangxin nodded, and asked again, Actually, I've wanted to ask for a long time. You are doing well outside. Why do you suddenly want to come back to open a supermarket? I dreamed of the end of the world, Qin Qing said with a smile. I came back to live a good life for a while. This reason is amazing, Qin Jiangqing praised. But to be honest, life in town is not that interesting. The daily routine is repetitive. Especially the police station. It's all trivial matters. I always feel that I am just wasting my time day by day. Speaking of this, Qin Jiangqing became interested and complained to Qin Qing a lot. It's nothing more than being too boring. In fact, Qin Qing has also felt the living conditions in the town during this period. It is said that the years are peaceful, but in fact, they do the same things every day, and there is nothing new. However, Qin Qing still has several planes to visit. When she is bored, she can go out for a walk. Not only will she not be bored, but she will also feel very exciting occasionally. In this case, lying in the supermarket occasionally will be very comfortable. While chatting, Qin Jiangqing looked up and shouted, "Mom?" "What?" and came out of the kitchen. "Can I turn on the air conditioner? It's so hot," Qin Jiangqing said. "Even if I don't have to turn it on, Qin Qing will turn it on. She feels hot, too. Don't you think so?" After saying that, Qin Jiangqing looked at Qin Qing. Qin Qing wanted to say that she wasn't hot. But at this time, her aunt had already taken the remote control and turned on the air conditioner, saying, "You should have said it was hot earlier. It's still so hot after the rain." After turning on the air conditioner, her aunt went back to the kitchen. Qin Jiangqing looked at Qin Qing and sighed. "I can't help it. It's like this at home. I have to discuss things with my parents before doing anything. It's like I'm still a child." Qin Qing laughed. Qin Jiangqing glanced at her, remembered something, and immediately changed the subject. "By the way, let me tell you. Some time ago." Qin Qing listened carefully, nodding from time to time. When the indoor temperature dropped, she sighed comfortably and looked at the air conditioner not far away. She really didn't feel hot just now, as if she was wrapped in a layer of cool air conditioner, which was cool but not cold. And the temperature was just right. After the temperature of the upper body dropped, the lower body was also affected. She touched the vest on her body, which was the only difference in her clothes today. "I didn't expect the fabric of clothes on the wasteland planet to be so good. Zhang Mingchun, we have always not interfered with each other. Why did you attack us this time? Do you need a reason to attack?" Zhang Mingchun stood calmly. "You are only allowed to seize resources, but I am not allowed to." The other party gritted his teeth. "Zhang Mingchun, you have never been involved in these things before. Why don't you just tell me who told you to attack, so that I can die with a clear mind?" "It was me." Zhang Mingchun smiled. "Impossible. If you want to do it, you would have done it long ago. Why did you wait until now? I have come to this point. There is no room for maneuver. You can just say it directly. I just want to know who dislikes me." "Why, I can't have such an idea." Zhang Mingchun put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward calmly. "To be honest, I have my eyes on the weaving factory in your hands, and I want all the fabrics in your hands, and my sister is here, and I want to give her a stable environment. The environment on the wasteland planet was too bad before. It was smelly and rotten, and I am afraid my sister will not like it." The other party's expression froze. "You obviously grew up on the wasteland planet. Where did your sister come from? Can't there be one?" Zhang Mingchun raised his eyebrows. "Yes, you can have it, as long as you want it. Not to mention a sister. Even a grandson can have it," the other party hurriedly said. Zhang Mingchun. "No, Sister Ming. Since you only want my weaving factory, I can give it to you. Everything. As long as you give me a way out." Zhang Mingchun circled around the other party. "The house here is made of a whole piece of steel plate." Every step she took, there would be a shaking sound of footsteps. When she took another step, a dull sound of breaking came from far away. When Zhang Mingchun turned around, a protective shield immediately rose beside her. Her arms were raised high, and they changed shape in an instant. The flying needles she scattered attacked indiscriminately. As long as people around her, no one survived. 10 seconds. All the people who attacked Zhang Mingchun fell down. Only the person who was lying on the ground before still had a breath left. "Madman. You madman. You actually equipped your arm with weapons. Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" "The arm is useless. I have to make the best use of it. In the early years, there were many useful things on the wasteland planet, but there are fewer in recent years. I tried many times, and exploded many times. It doesn't matter, I still survived." Zhang Mingchun restored his arm to its original state, and the mechanical surface was covered with a layer of flesh. I don't like the wasteland planet very much. I didn't like it before, and I don't like it now, but I can try to make it a planet that my sister likes. Zhang Mingchun, Sister Ming, please forgive me. Please forgive me. No. Zhang Mingchun smiled. My sister doesn't like criminals with blood on their hands. Mingchun, Mingchun, Mingchun. Are you free tonight? Zhang Mingchun walked over with a bowl of hot instant porridge in his hand, while drinking. I have good news for you. The clothes you gave me are very useful. They have a very good cooling effect. Maybe I can really sell them and make money. Qin Qing said happily. It's good that they are useful. I have prepared them for you. We can supply them in large quantities later. Can I? Didn't you say that you were monopolized before? Yes. There is an oversupply now. The output is too high. They are all sold at low prices. Zhang Mingchun said calmly. Don't I still need to save money to buy food? I won't lose money. Don't worry. That's fine. Then I have to think about how to sell the goods. Qin Qing looked at Zhang Mingchun, who was drinking porridge. By the way, this is for you. I suddenly realized today that this can be given directly. Qin Qing took out a handful of soul beads and put them in Zhang Mingchun's hands. Zhang Mingchun looked at the beads in his hand, smiled and raised his eyes. Thank you. You're welcome. This is to nourish the soul. You should eat more. And when your soul is well nourished, maybe even if you get into trouble here, you can still go to the soul world. If there really comes such a day, I will definitely prepare all the villas and luxury cars for you. Qin Qing said seriously, and then added, but it's better to avoid any trouble. Even if you eat this soul bead while you are still alive, it will be good for your body. Zhang Mingchun. Thank you again. Okay. Thank you. Qin Qing smiled. Then I'll go and rest first. Take care of yourself. Save more red gold sand. And then upgrade. I'll prepare delicious food for you. And cheap food is also okay. Think about what dishes you like to eat before, and I'll prepare them for you. At most, I'll go to a few more stores. Buy 20 portions from each store, and go to 10 stores to get 200 portions, which is enough for you to eat for a while. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qing, who was seriously giving her advice, and the smile in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Qin Qing, okay? Zhang Mingchun, okay. Chapter 71. The commission is not high. Mom, how do you feel? Is Mom's complexion much better today than before? The old lady did not answer, but asked. Is it more rosy than before? The skin condition of the elderly will be worse. Even if it is rosy occasionally, you can't see much difference. The governor couldn't tell, but he heard something from his mother's tone. So he asked, did you have a good rest last night? More than that, I closed my eyes at night, and when I opened them again, it was dawn. I felt that my mental state was much better today. The old lady said seriously. Obviously, what Miss Qin gave me is really effective. In that case, we should build a good relationship with her. The governor said seriously. I have already ordered people to collect some interesting things, and some gold and silver jewelry. Since Miss Qin is willing to accept these, there will always be something she likes. Indeed, the old lady nodded. When Miss Qin comes again, you don't have to be there. Mother will keep a close eye on you, and will never let anyone offend her. After all, she is a girl. Even if her status is different, there will always be some considerations. Son understands. The governor nodded. The old lady patted his shoulder again. Be nice to Sanyang. I think Miss Qin and Sanyang have a good relationship. If you can maintain their relationship, they will get along better in the future. I will listen to you. The governor nodded seriously. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Qing came downstairs on time, walking down the stairs step by step in her slippers. It was cloudy all day yesterday, and it rained for several hours. The dark clouds above our heads have dissipated a lot. It is still cloudy today, but it doesn't look like it will rain. The weather forecast on the phone also showed that it was cloudy today, without rain. She skillfully opened several doors of the supermarket in the plane, and then turned back to open the door of the supermarket in reality. The climate in the town was relatively cooler. The sultry heat of rainy days in summer quickly cooled down after the rain. After opening the door, there were gusts of cool breeze, the temperature dropped a lot, and the body comfort level rose sharply. She didn't want to eat fried noodles in the morning, and still went to the opposite side to buy buns and soy milk. The shopkeeper spoke to her. Qing Qing, was it you who found the body yesterday? Well, boss, how did you know? Qing Qing asked. Oh, our town is so small. We can't hide the news. If we talk about it in the group, everyone will know it overnight. It's pitiful. He went out in such heavy rain and fell into the river. Everyone is guessing that he was deliberately not watched and let out. People with Alzheimer's disease are prone to accidents. Qin finally knew where some rumors came from. However, sometimes people will subconsciously think too much. After all, outsiders can't see the whole picture. I saw the missing person notice yesterday. It should be that he really got lost accidentally. People with Alzheimer's disease are easy to get lost if they can't watch them. Qin said. That's true. Young people always have their own things to do. They can't watch over the elderly all the time. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. But it's not necessarily a bad thing for a person with Alzheimer's disease to pass away unexpectedly. Otherwise, if they keep thinking about it, they won't be able to do anything well. It's pitiful. Qin smiled slightly, lowered her head, and drank a sip of soy milk. When she looked up again, she saw the old man wandering at the door of her supermarket. The other party also saw her and smiled at her. She drank the last sip of soy milk, and bought 2 meat buns and 2 vegetable buns, and took them away. I won't cook at noon, just heat them up. You don't need to prepare too much if you are alone, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Qin carried the buns back to the supermarket. When she passed the supermarket door, she whispered to the old man at the door, "Come with me." The old man followed Qin into the supermarket. As soon as he entered the door, he said, "I went back and saw that they were preparing a funeral for me. Although it was sad, it was also a relief. Now I don't know where to go. So I wanted to ask you." Qin put the buns into her personal space and nodded to the old man. "Come with me." "Am I going to hell?" the old man asked. "You can't say that. You can think of it as another world." Qin took the old man to the back door. "I'll give it a try. If it works, you can follow me. If not, we can only find another way." She didn't know if she could get through here. But when the plain supermarket opened, the old man followed her in. And she knew that this road was passable. After the old man and Qin appeared in the plain supermarket for a while, an administrator came forward. "Boss Qin. It happened right in front of my supermarket. Can it be handled?" Qin asked. The administrator looked at the old man and nodded. "Okay. Come with me. I will arrange a temporary place for you. And when you settle down here, you can choose a good place to stay." "Thank you." The old man thanked the administrator first, and then turned back to thank Qin. "Thank you." The old man and the administrator left, and the others reacted. "That's great. It turns out that I can come directly from the boss's supermarket. If I had known that this was possible, I would have definitely gone to see the boss early in the morning." "Then you have to see the boss too. We didn't have such good luck to see the boss when we were alive." "When you were alive? I didn't open the plain supermarket here." Qin smiled. "Even if you saw me at that time, I couldn't do anything. The old man could come from here." Qin breathed a sigh of relief. "And didn't stay here for too long. I'll go back first. Just tell me if you have anything. We will definitely not be polite to you." Boss, when we finish shooting the movie, we will show it to you as soon as possible." "Okay. I'm waiting to see your work." Qin smiled and nodded, and returned to her supermarket. With nothing to do, she sorted out a batch of goods in the supermarket, collected the goods that were about to expire in 2 or 3 months, and piled them all on the shelves in the portable space. Then she called the supplier and asked the supplier to send new goods. "Do you have expiring food? Do supermarkets sell expiring food? I'm afraid that the supermarket in your town won't be able to sell out in the short term. It's not me who sells it, but my friend wants it." Qin skillfully found an excuse for her friend. "My friend doesn't have high requirements for the goods. He just wants them to be cheap. And only cheap can make a profit." "Oh, is your friend in the export business?" the other party asked. "Some countries don't have too high requirements for food quality. And expiring food has high profits." "Maybe. I didn't ask in detail. But my friend is in business," Big Qin said casually. "Boss, do you have any? More or less is fine. The main thing is that the price is cheap." "Don't tell me. There is really a batch. And the price is not much. If you give me 200 yuan, I will give you all the expired foods here," the boss on the other side said readily. "They are all snack foods. And there are quite a lot of them. They are mainly expired and difficult to sell." "Okay. Then send them all to me." and I will transfer the money to you when they are delivered. Qing Qing agreed without hesitation. Whether it was snack foods or other foods, she would accept them. Okay, I'll clean it up here, the other side said, and suddenly paused. Some of them may be really bad. Look carefully. It's hard to find them mixed in. Look carefully when you sell them. But I will definitely not charge you. Okay. No problem. Qing Qing agreed again readily. After hanging up the phone, someone came in at the door and asked as soon as he entered the supermarket, "Boss, do you have boxes of herbal tea? I want to buy 2 boxes of herbal tea. The ones with fresher expiration dates may last longer. I am afraid that I will drink them after they expire." "Yes, it's here." Qing Qing walked out of the cashier counter and pointed to the corner. "A box of herbal tea is 65 yuan. If you want 2 boxes, it's 130 yuan. The expiration dates are all fresh. Then I want these 2 boxes." The other party moved 2 boxes of herbal tea, returned to the cashier counter, put them down and said, "I'll pick something else." "Okay, take it yourself. If you want a basket, it's over there." Qing Qing pointed in the direction, after confirming that the other party was looking at the goods. Qing Qing returned to the cashier, sat on a chair, and opened the short video platform. The popularity of the new video was higher than the previous one, and the number of followers even increased again, so that many people shopped on the shopping links she posted. However, because she chose goods with good quality and low commissions, even if the customer had confirmed receipt, the commission would not be too high. She did not mind the small amount. Anyway, any profit was a good deal, and it would be even better if she could reimburse the amount of her stockpiled goods. "Boss, you still sell vests?" Qing Qing turned off the screen of her mobile phone, turned her head and took a look. She saw the vest in the other party's hand and said, "Yes, but the material of this vest is good, so the price will be higher. 80 yuan a piece. It's so expensive. It's higher than the price of a box of herbal tea. Can it be cheaper?" the customer asked, trying to bargain. "No, it's this price. It can't be lowered," Qing Qing said. "It's a cool vest. It's very comfortable to wear in summer. The fabric is rare, so the price is a bit higher. Someone else sent it to my supermarket to sell, and I earn a few yuan for the shipping fee. So," the customer shook the vest in his hand, pulled the material, and then turned back to the shelf. Qing Qing thought the customer didn't want to buy any more, but when she came out, she was holding 2 vests. "Can I try them on? There's no size written on them." "Sure. The bathroom is over there." Qing Qing pointed in the direction of the bathroom. The guest nodded immediately and changed clothes. When he came out, he was wearing a vest and holding another vest in his hand. "This material is very elastic, and the size is okay. Just these 2 vests, plus 2 boxes of herbal tea. 2 vests are 160 yuan. 2 boxes of herbal tea are 130 yuan. A total of 290 yuan. Qing Qing took the barcode scanner and scanned the payment QR code in the other party's hand. "Do you want me to put the vest in your hand in a bag?" "Okay." The other party handed the vest and the changed clothes to Qing Qing. "By the way, is there anything particularly interesting here? It's okay to go hiking, but I haven't heard of any particularly interesting places." Qing Qing helped the other party pack the clothes and handed them back. "But some people will come here specifically to hike. The scenery on our mountain is nice." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chapter 72 Open or Not. Qing Qing didn't expect that someone would be willing to buy it for 80 yuan a piece, and even bought 2 at once. The reason why she quoted such a high price was that, on the one hand, she felt that the material of the vest was really good, and there was no need to set it too low, and on the other hand, she thought that she had little inventory, and she didn't plan to really sell it for the time being. Even if she wanted to sell it, she would have to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, it actually sold. 2 pieces of clothing cost 160 yuan, which was enough for her to buy more than a dozen fried rice. "Qing Qing, your express delivery." Xian Liang's tricycle drove to the door, took a bunch of express deliveries from the car, and placed them in the empty space in the supermarket, and took a bottle of drink from the freezer, and left after paying. After Qing Qing returned to the town, she had more or less contact with her old classmates whom she had not seen for a long time. However, it was not necessarily the case that they had a very good relationship. After all, although they were old classmates, they did not necessarily have many common topics. Qing Qing also liked this way of getting along. If they were too close, she would feel uncomfortable. After Xia Hongliang left, she opened several parcels one by one. In addition to the supplies that were not easy to buy in the supermarket, there was also a telescope with high accuracy. She originally wanted to buy a drone, but after checking, she found that although drones can be flown without connecting to the mobile phone network, they need to connect to satellite signals. Even without satellite signals, the drone can still be flown by setting routes. But in this case, the drone may encounter an accident and completely lose contact. If she spent thousands of dollars to buy a drone, but accidentally lost it, the money would be completely lost. In order to shoot ancient towns, losing a drone was not worth it. In this way, it was not suitable to use drones in the ancient plane. She could only settle for the second best and chose a telescope. Even if it was difficult to shoot, at least she could see far away. After opening the package, she put the telescope aside and opened several other packages one after another. The other packages were clothes, shoes, socks, and large blank drawing paper that she bought specially. She also made it into a roll, so that she could roll it up directly after the drawing was finished. When she went to the ancient plane again, she could ask Jiao Mei to draw a picture. She had already thought about the reward, and she could give a soul bead. The soul bead exists as a soul-soothing pill, which may have a certain gimmick to attract people. After putting everything away, she opened the last package. This package was a bit heavy. After she shook it, she had some guesses. She put it on the table and opened it. The things inside were exactly as she guessed. There was nothing else in it. It was the complete set of martial arts novels she bought. Of course, it was secondhand. When browsing a secondhand website, she suddenly saw this set of novels. She said she was moving, and it was really hard to get it. The original price of a set of martial arts novels was 800 yuan, but it was not free shipping. This set of novels had been on the shelf for a long time, and no one was interested. When Qin Qing went to find them, they took the initiative to reduce the price, and said they could provide free shipping. But Qin Qing didn't care about this little money, so she finally chose not to provide free shipping, and asked them to choose to pay the postage when they sent it out, and she would pay the postage. Thinking about it, she opened Xia Hongliang's WeChat, took a photo, and sent it over. Qin Qing, cash on delivery. No charge? Xia Hongliang, oh, I really forgot. I was too hot these 2 days. I'll pass the bill to you. You pay it. Xia Hongliang, by the way, I just received a message from my junior high school classmate, saying that they are going to have a class reunion, and have dinner at a county hotel. Will you go? Qin Qing, I haven't been in touch with my junior high school classmates. I may not go. She went to elementary school and junior high school in the town. Elementary school was okay, and the school was basically full of people from the town. When she was in junior high school, there were many people in the class who came to the town from the village. At that time, the relationship was okay, but after graduation, we rarely contacted each other. Not to mention how good the relationship was. The main reason was that communication was not as developed as it is now. The development in the past few years has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Xia Hongliang, I think so too. The main reason is that this class reunion may not be able to get together. You are busy. I will continue to deliver the express. I have sent you the information about the express fee. Qin Qing, okay. Paid. After replying the message, Qin Qing took out all the martial arts novels she had just received, freed up a small shelf space, and put the novels one by one. Although she has watched the TV series of these novels, she has not read the complete novels yet. She can read them when she has time. My Lord God, have you picked up some more white stones? Qin Qing saw the white stones in the wicker basket not far away. Yes, now the weather is hot. It's not easy to do heavy work, so everyone takes advantage of the rest time to walk in the sunset forest, pick up more white stones, and exchange for more silver. It has been a long time since she opened the ancient plane, and she has roughly understood the situation of the ancient plane's currency stone. White stones are not uncommon in the sunset forest, or even in the entire White Lion Kingdom. She even suspected that the word White Lion in the White Lion Kingdom came from a variant of white stone. But she didn't know what happened, and it became the current name. Although white stones are not uncommon, you still need to concentrate when you really want to pick them up. Children are more likely to find the existence of white stones than adults. For a long time before, several adults took children to pick them up. First, children picked up more. And second, Picking white stones was relatively easy, so it was most appropriate to assign it to children. Chin walked to the vending machine and watched several people put the white stones at the entrance. She glanced at the account balance. It seems that you have picked up a lot of white stones during this period. Yes. In addition to white stones, we also picked a lot of durian. Now the durian forest has been almost picked by us. The person in front of her said with a smile. Now that we have a lot of savings, we bought a lot of cloth and made a lot of short-sleeved shirts. Everyone has a share. Chin noticed that the man was still wearing old clothes, and asked with a smile, since you made new clothes, why don't you wear them? The new clothes have been washed and are drying. Normally, new clothes are rarely worn. If you wear new clothes when you go out to work, they will easily get damaged. After that, she quickly added, the material given by the immortal is very soft and comfortable to wear. We are just afraid of wearing out the clothes. We have no other intentions. I understand. If it was before, Chin would have thought too much. But now she would not think too much. After all, for these people, it is very good to have new clothes. They will not be picky about the quality of the new clothes. Then you continue. I will go out for a walk. Yes. Immortal. Chin walked out of the plain supermarket, took out the battery car, looked at the surrounding terrain, and did not go down like before, but changed direction and went to the top of the mountain. It is called the top of the mountain. But the top of the mountain is not that high, so you can ride an electric bike up there. And the slope is very gentle. According to the rumors here, the closer you get to the top of the mountain in Sunset Forest, the more dangerous it is. Mainly because there is no edible food on the top. And if you are trapped on the top of the mountain by accident, you will starve to death. So even if they have been here for a while, those people still only go down the mountain and dare not go to the top of the mountain. Chin is not afraid. Anyway, no matter how far she goes, she can still return to the plain supermarket in an instant. And she has a lot of food and water in her personal space. So she will never be short of water or food. But she didn't expect that the top of the mountain was higher than she expected. Even if she rode the electric bike smoothly, it took her an hour and a half to reach the top of the mountain. This was not enough. She drove for another hour before she appeared on a small hill. The electric bike stopped on the hill. Looking forward, there was another small hill in the distance. According to the previous distance, it would take her at least 2 hours to walk to this small hill. This time and distance were enough for her to get to the town where Sanyang was. Even though she rode the electric scooter all the way here, Chin felt out of breath. It was impossible for her to go to the next hillside. This distance was not something that a mere electric scooter could conquer. She put away the electric scooter, looked around, found a place where she could see the foot of the mountain, and took out a telescope from her personal space. The telescope brought the distant image closer little by little. After seeing the appearance of the town clearly, she felt a little regretful. She didn't expect that it was not the town she thought it was. But this town is not bad. Chin took out her mobile phone, enlarged the camera ratio, and took several photos in a row. The photos taken by the mobile phone were blurry, but she could still vaguely see the appearance of the ancient town, which made her a little excited, and she picked up the telescope to take a closer look. It's a pity that the clarity is still not enough. If only the drone could fly here, fly it closer, and take a photo, the clarity would definitely be enough. She muttered in a low voice. Then she began to look for other towns that could be seen. Unfortunately, the angle was wrong. Apart from the town she had seen, she could not see anything else, which made her lose interest. She had no choice but to take a few similar blurry photos. After taking the photos, she looked at the time. There was still some time before the end of the break, so she did not choose to go back to the store immediately, but walked slowly in the forest. Another advantage of this sunset forest is that it has its own strong interest, which leads to the fact that there are no terrible snakes, insects, rats or ants in this area. Although she does not know how the ecology of this forest is formed without animals, it is here anyway, so there must be a reason for it. On the way back, she saw a piece of white stone, and she went forward to collect them into her personal space. Anyway, it was dangerous here, and Yunyang and the others would definitely not come here to pick up the white stone. If she didn't pick it up, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good energy stone? Do you want to upgrade? Do you want to open a new plane? Yes. Go back to the store. Chin hugged the vending machine of which she couldn't tell what color it was tightly, and she felt dizzy and almost vomited all the food she had for lunch. What was going on? She squinted at the closed door, and before she could see clearly, she spun again. I really wanted to vomit. Help. Chapter 73. It's underwater. After finally stopping spinning, Qin immediately found the direction to the door to the real supermarket, and quickly ran over to open the door. Back in her supermarket, she knelt on the ground and gasped. Even though she finally managed not to vomit, she felt that her urge to vomit had reached the critical point, and if she stayed there for a while longer, she would definitely vomit directly. After her breath evened out, she looked in the direction of the Plain supermarket. Clicking on the operation panel, there are currently 4 Plain supermarkets she can choose from. The 4th Blue Plain supermarket is probably the one that made her dizzy just now. Although she doesn't know what happened, something must have happened. She let out a long sigh again. She stood up with the help of the cabinet beside her, patted her still trembling legs, stomped her feet again, but finally chose not to go in again. She took out her phone and checked the time. It was almost time for the supermarket to open in the afternoon. If she went to a new dimension at this time, she herself didn't know when she would be able to come back. Forget it, you still have to give in when encountering special circumstances, and not be too stubborn. There were still more than 10 minutes before the store opened. She still went to open the door, and then laid down on the recliner behind the cashier counter, and rested with her eyes closed. During the break, her mind was still full of curiosity about the new plane. She was so dizzy just now, and she didn't know what was going on outside. She didn't have time, and she didn't dare to open the door. But since it was a newly opened Plain supermarket, it must be a new plane, and it must be very different from the normal plane. After all, the normal plane would never make her dizzy. Is the boss there? Yes. Qin sat up from the recliner. The sunlight outside shone in at this time and fell on the other person. For a while, she couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, until the other person walked in again. She saw clearly that it was not a familiar face. What do you want to buy? I want to buy 2 more vests. Is it okay? The other person said. Qin suddenly remembered the other party's identity at this time. It's you can buy the vest. Just go inside and get it yourself. It's still 80 yuan each. After all, there is only this one customer who wants to buy a vest at the moment. Even if her memory is not good, she can still remember the other party's situation. The other party nodded, walked to the inside of the shelf. After a while, he took out a few vests. There are only a few, boss. Are you selling them all? Qin looked at the other party's expression, and the vest in his hand. She took a total of 10 vests of this type from Zhang Mingshun. 2 for herself, and the customer had bought 2 before, leaving 6 vests. So the customer now had about 6 vests. The vests were 80 yuan each. So 6 vests would be 480 yuan. Sure. They are put on the shelf to be sold. Qin nodded calmly. Do you need anything else? If you need, you can put the vests here first, and then pick out what you want. No, just the vests. The customer took the vests to the cashier and nodded in front of Qin. You don't have many vests. There are 6 left now. All here. Yes, that's the amount. Qin manually entered the price. 480. Okay. After scanning the payment code, Qin packed the bag for the customer. Just then, a man came in from outside. Boss, you finally opened the store. I'm here to buy some drinks. Qin looked up and said, old rules. Get it yourself. Okay. The other party immediately walked to the beverage machine, and after seeing it clearly, he exclaimed, Boss, you have an iced black tea. Is it the same? Yes, the same. $1 a cup. Qin handed the bag of clothes to the customer in front of her, and smiled and talked to the customer who was getting the drink. I'm afraid you're tired of it. Change the taste. We only drink a little in a day. How can we get tired of it? The other party also smiled. Then I'll get some iced black tea today. Old rules. I won't waste disposable paper cups. Just use a big cup. Okay. Anyway, these people who come to buy drinks always pay more, never less. And Qin naturally won't force them to use disposable cups. Even if the cups are only a few cents each, it's still money. The customer who took the clothes did not leave, but stayed to watch the other party receive the drink. He turned around and asked, Boss, how much is your drink? $1 a cup. But there are only 3 types of cola, orange juice and iced black tea at present. Qin said calmly. If you want to buy, you can directly take a disposable cup. The customer who was receiving the drink looked up at Qin. then looked at the other customer, smiled slightly, and continued to lower his head to receive the drink. The customer held 3 or 4 large cups in his hand. But because there were 3 openings for drinks, he could even receive 3 kinds of drinks at the same time. So there was no need to be modest. "Boss, do you still sell vests?" The customer who was receiving the drink saw the bag in another customer's hand, and through the plastic bag of the supermarket, he saw the vest inside. "Well, 81 pieces. Chin Chin said. 81 pieces. Are they comfortable to wear?" The customer asked again, looking at Chin Chin seriously. Chin Chin smiled. "Not bad." The customer blinked and asked, "Then boss, do you have any stock? If so, I will buy one too." "Not now, but in 2 days." Chin Chin still kept smiling. "If you need it then, you can come and have a look. I won't be the one buying drinks in 2 days. I'll ask someone to bring it to you." "Boss, don't forget it," the customer said, and filled another large cup of drink, screwed on the lid, opened a new cup, and continued to receive the next drink. The customer who bought the vest watched the drink for as long as he took it. He waited until the customer left before he bought a cup of iced black tea. After paying, he left with the iced black tea. The other party did not ask much, and Chin Chin did not say much. She always felt that some things were destined by heaven, so it was better to follow her inner thoughts. From a metaphysical point of view, her rebirth was also part of destiny. The customers left, and Chin Chin clicked on the message that had just rang twice. It was a message from Boss Jia, asking her if she wanted new goods. Chin Chin, yes. 20 pieces of each new item, and the same address, thank you Boss Jia. Fuchi Boss Jia, okay, I'll arrange it. Fuchi Boss Jia, Boss Chin. Your friend has a big business, so much demand. Chin Chin, if you can do business, you must do it. As for demand, it may be because technology has developed too fast in recent years. Many people want to bring some high-tech products to their deceased relatives. Fuchi Boss Jia. That's right, but in our line of work, it's taboo to ask too many questions. I just asked one more question. Don't worry, I will definitely send the goods to you as soon as possible. Chin Chin, thank you. Besides, Boss Jia is still steady in his work. There has never been a situation of failure, but occasionally there are flattened goods, in this case. You can find Boss Jia, he will reissue them. The weather is not too hot today. There are many customers in the supermarket in the afternoon. Most of them come to buy drinks and ice cream. These days almost every household has a refrigerator. The weather is hot. I always like to stock up more, so as not to have nothing when I need to eat and drink. So drinks are almost always bought in boxes, and ice cream is also bought in bags. The demand is high, so Chin Chin just called the supplier and asked them to send another batch of drinks. The weather was hot at this time, and many refrigerated drinks were sold out quickly, and there were basically no expiring drinks. Chin Chin remembered the demand mentioned before, and immediately asked, "Do you have milk? If there is expiring milk, I want it too." The other party flipped through the bill, and quickly replied, "Don't tell me, there is indeed a batch of expiring milk, but it is different from ordinary drinks. If the expiring milk is bad, it is really bad. The weather is so hot, it is estimated that it will really be undrinkable after the expiration date. Is the price cheap?" This was the first question Chin Chin was concerned about. The other party smiled. "It's cheap. It's much cheaper than ordinary expired food. If we negotiate, I think we can get it down to 20 or 30 cents per bottle. Are you sure you want it? If you want it, I'll go get it from you. You just want a drink, so I'll send it to you together." "Sure, as long as the price is cheap, I'm sure. If it's expensive, forget it." Chin Chin told the truth. "I'm also afraid that I can't sell it, and it'll all be in my hands. The cheaper the better. The less loss." "I understand, don't worry, I'll ask for you clearly." After hanging up the phone, Chin Chin waited again. This time it took a little longer, about an hour before she got a reply. But the news was good news. The other party could find a lot of expired food, and some expired milk had a shelf life of 2 months. Considering the hot weather in summer, they wanted to sell this batch of milk as soon as possible. If they waited any longer and let it go bad, then they would lose money. Chin Chin confirmed that this batch of milk was in good condition, but the price was a little higher than the more expired ones. She agreed to it, and asked them to deliver all of them to the supermarket. This time she gave the address of the supermarket. The weather was hot, and everyone could see customers coming and going in the supermarket to buy boxes of drinks. They knew that the supermarket was short of drinks, and if they sent a batch over, Even if the quantity was larger, it would not arouse suspicion. Besides, no one might notice. After all, in such hot weather, she rarely saw even her neighbors, who might not even notice that there was a car delivering goods to the supermarket. The delivery time was the day after tomorrow. Qing looked at the weather forecast. The day after tomorrow was a sunny day, with a maximum temperature of 34 degrees. It was almost evening time. She closed the supermarket shutter door, and stood at the door of the Plain supermarket. First, she closed the doors of several other Plain supermarkets, and then came to the newest Plain supermarket. After opening it, she carefully looked outside, making sure that the Plain supermarket was not rotating, and then she stepped in carefully. The door of the Plain supermarket here is the same color as the door on the panel. Both are blue. She walked to the door, stretched out her hand, and opened it carefully. If there were bad guys outside, she could close it immediately. However, after opening it, the scene in front of her shocked her. Water? Qing stretched out her hand, and her arm went into the water smoothly. Although there was some resistance when her hand came out, she was sure that this was water. Then the Plain supermarket here is under the water? She couldn't help but look up, and she saw a clear scene, which made her unable to tell whether it was under the water for a while. It was dark below. She knelt on one knee, and poked her head out of the door, and also felt a slight resistance, but her breathing was smooth, and it didn't seem like she was in the water. Qing closed her eyes, and continued to look down, but saw a blurry golden scene below. It was a long stretch, and it looked like a golden hill. Could it be that she encountered a golden mountain this time? Chapter 74 Golden Dragon. Maybe it was because the environment under the water was a little dark. Even if she squinted her eyes carefully, she couldn't see what the golden color was. But she was really curious about what it was. So curious that if she couldn't see it clearly today, she would definitely not be able to sleep at night. Qing turned around slightly, searched in her personal space, didn't find what she wanted, got up and went back to her supermarket, and found a large flashlight from the shelf. There are basically no people using such flashlights in the city. But there are still many people using them in the town and in the village. Every once in a while, someone will come to the supermarket to buy a flashlight because the flashlight at home is broken. Therefore, she put some flashlights in her supermarket. This thing has no shelf life, so there is no need to take up space in your pocket. She put 2 large batteries in the flashlight, and after confirming that it can light up, she went to the Plain supermarket again. The door of the Plain supermarket is still open, but the resistance outside did not enter the Plain supermarket, as if it had a natural barrier. But even if there is resistance in the Plain supermarket, it does not affect the empty space under her feet. She really dared not stand, fearing that she would fall down, so she could only lie down carefully again, sticking her head out of the Plain supermarket. The golden thing below was still there. She held the flashlight tightly, turned it on, and shone it downward. Through the reflection of the flashlight, the large golden object below was more glittering, and it looked more like a small mountain. If this was really a mountain of gold, then she would be rich. Even if it was difficult to deal with this mountain of gold in modern times, she could sell it in the ancient plain, or maybe on the wasteland planet. After all, gold was the hard currency in the entire universe. Thinking of this, she became even more excited and began to shake the flashlight in her hand, wanting to determine how big and how long this golden mountain was. Suddenly, the flashlight shook, and Qing's eyes widened instantly, and she turned the flashlight carefully. She seemed to have seen a horn just now. Maybe it wasn't a horn, but a coral. Qing pursed her lips and moved the flashlight to the place where it had just flashed. Then she saw a pair of huge eyes. Then, the Plain supermarket began to shake rapidly again. There was no other support point around her, so she could only hold on to the edge of the Plain supermarket door tightly until the shaking slowly stopped. The moment she stopped, she subconsciously wanted to run. But when the flashlight in her hand flashed again, she saw the golden liquid flowing underneath. It was not like ordinary golden liquid, but rather like blood. The flashlight light swept to the position of the eyes, and she saw that the eyes that were open before were slowly closing. Even so, the huge monster in front of her still made people feel dangerous. But this is a dragon, the legendary dragon, and it is a golden dragon. With just one glance, Qing was sure that this was the dragon in her memory that had been passed down in history for tens of millions of years. Although she was afraid, because it was a dragon, the fear in her heart was always slightly suppressed. She crouched back at the entrance of the Plain supermarket and began to turn the flashlight, and soon found the location where the golden liquid had been left. From this angle, it looked like it had been left from the abdomen, and it was still flowing even now. Obviously, the dragon must have been injured. But with such a big dragon, what could an ordinary person like her do? Qing turned the flashlight and looked at the dragon's head. The dragon had now completely closed its eyes, and seemed to have completely lost its strength. She gritted her teeth, and looked at the wound of the dragon again, took out a roll of hemp rope from her personal space, tied the rope to the vending machine, and threw the other end out of the plain supermarket, and then walked down along the rope. In just a few seconds, she realized something was wrong. After releasing the hemp rope, she did not fall rapidly, but slowly descended. She could not see clearly whether there was water around her, but it felt like the resistance of the water was dragging her, so that she would not fall too fast, and landed smoothly. The body of the dragon was right below the plain supermarket. Qing stood still and looked up, and found that the dragon's tail was near the plain supermarket. She guessed that the two vibrations were probably caused by the stirring of the tail. Seeing the location of the plain supermarket clearly, she quickly determined the location of the wound on the dragon's body, turned around and walked over quickly. After walking a few steps, she saw a pool of golden liquid on the ground. Looking down from the plain supermarket, although there was a lot of liquid, she could only see one side, which was far less spectacular than what she saw now. From the dragon's body to the flowing liquid, there was a distance of 20 to 30 steps. She looked at the dragon's body in the distance, then looked at the pool of golden liquid in front of her, and tried to take a step. Taking the first step, her feet felt soft, as if she was stepping on a sponge. But this should also be part of the protective shield, just like the resistance she felt when she walked out of the plain supermarket. After confirming that there was no problem, she walked much faster, and soon walked to the side of the dragon. The body was bigger than she had imagined. She stood close, and could not even see the top. The diameter of the dragon's waist, even at the thinner part, was at least 3 times her height. But the wound was on the side, she could see and touch it. Looking at the golden liquid coming out of the wound, she frowned subconsciously, turned her head to look at the dragon body whose head could not be seen at all, and took out the hemostatic powder from her personal space. The hemostatic powder was the most common hemostatic powder in modern times. She bought some before returning to the town, but it was not easy to buy, so she didn't save much. The hemostatic powder fell on the wound, slightly covering the wound, but the wound was too big, the hemostatic powder had little effect, and other bandages could not match the dragon's wound at all. Compared to the dragon's complete body, this wound was only a small wound. But in Qing's opinion, it was definitely a big wound. After all the hemostatic powder was used up, it didn't cover too much, and even the place where the hemostatic powder was applied was washed away by the flowing blood, and it started bleeding again. Qing was anxious, and looked at the dragon's wound carefully. She could only try her best, taking out the white stone, red gold sand and soul beads, and applying them to the dragon's body one by one. Strictly speaking, these 3 things are energy, and as soon as they are delivered to the wound, they will be absorbed by the wound. She put all of them in handfuls. Just when Qing was hesitating whether to continue, for fear that the things she put in would have an impact on the dragon, she found that the blood flow from the wound was much less than before. This meant that the things she put in were useful. She was delighted, speeded up, and continued to take out handfuls of these things, and gave them to the dragon, hoping that its wound would heal as soon as possible. Maybe because these things had not played any role in her hands, even if she threw handfuls of them at the dragon, she didn't feel bad. But thinking carefully, even if it was useful, she would probably smash it. After all, this is a giant dragon. Don't move. I'll heal your wounds. If you move, I'll have to go back to the plain supermarket. I can't stand here. If you press me, I'll die. Qing muttered. The giant dragon didn't know whether it heard her words or lost its strength. It didn't move at all. The wound was visibly recovering. Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to send various energy stones in until only a small wound was left, and no more blood flowed. Then she stopped. There was no more to give away. She looked at the empty inventory. Just this one wound. Almost all her savings during this period were spent. But fortunately, energy stone is not in the ordinary sales range of the plain supermarket, otherwise she couldn't take out these things at all. After confirming that the dragon's wound had recovered, she turned around and was about to leave. Stepping on the soft golden liquid again, she looked down and said, "Can I take these? Can you give them to me?" These are all the waste blood that has flowed out. There should be no use. Right? Mumbling to herself, she quickly looked at the motionless dragon, bending down and placing her hand on the golden liquid. Not moving. As expected. It can't be collected? Qin had no regrets, but felt that it was expected. After all, it was the blood of a giant dragon. If it could be taken away by an ordinary person at will, it would be very dangerous. After walking out of the range of the golden liquid, she glanced at the head of the giant dragon. Then you have a good rest. I'm going to rest too. I'll see you tomorrow. After that, Qin opened the panel, selected the Return to the Store button, and instantly returned to the plain supermarket. Looking down from above, without the help of a flashlight, it was still dark below, only the golden color was still conspicuous. Although she didn't know what happened to the dragon, she still hoped that her treatment would be useful. If the dragon woke up later, and the two sides couldn't live in peace, she would just not come to this plain supermarket. In this underwater environment, she only saw the dragon as a customer. So it didn't matter if she didn't do business. She took down the rope that had been hanging down, put it back in her personal space, and put the flashlight in her personal space, and looked at the open door. There are no other customers, and no water will come in. It doesn't matter if it's open. Right? The thought flashed through her mind, and this plain supermarket began to shake again. She no longer had time to consider whether to close the door or not. She quickly opened the door inside and returned to her supermarket. After standing still, she breathed a sigh of relief, patted her heart, and walked upstairs. As more and more plain supermarkets were opened, the scenery outside the second-floor window could be freely chosen. In most cases, she would choose the scenery of Blue Star itself. Although the scenery of different planes was beautiful, if something happened, the risk was also high. It was better to leave only the entrance of the plain supermarket door downstairs. Everything that should be done was done. Qin slept well that night, and woke up naturally the next day. Start a relaxing and happy day. Chapter 75. Modify the battery. There is a small warehouse in the supermarket. Just move the things in there. Qin pointed to a room in the corner of the supermarket. It is called a warehouse, but strictly speaking it should be an empty room. When her parents built the house, they thought of building it bigger. Later, the first floor was rented to someone else as a supermarket, and the extra space was used as a warehouse. The supermarket business was good in the early years, but in the past 2 years, the supermarket business has plummeted. Qin is now running a supermarket herself, and she feels deeply about this. Milk, drinks, and various snack foods and daily necessities all arrived at the supermarket entrance one after another. When the neighbor saw it, she didn't ask any questions and directly took a box of herbal tea from her, muttering that the goods had just arrived and were fresh. In response, Qin smiled and agreed, if you take a whole box of herbal tea, you should buy fresh ones. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention to it for a long time, it will be bad if it expires. It's okay to buy in batches, isn't it? The neighbor said, looking at the supermarket. Your business has been good recently. Better than before. It's all drinks and ice cream, and some daily snacks. In summer, there are many children coming back, and the weather is hot. Now everyone has money at home and is willing to stock up on drinks in boxes. Qin said calmly, and took the initiative. When will our place be off season? When the business is at its worst. How bad can it be? The neighbor was a little embarrassed. It's hard for me to say, but it's your own house, and you don't have to pay rent, so you can always earn more than others. The weather is hot, so I'll go back first. Qin nodded, watching the neighbor carry a box of herbal tea back, and close the door again. The movers came over and said, Boss Qin, there is a truckload of milk in the truck. It is about to expire. We will move it in for you. Please pay attention to the time. Okay. Thank you. I will make sure to sell this batch of goods as soon as possible. Qin still asked someone to put the milk in the small warehouse in the supermarket. After moving it, she picked up the mobile phone next to her and said, Give me the bill. I will transfer the money to your boss. Here. The other party handed the bill to Qin. After all the things were moved, the 2 delivery trucks left one after another. It was still early. Qin pulled down the heavy transparent curtain at the main entrance and processed all the expired foods in the warehouse. In addition to milk, there were also some snack foods in this batch of expired foods. No matter which one, the price was very cheap. The price at her place was basically reduced by 1/10. Something that normally sold for 5 yuan only cost 50 cents, or even less in her hands. The number of a single category was not too large. But when added up, the overall number was not small. If she ate it all by herself, even if she ate it every day, she could eat it for several years. While she was packing, there were still no customers in the supermarket. At noon, she took out a plate of pickled fish from her personal space and had a satisfying lunch with the rice she had cooked in advance. During this time, someone came to buy soy sauce, but he also hurried over on an electric bike and left in a hurry after buying it, without even looking at her. There was a lot of pickled fish in the pot, and she didn't finish it by herself, so she put the remaining half back into her personal space, continued to keep it warm, and continued to eat it at the next meal. After cleaning up the table after dinner, she checked the time, stood up, closed the supermarket door, and headed for the Plain supermarket. She clicked the option to enter the Plain supermarket, and chose the Wasteland Planet Plain. When she was about to enter, she remembered something, turned around and took a clock from the shelf, and took out a painting from her personal space. Just because it can't be sold doesn't mean it can't be hung. Zhang Mingchun was at the entrance of the supermarket, watching Qin Qing hang the clock and painting in the supermarket. And when she finished hanging them, he asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" "Ah? What can I hide from you?" Qin Qing asked back. "You don't have to go through the vending machine to get something from me, right?" Zhang Mingchun pointed at the vending machine in front of him. "It seems so." Qin Qing nodded. "This is not hiding it from you. I didn't really understand its mechanism before. But you don't have too many goods here, so you have to trade." Qin Qing walked closer and looked at Zhang Mingchun's expression. "Are you angry with me?" "I won't be angry with you," Zhang Mingchun said helplessly. "Stretch out your hand." "Oh!" Qin Qing stretched out her right hand, thinking that she was going to give herself something, with her palm facing up. Who would have thought that Zhang Mingchun would directly buckle something on her wrist? Buckled it on her right wrist, and buckled something on her left wrist. Both things looked like ordinary decorations, but she guessed that these two things must be extraordinary. Sure enough, Zhang Mingchun quickly explained the situation of the two things. As expected, they were both weapons, and compared to the previous weapon, these two weapons were less dangerous. It has a double password. You have to open it with your fingerprint, and then scan it with your pupil to enable it, so you won't accidentally unlock it. Zhang Mingchun helped Qin Qing set up the fingerprint and iris input, and said, "You are alone in the ancient times you are going to. I still think it is dangerous. With this, you can be guaranteed to be safe." "It's not that dangerous actually." Qin Qing looked at the two weapons on her wrist. "People in the ancient plains have limited experience of the world, and they all regard me as a god there are. If you ask me for help, you won't just do it with me. It's better to have something than nothing. The more tools you have, the more at ease I can be." Zhang Mingchun held Qin Qing's hand and adjusted the data of the bracelet on her wrist. "Before, I was wondering how to give it to you. Since you can take it directly, it just saves the step of using the vending machine. Then I'll raise the price of the red gold sand in the vending machine for you," Qin Qing said. She always felt a little embarrassed to take Zhang Mingchun's things for nothing. "When I run out of money, you can adjust it. There is a lot of red gold sand. If you adjust it up a little bit, my savings will increase a lot. It will be in time to increase it whenever I need it," Zhang Mingchun said calmly. "I gave it to you not just for you, but mainly to leave some room. In case you find something useful in large quantities later, there must be a shipping window. If it is all used up now, I will have goods here in the future, but I can't sell them to you. Isn't it more disadvantageous?" Qin Qing was persuaded by Zhang Mingchun and felt that what he said made sense. After all, she was not very clear about the situation on the Wasteland Planet. The number of goods that can be bought and sold in the vending machine is limited, so she must choose to sell in large quantities. Then whenever you need to sell goods, or adjust the price, tell me at any time," Qin Qing said. "Well, it's okay." Zhang Mingchun patted the bracelet on Qin Qing's wrist that looked like an ornament. "Try it first. I'll watch it. Since I can give it to you directly, you don't have to worry about you running out of it here." Qin Qing nodded, and operated it several times under Zhang Mingchun's guidance. The two weapons also mainly shoot needles, but they are different from ordinary needles. Not only are they extremely penetrating, but they are also extremely stable in nature, suitable for any chemical substances. The needles on both sides are mainly composed of anesthetic needles and poison needles. Needles are almost fatal. Anesthetic needles do not kill people, but they can make the person who is shot fall down instantly. The only problem is that the anesthetic needle may be shot into the human body and cannot be taken out. If this happens, and you still want to save people, use the strong magnet on it to absorb it. Zhang Mingchun taught Qin Qing how to adjust the magnet to a strong state. Qin Qing nodded repeatedly. Although she did not think she would encounter any danger in the ancient plane, but with these, she felt much more at ease. If something unexpected happened, she did not have to think about escaping immediately, and could resist for a while. Do you need to use the electric bike today? If not, I will modify it for you, increase the speed of the electric bike, and also increase the battery capacity of your electric bike. Zhang Mingchun said. Didn't you say that it was difficult to go to a place every time in the ancient plane? I will modify it for you, and the speed can be at least double than before. Can it really be modified? Qin Qing said happily. If it can be doubled, she will spend much less time on the road in the future. Yes, this is not difficult, mainly considering that you also need to use an electric bike in reality. It is not appropriate for me to make one directly for you, or modify your original electric bike, so that you can use it on both sides. Zhang Mingchun explained. I'm not picky. Whatever you say is what it is. Qin Qing immediately took out the electric bike from her personal space. Then I'll trouble you. If you help me make it faster, I can go further in the future. Zhang Mingchun wanted to modify the electric bike, and time was tight. After the chat, Qin Qing turned and left. After leaving the plane supermarket, she remembered something, and went to get the tablet next to the cash register, and arrived at the plane supermarket on the wasteland planet again. Zhang Mingchun was squatting to check the situation of the electric bike, and raised his head after hearing the sound. I'm afraid you'll be bored, so I'll play a TV series for you. The TV series have been downloaded in advance, and will play automatically. Qin Qing smiled, and placed the tablet in a position where Zhang Mingchun could see it. Tell me what you want to watch later, and I'll download it for you. Even if you're on a wasteland planet, you can't forget entertainment. At this time, Qin Qing clicked on the TV series interface, and the theme song of the TV series came out. Zhang Mingchun looked at the tablet, then at Qin Qing, and smiled. Thank you. I like it very much. Then I'll leave first. I still have to go to other planes to have a look. Qin Qing waved her hand, and turned to leave this plane supermarket. After Qin Qing left, Zhang Mingchun kept looking at the tablet. The TV series played there was unfamiliar to her, but when the theme song sounded, she felt like she was still on Blue Star. It was as if she was in an ordinary car repair shop on Blue Star. Zhang Mingchun held the tools in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up little by little. Chapter 76 Underwater Creatures. Qin Qing pushed the door open carefully, and after making sure it was not shaking, she took a step forward. The door of this plane supermarket was not closed last night, and the moment she stepped into the plane supermarket, she saw the scene outside. It was also noon in this plane, and the sun shone down from above, making her more and more sure that this plane supermarket should be underwater, but there were no creatures around, and she could not see any bubbles, and naturally could not accurately judge the underwater environment. Walking forward to the entrance of the plane supermarket, she looked up and saw some underwater creatures in the sunlight, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. The result was obvious. After confirming the environment outside, she dared not move rashly. She knelt by the door like she did last night, holding the door edge and looking down. The deeper the distance from the water surface, the less likely it was for the sunlight to shine. The darkness below was obviously much darker than above, but it was daytime after all, and she found the golden dragon and its head at a glance. The dragon seemed to be sleeping, with its eyes closed and motionless. Only from the slight movement of its whiskers, it could be seen that it was breathing. Qin Qing held her breath and quietly scanned the entire dragon. This dragon was almost exactly the same as the one in the legend and the ancient painting, but because it was golden, it looked better than the dragon in the ancient painting. From a distance, it really looked like a long golden mountain. At this moment, the dragon opened its eyes. Qin Qing immediately grabbed the edge of the door, fearing that the world would spin again. However, the familiar dizziness did not come. Everything was calm, as if nothing had happened, until the panel of the plane supermarket popped up in front of her. She glanced at the prompt message and asked in shock, "Can I buy dragon blood? I couldn't carry it yesterday." Golden Dragon allows. I can buy dragon blood. Please confirm the purchase price. Underscore 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 she lowered her head again, looking at the giant dragon with its eyes open, and leaned forward. Do you promise to sell the dragon blood to me? The dragon's eyes were also golden, and it looked very beautiful. After Qing Qing asked, the dragon's eyes turned. Are you very weak? Qing Qing asked again. Then I'll come down and get it myself. But I don't want to charge too much. You used the energy stones I saved yesterday, and I used a lot of them. When you are well again, we can discuss it and see if there is anything else to sell. She didn't dare to think about dragon blood anymore. After all, it was the blood of a dragon. It was fine if it had already flowed out. If it was a giant dragon, it would be fine. But she wanted blood. Even if she had 100 guts, she wouldn't dare. The dragon still didn't speak. Qing Qing took a step forward, clicked the panel and took a step, thinking that if something unexpected happened, she could immediately return to the store. Luckily, the accident didn't happen. She took the same steps as yesterday, as if she was supported by something, and was able to walk down step by step, rather than falling down instantly. After landing on the ground, she still felt shrouded, which was different from the feeling of standing on flat ground. If I have to describe it, it was as if the weight was reduced, and her whole body felt light. After standing there for a while to feel the feeling of standing under the water, she slowly walked towards the place where the golden dragon was bleeding. The golden liquid was still there, no different from yesterday. After getting closer, she took a look at the wound of the golden dragon and confirmed that the wound was not bleeding. She was relieved and squatted down to collect the dragon blood. Considering that she had paid a lot, she only priced this batch of dragon blood at $1 per drop. After the price was determined, she put her hand on the dragon blood and successfully collected all the dragon blood, even though it was only $1. After collecting this pool of dragon blood, Jean Long's account also had more than 30,000 deposits, which was equivalent to Jean Long's total of more than 30,000 drops of blood. She felt distressed just looking at so much blood. After confirming that all the blood had been collected, she walked step by step to Jean Long's head. As she got closer, she could see how huge Jean Long was. Even his eyes were extremely huge. Don't talk. I'm afraid that if you talk, you'll rush me far away. Qing Qing negotiated with Jean Long and took out the remaining soul beads. I don't have many energy stones in my hand. This is all I have left. You absorb it. Maybe it will be useful for your recovery. Compared with Jean Long's size, the bag of soul beads in her hand was really a small bag. She estimated that it was not enough for Jean Long to fill his teeth. But she really only had these left. And she almost took out all her money. If it was not a dragon, but some other creature, she would definitely not be willing to take out the energy stones and soul beads in her hand. The golden dragon did not speak. Qing Qing took a look, approached and poured all the soul beads in the bag in front of it, then jumped and ran away quickly, standing in the distance and looking back. In just a moment, the pile of soul beads in front of the golden dragon disappeared. Qing Qing jumped happily on the spot, and then jumped over and said, "It seems that the soul beads are useful to you. Then I will save some more for you. And I will find some energy stones for you. But the quantity may not be a lot." Standing in front of the golden dragon's head for a while, Qing Qing looked at the dim scenery around and the light shining from above, and tried to swim up little by little. After swimming for a while, she looked back and saw the location of the plain supermarket. This plain supermarket was also a small house, which was located on a huge coral tree. If you look closely, you will find that there is a golden object under the plain supermarket. She swam a little further out and looked from a distance, and found that the thing pressed by the plain supermarket was the tail of the golden dragon. Oh my god! No wonder she felt dizzy when she first appeared here. It turned out that she had pressed down the tail of the dragon. She had come to this point, and she was only dizzy in the plain supermarket. She was thankful. She suspected that the golden dragon could swallow the entire plain supermarket with just a slight movement. Qing Qing opened her hands on the spot and experienced the fun of the undersea suspension force. Although she was in the water, she could not feel any moisture. Standing in the water like this, it was like flying in the air. She took out her mobile phone from her pocket, took a few photos of the sea above her head, and took a group of videos. After thinking about it, she also took a photo of the golden dragon below. Hee hee. No one would believe that she really saw a dragon. After taking photos and videos, she swam further away. Because of the protection of the plain supermarket, she could travel almost unhindered in this underwater area. She could go wherever she wanted, which was smoother than on the road. She didn't see any creatures at all. Thinking about it carefully, it might be because of the existence of the golden dragon. After all, the novels all wrote about blood suppression. The golden dragon occupied a piece of land here. Any existence weaker than the golden dragon would definitely not dare to come. She swam all the way to the surface of the water. The moment her head emerged from the water, she could feel the protective shield on her body also surface with her. I thought I could see the beach, but it was all water. I couldn't see any land at first glance. It was all water. In this case, there was nothing interesting around. Of course, she wouldn't dare to go there even if there was. After all, such a huge golden dragon could be injured like that. It must be extremely dangerous around here. She was an ordinary person. She had to be careful even when going to the ancient plane, let alone this plane where she didn't know what was going on. Thinking of this, she didn't feel sorry for not being able to see the land around her. She immediately called out the plane supermarket panel and chose to go back to the plane supermarket. After entering the supermarket, the protective shield on her body disappeared. After walking in the water, she was not wet at all. She walked to the door, held the door frame and talked to the golden dragon below. I'm going back first. I will try my best to find more energy stones for you. Have a good rest. After that, she still did not close the supermarket door and left the plain supermarket here. It was still early, and she subconsciously wanted to go to the ancient plane. There were still many white stones to pick up in the depths of the sunset forest. But just as she was about to leave, she remembered that her electric car was modified by Zhang Mingshun. It was impossible for her to walk to the depths of the sunset forest by herself. She could only wait a little longer. After all, she couldn't pick up too many white stones in a short period of time. For a giant like the golden dragon, a little bit of white stones probably wouldn't have much impact. She really had nothing to do, so she continued to pack up the goods in the warehouse and the supermarket. She put everything that should be put into the portable space, and put everything that couldn't be damaged in the warehouse, and waited for a chance to deal with it later. While packing, she walked to the door, and suddenly saw the milk tea machine next to the beverage machine. She can make milk tea by herself. It seems that she bought a batch of raw materials before, but she is too lazy to do it, and there are not enough containers. If she makes it for herself, there is no need to use ordinary disposable milk tea cups. She can make a big bucket at a time and divide it when she wants to drink. If she makes pearl milk tea, the pearls need to be boiled. The milk tea also needs to be boiled. She also needs to adjust the taste by herself, 30% sugar, 50% sugar, 70% sugar. How much sugar is it? By the way, she seems to have not bought enough coconut flakes, so she can buy some semi-finished coconut flakes, and then make them after buying them, and make more at one time, so as not to waste time. Thinking about it, she covered the plastic film on the milk tea machine again, to ensure that the milk tea machine would be clean when she came back to make it. Otherwise, she would have to clean it, which would be more troublesome, and would make her less willing to make milk tea. After covering the plastic film, she took out her mobile phone and checked the time again, and her eyes subconsciously swept towards the supermarket door. When she turned her head, she found that someone had stood at the door of the supermarket at some point. When she saw her looking over, she immediately smiled and greeted her. Qing looked at the sky outside and immediately went to open the door. Why didn't you knock? Boss Qin has time to think about it. We can't disturb him. The other party smiled and said. In fact, we didn't arrive for long, and we just wanted Boss Qin to show up and see us as soon as possible. As they were talking, someone got out of the car not far away and called her softly, Sister. Qing looked over and smiled when she saw the little girl. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. The little girl nodded obediently. The little girl's mother added, The doctor said she can rest at home. We thought we would bring her to see you. She still remembers you. The girl's mother smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. It's not necessary. Qing looked at the little girl again. Come to the supermarket. It's hot outside. Sit inside for a while. The little girl came closer, took Qing's hand, and looked up at her. Sister, I listened to you. I'm back. Qing raised her other hand and rubbed the girl's head. You're so good. Chapter 77 Testing the Price. Boss Qin, you must accept this. Qing looked at the key in her hand. Although she didn't know what it was, she still refused subconsciously. The gifts you gave me before were already very generous. This is not necessary. This is just our small token of appreciation. You don't know that there is only one child in our family for generations. If something happens to the child, our whole family will not have a good life. And even the elderly will have more serious problems. So you should accept it. It's not expensive. We can only feel at ease if you accept it, the girl's mother said seriously. The girl was being dragged by an old man to go shopping in the supermarket, buying her favorite snacks. Qing Qing looked at the girl and said, "Your family really dotes on the child." "Yes. She is the baby of our family." "Really? My husband and I are both only children. And the child is also our only daughter. If she really has any serious problems, we really can't stand it." The girl's mother held Qing Qing's hand tightly. "Please accept it." "Okay." Hearing this, Qing Qing had to nod. Seeing that she accepted it, the girl's mother smiled happily. Qing Qing asked at this time, "What is this key? I almost forgot to introduce it to you." The girl's mother pulled Qing Qing up, walked to the supermarket entrance, pointed to the small car parked not far away. "That's it. It's not a car, but a small four-wheeled electric car, so you don't need a driver's license or anything. You're usually in the supermarket, and the weather is hot. We thought of buying you a car for transportation. When you go out later, you can drive it. The car is fully equipped, and there is air conditioning. It's just right for driving at this time." Qing Qing looked at the blue car carefully. "This is a bit. They've all been transported here." The girl's mother took Qing Qing's hand. "The trucks that were transported here have all left. You accept it? Otherwise we will have to spend time to bring it back. The price is really not expensive. Much cheaper than a normal car." "Okay. Since it is your intention, I will accept it." Qing Qing turned around and went into the supermarket with the girl's mother. "The child has just recovered. You have to take good care of him. If there is anything, you should send him to the hospital. I can't do anything big. We understand. If this kind of thing is really fate, we will accept it. After this incident, we will pay more attention to the child's condition. The doctor also said that we need to observe more in the future," the girl's mother said, turning around to look at the girl who was choosing snacks. And a smile appeared on her face. Qing Qing saw the smile of the girl's mother and the girl's happiness, and chuckled. The group did not stay in the supermarket for too long. When they were leaving, several adults were carrying a large bag of snacks, probably to patronize Qing Qing's supermarket. The shelf life of these snacks was sufficient, and they could be eaten for a long time without expiring. So Qing Qing did not say much. However, when they were about to leave, Qing Qing still asked them to take some drinks. The girl might not need to drink the drink at this time, but she had experienced an out-of-body experience after all. And drinking more drinks containing soul power would not do any harm to the girl. Several people understood what Qing Qing meant, and bought a large bottle of mineral water in the supermarket. After pouring all the water in the mineral water into the kettle provided by Qing Qing, they took a large bottle of beverage from the mineral water bottle. The girl took the initiative to reach out and left with a bottle of orange juice. After their car drove away, Qing Qing glanced at the electric car parked not far away, turned around and temporarily closed the supermarket door, and walked towards the electric car. Strictly speaking, this car is actually called an electric four-wheeler, and it has another nickname, called Lao Tu Lu. Because it is not a car, you don't need a driver's license to drive this car. Many elderly people drive this car to buy groceries. A few years ago, there were many such cars in the city. In the past 2 years, due to stricter supervision, the number of cars has decreased. It is suitable to drive this small car around town. There are a total of 4 seats in the car. Compared with normal cars, the 4 seats in this car are relatively crowded. If it is bigger, it can probably only seat 2 people. The operation is even simpler, similar to electric tricycles. Qing Qing started the car skillfully, turned on the air conditioner, and drove around the town. The more she drove, the more she felt that this car was particularly convenient to use in the town. The price was indeed not expensive, ranging from a few thousand to 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Boss Qin. Aunt Chui. "It's so hot. Why did you go out?" "I was so stuffy in the house. I came out for a walk, and I'm going back now." Chui Yun looked at the car Qing Qing was driving and asked with a smile, "Did you buy a new car?" "I didn't buy it. It was given to me by someone else. And it's not a real car. It's just an ordinary electric four-wheeler." Qing Qing rolled down the window and talked to Chui Yun. "It will be more suitable for transportation in the town in the future. It will be very useful on rainy days and hot days." After confirming that Su Xinyang was doing well in the soul world, Chui Yun and Su Qiuping didn't contact Qin Qing too often during this period. And when they occasionally went to the supermarket to buy things, they didn't necessarily ask too many questions. This state, it seems to have returned to the situation before Su Xinyang got into trouble. When he was at work. Such a commuter vehicle is good. We will buy one later. Can we buy it online? Chui Yun asked. Yes. And it is easy to drive. With just a few operating buttons. Qin Qing said. And actually showed Chui Yun how to drive this electric four-wheel vehicle. After watching it, Chui Yun nodded. This is really good. Chui Yun said again. We also plan to buy 2 good computers. Now is the internet age. Many jobs can be completed on computers. After buying computers, we can take some jobs online, make some money, and live a good life in the future. Really? Qin Qing asked in surprise. Seeing Chui Yun nodded, she smiled and congratulated. That's good. You can really settle down here in the future. Yes. We plan to live a good life. Chui Yun looked at Qin Qing and said, we are very happy. And we will be able to live a good life in the future. Qing smiled. There was no more anger between her eyebrows. I will trouble Boss Qin to take care of me in the future. No, you should take care of me. Qin Qing also smiled. I like the dishes you send from time to time. If not, I can't eat such a rich meal. She would not tell others about her hoarding of food. Chui Yun would still send some of her prepared food to Qin Qing from time to time as before. Compared with the food Qin Qing hoarded, the dishes Chui Yun sent were more diverse, which allowed her to always eat different kinds of food. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Seeing that Chui Yun was about to be exposed to the sun, Qin Qing took the initiative to say that she wanted to go back to the supermarket. The car drove forward for a while. She looked back through the window and saw Su Qiuping hurried over and helped Chui Yun walk. The two seemed to have argued for a few words, but soon they looked at each other and smiled. Seeing this scene, she knew that the two had completely moved on. No, it was not completely moved on, but they had calmly accepted the fact that their son was in another world and would have a different life with them. Qin Qing drove all the way back to the supermarket and parked the electric four-wheeler in the garage. The garage next to the supermarket was not small, enough to park 3 or 4 tricycles, and a large car could barely park. But most of the time, her car was placed in the portable space, and there was not even a car in the garage. After locking the garage door, she went to open the door of the supermarket. Computers and tablets. She needed to buy 2 more. Qin Qing clicked on the shopping platform, searched for electronic products, and looked around, and then looked at her savings. She still has several million in savings, which is enough to buy electronic products. But she feels a bit of a loss to spend money on expensive electronic products at this time. After the extreme weather came, the prices of all items with a shelf life, whether food or daily necessities, continued to rise, while the prices of electronic products continued to fall, and they became almost as cheap as cabbage. After all, in the face of survival, the value of entertainment activities is really vulnerable. Otherwise, wait a little longer. At this time, it is more important to stock up on real goods. Since opening the plain supermarket, strictly speaking, her overall balance has been greater than her expenditure, mainly due to the durian she sold before, which amounted to 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. In addition, the inventory she stocked was almost expiring, and the price was much lower than normal. Adding up everything, she only spent nearly 200,000 yuan in total. With this calculation, she still had a surplus of more than 100,000 yuan from selling durian. Qin Qing took the notebook and looked at the purchase records on it. After calculating today, she was still shocked by the 200,000 yuan she calculated. She thought she had only spent 130,000 or 140,000 yuan during this period. According to this expenditure, it won't be long before she spends all the money she earns from durian. And then she will have to use the capital from selling her house. It's not that she feels sorry. After all, that money was originally intended to be used to stock up. But she is afraid that if she spends it too quickly, the stock she has will not be enough. If she needs something urgently later, but can't find the expired ones, she can only buy them at normal prices, and the cost will increase. The things she bought during this period, according to the average price, half of the expired price, normally cost 400,000 to buy, not to mention that some of them are more than half the price. For example, canned herring. The original price is 200. The discounted price is 20, which is a 10% discount. After calculating the bill, her impulse to buy electronic products was instantly suppressed. She should wait and see when there will be cheap electronic products. She has a limited balance on hand, and she can save a little bit, and every penny must be spent wisely. At this time, the mobile phone rang. "Hello, how are you?" "Yes, I am still accepting expiring items. Anything is fine, without a limit on the date, as long as it is not bad." "Instant noodles?" "Instant noodles are fine, I can take it." "How many packs?" 80,000 packs? Isn't that a bit too much?" Ching asked, writing down the number in a notebook. Based on the instant noodles that cost 50 cents a pack last time, these 80,000 packs would cost 40,000 yuan. It's not that she can't take them, but she can't just eat instant noodles every day after the apocalypse. Right? The amount of instant noodles consumed in the ancient plane is also very limited. There's nothing I can do about it. I've taken over someone else's business. I don't know how many things are in the warehouse. I just counted them. There's still a lot of instant noodles left in the warehouse. They're all in boxes. The shelf life is only half a month. Such a large amount of inventory is really hard to sell at once. Boss Chin, you have connections there. You can take it over and try. As long as you sell some of it, you can make money. Even so, the quantity is too much. Well, Boss Chin wants it. I'll give you a real price. A pack of instant noodles is 30 cents. The actual quantity is a little more than 80,000. Let's calculate it based on 80,000 packs. 24,000. All this batch of goods is yours. It's 16,000 lower than she expected. But Chin could hear the other party's anxiety, and the instant noodles that she took from him last time at 50 cents a pack. She tentatively said, "Is 23,000 okay? If you can, I'll take it. If it doesn't work, 24,000 is not impossible." The other party was very straightforward and agreed immediately. "Sure. I'll send it to you right away." Chin, I still feel the price is too high. Chapter 78 Bored. Can I send a car to deliver it to you? Okay. Chin finally agreed. Although she suspected that she had quoted a high price, this price was relatively reasonable. After all, the goods in her hands could be recycled, which was cheaper than buying instant noodles normally. This time, the goods came from the seller who sold instant noodles before. The original batch of goods was delivered to the supermarket. This time, she chose the old factory. 80,000 packs of instant noodles, divided into 24 packs per box. There are more than 3,300 boxes, which are not easy to store in the supermarket. The goods are still paid upon delivery, and the delivery time is agreed upon. When it is delivered, just call her. In the next 2 days, she did not run out, and waited for Zhang Mingchun to modify her electric car, and took out energy stones from the 3 planes and fed them to the Golden Dragon. When she went to the seabed, where the Golden Dragon was several times later, it did not rotate as fast as at the beginning. She went out to take a look, and found that the Golden Dragon pulled its tail out from under the plane supermarket when she was not there, so even if the tail shook, it would not cause the plane supermarket to shake. At noon, Chin finished eating the pickled fish she had eaten 2 days ago, packed up the fast food box, washed it, folded it, and put it in her personal space, and would deal with it together with the beverage bottles in her personal space when she had time. She dealt with it cleanly, and it would be much easier to recycle it later. Pushing open the door to the plane supermarket, she saw Zhang Mingchun sitting outside the open door. "I have modified the electric bike for you. Not only is the speed several times higher than before, I also replaced the parts and batteries for you. They are all interstellar parts. Although they are all obsolete, they are much better than the parts of Blue Star technology." Zhang Mingchun called Chin over. "After replacing the new parts, you can ride the electric bike very steadily on the ancient ground." "So fast?" Chin stepped forward quickly, looking at the electric bike that looked almost the same as before, and asked in surprise, "Then can I take it away today? Are you busy?" Zhang Mingchun put away the toolbox. "Not really. I just want to go to ancient times for a visit. Other cars are not as convenient as electric cars. I also thought that maybe I could buy another electric car online, but I just can't bear to spend the money." Chin looked at the electric car carefully, and continued to talk to Zhang Mingchun. "When extreme weather comes, the price of this kind of car will drop a lot. It's not about money, but mainly about exchanging with food. I can exchange a small amount of food for a lot of electronic products and transportation." She estimated that she would not be able to eat the food she had stockpiled before the extreme weather really came. and she would have to go to the city from time to time to buy a batch. Buying 30,000 yuan worth of food at a time, if you save a little, you can eat for 1 or 2 years. If she wants to live a few more years, she must stock up at least 100,000 yuan. If she wants to eat well, 200,000 or 300,000 yuan is also necessary. If she needs to run several plain supermarkets at that time, she will need to stock up even more goods. Didn't you say that someone gave you an electric four-wheeler? Please leave it here in a few days, and I will modify it for you. Zhang Mingchen said. Then I will see if I can make a car out of the garbage thrown away by others. The garbage and food dumped by those people are basically not intact, but there are still some parts that they don't like. I will help you assemble it, so you can spend less money. That's good, then I'll wait for you to help me assemble it. Qin Qing said happily. The electric car in front of her was already assembled. After Qin Qing tried it, and found it usable, she put it into her personal space. By the way, I have collected a batch of the clothes you mentioned before, and put them in the vending machine. You can take them when you need them. Zhang Mingchen pointed at the vending machine. Qin Qing clicked it and took a look. What about 100 pieces? Is it enough? Zhang Mingchen asked. Yes, it is definitely enough. Qin Qing nodded immediately. If these 100 pieces are sold at the price I set before, I can make 8,000 yuan. I will put a link online later. I won't say what it does, but just say that it is made of good material. Maybe someone will be willing to buy it. The vest of 80 yuan a piece seems a bit expensive to her, but not everyone will think it is expensive, as long as the material is good, let alone 80 pieces. Even if it is 800 or 8,000 pieces, there will be people willing to buy it. After saying that, Qin Qing remembered something. I saw you here these 2 days. Will it delay your work? Isn't it said that garbage should be picked up as soon as it is thrown away? She looked at Zhang Mingchen, and saw Zhang Mingchen pointed at the vending machine, and said with a smile, I'm not going to pick up my own food now. Besides, you are usually busy in your supermarket in the morning and afternoon, and you didn't notice that I am not here sometimes. That's good. I was just afraid of troubling you. Qin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll leave first. Don't worry. I will pay attention to when your vending machine can be upgraded. And when it can be upgraded, I will definitely upgrade it for you as soon as possible and give you what you want. Take your tablet with you. You will use it yourself. Right? Zhang Mingchen pointed to the tablet in the corner of the plain supermarket. It's okay to lend it to you. I can use my phone myself. Qin Qing waved her hand. I'll come and get it in 2 days. I'll also buy you a new batch of TV series. After that, she left the plain supermarket. Zhang Mingchen looked at Qin Qing's disappearing back, and then glanced at the tablet, with her fingers slightly bent. It's not that she didn't want to watch it, but she didn't dare to watch it, fearing that the more she watched, the more she hated her current life. Obviously, in the past 10 years, she only wanted this planet to disappear completely. For this, she spent more than 10 years of hard work. And now, she is trying to change this planet. Whether such a change is good or bad, even she herself is not sure. It is easy to come back, but hard to go out. Qin Qing rode the electric bike through the forest, thinking that if she could be like those games, one-click transfer, and go to any place she wants to go. It is good now. As long as she is sure to go back to the store, she can come back immediately, but it still takes a lot of time to go out every time. When she came to the main road, she glanced at the speed dial, adjusted the speed button, and raised the speed level little by little. Oh wow! This speed is amazing! Especially when driving on an official road without people, the speed is almost the same as driving on the highway. The journey that originally took more than an hour was shortened by more than 20 minutes, and this was when she controlled the speed. If she drove at the fastest speed, the time could be reduced. When she came to the city gate again, Qin Qing greeted the guards at the gate with familiarity. The guards were also very familiar with her, and did not ask any more questions, and directly let her go into the city. Until then, the people in the prefectural government reacted, and stumbled over to greet her. Miss Qin, we will go to disperse the people now. It doesn't matter, I'll just drive slower. Qin Qing said calmly. Can I go directly to the prefectural government now? Yes, of course, Miss Qin. Please do as you please. Qin Qing smiled and thanked, riding the electric bike inside, honking the horn as she walked, and everyone who heard the sound instantly stepped back. She felt a little embarrassed, pulled a handful of silver beads from her bosom, and bought things at the stalls while walking. She didn't buy food, but bought a lot of other things, such as wood carvings, paper cuttings, rattles, which didn't cost much in total. Silver beads are also a kind of currency. She bought them on Taobao, at a few yuan per gram, which was just enough to exchange for these little things. She walked and bought all the way, and when she arrived at the prefect's mansion, she was holding a basket of little things. She also bought a basket, a rattan basket sold by someone on the roadside. Because she was driving too slowly, when the car arrived at the prefect's residence, the old lady was waiting at the door again. Old lady, don't worry about me. I came here by myself. Qing parked the electric car and put away a basket of small things. I'm so sorry. I saw a lot of new and strange things on the way here, so I walked a little longer. Miss Qing likes new and strange things. The mansion also found some for Miss Qing. The old lady said with a smile. You are still a little girl. It's normal to like new and strange things. I just like to play. Qing walked to the old lady. Old lady looks good today. Really? The old lady touched her face and smiled immediately. Yes. I rested well these days. I have to thank Miss Qing for the soul-soothing pills. Then you may have neurasthenia before, Qing said, seeing the old lady's puzzled expression. She explained. Was old lady awakened by the slightest movement before? Yes. Yes. Miss Qing also dabbled in this? The old lady asked excitedly. That's not true, but neurasthenia is very common, and the Enhun pill does have some effect on neurasthenia. There are actual cases, and many people are like this nowadays, not to mention the old lady. I'll leave you another Enhun pill later, and you'll feel better after taking it. She couldn't get the drink, but the soul beads would work, and the effect of the soul beads is much better than the soul power in the drink, taking 2 or 3 pills, and most of the neurasthenia can be cured. But it may not be impossible to relapse later. If there is still mental stress or something, neurasthenia will still occur. It was just like her soul beads could calm people's souls, but they couldn't heal the dead. Qing followed the old lady into the hall. There was still an ice basin in the hall today, and someone was standing by the side fanning the air, which brought a lot of coolness to the open hall. She saw Jiao Mei drawing, and took out a blank scroll from her personal space and handed it to her. This is for you. The drawing paper I gave you before was too small, which limited your creativity. This one is a little bigger, so you can draw whatever you want. She didn't have to take it away after she finished drawing. She left the things here before, saying that she was borrowing them. But she didn't say how long she would borrow them. As long as she took the things back one day, it would be considered a loan, not a gift. Thank you, Miss Qing. After giving this, Qing chatted with everyone awkwardly for a while, mainly because there was a big gap between ancient people and modern people. There was really no topic. The few times she came before, she spent her time watching performances, so if she wanted to chat today, she could only chat awkwardly. Fortunately, the old lady also felt embarrassed, and quickly took out the things she had prepared in advance to give to Qing. The toys in ancient times also had their own characteristics, and there were many exquisite ones, which were expensive at first glance. For example, embroidered fans, in her opinion, are very beautiful and expensive. However, some things in terms of craftsmanship can also be made in modern times. In addition, she has seen too many machine embroidery, and she does not have a strong aesthetic sense. Even if she knows it is expensive, she just wants to see it for fun. It is really boring. She even considers whether to come here to play in the future. The entertainment activities of ancient people are more scarce than she imagined. If Miss Qing is free, we can go out for a walk together. Qing subconsciously glanced at the big sun outside. The old lady was anxious, fearing that Qing would not come again, and said, I don't know what Miss Qing likes. I can ask someone to prepare it. Qing took out her mobile phone and checked the time. She came quickly today, and there was still more than an hour before the afternoon work. Play mahjong? Chapter 79. Too much is as bad as too little. 3 of a kind. Pong. 5 bamboos. Gang. It doesn't seem difficult. It's similar to playing with leaf cards. It's not difficult. The calculation of the points is not complicated, and we just play casually. There's no need to be so particular. Play for 2 days, and everyone will be able to do it. Qing pushed the cards in front of her down, and rubbed the cards for the next round manually. In ancient times, there were leaf cards, which were almost the prototype of mahjong. Qing wanted to play the simplest self-drawing winning method, and everyone quickly learned how to play. But Qing is more skilled. After playing one round after another, she earns a lot. The mahjong machine was also taken from her original house in the city. It was originally a fully automatic mahjong machine. But there was no electricity in ancient times, so she could only play mahjong by hand. There are few people in the town now, and she only has time to rest at noon. No one asks her to play mahjong. She played a few games today, which can be regarded as satisfying her addiction to playing mahjong. Just after stacking the cards, Qing looked back and said, "Sanyang, play a round for me. I don't know how to play." "It doesn't matter. You can play." "No one knows how to play." Qing stood up and gave up her seat. "I will leave the mahjong machine to you before I go back today. You can play a few rounds when you are free." After Sanyang sat down, Qing walked aside. There was no sound of mahjong behind her. She turned around and waved her hand. "You guys play, don't worry about me. I'll add some ice cubes. In such hot weather, the ice cubes will melt quickly here. Without ice cubes, it's really uncomfortable to play mahjong in this weather." After saying that, she happened to be standing next to a large basin where ice cubes were stored, took out a whole large ice cube from her personal space, and put it in the large basin. She put ice cubes in the other basins one by one. Sure enough, not long after the ice cubes were put in, the wind from the electric fan, and the wind from the fans in the hands of the maids beside her were much cooler than before. After finishing these things, she did not sit down again immediately, but stood behind Sanyang, watching her play mahjong. As she watched, she could not help but bend down and say, "Look here. Play this and this. It is obvious that the card behind is played, and you touch the card. The chance of winning is higher. Right?" "Yes. It is true," Sanyang said happily. "Then should I play this? Then this? And then touch these cards? Then I can win? Smart. That's it." Qing nodded. "Sanyang, you really understand it at once. You still understand it clearly." Sanyang pursed her lips and smiled, and played one of the cards. 8 barrels. The 3 people on the side saw the scene, and could not help laughing. "Miss Qing, you teach Sanyang. But it makes us embarrassed. We don't know how to play." "Who told me to have a good relationship with Sanyang?" Qing was not stingy to express the relationship with Sanyang. "But the rules are not difficult. You can play it quickly. Then I will play a few more games with you, and let you win the money from me. Then it's settled." 5. Miss Qing is a man of her words. Wait for us to learn more, but you still have to play with us. 7. Touch, 20,000. The material of this mahjong is really comfortable to touch, comparable to jade. It's not as good as jade, it's far worse than jade. The material of mahjong is not worth much in our place. Qing took out a bottle of iced watermelon juice, held it in her hand, and took a big sip. "I'll go back later and lend you the mahjong machine. You can just play with it." "How can this be good?" the old lady said embarrassedly. "I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you." "It's okay." Qing took another sip of watermelon juice. "I also took a lot of things from you." She had been here for more than 2 hours, and she didn't dare drink too much water, for fear of having to go to the toilet. It was almost time, and she would definitely drink more, so that she could go to the toilet soon. She was not addicted to playing mahjong, but playing a few games occasionally was really satisfying. But it was too hot at this time, and the chairs of the rich families were made of good wood, so but hurt after sitting for a long time. After watching a game, Sanyang gave up her seat, and she sat down to play a few more games of mahjong. She was not very lucky in these games, and lost a lot of the money she had won before, but she still won overall. When it was almost 2 o'clock, she stood up. "I'm leaving first, and I'll come back to play in 2 days when I'm free." "Miss Qing, are you really not going to take this mahjong machine with you?" The old lady also stood up. No. Qing waved her hand. "I said I'll lend it to you, so you can use it. Practice by the way, and I'll come back to play with you in 2 days." The portable space had been exposed long ago, and she had put the things she should take away in the space early in the morning. Now that she said she was leaving, she directly called out the panel, and chose to go back to the store. After returning to the store, she remembered that the electric fan was still there. She glanced at the bright and hot sky outside, and after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. It would take a lot of time to go back now. Anyway, the plain supermarket had restrictions, and she couldn't send the things out even if she wanted to. She just left it there. After playing mahjong for more than 2 hours, although she didn't sweat too much, she felt wet. It might be that the cool wind from the electric fan brought the moisture of the ice. After returning to the supermarket, she tied up her hair and took a quick shower. After the dampness on her body dissipated, she finally felt much more comfortable. At the same time, the people in the prefect's mansion discovered the electric fan. Miss Jean didn't take it with her. Can we still use it? How do we use it? A group of people stopped playing mahjong and gathered in front of the electric fan, feeling the wind coming towards them. This wind is really strong. Much stronger than the wind from a fan. Where do you think Miss Jean lives? It really feels like she lives in heaven. She must be in heaven. Otherwise, where would she get so many good things? There are no such things in the palace. If Miss Jean lived in the mortal world, she would definitely have these things in the palace. That's right. Then Miss Jean is really a fairy in heaven. Everyone knows that Miss Jean is a fairy. But the key is how to use this thing? How to turn it off? I think I saw it before, San Yang said softly, and then looked at everyone. And after everyone nodded, she carefully reached out and pressed a certain place. The moment the button was pressed, exclamations were heard from all around. It's really slow. Stop. Stop. It really won't turn. Can it still work? San Yang reached out again, pressed the gear, and the electric fan naturally turned again. It's really a fairy thing. So powerful. Qing walked to the cashier counter, picked up the remote control, and turned on the air conditioner. It was cloudy in the morning, not so hot, but in the afternoon, the dark clouds here dissipated, and the temperature rose instantly. The air conditioner was set at low temperature. After a while, the temperature in the supermarket dropped. Feeling the comfortable temperature, Qing relaxed. Putting her phone aside, she raised her hand to tighten her bun, and then laid down on the recliner. The temperature of the recliner was still a little high. She turned around, touched the recliner with the smallest contact area, and then took out her phone and opened the short video platform. There was new feedback on the videos I had sent out before, but the content of the feedback was very different. The videos of playing the piano and painting are basically full of praise, praising the people who play the piano and paint, while the video of the Golden Dragon is more about praising the special effects. After shooting the video of the Golden Dragon, Qing uploaded it to the short video platform, saying that she saw a real Golden Dragon. But obviously, no one took this to heart. The special effects are amazing. It really touched my heart. The details are worth pondering. What a beautiful Golden Dragon. The person who made this video is really skilled. Could it be that the young lady who painted in front painted it? It doesn't look like it. The styles of the paintings on both sides are different. The young lady who painted obviously painted antique paintings. And the level of detail of this dragon. To be honest, that young lady definitely can't draw it. Let alone the young lady. Such a dragon. And it has to be made dynamic. I feel that only the top painters can do it. And the painting is the same as the real one. This level is not something that ordinary people can do. But the bloggers' videos are really high quality, whether it's the two young ladies, the Golden Dragon, or the videos and photos posted earlier. They are all very special. The first few photos are also painted. I've never seen such an environment in reality. Are you talking about the two moons? And the one with Golden Nanmu? Golden Nanmu should be a special effect, which is easier to make than the dragon under the sea. Follow the blogger. Looking forward to the blogger posting more exciting videos in the future. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. She didn't think that the few videos she posted would make everyone believe that the other world really exists. In fact, she had considered several times whether to tell others about the existence of the other world. But firstly, the matter was too unbelievable. And secondly, just like the restrictions on her selling goods in the plain supermarket, she always felt that there was a restriction deep in her heart, telling her that she could be flamboyant, but not too flamboyant. The whole thing revealed that too much is as bad as too little. After watching the short video, Qing stood up and walked to the inner shelf, cleared a small space, and stacked the clothes she had taken from Zhang Mingshun not long ago in the empty space. Then put on the item label and price tag. Vest, 80 yuan per piece. Took another hanger, hang the clothes up, found a bright and empty place, and lined up a few photos after hanging them. Then edited the photos on the short video platform, added the corresponding keywords, wrote a string of fancy adjectives to describe the vest, and submitted it. The price of vests on the platform is slightly higher than that in the store. With the postage, the unit price is 88 yuan per piece. After submitting, the platform popped up a prompt, asking her if she needs traffic promotion. Qing just glanced at the basic price behind the traffic promotion, and then turned off this item, And by the way, forever turned off the option that required traffic promotion. Of course, it was impossible to have more money, let alone 1 or 200. Even 1 or 2 yuan would not work. After all, when she bought instant noodles, she only bought a few cents a pack. She didn't need a lot of traffic. So she just went with the flow. Chapter 80 Small Whirlpool. Is this the thing that the person left behind? We haven't seen her yet. Don't come. If you anger Miss Qin, she will never come again. That would be a loss. The man from the prefectural governor's mansion said seriously. Why do you have so much luck? The man on the other side said with a hint of sourness. But I heard that the news has spread to the capital. It won't be long before someone comes. Even if someone comes from the capital, they must abide by Miss Qin's rules. The man from the prefectural governor's mansion raised his head proudly. Otherwise, if you anger Miss Qin, that person will definitely become the target of public criticism. If Miss Qin never comes again, it will be a loss for everyone. If it is really a stupid and bad person who makes trouble, my uncle will definitely not let him go. Okay, you got the favor of others because of that Sanyang. Why are you so proud? This was said with particular dissatisfaction. Sanyang is also a member of our family now. Besides, we haven't treated her badly. She is fine. Miss Qin will definitely not say anything. Besides, Miss Qin also took pictures of Sister Yuan and took Sister Zhao's paintings. If we talk about the person who has the best relationship with Miss Qin, it must be someone from our family. As they were talking, people gathered around the mahjong machine and marveled at the mahjong on it. Modern mahjong is made of resin and plastic, and its main feature is lightness and translucency. Such materials were rare in ancient times, but they are very common in modern times. Qin wanted to buy mahjong, and she could buy it anytime. So she just put the mahjong machine here. But in the eyes of ancient people, the material of mahjong was really special. So special that people dared not touch it. Madam, we have found a craftsman. If all the craftsmen work together, we can make a set of mahjong in just 2 days. The servant whispered. Okay. The old lady nodded. In this way, when Miss Qin comes again, we can play with her. We will also have a set of mahjong at that time. We will also have one at home. If there is a chance in the future, we can also play a few games with Miss Qin. It's just that it's very hot today. The person who spoke fanned vigorously. Miss Qin plays mahjong with you here. Is it the same? Before the old lady could speak, a little girl next to her smiled and said, That's right. When Miss Qin was here, there were ice cubes all around. And with the electric fan that Miss Qin brought, it was very comfortable to play mahjong in the cool breeze. Even so, how much ice cubes can you still have at home? Why don't you go to our house next time? We have a big yard, and there are shade trees on the side, which is cooler than yours, and we have more ice cubes at home, which can be used for a while longer. Our house is also good, we have ice cubes at home. It's too late for you to say this. If you had said this earlier, our old lady might still hesitate, but now, as long as Miss Qin is here, if there is a shortage of ice cubes, she will make up for it. When Miss Qin leaves, there will still be some ice cubes left, stored in the cold storage. She can use it directly when she comes next time. Someone in the prefectural governor's mansion said with a smile, and his words were full of happiness. Miss Qin prepared ice for you? Of course, it appeared as soon as she said it. If it weren't for Miss Qin, the ice in our house wouldn't last long. Then you are really lucky. Everyone was talking, the maids around, including these people themselves, were fanning themselves. The weather was a little cooler now, but the temperature was still high, but it was impossible to use ice at this time. First, such a large space would consume a lot of ice, and second, each family had a limited amount of ice. It wasn't the hottest time yet. If we used it now, when the hottest time came, there would be no ice, then life would be even harder. Therefore, even if they are guests, they will not take the initiative to ask for ice cubes from the host. When will the old lady go to the villa to escape the heat? Yes. If you want to go, we can go together. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and it is getting more and more unbearable to stay here. It is better to go to the villa to cool down. The old lady also held a fan in her hand and whispered, It is not safe everywhere this year. Bandits are rampant. If you want to escape the heat, you must first clear out the bandits around the villa. After these things are dealt with, I will notify you. The old lady is thoughtful. We should be careful when escaping the heat this year. Yes, if we don't deal with it in advance, even if we bring people, we will be in danger when encountering bandits. The old lady is thoughtful. so we will listen to her. The temperature here is slightly lower than outside. Qing Qing stood in the sunset forest and talked to the people in the forest. From her physical sense alone, the temperature here is at least 5 or 6 degrees lower than that of the prefectural governor's mansion. Although these 5 or 6 degrees are not much. When the prefectural governor's mansion is 30 degrees, it is only 24 or 25 degrees here. If it is higher, it will be 27 or 28 degrees. In addition, there is a whole forest in the sunset forest. When the weather is too hot, resting in the forest can lower the temperature a little. When it is the hottest, it is estimated that the temperature here should be just over 30 degrees. Yes, God, except for noon, we can use the rest of the time to work, and we can do a lot more. Qing Qing laughed. This is a good thing for you. Yes, we have started to build the third house now, and there are no snakes, insects, rats or ants around, so everyone lives very comfortably. In a short time, we plan to make some tables, chairs and benches, and a few more beds, so that when the weather gets cooler in autumn and winter, we can sleep on the beds and won't catch a cold. Fortunately, it was hot when we came, so it doesn't matter if there is no bedding. When the weather gets cooler, we can save more firewood and dried fruits, and exchange them for some things that can keep warm, so that we can have a good winter. Qing Qing listened to everyone's plan and said, "Why don't you save more money, and I will open a cotton window for you." Do you have cotton here now? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. That means it hasn't reached you yet. Cotton is a crop that can be woven. Not only can it be woven, but it can also keep warm after being stuffed. Now that you have cloth, you can exchange it for some cotton, and you won't have to worry about keeping warm in winter. Qing Qing said seriously. There aren't many of you. It's enough to save some cotton to make 7 or 8 quilts. Will it be expensive? Someone asked tentatively. It won't be too expensive. It will definitely be within your affordability. Qing Qing smiled. By then, you will have food, clothes, and quilts. Life won't be too difficult. When she said this, everyone smiled and thanked Qing Qing happily. Thank you, God. After chatting for a few words, Qing Qing told him to pick up more white stones. Pick all the durian in the durian forest and sell them to her. Save some money, and it will be easier to buy quilts later. Back in the supermarket, Qing Qing did not immediately deal with the cotton. It was not easy for her to find unprocessed cotton these days, but it was easy to find quilts. She could buy a large number of quilts from any store online, many of which were of good quality and low price. Moreover, it was still summer, and there were still several months before winter came. There was no need to prepare quilts at this time. It was still noon, and there was nothing to do in the supermarket. She counted the energy stones and soul beads she had collected in the past 2 days, and came to the latest Plain supermarket. The door of the Plain supermarket here was still quietly open. It was dark as far as the eye could see. No outsiders would come around. If the door was not closed every day, one less door would be opened in the morning. But considering the situation of several Plain supermarkets, she felt that it didn't matter if the supermarket door was not closed at night. After all, everyone was quite disciplined. Qing Qing walked to the door, took out the flashlight, and shone it down. Before she could see clearly, the person jumped out and slowly descended with the protective cover of the Plain supermarket. Jin Long, are you okay today? Qing Qing asked impatiently before landing. Who? The golden dragon's breath blew the surrounding water mass, making the water mass rotate in front of it. In front of the golden dragon, it was just a small water mass, but in Qing Qing's eyes, the water mass seemed to be a small whirlpool, which could suck her in at any time. She adjusted the protective cover and stepped back a little. When she was about to land, she looked down, and before her eyes fell, she felt a subtle touch under her feet. The flashlight pointed at her feet, also let her see clearly what was under her feet. It was a fish bigger than her, and it looked dead. Next to this fish, there are giant scallops, giant lobsters, giant crabs. They all look fresh, but I can't feel hungry for them. Are you eating this? Compared to Jin Long's body, the size of these seafood is not too big. Jin Long exhaled again, his tail slightly turning in the distance, pointing at Qing Qing. Is this for me? Qing Qing asked again. Just after she asked, the tail in the distance shook down, obviously acknowledging Qing Qing's question. Thank you, I like these very much. Qing Qing thanked loudly. The golden dragon's tail returned to its original position, so as not to get too close and affect Qing Qing. Qing Qing could feel the golden dragon's cautiousness, and felt even more distressed. With a protective shield, she floated towards the golden dragon's head and gave it all the energy stones and soul beads she had saved in the past 2 days. You can go hunting today, which means the situation is much better than before. These are also for you. I will go pick up more for you. Thank you for the gift, I am very happy. My presence here will not affect your normal movements. I will go somewhere else after I collect the things. You can move freely. After saying that, Chin Chin returned to the place where a lot of seafood was piled up, and put all the seafood into the portable space, and then chose to return to the plain supermarket. After that, she immediately returned to her supermarket. With her small body, she really couldn't withstand the golden dragon's spinning attack. After returning to the supermarket, she came to the kitchen, planning to put out all the seafood she had just collected. Unexpectedly, as soon as she put in a fish, the space on the kitchen floor was completely occupied. Not to mention the length, the height even reached Chin Chin's waist. Not to mention that she didn't know how to handle fish. Even if she knew how to handle it, she didn't know where to start with such a big fish. This fish is really so big. Chapter 81 Deal with 1. How to deal with it. Chin Chin stood beside the huge fish, with a kitchen knife in her hand, and she really didn't know where to start. She wasn't very good at cooking. She was okay with making some ordinary stir-fried dishes. She had to watch the tutorial while making anything a little bit difficult. She had never cooked fish before. When she wanted to eat, she would go to a restaurant or order takeout. She had to kill the fish now, which was not even on the same level as cooking fish. She didn't walk far today. The lunch break was quite long. It wasn't even 12 o'clock yet. This fish won't go bad if it's kept in the portable space. But it has to be dealt with. Otherwise, if it's kept in the portable space, even if it's been kept for a few years, she still won't deal with it. Chin Chin washed her hands, dried them, took out her phone, searched around in the address book, and finally found one of the people's contact information, and chose to call. The moment the call was connected, the other party immediately picked up. Boss Chin. Aunt Chui. Are you and Uncle free now? Yes. We have nothing to do here. Chui Yun was on the other end of the phone. He smiled and responded immediately after hearing Chin Chin's voice. Do you have anything to do? Just say it directly. Your uncle and I will help you if we can. Chin Chin looked at the big fish that could only fit on the ground. Can you come to the supermarket? I really need your help. Okay. We'll come right over. Chui Yun agreed immediately. Don't be too anxious. Just take your time. Chin Chin said hurriedly. It's okay. We bought a battery car before. We will ride it here. Wait for us. Chui Yun immediately urged the people beside him. Lao Su. Boss Chin asked us to come over to help. Hurry up. After saying that, the phone call was hung up, and they should have set off. Chin Chin put the kitchen knife on the table and walked to the main entrance of the supermarket. The battery car came very fast, and not long after, she saw the figure coming. She opened the door and welcomed the two into the supermarket. What can we do for you? Just tell us, Chui Yun said immediately. Before helping, I need Aunt Chui and Uncle Su to promise me one thing, that is, don't tell anyone about this matter you come to help me with. At least not now, okay? Chin Chin made it clear in advance. Big fish are not uncommon, and there are fish as big as that in the kitchen, but in her situation, she shouldn't have gotten such a big fish. If it really gets out, I'm afraid it won't be long before her side will be occupied by the crowd. This is different from the existence of the soul realm and the existence of the beverage machine. Many people know about the existence of the soul realm and the beverage machine. But even if those insiders tell others, everyone will treat it as a story and will not really believe it. Unless you really need it. You will not come to this remote town just to buy a drink. When several waves of people came before, Chin Chin wondered if it would suddenly become popular. But the current situation made her realize that the beverage machine was not as easy to become popular as she imagined. Big fish is different. If this thing is really spread out, it will be hard for her not to become famous. It's not that she doesn't want to become famous, but the time to become famous is definitely not now. Chui Yun and Su Qiuping looked at each other. They both knew that Chin Chin's background was not simple. After hearing what she said, they had some estimates in their hearts and nodded immediately. Don't worry. We will definitely not tell anyone. That's good. Thank you. Chin Chin closed the supermarket door and took the two to the kitchen door. As they walked, they talked. It's not a big deal. I just don't know how to cut fish. So I need your help. Boss Chin. This is not a big deal? Chui Yun and Su Qiuping stood at the kitchen door, and both of them were obviously surprised. Su Qiuping stretched out his hand and gestured. How many pounds does this fish weigh? It's hard to calculate how many pounds, but I estimate it will last at least a month. Chui Yun looked at Qin Qing. No wonder Boss Qin didn't let us tell you, but such a big fish, will you eat it alone? Both of them have seen the world. After being surprised, they quickly regained their composure. After all, they even believed in the existence of ghosts. This big fish is really nothing. At least it's right in front of them. You can divide it after cutting it. It's not easy to divide it when it's whole. Qin Qing said. But it doesn't matter. I have a place to store it. It will definitely not go bad. And Chui, can this fish be cut open? It depends on whether the knife is sharp enough. If the fish meat is firm, ordinary knives may not work well. Chui Yun said, touching Su Qiuping beside him. Su Qiuping stepped over and took the kitchen knife from the table, and tried to cut the fish. Before he started, he remembered something. This fish is so big. There must be a lot of blood. If we do it here, the blood on the ground will be difficult to deal with later. It's better to go to the bathroom. It will be easier to clean up the blood later. Qin Qing also thought this was reasonable. And together with Su Qiuping, they moved the whole big fish to the bathroom next door. Chui Yun must not let her do it. She was not in good health. Boss Qin is really strong. Su Qiuping said seriously. Yeah, I think so too. I've become stronger recently. Putting the fish in the shower area that had been cleaned in advance. Qin Qing moved her arms and realized that her physical strength had indeed increased compared to before. She guessed that this was related to the soul beads she ate from time to time. Chui Yun followed in, holding a kitchen knife and other tools that were needed. The meat of this big fish was a little softer than expected, and it could be cut with a kitchen knife. After it was cut open, the blood that flowed out could be directly poured into the sewer using the shower head. Fortunately, the fish itself did not have much blood, so it did not look that bloody. The problem was that she did not have enough containers. She cut the fish into pieces, filled several large basins, and even filled the bucket, but it was still not enough. Qin Qing did not want to expose the existence of her personal space in front of the two of them, so she could only go to the supermarket to get a roll of plastic wrap, spread it in the bathtub, and put the cut fish into it piece by piece. Fortunately, the bathtub was big enough. Qin Qing stood at the door of the bathroom, and the only thing she could do was to help put the fish into the bathtub. Chui Yun was also relaxed. She stood aside and watched her husband cut the fish. She smiled and said, "You will have something to show off in the future. You have cut such a big fish. Ordinary people don't have such an opportunity." That's right. Su Qiuping proudly cut another piece of fish meat. Don't mention it. This fish is big. The bones are also big. It's easy to remove. You don't have to worry about being choked by the bones when eating. The meat is also tender. No matter what fish dish you make, it will be delicious. When you leave later, take 2 pieces of fish meat back. Qin Qing took another piece. Fish meat, pile another layer in the bathtub, before the two of them refuse. One is your reward, and the other is that you have seen so much fish meat. How can I eat so much by myself? You are the insiders after all. Share some with me. Chui Yun and Su Qiuping looked at each other, nodded. Okay, since you said so. We won't be polite to you. We can also taste the taste of this fish meat. Speaking easily, the whole fish has been cut almost, leaving the main bones of the fish and the fish head. The fish head is not easy to cut, but such a big fish head is not easy to stew either. Just leave it there. I'll take care of it later. It's a shame to not cook such a big fish head completely. Qin Qing said. I'll buy a big pot online later, and stew the fish head in one pot. That's fine. You can do whatever you want. Chui Yun went to help Su Qiuping clean up, and talk to Qin Qing. If you have any problems later, you can still come to us. Don't worry. If you said you can't tell, we will definitely not tell anyone. We will definitely keep it a secret for you. I'm sure Aunt Chui and Uncle Su are relieved. Qin Qing turned around and went to the supermarket outside to get a plastic bag. After filling a bag with fish meat, she couldn't help but say, if someone asks what it is later, just say it's pork. Chui Yun looked at the bag in Qin Qing's hand and couldn't help laughing. Then people will say, why did you buy all fat meat? It may also be pig skin. I like to eat pig skin. Qin Qing picked up the bag and took a look. The white bag was filled with white meat, which really looked like fat meat. To avoid trouble, she went to get another black bag. Chui Yun watched her movements and said, Put another piece of meat in it. And I'll cook a few dishes for you. If you don't like cooking, I'll cook for you. That would be so embarrassing, Qing said, and decisively put another piece of meat in the bag. Thank you, Aunt Chui. You're welcome. Chui Yun smiled at Qing and folded the apron taken from Su Qiuping. This, Aunt Chui. Take it back. It's exactly Uncle Su's size. Ask Uncle Su to cook a few more meals when you go back, Qing said seriously. Su Qiuping poked his head out of the kitchen. I heard you talking. Don't you want to cook for me? Chui Yun looked at him. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'll make whatever you want. Su Qiuping wiped his hands. But for the next few days, you can only eat fish. I'll make a fish feast later, take a picture and send it to our son, so he'll be jealous. That's fine, Chui Yun said with a smile. Let him be jealous. The two had long known from Qing that, after adding the taste of candles, the people in the soul world would taste the same taste they had eaten before they died. After saying this, there was no sadness, but more of a teasing tone. After packing up everything, Chui Yun picked up the bag of fish and meat. Your supermarket will be open in the afternoon, so we won't bother you. So, come to our house for dinner tonight. It's a good time to have a fish feast. When you come back, I'll bring back the dishes I made for you. How about that? Qing swallowed her saliva under Chui Yun's gaze. Sorry, but I'm greedy. Chui Yun understood what she meant instantly, and smiled and patted her shoulder. Then it settled. Don't forget to come over in the evening. We'll wait for you. Qing nodded. Well, I'll trouble Aunt Chui then. No trouble. We're all happy that you come to eat. We'll leave first, then Chui Yun said, and pointed to a tub of fish in the bathroom. You need to keep this fish. You can put it in a plastic bag and freeze it. It can be kept for a long time without going bad. I see. Thank you, Aunt Chui. She sent the two to the supermarket door and watched their electric car leave. Then locked the supermarket door again and went back to the bathroom to clean up. She took out several large iron buckets from her portable space, transferred the fish meat piece by piece into the iron buckets, and piled them up completely, and put them back into her portable space. A tank of fish filled up 3 iron buckets. She put the fish head on top of the fish meat in the last iron bucket, and put the remaining fish bones in it, and then she breathed a sigh of relief, and began to clean up the slightly messy bathroom. But that's not all. She looked at the other large seafood in her portable space, and began to think about which big one to deal with next. Will the oversized lobster meat taste good if steamed? Chapter 82. Good People and Good Deeds. There are small corals. Qing looked at the small corals she had picked out from a pile of seafood, and found a small transparent fish tank in the corner of the supermarket, and kept it in the fish tank, and added some salt. It doesn't matter whether it can be kept alive. The key is that it doesn't die in a short time. She walked out of the kitchen holding the small coral, and found an empty shelf in the supermarket, and put it on the top of the shelf. The supermarket opened early in the afternoon, but there were not many people, and she had nothing to do, so she stayed in the kitchen to clean up the seafood that had just been collected. The kitchen was at the corner. In case there were customers coming in, she could put away things that shouldn't be there in time. Boss, do you have a hoe? Someone called out from the door. Qing turned her head, and saw a strange middle-aged man, wearing a suit and speaking fluent Mandarin. He didn't look like a local. The other man also saw her and frowned, saying, I want to buy a hoe. Oh, it's in here, Qing said, and walked to the place where the hoes were piled up. Hoes, shovels, fertilizers and other agricultural items are all here. Take them yourself. Since she opened the supermarket, people would come to buy agricultural tools from time to time, and she had become accustomed to it. I just haven't seen anyone in a suit and tie come here. But maybe they are the children of the elderly left behind in a nearby village. They usually work outside, and occasionally come back to help the elderly with the work in the mountains. This town is not too big, but it can't be said to be small. There are at least 20 or 30 scattered villages nearby. Some villages have a small population, with only 20 or 30 households in total. And some villages have a large population, with 200 or 300 households. It's just that the number of people in the village has been decreasing in recent years, which has led to a difficult business in the town. Qing returned to the cashier counter, and simply tidied up the things on the table, making room, waiting for people to buy farm tools, and come over to pay. The other party was picking inside, so she lowered her head, and read the comments on her phone. Some people were more interested in the vest she hung up, but they thought the price was too expensive. Qing Qing held her phone and typed. The price is not expensive. The vest is of high quality. It is specially customized. My customers are satisfied with the purchase and have become repeat customers. The other party, you are lying. I have seen that you have not sold any of the items since you put them up. Qing Qing, no lie. I not only do online business, but also offline business. If you don't believe me, you can buy it and try it. Customer, it is still too expensive. Can it be cheaper? I can buy one for 30 yuan. Qing Qing, no. 30 yuan for one. You can go to another store. Customer, you don't do business? Qing Qing, one price. No negotiation. If it can't be sold, it can't be sold. She is not in a hurry. Feeling someone in front of her, she subconsciously looked up. But after seeing the person in front of her clearly, her pupils shrank instantly. These are the few things. Please calculate them for me. I need them urgently. The middle-aged man came over with the things and stood in front of the cashier, overlapping with the figure standing before. Qing Qing was stunned. What's wrong? Hurry up. The middle-aged man patted the table. I'll calculate the bill for you right away. Qing Qing immediately took out the barcode scanner, scanned the hoe and shovel in front of her, and after confirming the price, asked the other party to take out the payment code. During this time, she did not look at the overlapping figure with the middle-aged man. After paying the money, the middle-aged man left with a hoe and a shovel. Qing Qing looked at the back of the other party leaving, took out her mobile phone and called, Sister Jiang Xian. What did you say? Qing Jiang Xian heard what Qing Qing said clearly, and immediately stood up from her seat. Okay. We will send police immediately. What's wrong? Asked a colleague next to her. Someone came to my sister's supermarket to buy things. They bought a hoe and a shovel. There was blood on their bodies. She suspected that a murder had occurred. Qing Jiangxin took the necessary things. Come with 2 more people. Let's go and have a look. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. I'll be there soon. Where to go? East of the town. There's a barren mountain over there. If something really happened, I suspect the other party would go there. Qing Jiangxin looked down at her phone. My sister sent the license plate number of the other party's car. Come with me. Let's go! After sending the license plate number, Qing Qing breathed a sigh of relief. After the middle-aged man left, the figure that overlapped with him also left with him. Of course, she didn't see any blood. The middle-aged man wrapped himself tightly. Although it was strange to wear such thick clothes in such weather. Some people have such habits, and others can't say anything. Qing Qing was sure that the other party had committed a murder, and she must have seen it with her own eyes. After all, a person followed by a ghost with a broken head and blood. It would be strange no matter how you think about it. After confirming that Qing Jiangxin had brought people to catch up, Qing Qing stopped worrying and sat down again, watching the short video without calmness. Until an hour later, she received a call from Qing Jiangxin. After the call was connected, the other party sighed. The person has been caught and has been interrogated. You guessed it right. After killing someone, the other party did plan to bury the body here. They said that they found a barren mountain when they passed by before, and thought that no one would find it. They didn't expect that they would be caught by us so quickly. Then there is no doubt. Right? Yes. There is no doubt. The body was found in the other party's car. The person has confessed and will be submitted to the higher authorities soon. Qing Jiangxin said in a deep voice. She is still a young girl. It's a pity. Thank you too. If it weren't for you, we would definitely not be able to catch the person so easily. It's good to catch the person. Nothing else matters. Qing Qing also breathed a sigh of relief, looking outside the supermarket, and continued to talk to the person on the phone. That's it. When the matter is over, Sister Jiang Xian will tell me the cause and effect of the whole thing. Okay. I will deal with the matter here first. After the call was hung up, Qing Qing still looked outside the supermarket. The girl entered the supermarket and bowed to Qing Qing. Thank you for your help. After that, she was about to turn around and leave. Qing Qing said, if you have no other regrets, stay. The girl suddenly turned around and asked in shock, can you see me? Yes. I saw you when you came just now. Otherwise I wouldn't call the police. Qing Qing nodded. Do you have any regrets now? The girl lowered her head and thought for a while. My parents divorced a long time ago. Even if I died, they wouldn't be too sad. My grandmother who raised me passed away 2 years ago. Now I have no regrets. Do you want to see the murderer brought to justice? Qin Qing asked again. The girl shook her head. Since the person has been arrested, I know the law will give me an explanation. I don't need to see it with my own eyes. In this case, come with me. Qin Qing took the girl to the back door of the supermarket. Yin and yang are separated. And the bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. You should start a new life now. She chose the plain supermarket in the Soul world, and took the girl in. The first time is unfamiliar, and she was sure that she could take people directly to the Soul world. Qin Qing's operation this time was very skilled. After the girl entered, she went directly to the administrator. At this moment, someone called out from a distance, "Jia Jia." The girl looked up, surprised and happy. "Grandma." "Jia Jia. Why are you here? What's wrong?" "You're fine." The old man stepped forward, holding the girl's hand tightly. "You are so small. So young. What happened to your head? Did someone hurt you?" Qin Qing stepped forward. Someone did hurt her, but the criminal has been caught. After Qin Qing finished speaking, the two hugged each other and cried. Even if they could meet here, reality and the Soul world were still somewhat different. However, since they were here, they still had to live a good life. Before long, the two began to discuss how to live a good life. The old man also held the girl's hand and wanted to take her to see houses and cars. "Boss, there are still many beautiful clothes here. Grandma will buy them for you. You can have whatever you want." The girl turned around and bowed to Qin Qing again, this time with joy in her eyes. "Thank you, boss. Thank you so much." "You're welcome." Qin Qing smiled, turned to look at the administrator. "If you make a mistake in reality, will you live the same here?" The administrator shook his head. "Those who make mistakes in reality will be punished according to the severity of the mistake, and they will not be able to come here." Qin Qing was puzzled. The administrator continued, "You should know that there will be white fog here every night. When souls like us come into contact with the white fog, we will feel the biting cold, so we must have a place to stay at night. Before coming here, all souls must go through a road filled with thick white fog. The more bad things you do in reality, the more serious they are, the longer you will stay in the white fog. The most vicious people will stay in the white fog until their souls are gone." Qin Qing pursed her lips. She didn't expect this to happen. But the people coming from your place are different. They won't pass through the white fog, and they won't be tortured. The administrator smiled. "So we all say that the souls that can come here through you are very lucky." Qin Qing didn't know how to reply for a moment. The administrator said again, "You still have to open the supermarket. Go ahead. I will help you maintain the order here. Don't worry. Then I'll go back first." Qin Qing looked at the two people who were still crying and laughing over there, and smiled. "Today I have done a good thing." Back at the supermarket, she glanced at the corner where the farm tools were stacked. Just then, another customer came in, and he came straight to this place, picked up a good hoe, and called Qin Qing to pay the bill. Qin Qing took a look at the other person's clothes, and thought that this was a real farmer. Normally, no one would wear a suit to buy farm tools. Even if she didn't see a ghost, she should be alert. But I don't know how fast Qin Jiangxin and the others caught the man. If they did, the hoe and shovel that the other party bought should not have been used yet. I don't know if I can get them back, but I can still sell them for some money. Thinking of this, she asked out of curiosity, and then received Qin Jiangxin's speechless reply. "What are you thinking about?" "That's evidence. There are fingerprints of the murderer on it, which can prove that the murderer wanted to bury the body. Even if it's not, the murderer has touched it. You are really not afraid at all. When did you become so brave?" Qin Qing. She wanted to say that she had just sent the deceased away, and she really didn't feel any fear in her heart. Qin Qing immediately changed the subject. "I just received the fish meat sent by a friend. Sister Jiang Xian. When are you free to come and get it? I can't finish it by myself." Qin Jiangxin agreed without saying a word. "I will come and get it after get off work." Chapter 83 Extra Delicious. That girl is quite pitiful. After Qin Jiangxin got off work, he came to Qin Qing's supermarket and told her about the murder case that happened during the day. After confirming her identity, we notified her parents. But when they heard that she was in our town, they all said it was too far away and asked her to wait 2 days to send her to the funeral home in the county town and come back. We are not far from the county town. Fortunately, the murderer was caught, Qin Qing said. As for her parents, she should have known about them when they were alive, and they should not be too disappointed now. What's more, She has already met her beloved grandmother. Now she probably can't remember the living parents. That's right, luckily the murderer didn't escape. Qin Jiangxin sighed. Come to my house for dinner tonight? You just sent me the fish, add a good dish. I've already made an appointment with Aunt Chui. I'm going to her house for dinner. I won't go to yours. Please tell Aunt Chui for me. Qin refused. I'll go next time I have a chance. Okay, I'll tell my mom when I get home. Qin Jiangxin nodded, shaking the fish in her hand. Thank you for the fish, I'm going home now. Goodbye. Qin waved her hand, and watched Qin Jiangxin leave. After learning about the girl's parents, she did not plan to say more. For a girl, not knowing is the best outcome. Why bother to cause unhappiness? When Chui Yun sent a message, she was packing up. After reading the message, she closed the supermarket door and rode the battery bike to where Chui Yun and her husband lived now. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the fragrance in the house. It smells so good. Aunt Chui's cooking skills are still so good. No, just some home-cooked dishes, Chui Yun said, and saw what Qin was holding. Why did you bring fruit? Didn't you already give me so much fish and meat? Watermelon is not expensive. Just treat it as fruit after the meal. Qin handed the watermelon to Chui Yun. I came to eat for free. I can't really come empty-handed. Didn't I ask Aunt Chui to cook a few more dishes? If you say so, how can I refuse you? I'll go cut it. Wait for you. Chui Yun carried the watermelon to the kitchen and worked. Qin sat in the living room, looking at the living room environment. It was still summer, and it got dark late. It was still bright outside, but through the window, she could see the sunset outside. The overall layout of the living room was still the original landlord's, but some small ornaments, flower pots and photos were added to the room. Qin saw the photo of the couple and Su Xinyang, and placed it in the most obvious place. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the scenery outside. She had actually seen enough of such scenery a long time ago. At least she thought so for a long time. Until the end of the world came. She realized that the piece in front of her was indeed extremely precious. If you have time in the future, you can come to my house for dinner more often. Chui Yun came out with a cut watermelon. Thank you, Aunt Chui. I'm fine by myself. I'm used to it. Qin turned around and sat down at the table with the watermelon. Besides, life in the town is very peaceful. There are many acquaintances. There are dinner parties from time to time. Today, my sister asked me to go to her house for dinner. Your sister? Chui Yun asked curiously. Well, she is. A cousin. Right. A distant cousin. She works at the police station. Qin said, talking about what happened today. The case has been closed. Qin Jiangxin took the initiative to reveal it to her, which means it is not forbidden to talk about it. Chui Yun frowned when he heard it. How can there be such a cruel person? Fortunately, you found him and caught him. Yes. Fortunately, he came to my supermarket to buy farm tools. Otherwise it would be difficult to notice him. Qin also sighed. The murderer has been caught, and the matter is over. The same goes for the parents of that little girl. How can they be parents like this? They are really unqualified. If it were me, I would definitely spoil her well, Chui Yun said immediately. Su Qiuping brought out the dishes and asked, what are you talking about? What parents? What's unqualified? Chui Yun told him what Qin said again. Su Qiuping put down the plate and said angrily, so unqualified. Why did you give birth to a child? Isn't it to let the child suffer? This is too much. Yes, I think this is too much. The two of them said one thing after another, strongly condemning the irresponsible parents. As they were talking, they suddenly remembered something. By the way, is the little girl okay now? Both of them were insiders, and Qin did not hide it. She nodded. She is fine. She even met her grandmother when she was alive. Her grandmother was her closest relative. At this point, Chui Yun laughed. Okay. This is a good thing. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. The little girl was not well when she was alive, but she was able to reunite with her family after her death. This is a good thing and worth celebrating. Come on. The dishes are ready. Let's eat. Qin got up and sat at the dining table. It's called a fish feast. But of course it can't be all fish. After all, there is a refrigerator at home now. Fresh meat is placed in the freezer, so it won't go bad for a long time. There is no need to eat it in a short time just to prevent it from going bad. However, there are still 2 or 3 fish dishes on the table, as well as some home-cooked dishes, which are more than enough for 3 people. Qing was very satisfied with this meal. The fish tasted more tender than she thought. Although it was big, it was not woody. It was just the right tenderness. Whether it was steamed, braised, or spicy, it would have a unique flavor. Not only her, Cui Yun and Su Qiuping were also very satisfied with the meal, saying that they had never eaten such delicious fish. After all, the tender fish meat was not only large in size, but also boneless. The key point is that there are no bones. Even if you eat a large piece of fish in one bite, you don't have to worry about being hurt by small sharp bones. The sense of happiness is several times higher than eating normal fish. In the end, the 3 of them were only busy eating fish. After they were all full, all the other home-cooked dishes on the table were left. Oh! These dishes were not touched by a chopstick. Cui Yun leaned back in his chair. Then I still touched it with my chopsticks. Qing raised her hand. It's just that the fish is so delicious. I really didn't have the chance to touch it later. It's okay. Save it for tomorrow, Su Qiuping said. The remaining dishes are enough for us to have 2 meals tomorrow. But this fish, it's better to eat it today. Otherwise it might not be fresh tomorrow. After saying this, the 3 of them laughed, knowing that it was an excuse. But once it was said, it was really impossible to refute it. After eating and drinking, and chatting for a while, Qing got up to go home. Cui Yun walked her to the door, holding a basket in his hand. The dishes here are all cooked in different flavors. You can take them all back. The bowls will be placed at your home first. You can eat slowly. When we walk over later, we can just grab them. Then I won't be polite. Qing took the basket. The piece of fish was not small, enough to make 2 or 3 dishes, with different flavors, so she could eat slowly. Just send it here. I can go downstairs by myself. It's dark outside, and it's not convenient for Aunt Cui to walk. It's okay. We are going to take a walk. This is a habit. We need to walk around after dinner. Cui Yun turned around, watched her husband lock the door, and took his hand to go down the stairs. This is a self-built building. Fortunately, everyone has enough money in the past 2 years. Voice-controlled lights are installed in the stairs. When people walk by, they light up automatically. There is no need to worry about wasting electricity or falling in the dark. There are street lights on the street. Although it is not bright, the public security is very good now. If you don't go out, you don't have to worry too much. Not to mention that the weather is hot now. Many people sit at the doorstep to cool off. It is guaranteed that the 2 of them will meet people while walking along the way. Qing put the basket in the empty space in front of the battery car, sat in the car and started it. Then I will go back first. See you later. Drive slowly, Cui Yun said with concern. Okay. I'll go slowly. Don't worry, Qing said, and started the car and drove towards the supermarket. On the way back to the supermarket, people greeted her along the way, calling her Qing affectionately. She also greeted them along the way. When she returned to the supermarket, she even felt a little thirsty. Back to the supermarket, she opened the garage door, pushed the battery car in, and then went directly back to the supermarket from the garage. The supermarket was closed at this time in the evening, so she went to the kitchen, put all the fish and vegetables given by Cui Yun into her own bowl, washed the other person's bowl, and put it back into the basket. When Cui Yun and the others came over, she would just return the basket to them. After packing up, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Qing Jiangxin. My mother said the fish you gave me was so delicious. It must be very expensive. I can't eat it for free. I must treat you to a meal. When are you free? Come to my house for dinner. Qing thought for a moment and replied after careful consideration. Qing, don't be so anxious. When I want to eat, I can go to your house anytime. Sister Jiang Xian, tell Auntie not to be polite. We are not going to go after 1 or 2 meals. Given the situation at home, I can't treat you to my house. I will have to go to your house for dinner in the future. You are so polite now. I have eaten a meal with you. I will be embarrassed to go there in the future. Qing Jiangxin, my mom has been convinced by you. Then it's settled. Come to my house when you have time. Whenever you are invited to dinner, pick a time when you can. There will be more good food. It would be a waste if you don't eat. Qing, okay, how do you know what I am thinking? Jif Qing Jiangxin, knowing everything. JPG after replying to Qing Jiangxin's message, Qing Qing touched her stomach. What she had just eaten has not been completely digested yet. If she does not eat it all tonight, I am afraid that she will gain 2 pounds from this meal today. No. I still need to exercise. The ancient plane is not okay. It's too dark. And everyone is probably asleep. The soul world is not okay either. There is no one there. It must be eerie if I go there now. It's too scary. The underwater world is not okay either. It's also dark. I won't disturb the golden dragon's rest. Then there is only one place left. Qing Qing opened the door to the plane supermarket. Ming-chun? No one. The door of the plane supermarket was open. But there was no one outside. And there was no light. She turned around, closed the small door, and walked out. She looked around at the door. But she didn't see Zhang Ming-chun. Maybe he went out to pick up garbage, she thought. Came to the place where she went out before. Climbed up the pile of garbage. And carefully poked her head out from the top of the garbage mountain. Chapter 84 suddenly fell down. Qing Qing narrowed her eyes subconsciously. Sister Ming, the person has been dealt with. This time it was our mistake. We will never let anyone come here again next time. Tell them that. The next target is this one, Zhang Mingchun said coldly, holding the bloody knife in her hand. Yes, Sister Ming. After that, a group of people carried the body onto the car and rode away. Zhang Mingchun turned around and subconsciously walked towards her residence. After walking a few steps, she suddenly realized something. When she looked up, she met Qing Qing's eyes. She stopped in her tracks instantly. Qing Qing looked at the situation outside, climbed out of the pile of garbage, and slowly walked towards Zhang Mingchun. After a pause, Zhang Mingchun also walked towards her, until the two of them could talk face to face. I'm sorry. I kept it a secret from you for so long. You must be very sad here. Right? I'm sorry. I underestimated your situation. I really thought it was nothing. Qing Qing looked at Zhang Mingchun. It's okay. I'm used to it. Zhang Mingchun smiled, wiping the dagger in his hand with a cloth. This planet has always been like this. The strong prey on the weak. Do you remember what I told you? When I was very young, something happened to the parents of this body. Qing Qing nodded. I remember. At that time, I was also powerless. But fortunately, I met a kind person who saved my life. It was also from that time that I knew that weakness was the most useless thing. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qing Qing's eyes seriously. Later, I worked hard to accumulate strength and killed those who killed my parents. However, over the years, the natives of this planet have almost all died. You really have a hard time, Qing Qing said sincerely. If it were her, she would probably collapse if she encountered a situation like Zhang Mingchun. Yes, it's hard. I've been living alone for the past few years. And finally, I can live a normal life. Zhang Mingchun wiped the dagger clean. Don't worry. I'm fine now. No. I feel more at ease with you now. At least you have the ability to protect yourself, Qing Qing said seriously. My previous worry about you was unnecessary. No. I'm happy that you worry about me. Zhang Mingchun put the dagger away. Do you want to go out and play now? Can I? Qing Qing asked. Sure. Zhang Mingchun nodded. I know a good place to watch the stars. Come with me. Zhang Mingchun pushed out her car. Qing Qing also took out the battery car she had modified. The two walked one after the other, towards the place where Zhang Mingchun said they could watch the stars. Before they reached the place, Qing Qing looked up and saw the sky full of stars. In the quiet night, seeing such a sky, people's mood seemed particularly peaceful. Can you see the Big Dipper here? Qing Qing walked side by side with Zhang Mingchun. Zhang Mingchun also looked up. You can't see it. I looked up when I was very young, but I couldn't see the Big Dipper. I think the location of this planet should not be in the Milky Way. The universe is really big. Yes, the universe is big, and the world is also wonderful. As they talked, the two came to the top of the mountain where they could see the stars. The entire planet here is made of wasteland. There are no normal plants, and no normal animals. Although I don't know why humans can survive in such an environment, it's good as long as they can survive. There was no place to sit. So they both sat in the car. Qing Qing subconsciously wanted to take out some food from her personal space. But she looked at Zhang Mingchun beside her. But she still didn't take out anything. She just looked at the sky quietly. No one spoke. After about half an hour, Zhang Mingchun said, Thank you for accompanying me. Qing Qing, you are the one who accompanied me. Zhang Mingchun smiled at her and said, Anyway, Your presence has calmed me down. It's about time. You should go back first. Wait. Let me take a picture. Qing took out her mobile phone. Right here. Let's take a picture together. And I'll print it out and hang it in the plain supermarket here. Okay. Zhang Mingchun leaned against Qing and stretched out 2 fingers to make a yeah gesture. Qing used the front camera of her phone to take a photo of the two of them. In the background, she also took a photo of the starry sky above her head. The small photo seemed to only capture the dark sky. But when it was enlarged, the stars could be seen. Are the photos taken by mobile phones so good now? Of course not. Look! There are so many stars when you zoom in. There is also an automatic beauty function. We all look good in the photos. Qing carefully introduced the functions and apps of the phone to Zhang Mingchun. She did not ask Zhang Mingchun in detail when he came here. But since she had never talked about the past, it meant that she was unwilling to talk about it. It seemed particularly inappropriate to ask in this situation. In addition to these, there are stills and screenshots of TV series and movies in her mobile phone album, which she prepared specially for Zhang Mingchun. Which one do you want to watch? I'll download it for you. This, and this? I'm interested in them all. Zhang Mingchun smiled and pointed to the favorite series one by one. Don't tell me. I didn't think about it before. But I watch the TV series these days. And it really piqued my interest. Then I'll download more for you. I have to download it anyway. After you finish watching it, save it to the mobile hard drive. If you don't see it in the future, just look it up from the hard drive. As she said, Qing introduced the results of her downloads during this period to Zhang Mingchun. TV series, movies, variety shows, sketches. As long as they were available online, she downloaded them all, even if she might not watch them in the future. But now that she downloaded them, she felt more at ease and was particularly satisfied. The two of them watched more than half an hour of drama, and the temperature around them was getting colder and colder. Zhang Mingchun urged her repeatedly, and Qing chose to go back to the supermarket immediately. Now that she knew that Zhang Mingchun had enough strength, she felt more at ease about her situation. She did not stay here, but returned to her supermarket, washed up and went to bed. The next morning, she went to see Zhang Mingchun as soon as she got up, clipped the photo with a small clip, and hung it on the supermarket in this dimension, and then went to open the door of another supermarket in another dimension. Not long after she returned to the supermarket, she received a call from Qing, saying that a relative was going to hold a wedding banquet and invited her to attend the wedding. The relative had not seen each other for many years. Otherwise she would not have asked Qing to call her. The relationship was almost as far as Qing's home. If she was still in the city, she could indeed refuse to go. But she was in the town now and opened a supermarket. She would see him every day. And it was really unreasonable not to go. But it's just lunch and dinner, which doesn't affect the opening of the supermarket. Go ahead, you don't need to give too much gift money, 200 or 300 is enough. Qing said. My mother also said you should go after all. You live in the town now. If you need help in the future, it will be more convenient to find relatives. If you don't leave at all, it will be difficult to find them. Forget about helping, you can go once, just treat it as meeting relatives. Qing said. Then tell Auntie, and I'll go with you then. Okay, just treat it as a simple meal, we'll be at the same table then. You haven't been back for so many years, and your relatives probably don't recognize you. Qing said. As for whether to go or not, I'll let my mother tell them, so that everyone knows what you think. Yeah. The wedding was the next day, but Qing was only found one day in advance, so it was probably not planned to invite her at the beginning. But Qing didn't care too much. She didn't have any expectations for her relatives anyway. The next day at noon, she was still in the supermarket. Qing came over on an electric bike, stopped at the door and shouted, Let's go, my parents have another electric bike, I'll take you there. I'll ride the electric bike myself. Qing closed the door, went to the garage next door to push the electric bike out. I haven't been back for a few years, I'm not used to life here, if anything happens later, Sister Jiang. Please help me. No problem, just push any problems onto me, I'll help you solve them. I'm at the police station now, no one dares to make trouble in front of me. The two rode the electric bike to their relative's house. The relative's house is not far from the town, and it only takes about 10 minutes to get there by electric bike. Qing walked along the way, and still had the time to talk to Qing. When she was about to reach the place, she found a group of people gathered in front of her. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Qin Jiangxin immediately stopped the electric bike and ran quickly in that direction. Qin also slowly stopped the electric bike. Looking at the lively crowd, she couldn't help but frown, thinking that the probability of her seeing dead people in the past few days was really a bit high. Maybe because she had seen too many dead people in the soul world, she no longer had much awe for the dead. After all, in her eyes, the dead were just passing from one world to another. However, she looked around and did not see any souls at all, so he should not be dead yet. She stepped forward and walked through the crowd split by Qin Jiangxin. Should we call an ambulance? Probably not. Qin Jiangxin stood up, brows furrowed. He's dead. Where are his family members? Let's see what his family members say. Qin lowered her head, looking at the man lying on the ground. I couldn't help asking, how did he die? The crowd immediately answered, I don't know. He just fell down suddenly. We didn't touch him. Yes, we all saw it. No one touched him. But before he fell down, he was talking in a mysterious way, as if he saw someone he shouldn't have seen. He was shouting and suddenly fell down. Is he really dead? What's going on? We don't know either. Just then, the family members ran over while shouting. Qin stepped back and listened to Qin Jiangxin talking to the family members. From what the crowd said, the deceased did die accidentally, and it was probably sudden death. If the family members have any doubts, they can call an ambulance and do an autopsy. If there are no doubts, they can take the body home and wait for burial. The family members' wails were too loud, suppressing Qin Jiangxin's voice, so Qin couldn't hear Qin Jiangxin's words for a while, but she could probably hear that they were words of comfort. Qin looked around again, still didn't see any trace of soul. Has he gone to the soul world? Chapter 85 Business is good. Qing, you go find my parents first, I'll stay here. Okay, then I'll go first. Qin nodded. Since she couldn't see the soul now, she certainly wouldn't see it next time. She missed the crowd and went to the house where the banquet was held. It was a wedding. She didn't say much loudly, but after finding Qin Jiangxin's parents, she simply told them what happened on the way. The two were also a little surprised, but they didn't shout loudly either, and turned around to comfort Qin. It's okay. Qin is there mainly to maintain order. There won't be any big problems. She will be here soon. Qin nodded. I'll take you to meet your relatives. You haven't seen many of them for many years. Qin Jiangxin's mother said. I've said what you asked Qin to convey. Here, we emphasize reciprocity. If you've been here, they'll want to go to your place, too. But your situation is indeed special. It's up to you whether you want to visit them during festivals. You can do whatever you feel comfortable with. After all, your parents are not here, and you don't know what to talk about when you visit your relatives. Qin thought the same thing. She didn't visit her relatives mainly because she had nothing to talk about. Her family situation is rather special. She is the only youngster left. The elders above her have all passed away. Relatives wanted to invite her, but the familiar people were gone. There was only Qin. The youngster left. There was no communication in the past few years, and they didn't know how to get along. However, when Qin Jiangxin's mother took her out, they met basically acquaintances. Many people mentioned her childhood, saying that they had seen her when she was a child, and hugged her, but there was nothing else. Before the meal officially started, Qin Jiangxin came, and as soon as she arrived, she sat at the table and drank a lot of water. How is it? Are you okay? Qin Jiangxin's mother handed over her water. It's okay, but it was too sudden, I can't quite accept it. Qin Jiangxin sighed. Things are not completely fine now. I asked my colleagues at the police station to take care of it. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be over soon. How can a good person just die? Qin Jiangxin's mother frowned. Who can say for sure? There are many such cases now. Sudden death, cerebral hemorrhage, all just die. Qin Jiangxin said. The only problem is that the man was a little scary before he died. According to people around him, he kept shouting that he was scared, saying something like don't come over, but many people saw it at the time, and no one approached. Is he mentally ill? Qin Jiangxin shook his head. I don't know, I didn't see what happened. As he spoke, the banquet officially began. While eating, Qin asked in a low voice about the murder case. It has been transferred now, waiting for the higher court to make a judgment. But the situation is quite bad. And there is also an act of killing and burying the body, which may be punishable by death. Qin Jiangxin whispered. Let's not talk about this. Let's eat more. You gave the money, and you won't move around in the future. At least you can eat enough. Qin smiled and nodded, and began to pick up the chopsticks to eat. I have to say, this meal is very good, mainly because of the rich variety. And the main feature is that it has both meat and vegetables. She ate until she was full, and then she put down her chopsticks to rest. On the way back, she still went with Qin Jiangxin. When they passed the place where the accident happened, there was no crowd around. The people should have been taken away. Only people around were talking about the strange things that happened before. Qin Jiangxin saw that she was concerned, and took the initiative to say, I will go back to the station to ask. If there is any news, I will send it to you. As long as it can be disclosed to the public, I will send it to you. I just care about this matter more. After all, it happened in front of us. Qin explained. I understand. Everyone is curious. Qin nodded, still subconsciously looking around, trying to find the soul of the person in the accident, but unfortunately still found nothing. She could only suspect that the other party went directly to the soul world. What she had encountered before was just a special case. Back at the supermarket, it was still early. Qin stopped Qin Jiangxin, who was about to leave, entered the supermarket, took out something, and gave it to Qin Jiangxin. What is this? The vest given by the supplier, sold in the supermarket, and I'll give you two by the way. Qin said. This is quite cool to wear, you have to go out occasionally, and this is just right for you. Then I'll give you money. Qin Jiangxin said, as she reached for her cell phone. No, why pay? It's just two vests. Qin pushed her phone back. Just consider it as a gift from me. Qin Jiangxin looked at the vest, smiled and accepted it. Okay, then I won't be polite. It's almost time. I'll go to the institute first. Don't forget the dinner tonight. Don't cook. Don't worry, I won't forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll cook it. You can eat it tomorrow. Qin responded with a smile, watching Qin Jiangxin leave. There was nothing going on in the supermarket in the afternoon, but the batch of instant noodles that was said to be coming was delivered in the afternoon. A total of 80,000 packs of instant noodles. More than 3,000 boxes, which was indeed a lot. Fortunately, the price was cheap, and she would not be short of instant noodles for a long time if she stocked up with this amount. After sending the other party's truck away, Qin immediately transferred the instant noodles to her personal space. This time, the 3,000 boxes of instant noodles occupied another corner. Fortunately, this batch of instant noodles can be stacked together with the last batch, and there is no need to adjust the order of placement one by one due to the shelf life issue. In the evening, she went to a banquet with Qin Jiangxin again. This time she heard more inside information about the incident during the day. Very strange. The family member said that he had been acting strange since the past 2 days, and he was acting strangely, as if he had encountered something. But when we asked carefully, we couldn't get any information. He insisted on leaving home at noon today, saying that he wanted to bask in the sun, but he didn't expect that something would happen. Do the family members agree with your handling? He died accidentally. What if they don't agree? It happened in public, in full view of everyone. If the family members have any doubts, they will have to send the body to the funeral home for an autopsy. Qin Jiangxin sighed. We had a big argument at the police station this afternoon, but we still took the body back. We will keep it at home for 2 days before cremating it. No one can really say if it was an accident. Qin sighed. Who said it wasn't? The last time you found that was also an accident. Life is like this. Things are unpredictable and changeable. Qin Jiangxin sighed. Let's not talk about this. The vest you gave me is really good. I wore it in the afternoon and went out for a few times. I didn't feel hot at all. That's right. I'll give you 2 vests to change. Qin smiled. Not bad. Qin Jiangxin nodded repeatedly. After the banquet in the evening, Qin went back to town with Qin Jiangxin's family. This time they didn't pass by the supermarket. They parted ways at a fork in the road. It was still early, and thinking that there would be some business in the evening, Qin still opened the door for a while after returning to the supermarket. Normally, she would not close the store too early, usually around 8 or 9 o'clock. When there were no customers, she would mostly play with her phone. It was the same everywhere, and she could still make some money by running a supermarket. There were many people walking around at night, probably because it was hot during the day, and everyone took the opportunity to go out and relax at night. The business in the supermarket was also better than during the day. Many people passed by and would come in to buy some drinks. Or some snacks. And of course, cigarettes and alcohol. In the past 2 years, there are fewer and fewer people in the town. And the business of shops is getting worse and worse. Many shops have closed down. But the important vegetable markets and supermarkets are still there. If Qing doesn't come back, the previous tenants will leave. And she will definitely find another tenant who can take over the supermarket. Otherwise, it may be that someone else in the town will open another one. But in that case, they will definitely use the first floor of their own house. After seeing off another customer, Qing's mobile phone rang. She picked it up and opened it, and found that someone bought 2 vests in her online micro store. There was no price reduction, and no further discussion. He just bought it. Qing didn't say much, either, to avoid any more trouble. She planned to place an order to send the clothes to the other party tomorrow. Boss, if I have a box of beer, can you deliver it to me? Qing looked up, looked at the strange guest in front of her, and nodded, sure. I can deliver it to you on a tricycle. That's the best. We came here to camp, and set up a tent nearby at night. It's hard to drive at night. If you can help deliver it, I want 2 boxes of beer and some drinks. The guest said, no problem, you go get it. I'll go get the tricycle. Qing agreed, watched the other party walk to the shelf, went into the garage from the supermarket, closed the door, took out the tricycle from the portable space, then opened the garage door, and drove the tricycle out. As soon as the tricycle was parked, the other party brought out 2 boxes of beer, followed the people who came with him, picked some large bottles of drinks, and small boxes of herbal tea. This order can make up for several days of business profits. But in the end, it wasn't Qing who delivered the drinks. After all the drinks were loaded onto the tricycle, several people asked to ride it themselves. So Qing lent it to them. She wasn't afraid that they wouldn't return it. Modern people's trust is just so ordinary. Fortunately, these people deserved Qing's trust. Not long after, they rode back on the tricycle and brought back a watermelon, saying that it was the rent for the tricycle. The neighbor sat by the side and fanned himself. After the people left, he couldn't help but say, now young people in the city like to go to the mountains. What's fun in the mountains? There's nothing. I really don't understand what they are thinking. Some cities don't see mountains all year round. People always like new things, more fun. Qing smiled and said, it's better to have more waves. Then my supermarket business will definitely be better. Speaking of which, your supermarket business is better this year than last year. Not only are there more customers, but I have seen several groups of people delivering goods. If the boss saw this, he might be envious. The neighbor said. Qing said sincerely, maybe they can earn more in the city. The neighbor nodded, yes. A small supermarket is just a small business. Chapter 86, Bad Things and Good Things. Shipment has been made. Please check it. After the shipment, Qing submitted the shipping notice, lest the other party didn't notice it. Xia Hengliang put up the express delivery slip, and suddenly looked up. Do you know? One of our junior high school classmates died suddenly at home 2 days ago. Who? Qing asked in shock. Xia Hengliang said a name, and Qing couldn't remember it for a while. After all, many years have passed since junior high school, and many of the classmates who went to school in the town at that time came from surrounding villages. After so many years of no contact, she really couldn't remember it after only hearing a name. That student, who used to have average grades, lived on campus, but had to climb over the wall to leave the school almost every day, and was deducted a lot of points. Xia Hengliang reminded. Qing had some impression of this, and remembered what Xia Hengliang had just said, frowning and said, why is it so sudden? Who said it wasn't? I came to you some time ago, and told you that there was a junior high school reunion. He was one of them, and he said he would definitely come. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. I just got the news this morning. Xia Hengliang sighed. So you still have to go to bed early, and get up early, and don't stay up late. I go to bed early at night, and I definitely don't stay up late. Qing immediately said. But the people who got into trouble these 2 days are still quite a lot. Yesterday I went to a banquet, and I also met someone who died suddenly on the way. There are quite a lot of cases these days. Many people have irregular living habits, and accidents of all kinds will happen. Xia Hengliang put the package on the tricycle. After all, we are junior high school classmates. I just want to tell you, if you are not familiar with each other. It's okay, I'm leaving first. Okay, take care. Qing Qing watched Xia Hengliang leave, took out her phone, and opened the junior high school class group that had been put away. After clicking it, she saw that everyone was talking about what Xia Hengliang had just said. Regarding this accident, everyone is more emotional. After all, we are all the same age, and we are all still young. When someone suddenly gets into trouble, it makes us think of ourselves and feel empathy. Are we still going to have a class reunion? Not for now, I'm not in the mood. Everyone should pay attention to rest at night. Don't stay up late. Don't think you are still young. You can't torture yourself like you did when you were in school. I know. I will never stay up late at night. I still feel sad when I think about it. How could it be so sudden? Yes, it's too sudden. Qing Qing looked at it for a while, left the class group, and told Wei Xiaoshuan about it after a long sigh. I just woke up in the morning. Qing Qing sent the message, and then got the news. 3 exclamation marks in the reply. Damn. It's so sudden. What's going on? I saw the message in the group. It's really sudden. I didn't expect this to happen. I don't dare to stay up late. I'm scared. Qing Qing, if you get enough sleep every day and keep a regular schedule, it shouldn't be a big problem. Wei Xiaoshuang, I'm quite regular. I go to bed at 2 o'clock every day and get up at 10 o'clock. I keep at least 8 hours of sleep. Wei Xiaoshuang, I won't say more. My mom called me to eat. I have to get up quickly. Qing Qing looked at the message sent by the other party, smiled, looked at the class group again, and sighed again. But she was powerless to do anything about this matter, and didn't waste too much emotion on it, and quickly withdrew. Maybe someday, she would meet her old classmates in the soul world, but she might not recognize them even if she saw them. Qing Qing put her phone away, walked into the kitchen, and when she came out again, she was holding 2 plates of food and a bowl of rice in her hands, and she put them on the plates and ate them at the cashier. The advantage of eating this way is that you can take the plates back directly after eating, and you don't even have to wipe the table. It's time to eat. I'm coming. I'm coming. Xia Kong took off his apron, hung it in a corner of the kitchen, and said with a smile, I don't see you guys so enthusiastic at other times, but you're so enthusiastic when we're eating. That's because the food you cook is delicious. That's right. Is sister-in-law back? She's downstairs, she'll be up soon, Xia Kong said, and told his sister-in-law. Go to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks, and then wash your hands, you're all dirty. The door opened, and his sister-in-law immediately called out, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, we turned on the air conditioner in advance today. Sister-in-law, are you tired? No, I'm working normally. What's there to be tired of? Su Lekang put the drink in his hand down, put down the materials, looked up and asked, Are Mom and Dad coming back today? No. They are very busy these days. But they sent money back. A total of 15,000 yuan, Xia Kong said. Grandma will stay with us for another month, and we'll go to Uncle's house after a month. Don't mind it. I don't mind. After all, I knew this situation before I married you, Su Lekang said with a smile. And I haven't suffered any hardship since I married you. You are in charge of everything, and you didn't let me do it. Su Liqing's family conditions are not good. Her mother died early. Her father is an alcoholic, and she was almost beaten when she was a child. After she grew up with great difficulty, she immediately left the original city and moved to a new city. Xia Kang's family situation is also very special. An old man with Alzheimer's disease, with twin siblings. No matter how good the family conditions are, they will be dragged down. When the two met, they didn't want to be together at first. Later, they felt each other's kindness in the process of getting along. And then, they slowly came together. The days after marriage were very happy for Su Lekang. Although Xia Kang's family situation was there, he treated her very well. Whether it was housework or taking care of the family, he didn't let her do it. His siblings were also very obedient and sensible, which almost made her forget the misfortune of her original family. Where's Grandma? Is she still in the house? Su Lekang asked. The old lady has a serious dementia, and sometimes even hurts people, so when the family is busy, they will temporarily lock her in the house, and let her out when the family is free, so that she won't accidentally hurt others, or herself. She's in the house. I just seem to hear the sound of the TV, and Grandma has been doing well recently, and rarely gets sick, Sister said. That's good. Su Lekang went to open the door, and sure enough, she saw the TV on. The TV is usually on, so that the old lady won't get bored. She's used to it, and she went up and called, "Grandma, it's time for dinner." "Wait a minute, there'll be a few minutes before this episode ends," the old lady said, staring at the TV without blinking. Su Lekung turned around, picked up the remote control and pressed it, and sure enough, the episode had come to an end. "Grandma, let's eat first, and then watch it after dinner." Yes, it's okay to eat first and then watch it." Okay, I'll listen to you." The old man smiled and nodded, took the remote control from Su Lekung, pressed pause. "This TV is good now. You can stop it whenever you want, unlike before. If you don't watch it for a while, you can only wait until the next broadcast." The old man got up and walked out of the room. Su Lekung followed behind him, and saw the old man sitting down. And he took chopsticks for himself, poured himself a drink, and invited others to eat together. He didn't look sick at all. She looked at Xia Khan, and the two of them looked at each other, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. "I'll take Grandma to the hospital this afternoon." Xia Khan walked to Su Lekung's side. "Grandma has been in a strangely good condition these 2 days. Do you think it's the effect of the drink? Didn't we guess that this drink can calm the nerves before? The old man has Alzheimer's disease, and he doesn't sleep well at night. If he wakes up and doesn't pay attention, he will cause trouble." After confirming the effect of the drink, they have been insisting on buying drinks, hoping that the old man can sleep until dawn. Of course, it's not just the elderly who drink. They drink too. After all, there's an elderly person with Alzheimer's disease at home, and their sleep is not much better. It's also because everyone slept well during this period that Xia Kang's parents were able to spare the energy to go out to work, so that the pressure wouldn't fall on Xia Kang and Su Lekung. "I also think that Grandma's mental state has been much better during this period," Su Lekung recalled carefully. "I remember when I first got together with you. We went through a long period of chaos. My parents took turns to take care of Grandma every day, and they didn't have the energy to take care of her. During this period, I didn't think there was any problem at all." The twin siblings were on vacation, and the task of taking care of Grandma during the day fell on the twins. Everyone was worried at first, but every time the twins said it was okay, their parents felt relieved to go out to work. Thinking about it now, it seems that the situation of taking care of the twins is too easy. If it's true, Xia Kang clenched his fists, his face full of expectation. This is really a great event. Is this for me again? Qin Qin fell to the bottom of the water, looking at another pile of tall sea creatures in front of her. She was happy and worried. This pile of seafood is delicious, but she doesn't know how to handle it. Seeing Jin Long exhaling, she still thanked him happily. "Thank you. I like it very much. This pile is enough for me to eat for a long time." After collecting the pile of seafood in front of her, she operated the protective cover and walked forward, and came to Jin Long. Jin Long was opening his eyes at this moment. The diameter of his pupils was almost the same as Qin Qin's height. However, she did not feel scared. Instead, she felt that Jin Long's eyes were very kind. She took out a pile of white stones from her personal space. "I picked these up by myself at noon. It took me 2 or 3 hours. I give them all to you." There were much more white stones in the depths of the falling stone forest than in the periphery. No one dared to go in except her, so she could only pick them up by herself. She happened to be free at noon, so she spent all her time picking up white stones, and picked up a lot of them. "You have to get better soon." Qin Qin stretched out her hand, and carefully touched the place she could touch. "I like the seafood you gave me very much, but you are not fully recovered yet. Just eat it yourself. You don't need to prepare it for me. I am not short of food now. If you must give it to me, you can wait until you are fully recovered and then give it to me." Then it's settled," Qin Qin said with a smile. "But thank you for the seafood you gave me. I really like it. It is also very delicious. When you get better, we will trade some seasonings. Then we can make the seafood more delicious. You should like it." Yeah. Chapter 87 Water Repellent Pearls. Back at the supermarket, Qin Qin began to count the seafood as usual. It wasn't all seafood, there were also some seaweeds, shells, and the like mixed in. She sorted them according to what was edible, and what was not, and then she would think of a way to deal with the edible seafood. She wasn't very good at fish, but shellfish were relatively easy to deal with. As long as the meat was peeled off and cut into small pieces, it could be steamed or braised. Qin Qin bought braised sauce online. It would arrive the next day, or the day after tomorrow. She would cook it herself. As long as the taste wasn't too bad, it was edible. she would eat it herself anyway, and she didn't dislike her own cooking skills. After sifting around, she found a super large clam in the pile of seafood. Such a large clam must have a lot of meat inside. Ching put the clam in an empty space in the kitchen. Just one large clam took up almost all the space, and even extended a lot of space outside. Fortunately, most of it was well placed on the countertop. The clam looked very clean, and there was no dirt on the shell. She took a sharp knife, poked it in the middle, and then scratched it a little bit to the edge. There was a place where the clam meat inside was connected to the clam shell. After scratching the surface, she spent a lot of effort to pry the clam apart a little bit. As she was trying hard, she couldn't help thinking, if the clam didn't taste good, it would be a waste of all her efforts. When she finally broke it open, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the white clam meat hidden in the shell with satisfaction. After being happy for a while, she immediately took a sharp kitchen knife and cut the clam meat piece by piece. Braised this piece, steamed that piece, and made a garlic-flavored one, which would definitely taste good. When she cut to the middle, she felt resistance, reached out and touched it, and found that there was a round and hard thing hidden in the middle of the clam meat. If it was a clam, could it be a pearl? She was delighted, carefully cut the clam meat with a knife, and after peeling it off layer by layer, she saw the white and smooth texture of the pearl, which was not only beautiful, but also big. Ching took some effort to peel the pearl out of the clam meat, and finally shook it in her hand. This thing was at least as big as 3 of her fists. If she hadn't pulled the pearl out of the clam meat with her own hands, even she herself wouldn't have believed that such a big pearl really existed in the world. Round and smooth, with a full texture, it was obviously a good pearl at first glance. She held the pearl in her hand, put it in the pool, and planned to rinse it with water. Although there were not many traces of clam juice on the pearl, it would definitely be cleaner after washing. There was a groove in the middle of the pool, which was just right for the pearl. Ching turned on the faucet, letting the clean water rush down. The moment the water fell, she subconsciously bent down, watching the water flow quietly from both sides of the pearl, without touching the pearl itself. Wow, this is awesome! She really found a treasure this time. Couldn't this be the water-repellent pearl that always appears in novels and TV dramas? How long will it take to grow the water-repellent pearl? In another month, it will be fully grown. By then, with the power of the water-repellent pearl, you can walk through any water area as if walking on flat ground. Very good. Protect the water-repellent pearl, and take it off immediately once it is completed. Don't worry, there are monsters guarding the water-repellent pearl. Unless you are very powerful, you will not be able to get close to it. Even if we go to take it, you must also be fully prepared. Otherwise you will definitely be injured by the monster. Our people are watching. If there is a big commotion, we will notify you immediately. Besides us, no one else knows where the water-repellent beads are. Don't worry. That's good. Hiccup, the golden dragon wagged its tail, and spit out a breath of dragon. The monster had some skills before, and the golden elixir in its body was just enough for it to heal. But now it is still very weak, and it takes some effort to digest that golden elixir. The golden dragon looked up, looking at the strange house not far away, lightly flicking its tail. The house was strange indeed, but the people who walked out of it seemed to be just ordinary mortals, but they could come and go freely under the water. It turned its huge body, clearing the various creatures that had ignorantly entered. These creatures were too weak, and could not even sense its existence. Eating them was the same as not eating them, making it too lazy to even open its mouth. Mortals. The golden dragon swam in the water, easily rolling up waves of water. It turned around and around, until a scale fell off its body. It then descended again, landing steadily on the bottom of the water. The scale fell under the hut, and the golden dragon stretched out its claws, held the scale in its hand, raised its claws, and placed it in the hut. Just one scale took up a lot of space in the hut. The golden dragon raised his eyes, looked at the scale in the hut, retracted his claws, laid down again, and slowly closed his eyes. During the molting period, it will be in a weak state for a long time. Doctor, how is it? The old woman is in good condition, and her mind is clear. Did she really suffer from Alzheimer's disease before? The doctor looked at the patient's family who accompanied the old woman, and there was visible doubt in his eyes. It was Xia Kong who accompanied the old man to see the doctor. Hearing the doctor's question, he hurriedly said, "How can we joke about such things? Doctor, my grandma has had Alzheimer's disease for several years, and it has become more and more serious in the past 2 years. Recently, She suddenly got better. Recently? Or in the past 2 days? The doctor looked at him with a serious face. Xia Kong was about to say something, but suddenly realized something and replied, Grandma is in good health. It's just that there is this possibility. At present, there are no good drugs for Alzheimer's disease at home and abroad. Relevant research has been going on, and there are some results, but they have not been implemented yet. Generally speaking, the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease can only be controlled, not reversed. As for the old man's condition, at least the test results show that it is good. The doctor held the medical record in his hand. Maybe you can go to the hospital where the old man was treated before and compare the situation with the previous examination. That is to say, from the current test results, Grandma's condition is normal? Xia Kong asked. Grasping the key, the doctor frowned, and then looked through several examination reports. From the examination report alone, it is indeed the case, but it depends on the elderly's own situation. I suggest you compare it with the previous examination reports. The matter was too unbelievable, and the doctor did not dare to make a conclusion. Xia Kong nodded, knowing that he could not get anything out of it, and did not ask any more questions, but went to find the elderly, who was doing the last simple examination. The old woman also realized something at this time. It might be that the recovery process was long and slow. There were some things that she herself did not realize. Until this time, she asked, I haven't had an attack for a long time? That's what the doctor said. Xia Kong still had a stack of examination reports in his hand. The doctor suggested that we go to the previous hospital to see. When my parents come back, we will go together. Grandma, your recent condition is very normal. I haven't done anything during this period. The medicine I took is the same as before. The old woman has a quick mind. I just watch a lot of TV series. I couldn't watch them before. I always felt that those TV series were weird. Xia Kong supported the old woman. It's definitely not because of the TV series. Grandma, do you remember the drink we drank? You said it was related to that drink? The old woman asked, and then asked again after remembering something. Isn't the drink used to help us sleep? And it also has the effect of curing diseases? At this time, Xia Kong also felt that the old woman's thinking was very normal. If it were before, it would be difficult for the two to communicate normally. But he was still worried. When Mom and Dad come back, we will do some more examinations. Grandma, you have to cooperate. It's just a physical examination. What's the big deal? The old man was very calm. I'm not a child anymore. I will definitely cooperate with you. It's just right for me to go out for a walk and breathe some fresh air. Xia Kong listened to the old man's words and felt a little amused. The old man before was not even as good as a child. After all, children can still communicate in many cases. But the old man with Alzheimer's disease is really unable to communicate at all. He always hoped that his grandmother's illness would really get better. At least so that her old age would not be so miserable. This hot pot smells so good. Wei Xiaoshuang took a deep breath, smelling the full aroma, and felt much more comfortable. The best hot pot base. Plus the best meat. How can it not be fragrant? Qin Qing said with a smile, picking up a plate of meat from the side. This is clam meat. It's delicious. I think this fish is fragrant. I didn't expect such a large piece of fish to have so few bones. Qin Jiangxin pointed at the plate of fish and said seriously, it satisfies my dream of eating big mouthfuls of fish. They are all delicious. Qing, there is no dish here that is not delicious. But I didn't expect you to prepare milk tea. Today's meal is really satisfying. Wei Xiaoshuang poured himself a cup of milk tea from the big barrel of milk tea. After taking a sip, he said with satisfaction, it's exactly the same as the milk tea in the store. And the taste of the pearls is the same. Qin Qing looked at the big barrel of milk tea and thought that this was from someone else's store. She was just a porter. But this did give her a hint. Next time she goes to the city, she can just take the bucket to buy milk tea. She happened to have a lot of empty buckets in her portable space, which are quite suitable for milk tea. Not only does it save space, it also does not waste disposable milk tea cups. Don't underestimate this small cup. It took me a lot of time. Anyway, I don't want to make milk tea for the time being. Qin Qing warned in advance, lest Wei Xiaoshuang ask her for milk tea. It's okay to do it behind her back, but if it's in front of him, she can't make the same one. As she spoke, she scalded a large piece of shrimp meat, put it into her mouth, took a bite. It was crispy and refreshing, and another bite of satisfaction. It was worth her time to peel the shrimp meat from the prawns in the afternoon. Then I'll make it for you next time, Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile. Or you can give me the milk tea machine. I'll open a milk tea shop at home. Take it. Take it. Qing Qing waved her hand. Not only the milk tea machine, but also the raw materials, for free. You can use them as you like. When you leave later, I'll take you back, and take the milk tea machine with you. Are you serious? Wei Xiaoshuang said in surprise. Are you telling a lie? Qing Qing was also surprised. Wei Xiaoshuang thought about it, slapped the table and nodded. Okay. Then we have a deal. You will take me home later, and bring the milk tea machine, and I will take care of all the milk tea you want to drink in the future. Then it's settled. Qing Qing smiled happily. Qin Jiangxin sat aside and ate meat calmly. I really don't understand you young people. Milk tea is not that delicious. Right? Is it worth your performance for it? Qing Qing looked serious. Sister Jiang Xian. You don't understand. Milk tea is the source of happiness. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded repeatedly. Yes. It is true that when I encounter a stupid boss at work, I just want to drink a sip of sweet milk tea. And I have to replenish the sweetness like crazy. And once the habit is formed, I can't quit it. Qin Jiangxin laughed and responded to the two. Then count me in at that time. Wei Xiaoshuang immediately agreed. No problem. Chapter 88. It's unreasonable. Qin Qing, it's useless to keep it with me. If you keep it for a long time, it might expire. You can use it as you like. I'll take the responsibility. Wei Xiaoshuang, hee, I'm really rude. I don't have anything to do at home now. If this works, I might be able to open a milk tea shop and make money. Qin Qing, I think you can do it. Just after replying to the message, the phone rang. She looked at the contacts and picked up the phone. Auntie? Qing Qing, is Jiang Xian with you? No. Jiang Xian went back a long time ago. Didn't Auntie see it? Qing Qing asked back. After dinner, she sent Wei Xiaoshuang home and brought the milk tea machine that they had agreed on, while Qin Jiangxin rode her electric bike back home. The distance was not far, and Qin Jiangxin was a police officer, so Qin Qing was naturally not worried about her situation. Hearing what Qin Jiangxin's mother said, she sat up straight on the bed. Sister Jiang Xian has been back for more than 2 hours. Didn't she go to your place again? Qin Jiangxin's mother asked again. I didn't see it. I closed the store not long after Sister Jiang Xian went back. Did she get through on the phone? Did she encounter something that needed to be dealt with on the way? Qin Qing asked anxiously. Qin Jiangxin's mother stood at the door. She came back more than 2 hours ago, and then went out again. She hasn't come back yet. I thought she went to your place. I really didn't see her. Otherwise, asked Jiang Xian's colleagues at the police station. If she encountered anything, she should contact them. Qin Qing said. Okay. Qin Jiangxin's mother held the phone in her hand and walked forward quickly. What's wrong? Did you drink? Why is your face so red? Headache. Qin Jiangxin frowned, and most of her weight was on her mother. Mom, I feel so uncomfortable. I want to vomit. It's okay. It's okay. Go inside and vomit, Qin Jiangxin's mother said. You went out to drink. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't drink. Qin Jiangxin frowned. You look like this without drinking. Your face is so red. And you want to vomit. Qin Jiangxin's mother frowned. I couldn't get through to you even when I called you. You disappeared without a trace. Don't you know that your mother would be scared? I really didn't drink. Qin Jiangxin lowered her head. I don't know what happened. I feel bad. So bad. Vomit. Toilet. Toilet. Go to the toilet and vomit. Qin Jiangxin's mother hurriedly helped her to the toilet. On the other side of the phone, Qin Qing heard the conversation over there and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay to come back late, as long as she's fine. After a while, Qin Jiangxin's mother remembered something and said to Qin Qing, it's okay. She probably met a friend on the way and had a drink. She's fine. Don't worry. Okay. As long as she's fine. I'll hang up first. Auntie, take care of Sister Jiang Xian, Qin Qing said. The other party readily agreed. Before hanging up the phone, Qin Jiangxin's vomiting sound could be heard, and Qin Jiangxin's mother's mumbling, I didn't smell any alcohol on you. Qin Qing looked at the hung-up phone, relieved again, and continued to chat with Wei Xiaoshuang. While chatting, I went online to find a few recipes for making milk tea, hoping that Wei Xiaoshuang could make better milk tea. After chatting for a while, It was already past 10 o'clock. Qing packed up and prepared to go to bed. Before going to bed, she remembered the video she had recorded during the day. Opened the short video platform. Simply edited the video. Added music. And submitted it. Title: Supersized Pearls You Have Never Seen Before. The video was posted at 10 o'clock in the evening. Not yet late at night. Just the right time to watch short videos before going to bed. Qing's account has quite a few followers. Not long after the video was posted, many people clicked to watch it. More than half an hour later, the popularity of short videos quietly increased. Guzhen came out of the live broadcast room of the Pearl opening clams. Stopped watching the live broadcast. Exited the live broadcast room interface. And planned to watch short videos for a while, and go to bed. But maybe because her hobby is watching clams opening. Even if she watches short videos, she basically sees related content. She lay on her side on the bed. Swiped down again. And saw the cover of the oversized pearl. She swiped past it. And swiped back. Not sure. Let's take a look. After a while, Guzhen's misty eyes became energetic again. Clicking on the comment area, sure enough, many people agree with her. Outrageous. I should have thought it was outrageous when I saw the cover, and it's even more outrageous after reading it. First glance, pearls. Second glance, big pearls. Third glance, you should at least follow the basic rules when shooting videos. Is this a pearl? It's bigger than the ball in the mouth of the stone lion at the door of my house. Damn, I really believed it was real for a second. Let me see which blogger it is. It's you. The blogger who posted Jean Long and Jensen. It's really so real, and it's all dynamic, amazing. Okay, is the pearl business so popular now? I think I've learned something. If this pearl is hung around your neck, it will definitely be the most eye-catching kid in the crowd. This kid replied, I think so too. You all saw the big pearl. Was it just me who saw the clam meat? It looks delicious, drool. You are the blogger who posts ancient music videos? I didn't expect there are so many weird videos. I'm definitely following you. This weird video track finally let you, the blogger, break in. I have to say, although I know it's fake, but this pearl is really big and really round. I can't imagine how much it would be worth if it were real. Not money. Reply, at least 7 or 8 cents, but there can't be such a big pearl in the world. Qing hugged the pearl and slept until dawn. She didn't know whether the pearl could avoid water, but it was cool. Holding the pearl, she felt very comfortable all night, without any feeling of heat from the hot weather. She didn't even notice that the air conditioner was not turned on last night. She didn't know what kind of product it was. The golden dragon couldn't talk. If it could, she would at least ask. When she got up and washed up, Qing put the pearl back into her personal space. She didn't dare to show off such a big pearl. It was not easy to hold. It was really a bit ridiculous. Going downstairs as usual, she opened the doors of the plain supermarkets one by one. She turned around and opened the door of her own supermarket. As soon as she opened it, she was startled by the person at the door. Sister Jiang Xian. Why do you look so bad? I had a nightmare last night, and my face was really bad when I woke up in the morning. So I went out early to avoid my mother worrying. Jiangxin whispered. I came here to ask you something. What happened before I went back yesterday? Nothing happened. Didn't you go back normally? Qing asked back. Annie also saw you, and said you came out after returning home. What happened? Jiangxin raised her hand to press. He pressed his forehead. The problem lies here. I have no memory of what happened yesterday. Qing's face changed. No memory at all? After I left? Or, I vaguely remember that I went home. And then I didn't remember anything. Jiangxin frowned tightly. The only memory I have is when I went home again. My mother thought I went out to drink. But if I really drank, I would definitely have an impression. Is this a bit like the reaction after anesthesia? Qing asked carefully. Jiangxin nodded and shook her head, looking at Qing and said, My clothes have not changed at all. They are the same as when I had dinner at your place yesterday. And when I got up in the morning, except for feeling a little uncomfortable, there was no other discomfort. The discomfort was the discomfort of a headache. And the physical discomfort also comes from the body. After we finished dinner yesterday, you rode the battery bike home first, and I rode the tricycle to send Wei Xiaoshuang back. Later, I came back. More than 2 hours later, your mother called and said she couldn't find you. But just as she was on the phone, you came back. Qing Qing also looked at her. After you came back? You kept saying that you were uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. I don't know what happened next. Qin Jiangxin went home first, and then went out yesterday. She thought that the other party had a friend to meet her. But now it seems that it is not the case. Qin Qing thought for a moment, and asked, Does our town have surveillance? Or you can go to the police station to check. I'll go check today. Qin Jiangxin rubbed his temples. It's really uncomfortable. I don't know why. I had a nightmare all night. I dreamed that I was chased by a fierce ghost. The scene was extremely bloody, and made me want to vomit. Really. I have been a policeman for so many years, and have never encountered such a situation. I retched for a while when I woke up in the morning. Qin Qing blinked. No more. I'm going to work and confirm the situation. It would be best if I could find out what happened. Otherwise, I have no memory of those few hours, and I am very panicked. Qin Jiangxin said, waved to Qin Qing, and turned to the direction of the police station. Qin Qing nodded, and watched Qin Jiangxin leave. When she rode the electric scooter a little further away, she walked out of the supermarket and looked at Qin Jiangxin's back. The matter had not yet come to a conclusion. She did not tell Wei Xiuxuan about it, and just waited for Qin Jiangxin's investigation results. But for some reason, she always felt that things were not that simple. Thinking of the sudden death news she had received in the past few days, she felt even more strange, and always felt that many things were unreasonable. Thinking about it, she shook her head and suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. Anyway, I hope everything is fine. She returned to the supermarket, picked up a breakfast from her personal space, and ate it simply with today's milk. She took out her phone and subconsciously waited for Qin Jiangxin's news. However, she wanted to investigate, so the results should not come so soon. Qin Qing exited the chat box again and opened the short video platform. Many people watched the short videos she posted yesterday. Most of them were playing with memes happily. She thought about it and replied to a few comments. The clam meat is delicious and fresh. You can treat it as real. I'm not sure if it can be hung around the neck. I always hold it in my arms. Fortunately, it's not very heavy. Golden Nanmu? I haven't cut it yet. I'll go cut one and grind it into beads to make a bracelet for myself. I've never worn such an expensive ornament. Chapter 89. Check in with your luggage. I checked all the surveillance cameras. Qin Jiangxin sat opposite Qin Qing. I stayed in a blind spot for a long time. From the time I disappeared to the time I appeared, no one else appeared there. So strange? Qin Qing frowned. It's really strange. Qin Jiangxin sighed. When I found out I had lost my memory, I knew it wasn't simple. I didn't expect it to be so bizarre. I don't know how to tell others about this. You're the only one who knows the cause and effect of the matter. Qin Qing had never encountered such a situation before, and didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Fortunately, Qin Jiangxin had no intention of getting a solution from her. I feel much more relieved after I tell you. This incident may have happened by chance. I will be more careful in the future, and try not to go out at night. You too. Be careful in the future. Okay. Qin Qing nodded, and said, if there is anything else, please find me in time. I will. I will go back first. My mother is waiting for me to go back for dinner. Qin Jiangxin got up and left. Qin Qing sighed as she looked at her back again. I hope the matter is really resolved. In the next few days, she did not see Qin Jiangxin again, but learned about her current situation through WeChat chat. As they expected, nothing similar happened again. Qin Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to run back and forth between several plain supermarkets on a daily basis. Considering the situation of the Golden Dragon, she took a lot of time to pick up white stones, and then gave all the white stones she picked up intact to the Golden Dragon, hoping that it could absorb energy as soon as possible and recover. At the same time, Xia Kang's family got all the medical reports of the old man. From the medical reports, the old man's Alzheimer's disease was definitely cured, which was a scientific miracle in medicine. What medicine do you usually give the old man? The family looked at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know whether they should say it. A drink can cure insomnia, which is already incredible. Now it can also cure Alzheimer's disease. This doesn't make sense anyway. When they finally left the hospital, they still didn't tell the doctor the details. They just talked about it in the group where they bought drinks together. The responses in the group were very enthusiastic. I knew that the drink was not simple. And the boss was not simple either. Otherwise, how could an ordinary drink cure insomnia? This is not scientific. But from a scientific point of view, this is also scientific. Since the drink can cure insomnia caused by neurasthenia, it has a certain therapeutic effect on Alzheimer's disease caused by neurological problems, which is also a consistent therapeutic principle. I haven't drunk the drink recently. Should I drink some more? I didn't drink it either. The boss said I didn't have to drink it all the time, so I didn't insist. After all, I slept well during this period. But if there is such a special effect, I will insist on drinking it anyway. It's just a drink. I drink 1 cup a day. How normal. Damn. Can Alzheimer's disease really be cured? I have a relative who has this condition. I'll tell someone later. Will anyone believe this if we tell them? The key is whether we should spread it. Will the boss care? I asked the boss. The boss said not to make it too public. So if your relatives and friends have insomnia, Alzheimer's disease, etc., you can tell them. But people may not believe it. If Alzheimer's disease can really be cured, my relative's family will be saved. You don't know how tormenting it is for the elderly to suffer from this disease. Since the elderly in my relative's family got this disease, I think everyone in their family has aged 10 years. Then you drag your relative into the group, we can all persuade him, and we can always make your relative believe it. It doesn't necessarily start with Alzheimer's disease, but it can cure insomnia. For those with Alzheimer's disease at home, insomnia is also a big problem. Yes, it can cure insomnia. The effect comes quickly, it works after 1 drink, and you will believe it after 1 sleep. We did the same at the beginning. Didn't we? I don't know why. Looking at what you said before, I always feel like it's a pyramid scheme fraud. It's funny, when I first heard you say that, I also thought it was a pyramid scheme fraud. If I hadn't been troubled by insomnia for a long time, I would definitely not believe you and drink the beverage. I'm different, Everyone in our community believed it. So I believed it too. We can't be deceived together. Dr. Sue. I'm here to see the elderly. Dr. Sue walked in with a box of elderly health products. Watched the elderly come out of the room and communicated with them normally. When you were in the hospital, it seemed that there were some things you didn't say. I'm a doctor, and I've never seen a patient with Alzheimer's recover in all these years. So, we didn't want to hide this matter, but we were afraid that Dr. Sue wouldn't believe it. Xia Kong handed the phone to the other party. This is our chat group. Dr. Sue can take a look. Dr. Sue took the other party's phone in confusion and flipped up one by one to check everyone's chat history. His expression changed from confusion to shock, and his brows went from frowning to tight frowning. I said Dr. Sue might not believe it, but it's true. Since she got sick, not only our family members, but also Grandma's sleep quality has not been very good. This was introduced by a very close friend of ours. He asked us to try it, at least it can treat insomnia. We drank it, and it really worked well, but we never thought it could be cured. Xia Khan said seriously. Dr. Sue looked up. This is the drink. No matter the taste or anything else, it is exactly the same as the regular drinks sold outside. Xia Khan said. We all guessed that it can have a certain effect on the soul. Dr. Sue frowned again. So you may not believe us. Dr. Sue. Xia Khan said with a smile. But this is all, and it is the truth. Dr. Sue looked at the drink, looked at Xia Kong, looked at the others, and could not help asking, when did the world become like this? The Xia family laughed. Dr. Sue, I can send you the address to buy drinks, you can go buy them yourself. But remember to buy drinks from the drink machine, not from the shelves, the drinks on the shelves are ineffective. Xia Khan said, clicking on the group. Dr. Sue should have seen what everyone said. You can try it to see the effect of curing insomnia first. Okay, I'll give it a try, thank you. Dr. Sue stood up and said before leaving. Actually, I came here today, not entirely because of my identity as a doctor. I also have an elderly person with Alzheimer's disease in my family, but as a doctor in this field, I have never been able to do anything. Now the elderly's condition has developed very seriously. If there is really a chance, I will definitely not miss it. There is definitely a chance, Dr. Sue. Don't worry, by the way, there are some test reports in the group, which confirm that the drinks are harmless. Dr. Sue can also take a look. Xia Khan said, after all, when people first come into contact with this thing, everyone will be more or less wary, but for their family, from now on, they will believe in the effect of the drinks no matter what. Then please, add me to the group. Dr. Sue said. No problem. Wasn't it fine before? Why did it happen again last night? Ching didn't have time to type, and immediately chose voice to text. The voice on the other side was direct, with some heavy breathing caused by nervousness. Same as last time, I checked the surveillance, and it was still just me. Qin Jiangxin's voice sounded. What should I do? Something must have happened. Why don't you come to my house? I have a guest room, where you can rest, and at least your parents won't worry about you. Qin frowned and said, What if this causes you trouble? Qin Jiangxin hesitated. You went out at home, and your parents didn't notice it, which means it has no impact on the people living together. If you live with me, I can at least watch you, and maybe I can take pictures of what happened. Qin said seriously. She felt that it would be better for Qin Jiangxin to live with her than to live in her house. At least she still has the dimensional supermarket. Then I'll think about it. Qin Jiangxin compromised. She was really afraid that her parents would worry. Okay. Then Sister Jiang Xian. Please think it over carefully. Qin replied. After the message, she saw the person who was receiving the drink looked up. Many times, she would not avoid the person who received the drink when doing certain things. After all, most people would not think that drinks can cure insomnia. The person who came to receive the drink was more or less an informed person. Even if they occasionally encountered some strange things, they could remain calm and composed. However, the person in front of her looked unfamiliar. Drinks are $1 a cup. Do you want me to estimate? Or do you want to calculate it yourself? Qin asked. I've calculated it. The other party closed the lid and calmly walked to the cashier. I'll pay 20 yuan for these drinks. Is that okay? Of course. You've paid a lot. Qin estimated the cup the other party carried with him. I think it's about 15 yuan. It's okay. I'll pay 20 yuan. The other party took out his mobile phone and pointed out the payment code. Just scan me. Okay. Qin entered 20 yuan and scanned the payment code. Next time you come, you can come a little later. I usually rest from 11 to 2 o'clock in the morning. But you can come in the evening. We usually close at around 8 o'clock. Qin Jiangxin came to talk to her at noon today, so she opened the supermarket door early. Okay, thank you. The guest left the supermarket with 2 large cups of drinks. At the same time, Qin's phone rang with a message alert again. It was a message from Qin Jiangxin. She told her parents that she would stay at her place for a few nights. Although her parents didn't understand, they still agreed to her request. You don't need to bring too much stuff. Just bring your luggage and move in. The bedsheets and quilts are available in the guest bedroom. You can get daily necessities directly in the supermarket. The key is to check the situation in the next few days. I'll come over in the evening. We'll talk about it in detail then. Okay. Chapter 90. Robbing the rich to help the poor. I still don't know what happened. I went out last night without my parents noticing. I vaguely remember feeling nauseous when I came back. I woke up in the bathroom this morning. Qin Jiangxin said helplessly. Last time something like that happened to me, my mother was already very worried, fearing that something bad would happen to me. But I'm a policeman, and if I can't find a problem, letting my mother know will only make her more worried. Was it the same yesterday? Qin poured her a cup of hot water. Yeah, same, still no memory. Qin Jiangxin raised her hand to support her forehead. I have no idea what happened. Then we can only wait and see. Qin said. I locked the door at night. You don't have the key, you definitely can't open the door. Even if you wake up in the middle of the night like before, you can't get out, maybe you're sleepwalking. That's possible, otherwise it's really hard to explain. Qin Jiangxin drank hot water. Then I'll sleep here with you for the next few days, you watch over me, and wake me up in time if anything happens. No problem. There's a master bedroom on the 2nd floor, 2 secondary bedrooms. The secondary bedrooms don't have separate bathrooms, but there is one outside the secondary bedrooms. Although she said she could get daily necessities directly from the supermarket, Qin Jiangxin still brought some with her. Just toothpaste, toothbrush and towel. Qin got a pair of clean slippers and bath towel from the supermarket. When she went upstairs, she tried to comfort him. If it's sleepwalking, find time to go to the hospital. Yet Qin Jiangxin held her forehead again. Although I didn't have this habit before. But if I have it now, I'll feel more at ease if I go. It was about time. And after they washed up, they went back to their rooms to rest. Qin Jiangxin had experienced unexplained amnesia twice, several days apart, and it was estimated that the next time would be several days later. After raising the possibility of sleepwalking, Qin also felt that the probability of sleepwalking was higher under normal circumstances. After playing with her phone for a while, She fell asleep peacefully. After sleeping for a few hours, she suddenly heard a noise coming from outside and got up with a frown. Sister Jeong Xian? The door of the second bedroom was open, and there was no one in the bathroom. Qin frowned and went downstairs, turned on the lights of the supermarket on the first floor, and subconsciously looked at the main entrance of the supermarket. The door to the front door was still closed. Just when she breathed a sigh of relief, she found that the back door was opened. She hurried downstairs and looked out from the back door. The back door was neither a river nor a supermarket that she often saw, but a completely unfamiliar environment. A bunch of unfamiliar small buildings stood in front of her, but most of the places were dark, except for a room in one of the buildings, which was brightly lit, and was particularly conspicuous in this dim environment. It wasn't completely dark. There seemed to be street lights around, but the brightness of the street lights was not very high. Adding to the fog, the street lights were covered a lot, making the overall brightness very low. She looked around, and her heart was full of doubts. This was not the normal state of opening the plain supermarket. What kind of environment was this? Qin Jiangxin. Yes, Qin Jiangxin opened the back door and went out by herself. I wonder where she is now. Just then, she heard a sharp call from the front. She couldn't hear the details of the voice, but she could vaguely hear that it was a woman who called, and the direction of the voice was the only room with lights on. She didn't have time to think about it, and walked out of the supermarket and headed in that direction. When she arrived at the bottom of the building, she looked at the dark corridor and took out a flashlight from her personal space. The flashlight lit up, and the fear of the dark and unknown instantly dissipated a lot. The room should be on the third floor. She walked up step by step, and when she reached the third floor, she stood at the door of the lighted room according to the direction. Before she knocked on the door, she heard a voice from inside, which was Qin Jiangxin's firm voice. I am a policeman in real life. You can trust me. Don't act rashly. Once something happens here, you will also die in real life. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to knock on the door, her hand fell on the door, but she unexpectedly encountered a little resistance. Sister. Qin turned back subconsciously, and the flashlight fell on the person behind her. How did you die? Sister. Aren't you scared? The child, who was only as tall as Qin's waist, raised his head, and the blood on his head slowly fell down, about to fall into his eyes. Qin took out a tissue and wiped the blood that was about to fall. I saw a girl a few days ago. She was more seriously injured than you. She was covered in wounds and looked very sad. But she is fine now. Not only that girl, but also the old man who had an accident. Didn't look good either. After all, he had been in the water for a long time. For some reason, when she saw this situation, her mood did not fluctuate too much. The blood could not be wiped clean. Once it was wiped, it would flow again in an instant. The girl just looked at Qin until she used several tissues and then said, Sister, I'm going in. You can't go in. After that, the girl went into the house. Qin stepped forward, but was still pushed away by inexplicable resistance. At the same time, a sharp shout came from the house, and Qin Jiangxin's calm voice, Don't panic. As long as we solve the problem, we can leave here. This is my third time here. Don't panic. Listen to me. We will definitely get out. 3 times. Counting the 2 previous cases of amnesia. Today is the 3rd time. No wonder Qin Jiangxin said that she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit every time she woke up. However, she was afraid that something might happen to Qin Jiangxin, so it was difficult to leave. But she couldn't get in. She turned the flashlight in her hand upwards. This building is a typical small building, with only 2 rooms on each floor. A total of 5 floors. And the floor Qin Jiangxin is on is the 3rd floor. And there are 2 floors above. The flashlight shines through the stairs, and you can see the moon above your head. But this moon is not a normal bright color, but a bloody red. Just one look and you will know that it is a weird moon. She walked up half a floor and looked out. From this position, she couldn't see the location of her supermarket clearly. But since Qin Jiangxin could reappear in reality every time, it meant that as long as she survived the crisis, she could leave here smoothly. She had nothing to do anyway. Qin went upstairs with a flashlight, all the way to the top floor. The doors of the 2 rooms on the top floor were open, with some scattered objects inside, looking like they didn't know what was going on. The 2 families quickly packed up and left. She entered the house. Except for the bloody moon shining in from the window, the furnishings in the house looked normal. She took a step forward and kicked something under her feet. She looked down and saw that it was a dirty shoe. There were not many things in the house. There were some large items that were not easy to move, and some unwanted things, such as dirty shoes and dirty clothes. It was a little dirty, but it shouldn't be too worn out. After all, the environment of the house was obviously modern. As long as modern people were not particularly poor, they would basically not wear clothes that were too worn out. Patching clothes, that was something people in the 1960s and 1970s and ancient people would do. There was a mattress on the bed in the bedroom, and a bed sheet on it. Ancient times. Qing turned around, looking at the living room where there were still some things. She also walked around the next room, and similarly, saw some old and dirty shoes and clothes, and bed sheets as back pads. There was a storage room in the next room, which contained a small pile of empty bags and a few clips. With a glimmer of hope, she opened the bag, and threw all the old shoes and clothes in the room, and some miscellaneous daily necessities into the bag. The main theme is rob the rich and help the poor. The rich are not really rich. The poor are really poor. Just in case they can be used. She didn't take the big items. Mainly because they were not easy to carry. And she was not sure whether they could really be moved. So she only packed some small items in bags. Clothes, shoes, socks, sheets, and a bowl with a broken mouth. After taking the 2 rooms on the 5th floor, she went to the 4th floor. The 2 rooms on the 4th floor seemed to have closed doors. But in fact, they could be opened with a pull. The situation was similar to the 5th floor. She went in and took everything she could. On this floor, she got a pile of empty bowls. She went down 1 floor at a time, a total of 5 floors. Except for the room on the 3rd floor where Qin Jiangxin and others were. She went into all the other rooms and searched them all. She didn't take what she couldn't take, and didn't miss anything she should take. In this way, she picked up 3 bags of things in total. In the last room on the 1st floor, she picked up things and came out, and happened to meet someone coming down from upstairs. The 4 eyes met, and it was extremely quiet. Qing, why are you here? Qin Jiangxin was the first to react. Did I affect you? I knew I shouldn't live in your place. Several people beside Qin Jiangxin spoke. You guys go back, each of you go home. In reality you won't remember what happened here, but you will remember it when you come back. Anyway, you remember, don't do things you shouldn't do, you will basically be safe. Qin Jiangxin urged. A group of people walked out of the building, and disappeared one by one in an instant. Qin Jiangxin looked at Qing again, and said apologetically, Sorry, I dragged you down. This environment is not safe. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. Ah, I'm fine, I caught up by myself. Qing said. It's a pity that after we wake up, we won't think about what happened here anymore. Qin Jiangxin didn't listen to Qing's words. Still feeling upset. What should I do? If something happens to you, I will never forgive myself. Qing was silent, not knowing how to explain. She always felt that her situation was different from Qin Jiangxin's. Otherwise it would be impossible for Qin Jiangxin to be trapped in the house, while she was picking up trash outside. Oh! No. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Qing. You must listen to me. Qin Jiangxin held Qing's hand. This is not the first time I've come here. But the 3rd time. The environment here is very special. Every time we come here, we will encounter evil spirits and be trapped in the environment where the evil spirits are. Only by solving the trouble set by the evil spirits for us can we get out. I didn't have experience the previous 2 times. And someone got into trouble. According to what I heard from others, once something happens here, you will die suddenly in reality. Qing opened her eyes slightly. Yes, you think the same as me. In reality, many people may have encountered this situation. It's a pity that I have no memory of it in reality. Qin Jiangxin expressed her distress again. Remember, when you come here in the future, be careful about safety and strictly follow the requirements. Qing watched Qin Jiangxin's figure disappear in front of her eyes little by little. It's not that something happened, but that she went back. When Qin Jiangxin completely disappeared, Qing went out with the bag in her hand, watched Qin Jiangxin stagger into her supermarket, and closed the back door by the way. Luckily, she brought the key. Chapter 91 Hell on Earth. Sister. The footsteps approached little by little. Qing looked up and saw the little girl coming down the stairs in a white princess dress. Her face was clean. Following the little girl were 2 adults, who looked like the little girl's parents. Although Qing Qing's mood was very stable, but now seeing the three people, she couldn't help but feel alert. After all, it was them who put Qin Jiangxin and others in danger. Sorry. It's not our intention to hurt people, the woman whispered. The three of us were accidentally attacked and killed. Since the accident, our souls have been trapped here and can no longer leave. There is a force controlling us, but after they solved the problem just now, that force has disappeared. Are you contaminated with human lives? Qin Qing asked. The girl leaned against her parents. The two adults shook their heads. No, this is our first mission. What world is this? Qin Qing asked again. The two looked at each other. We don't know very well. Perhaps this world doesn't have a unique name. If we must say it, this world is called Purgatory on Earth. Purgatory on Earth. Qin Qing was alert again. Since it is purgatory, it should be hell, but it is crowned with the word human world. It feels strange no matter how you think about it. She asked something else. But the family of three really didn't know much. And they didn't even know why they were here. Where are you going next? The child's parents looked at each other again. And shook their heads again. We don't know where to go. Can I go see your room? Qin Qing asked again. Sure. The two nodded immediately. Since the mission was completed, the traces in the room have completely disappeared. When those people appeared here just now, they were frightened by the traces in the room. What does it mean to complete the mission? In other words, what is your mission? Qin Qing followed the three people upstairs. Our mission. The woman turned her head. Let those people find their companions. If they find the wrong one, they will die. Qin Qing stood below, looking up at the woman. The woman's expression was shrouded in the red moonlight. Eerie and strange. She did not speak. Nor did she move. But just looked at the woman quietly. The woman moved her nose. It's strange, you don't have a strong smell of a living person, but there is a strong smell of the same kind. We won't lie to you. This is our first mission. According to those people, the initial missions are always simpler, and the later the missions are, the more difficult they are. And it is easy to encounter evil spirits. Then you should be thankful. Once you become an evil spirit, you can no longer be considered a human being. Qin Qing took 2 more steps up. Do you know the soul world? It is where the real souls stay. There is a rule there that if someone makes a mistake during his lifetime, the soul will be punished after death. The more serious the mistake, the more severe the punishment for the soul will be. As for the punishment, it is a bit like the meaning of ice hell. Are you not a living person? The woman asked. Yes. I am sure. Qin Qing was holding the garbage she had picked up before. Are you still going upstairs? According to the situation in this world, even if you leave here, you will definitely have a hard time. Right? You are very strange. The three continued to lead the way. And the woman talked to Qin Qing. I think I am quite normal. Emotionally stable. Mentally stable. And never get angry. As she spoke, Qin Qing was already standing at the door of the room that she had been unable to enter before. At this moment, the door was wide open, revealing the complete appearance inside, which was better than she had imagined, and much better than the surrounding houses. There were no strange traces, and it looked very warm. The decoration is all new, and it is a 21st century decoration. Large areas of white furniture are used, and it is particularly bright when the lights are turned on. This is not the plane connected to the plane supermarket. But Qin Qing took out paper food, instant noodles, and candles from her personal space. It seems that the things in this room can also be picked up. But unfortunately, they are all owned by someone. Picking them up at this time is not picking up, but robbery. What can you see that you can eat? Take the things here and exchange them with me. The three of them looked at Qin Qing with complicated eyes. Forget about instant noodles, the other two. The woman hesitated. You are not human beings. Qin Qing was puzzled. Can you eat human food? She took out another bowl, and soaked a bowl of instant noodles in hot water. When the aroma overflowed, the three of them also thought it was very fragrant, but when they really wanted to use their chopsticks, the three of them were stunned, because they couldn't move at all. Just say no. Qin Qing understood, took out a candle and a candlestick, and lit the candle. The room was instantly filled with fragrance. The three of them took a deep sip. The child was the first to be unable to hold back. It's delicious. Then you can just eat this directly. Qin Qing picked up the instant noodles, took a big bite with chopsticks. You can decide for yourself. If you want, I'll send it to you later. If you don't want, I won't come. I don't know what this hell on earth is like. It shouldn't be easy to get along outside. Right? She took a sip of the noodle soup. Although this was not the world that the plain supermarket brought her to, it didn't stop her from doing business. Of course, it wasn't that she was overconfident, but she saw the summoned plain supermarket panel, and was entering the new plain connection of the progress bar, which was now 91%. And there was only 9% left to complete the connection. In this case, instead of leaving in a panic, it would be better to negotiate a good deal. Yes, we want it, but we don't know what we can exchange it for. We have nothing, and we don't know what you want. The plain supermarket has not yet been successfully connected. Ching remembered something and asked, "You should be able to build blocks, right? Just assemble?" The couple looked at each other. Ching took out a pile of building blocks from her personal space. "You guys build them. 3 simple blocks for 1 candle, 1 difficult block for 2 candles. You'll have them anyway. Give them to me after you build them, and I'll deliver the candles to you. These blocks are needed by the soul realm. Some are made of paper, and some are made of wood, and they are said to be needed for filming. Because the requirements are high, more soul beads are needed." Ching bought them, but she really didn't have time to build them herself. But if she didn't build them, it would be even more difficult to deal with them if they were sent to the soul realm. So it would be great if someone could help her now. "Is this all you need?" Ching nodded. "Of course, you need fewer candles, so you can build less every day, but since you need to eat candles, I suggest you build more. If it's okay, I'll give you the candles this time, and if nothing goes wrong, I'll come again." Before the 2 adults spoke, the child raised his hand. "I want to play." Although they didn't understand what was going on, the 2 adults still nodded. "Okay, we promise you." Ching also nodded, and glanced at the progress bar, which was now 98%, only the last 2% was left to complete. "I'm leaving first." She turned around, taking the rag she had picked up not long ago. "I hope you won't get involved in human lives in the future. Otherwise we won't have the opportunity to cooperate again." "Okay." Ching slowly went downstairs, walked out of the small building, and walked towards the supermarket not far away. The back door of the supermarket was still locked. It was obvious that after Ching went back, she fell asleep as she did several times before. I don't know what she will be like when she wakes up tomorrow. I guess she will forget what happened tonight. But I'm not sleepy after all this trouble. Walking to the back door of the supermarket, Ching took out the key and opened the door. The plain supermarket was connected to this world at this time, giving Ching a protection, and then nothing else. Ching stared at the panel for a while, thinking that the protection was enough. As long as her safety could be guaranteed, she could move freely in this world. She walked into the supermarket, put away the bag of garbage in her hand, closed the door again, and went to the second floor. Ching second bedroom door was not locked. She walked forward, glanced at Ching who was sleeping soundly, and kindly closed the door. Today's sleep quality was as good as ever. Not long after returning to her bed, Ching fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up to the sound coming from downstairs. It was already bright outside. The sky in summer is like this, it always gets bright very quickly. Ching washed up and went downstairs. Although she was not sleepy, she still couldn't help yawning. The sound came from the kitchen. She walked to the kitchen door in her slippers. What a nice smell. "Good morning. I saw you had fish in the refrigerator, so I made some fish porridge," Ching said with a smile. "I slept very well last night. How about you? Did you sleep well?" "Good." Ching responded subconsciously, and suddenly remembered something. "Sister Xian slept well last night?" "Yes. I slept until dawn." Ching still had a smile on her face. "Actually, I haven't slept well these days. I always have nightmares at night. But I did sleep well last night." Ching looked at Ching who was busy, and helplessly held her forehead. In this way, Ching was completely unaware of her going to another world. The first 2 times, she probably just saw the strong bloody scenes, and she was not used to it for a while. She vomited when she came back at night, which made her remember it. After that, she didn't even vomit, and naturally, she had no memory. After all, although she was a police officer, she could only see limited bloody scenes in the town police station. But with 2 experiences, her strong heart had adapted to the blood in another world. "Oh, by the way, I seem to have gotten up to go to the bathroom yesterday, but it was probably just going to the bathroom." Ching turned around. "I checked it out this morning. And the supermarket door was closed very well, with no signs of being opened. The signs we left yesterday are still there. Qin Qing nodded silently. Yes. Who knew that Qin Jiangxin didn't have to go through the front door to go out, but could go through the back door. The key to the front door was in Qin Qing's hand, and she had to call Qin Qing to go out. If Qin Jiangxin had any memory, she would never let Qin Qing take risks. So she would definitely choose to go through the back door. Who would have thought that this would strengthen Qin Jiangxin's own thoughts? She definitely didn't go out last night. Then you stay here for a few more days. The second bedroom is empty anyway, and you just sleep there at night. That's fine. I'll tell my parents. We need to find a suitable reason. At least we need to confirm whether I am sleepwalking. I thought about it, and the possibility of sleepwalking is indeed very high. Qin Jiangxin turned off the switch and continued to talk to Qin Qing. If it's not sleepwalking, it can't be that something metaphysical happened. You say there is no metaphysical thing in the world? We have to believe in science. Qin Qing. Don't you think so? Qin Jiangxin asked again. Is that right? Qin Qing nodded. She began to look forward to the day when Qin Jiangxin would go to that world again, and thought about what she would think after today's words. Chapter 92. I can wear it. Eat slowly. I'm going to work first. Don't wait for me at noon or in the evening. I'll go home for dinner. At dinner time, Qin Jiangxin had already thought of a reason to stay at Qin Qing's place. As for the evening, I will tell my parents that we played a game recently, and we need to communicate more. After I confirm that you are sleepwalking, I will go back to sleep. Okay, then let's put it this way. Qin Qing didn't say anything absolute. Qin Jiangxin didn't know, but she knew the other party's situation clearly. The new purgatory world on Earth didn't sound like a good place. She was also afraid that Qin Jiangxin would be in danger if she went out. After all, she had a good sleep quality. She would follow Qin Jiangxin at night, and fall asleep immediately after confirming that Qin Jiangxin was safe. However, according to the situation this time, the place Qin Jiangxin went to seemed to be a separate mission space, and she couldn't enter it at will. Maybe she had to think of another way. Thinking about it, she asked about the specific time when Qin Jiangxin went out twice before. This way I will pay attention. In case you sleepwalk at any time, I can get up. Qin Jiangxin told her the time. Unfortunately, the time was not accurate. The first time she disappeared was when she left Qin Qing's place. She left home at 9 o'clock at most, and then disappeared for nearly 2 hours. The second time she left was after 12 o'clock in the morning, so her parents didn't notice it. The third time was yesterday. She left at 2 o'clock. It doesn't matter if you can't wake up. The door is locked anyway. I definitely can't get out if I sleepwalk. Qin Jiangxin said seriously and affirmatively. Qin Qing glanced at her. The point is that she had memory at that time. She could open the door by herself, and she deliberately opened the back door. She didn't hide it from her, but concealed it from herself. This time she didn't vomit again after going out, so she really thought she was fine. If you really have to go, I'll come over tonight. Qin Jiangxin went out and rode her electric bike towards the police station. Qin Qing sighed, holding a bowl of fish porridge, and went to open the door of the Dimension supermarket. Qin Jiangxin had to go to work, so she went out early. She left at this time, and it was not yet the time when Qin Qing normally needed to open the door. She used to stay in bed for a while, but this porridge tasted good. She returned to the recliner, put the fish porridge aside, and laid down to rest. It was the same to lie down anyway, so it didn't matter where she lay. After confirming Qin Jiangxin's destination, she felt a little relieved. The human purgatory was at least an environment similar to the soul world, and she could handle it. Otherwise, it was completely unknown and difficult to handle. Boss? Yes. Qin Qing squinted her eyes. Is it dawn? Boss, why did you fall asleep here? The customer laughed. I was just going to take a nap. Qin Qing yawned, sat up straight, took a sip of the fish porridge next to her. And the porridge was not completely cold, which meant that she didn't sleep for a long time. After drinking, she said, What do you want to buy? Go in and get it yourself. Boss, do you have clothes for sale? We came here to play, and our clothes were all dirty yesterday. We want to buy some clothes to change into. The customer asked seriously. Qin Qing took a look. This was a strange guest. Probably, like the previous groups, they all came here to play. Although the weather was hot now, there were many forests nearby, so the temperature was still slightly lower than that in the city. The temperature in the morning was more suitable, and it was quite suitable for summer vacation. There are vests for sale on the shelf inside. But the price is quite expensive. 80 yuan per piece. Where? That shelf. Just go and get it yourself. Okay. The guest nodded. Do you have a large bottle of iced drink? No large bottles. Only small bottles. The large bottles are temporarily placed here, by the neighbors nearby. Qin pointed to the freezer not far away. You can also take your own cups. The drinks in this beverage machine are all iced. But the price may be slightly higher. 1 yuan per cup. Thank you, boss. The guest entered the supermarket, took 5 vests from the shelf, and took a few bottles of iced drinks from the freezer. They were all iced mineral water. It is rare to buy only mineral water these days. But people who love to exercise will like to drink mineral water, and think that beverages are not good for exercise. Qin scanned the code to settle the bill. After paying, she took 2 bags and put the clothes and drinks in different bags. This order brought in more than 400 yuan. Qin looked at the amount with satisfaction, and smiled as the customer left. Take care. Come and buy anything you need at any time. After the customer left, she was completely clear-headed, finished the remaining fish porridge, got up and walked to the kitchen, threw it into the sink to soak, and took a small handful of skewers from the portable space, and walked out while eating. The skewers are durable. The skewers she ordered before, eaten bit by bit, are enough for her to eat for a long time. But the taste is not very good, it is just so. She will have to find a skewer shop with better taste later. There was not much to do in the morning. Qin Jiangxin thought nothing happened yesterday, and felt relieved. She even sent a message to her saying that she checked the symptoms of sleepwalking, and said it was very similar to her situation. She really knew nothing. Qin could only reply, yeah, thinking that when Qin Jiangxin regained her memory, she would discuss with her what to do, and maybe tell her that she had not lost her memory from beginning to end. At noon, someone rushed into the supermarket. Wait! I want to buy a few pounds of flour. I heard that you closed the store from 11 to 2 o'clock. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it. Break at noon. Open on time in the afternoon. Qin spat out a chicken bone. Today she had chicken stewed with mushrooms, plus a bowl of seaweed soup. The main reason is that you can use the excuse of taking a nap during the lunch break. But you can't do that in the afternoon. The lunchtime here is early. Basically you can eat at a little after 11 o'clock. If you are short of any seasoning or drinks, you will buy them after 10 o'clock, so as not to delay everyone's daily life. I know. The customer brought out a small bag of flour. Let's pay. Qin lowered her head and spit out another chicken bone, scanned the code to settle the bill, and sat down to eat again. In front of her was her mobile phone. After lending the tablet to Zhang Mingshun, she has been using it to watch TV series and movies. Except for the small screen, there is no impact on anything else. After dinner, she packed up everything, throwing away what should be thrown away, keeping what should be kept. And by the way, washing the dishes left in the kitchen in the morning, it was about time, and then she closed the supermarket door. After closing the supermarket door, she went to open the back door. This time, she tried to open the human purgatory that she had visited yesterday. Although it was not within the scope of the plain supermarket, she could enter it through the interface of the plain supermarket panel. After opening it, she saw a gray world. Unlike the Soul Realm, the daytime in this world did not seem suitable for people to walk around. It was pitch dark, and there was no sound. It was so quiet that it seemed as if there was nothing. If she got lost in this world, she did not know what it would be like. Thinking about it, she immediately closed the door, and when she opened it again, she chose to enter the plain supermarket. My Lord God. Xiaonyang, is it your turn to exchange food today? Yes, Xiaonyang didn't expect Qin to remember her, and bowed happily. Today I want to exchange some rice, and cook some rice porridge. That's good. Since you have made money, you must eat something good. Qin stepped forward. Have you changed now? If you have, come with me. I have something to give you. It's changed, Xiaonyang said hurriedly, carrying the bag and walking behind Qin. The weather was particularly hot at noon. Even for hard-working people, it was difficult to go out to work in such weather, so everyone would gather together to rest at this time. However, they would get up very early in the morning. As far as Qin knew, people who got up early would get up at 3 or 4 o'clock when it was just getting light. When they were almost there, Xiaonyang said something to Qin. and then ran to inform everyone and told them about Qin Qing's past. Even though Qin Qing had said it many times, everyone still respected her as always. But she thought carefully. If she was in such an environment, if someone could provide her with food and clothes, she would also respect people. After all, when you are poor, food, clothing and daily necessities are the most important. As soon as Qin Qing arrived, everyone rushed over and bowed to her at a distance. This was the result of many persuasions. No need to be polite. I brought you some things today. They may be a little old. If you like them and can use them, you can use them, Qin Qing said, taking out bags from her personal space. Yesterday she picked up 4 large bags of things in the building and brought them all here. She had tried it this morning, and she knew that things could be given away, and the plain supermarket would not stop her. The roads here were all dirt roads, not hard. So Qin Qing picked up the bag and poured the things down. Shoes, socks, clothes, old towels, and worn-out bowls and spoons were all poured out one by one. They were all unwanted things. But from the happy eyes of the people in front of her, it could be seen that they were really excited about it. My Lord God, are these all for us? My Lord God, I have a durian here. Fruits, and a lot of them, all edible. We picked up some wild grasses before, and these are the most delicious. I give them all to you. My Lord God. My Lord God, we will pick up more white stones today, and offer them to you. Qin Qing, another offering. Then how about this? She found a big rock to sit on, pointing to the pile of things in front of her. Look for yourselves, take the things you have and exchange them. If you don't have them now, just tell me, and I can exchange them. I believe you can definitely keep your word. Anyway, these are all free things. She won't lose anything. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. These things Qin Qing picked up were more or less dirty, but they were basically not bad. And they were not patched. Modern people would despise them, but ancient people would not despise them, but rather they would see them as gifts from heaven. Watching everyone happily choosing things they could use, Qin Qing felt that this robbing the rich to help the poor was really done very well. She is capable. These shoes will be very comfortable for children, so soft. This piece of cloth is so big, it can be used as a blanket, so you don't have to sleep on the prickly hay. Can I wear this dress? Yes. Yes, it will fit you. I think this dress suits me. Does it look good? It looks good. Oh, these shoes fit me perfectly. Look, do they fit me perfectly? There are so many shoes here. They are a little old, but they are all good, and they are wearable shoes. This is a mirror. It's such a bright mirror. Look, it reflects so clearly, but there is a layer of sand on it. As long as the sand is washed off, it will definitely reflect more clearly. Come and see, there is a pile of bowls here, and a lot of chopsticks. God, can we exchange them? We will definitely go to pick durian, pick fruits, and pick up white stones, and return them to you later. Sure, if you want, you can take them all. Qin Qing waved her hand and made a generous promise. Thank you, God. Chapter 93. She has no mission. Oh, look at these shoes. They are actually white. White is easy to get dirty. What's the big deal about dirt? What we wear and use is not clean. As long as it can be worn, it's fine. But these white shoes look really clean and beautiful. I have never seen such beautiful shoes. Have you seen them before? Yunyang? Yunyang was also washing things. She picked 2 sets of clothes for the child. Hearing this, she smiled and looked up. No such good shoes. We can't see them either. Yunyang. You haven't even seen it. Which means these shoes are really good. Of course they are good. The things that the immortal brought must be good. These shoes, the clothes, and these dishes, except that they are a little dirty. Which one is bad? The place where the immortal lives must be very good. These shoes and clothes look like they are unwanted by others, but they are so good. Yes, you see, I washed the dishes, and they are very shiny inside. If you wash dishes, hold up the dishes in your hand, so that everyone can see. The bowls they usually use are somewhat rough, and the color is not very good, compared with the white bowl in front of them. The difference is indeed larger. Really, this bowl is so white. It is said that the things given by the gods must be good things. We really got a great bargain. Who says it is not? A group of people were washing the things they picked up by the water. They washed clothes here, shoes and socks there, and the dishes and chopsticks were washed upstream. They were happy to begin with, and after washing them, they felt even better and laughed when they talked. Qin Qing was also very happy at this moment. Most of the things she picked up were distributed, which showed that her garbage collection yesterday was effective, and she really achieved robbing the rich to help the poor. More importantly, the things she picked up in human purgatory can almost be given to the people in the ancient plane for free, which saved a lot of space. It can be done in the ancient plane, or in other planes, but the things she picked up were not very good. When there is another chance, she will pick up some good ones, and give them to Zhang Mingchun, after all. Zhang Mingchun also gave her a lot of good things. The only pity is that in purgatory on Earth, there is no normal food at first glance, otherwise she would definitely take more food. The wasteland planet of Zhang Mingchun is most lacking in normal food. There are still some things left, and she packed them all in a bag. It's not that these things can't be given away, but everyone is embarrassed to take more. In addition to the bowls and chopsticks that they all need, everyone only picked 1 or 2 items, and the rest can still be used. There's no rush, anyway. These people live close to each other, and whenever they are short of things, she can always make up for it. Back in the supermarket, she dug out a bunch of big bags from the corners of the supermarket, such as sacks, non-woven bags, and all the bags that could be used. In case she encountered a big scene, she could pick up more things. And she didn't need to panic because she didn't have bags. Of course, she also needed clips. If she could use clips, she would definitely not pick them up with her bare hands. It was unknown how long those things had been there, and there would be some dust on them. It was definitely dirty. But it was also because of the dirtiness that the same things would not be wanted by many people in modern times. But in ancient times, many people wanted them. Qin Qing was busy for a while, and then she started to search the shelves again. It was a pity that she couldn't find too many expired goods this time. After all, she had already collected several batches before. Will it really work? Even if it doesn't work, try it. His condition is already very serious, said Dr. Su. I've tried it. It tastes just like a drink. There are no other ingredients. People in the group have been saying this for many days. They have been drinking it for a long time. The facts are in front of him, and he has to believe it. Dr. Su's sleep quality is not very good. He can barely fall asleep. But it's not like yesterday. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes, and woke up feeling refreshed. The effect of the drink far exceeds the scope of his knowledge as an ordinary doctor. Then try it. It won't be worse than it is now. Dr. Su nodded. This drink needs to be drunk for a while, but during this time, the quality of sleep at night will be very good. Just this point, you can feel more relaxed. Really? Really? I have tried it myself. Can we drink this drink too? I mean, will this drink have the effect on ordinary people like us? Yes, you can also buy it yourself. Located in Dongxi Town, by Lujia Supermarket. Alzheimer's disease? Qin Qing looked at the customer in front of him who was asking. His eyes stayed on the drink machine for a moment, and replied calmly. I just sell drinks. As for the source of the drinks, they are all from large bottles of drinks on the shelf. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. No? The customer asked again. Qin Qing smiled. I don't know what you want to ask. If you want to ask if there are any other ingredients, there are none. She felt that soul power could not be considered an ingredient. The guest asked again, and Qin Qing still gave an ambiguous response. Just like she never responded that drinks can cure insomnia. Sometimes she would think that if she made a bigger fuss and let the country pay attention to her, there might be other developments. But there was another voice in her heart telling her to let things take their own course and not to rush. After thinking it over, she still felt that it was better to let things take their own course. Okay. Sorry. Not long after the customer left, Qin Jiangxin came to her store. Qin Jiangxin had not been on a mission for the past 2 days. Although Qin Qing could open the door to hell on earth, the only place she could go was the previous building. This was not a bad thing. At least she could have normal transactions with a family of 3 in that room. I'm considering whether to go back to live. Qin Jiangxin sat opposite Qin Qing. The previous reason doesn't make sense. My mother said I can go home to live. I can't always cause trouble for you. I must play games before going to bed. Our home is not far from you. I can get home quickly by riding an electric bike. I'm a policeman, so I can't even walk the short distance at night. Then stay for 2 more days. If there is no problem, you can go back, Qin Qing suggested. She was thinking that if Qin Jiangxin went back, it would be more difficult for her to find out when Qin Jiangxin left. However, according to the current situation, if she could go to any place Qin Jiangxin had been, She might be able to see the same area the next night. Have some iced black tea. Qin Qing handed the iced black tea to Qin Jiangxin. She specially added a soul bead to it. Absorbing more soul power from the soul bead would be more beneficial to Qin Jiangxin, at least making her situation in purgatory on Earth better, and more capable of protecting herself. Thank you. Qin Jiangxin took the iced black tea and drank it. Then I will stay here for 2 more days, and then go back. I just hope that no more accidents will happen. Qin Qing nodded. Although Qin Jiangxin's beautiful dream is basically impossible to achieve, it is good for her to have such a dream. After drinking the iced black tea, Qin Jiangxin said that she was busy with a lot of things during the day and was a little tired. She wanted to rest and turned to go upstairs. Qin Qing looked at her firm steps upstairs and felt that this was not a simple matter. Sure enough, Qin Jiangxin came down not long after going upstairs. Seeing Qin Qing still sitting behind the cashier, she was a little confused. After coming to her senses, she said, "I'm going out for a while. Let's go out through the back door." Qin Qing said, "It's too conspicuous to go out through the front door. You know?" Qin Jiangxin asked in shock. "No, a little bit." Qin Qing stood up, closed the main door of the supermarket, turned around and touched Qin Jiangxin. "Let's go. Aren't you going to do the mission?" "You also received the mission?" Qin Jiangxin asked. "Yes, I involved you in the past 2 days, but you haven't slept yet. How can you remember this? If I tell you that I haven't lost my memory, will you believe it?" Qin Qing and Qin Jiangxin walked to the back door. She glanced at each other. "Believe in science, I remember sleepwalking." Qin Jiangxin subconsciously held his forehead. "In fact, I also remember what happened during the day, but every time I come back from the night, I don't remember the mission. I can't find the reason, so I can only attribute it to sleepwalking." "That's good. You are even used to bloody scenes now, and you can convince yourself." Qin Qing stood aside, waiting for Qin Jiangxin to open the door. Qin Jiangxin reached out and touched the door handle. "You're not scared. If you remember it during the day, wouldn't you have a big reaction?" "Because I've encountered a lot of things." Qin Qing shrugged calmly. Qin Jiangxin frowned slightly. "Actually, you can tell me the things, so that I can be prepared during the day. Will you believe it?" Qin Qing looked at her. "In other words, what should I do to win your trust and believe in science?" Qin Jiangxin held her forehead again. "It's really hard, and you've been marinated by believing in science. Then let's wait and see when I can react. You should be careful when you go out, and be more careful when doing tasks. I met a guide in the first round. She told me that our tasks will become more difficult as time goes on, and it will be more likely to put our lives in danger. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Qin Qing had to think about how to tell her that she didn't have any tasks. "Don't let your guard down. Be careful. You are just an ordinary supermarket owner. You have no self-protection ability if something unexpected happens." Qin Jiangxin said seriously. "It's better for you to talk to me during the day and learn some simple basic self-protection skills." "Are the self-protection skills of the police useful in facing ghosts?" Qin Qing asked. Qin Jiangxin sighed. "To be honest, it's not very useful. But it's not wrong to be careful." At this point, Qin Jiangxin pushed open the back door and walked out with Qin Qing. This time when she went out, the situation outside the door was indeed somewhat different from before. The small building from last time was still in front, but there was another tall building diagonally to the left. This tall building looked very much like a commercial building. It looked like it had 7 or 8 floors, but only the top floor had lights on. Qin Jiangxin disappeared in front of Qin Qing. She thought they were going to different mission locations, and said seriously before leaving, "Be careful." Qin Qing nodded calmly, and when she left, she walked towards the commercial building. She was somewhat dissatisfied. Why could Qin Jiangxin appear at the mission location instantly, and she had to walk alone? But in the commercial building, will there be a lot of good things inside? Thinking of this, she instantly became excited. It was just a matter of walking a little further. For the good things that were about to be in her hands, she would be willing to walk for dozens of minutes. Not to mention just a few minutes. Then she came to the first floor of the commercial building. Looking at the empty first floor, she was so angry that she cursed. Chapter 94 10 times the time. She walked for several minutes. This is too much. Although she was angry, Qin Qing still entered the commercial building. According to the floor she saw outside, Qin Jiangxin should have gone to the top floor. Although the lights were on the top floor, there might not be an elevator that goes directly to the top floor in this building. Sure enough, she looked around and found that. All the elevators were dark. This road was obviously blocked. But thinking of the last time, she estimated that even if she entered the elevator, she might not be able to reach the top floor. It is better to go up one floor at a time, just in case she is lucky enough to find a loophole. The situation of this building does not seem to be a situation where there is no tenant at all. It seems that it has been in business for a while. Qing walked around the first floor and did not see anything else, but found a few chairs. In line with the principle of not wasting, she put the chairs away and made sure that there was nothing else before going to the second floor. The stairwell was also dark. Qing held a high-brightness flashlight in her hand and went upstairs calmly in the bright environment. There were also rows of shops on the second floor. She was free anyway, so she went in one by one to take a look and put away all the small items she could take. Chairs, benches, buckets, mops. Anyway, they are useless here. They can be taken to the ancient plain and exchanged for some wild vegetables. She entered another shop. The decoration of this shop looked quite high-end, but at first glance, there was nothing to take. The counter was made of transparent glass. The cabinet was embedded in the ground, which was not easy to move, and the glass was not easy to take down. After Qing successfully entered the counter, she looked at each counter one by one. When she saw the 8th counter, she took out a diamond ring from the corner. It was probably hidden too deep, so she didn't take it away when she left. The ring was slightly too big, so she put it on her middle finger and continued to explore. I have to say, it was really interesting to touch things without worrying about breaking the law when there were no people around. Qing thought as she took out a pile of brand new work clothes from a shop. Although there was nothing in this building at first glance, you could still find some things if you touched it carefully. It might also be because the decoration environment here was good, and there was almost no dust. Whether it was the items that were touched, or the benches and other items that fell in the store, they were all quite new overall. At least newer than the things found in the building 2 days ago. After putting the work clothes into her personal space, she continued to walk up one floor with the bucket. The bag she prepared before was too big. It could hold things, but it was too troublesome to carry. It would be better to carry the bucket, at least when she picked up some small items. It would be more convenient to put them away. The 3rd floor was the clothing area. Almost all the clothes inside were emptied, but the curtains used for decoration were still there. Qing immediately put the bucket into her personal space, took out a big bag, and took down all the curtains from store to store, stuffing them into the bag with satisfaction. One bag was not enough, so she took another one. After walking around the whole place, she looked back and saw that the shop that had looked good before was now completely empty. She turned around silently, put away the bag with the curtains, and continued to walk upstairs. These things were just decorations if they were left here, and they were useless, so it was better to make full use of them. The 4th floor was the clothing area and the footwear area, and she followed suit, putting all the fabrics away, and also found a few pieces of leftover clothes and several sets of work clothes from the corners. As soon as she reached the 5th floor, she smelled an inexplicable stench. The flashlight swept across, and instantly took in the situation on the 5th floor. Obviously, this floor was the dining area. It might be that the people here did not move out thoroughly enough, and left a lot of food behind. After a long period of fermentation and decay, the stench of food instantly spread. The food here was obviously inedible. However, there were still some pots and pans left. Qing stood at the stairs on the 5th floor and hesitated, not knowing whether to go forward. Food will rot, but pots and pans will not. Ancient people would certainly not dislike pots and pans that have contained rotten food. But to pick up those pots and pans, it means she has to go forward despite the stench. There are 2 or 3 more floors upstairs. Qing looked at the stairs going up, and finally decided to continue going upstairs. If it were the same as before, she could still come to this place again. The food has already rotted anyway. It doesn't matter when to pick up the pots and pans, and today is more important. Qing, who had been picking up garbage all night, remembered the main reason why she came here. The 6th floor was the same as the 5th floor, and was also a dining area, with the same stench. Qing still did not stay here, and continued to walk up, arriving at the staircase of the 7th floor. As soon as she stood at the staircase, she realized something was wrong. The previous floors were very quiet, but this floor was particularly lively, and there seemed to be many people walking inside. She opened a crack in the door, and looked through the crack to see what was happening outside. After seeing clearly, She was shocked. It was not abnormal, but too normal. If she hadn't known there was something wrong here, she would have thought it was a normal movie theater. There were people in the waiting area. There were people in the cashier area. And there were even people providing service in the beverage and popcorn area. However, she moved her nose and smelled a faint odor, which was exactly the same as the odor on the 5th and 6th floors below, which was the smell of rotten food. Looking closely at the popcorn area at this time, she found that the popcorn there had grown white hairs. And not long ago, the popcorn she saw was also normal. "Hello, what do you want?" the staff at the popcorn area asked with a smile. The person standing outside the stage stretched out his hand and pointed at the popcorn. "Okay, I'll serve you some popcorn." Ching narrowed her eyes, turned around subconsciously, and leaned against the door. She couldn't calm down. She thought the popcorn was just hairy, but she didn't expect there were maggots on it. Did Jiangxin and the others eat this too? She stretched out her hand and tried, but found that she still couldn't get through the door. Just like the last time, she was blocked from the mission. As an unrelated person, she couldn't get in touch with the center of the mission at all. Just then, she heard a familiar voice. "Let's watch another one later. Let's buy some popcorn and drinks. I'm hungry." "Be careful." "What are you careful about? It's definitely okay. Didn't we just watch an ordinary movie? I'm really hungry. If you don't eat, I'll eat. It's abnormal because it's too normal. Don't forget where we are. We still have to find a way to leave here." But we looked around, and there was no exit. Maybe it's a time mission. As long as we survive a certain amount of time, we can leave. It's not impossible, isn't it? If it's a time mission, we must be in escape mode. But everything in front of us is too abnormal. But I'm really hungry. So hungry. I'm almost starving to death. Actually, I'm a little hungry too. There are 5 people in the team. Except for Jiangxin. Qin doesn't know the other 4. Of course. She estimates that Jiangxin doesn't know either. Otherwise they will definitely choose to believe Jiangxin. Judging from the current situation, the food that this group of people saw should be normal. So they were not vigilant. Qin looked again, and found that Jiangxin was also holding her lower abdomen. And she looked a little hungry. She looked up and saw the clock hanging behind the counter, and immediately took out her mobile phone. 10 times the time. Only 2 minutes had passed on her mobile phone. But 20 minutes had passed on the clock over there. By this calculation, in the 20 or 30 minutes she had been picking up things before, at least 3 hours had passed. No wonder she felt hungry. She bit her lip, her eyes dropped, trying to remind Jiangxin, but the restrictions on both sides made it impossible for her to communicate with Jiangxin. At this moment, she saw the clothes on the staff, and remembered something, searching for the thing she had just thrown into her personal space not long ago, and sure enough, she found a set of clothes in the corner. It was exactly the same work clothes as the staff inside. She didn't care about anything else, and immediately put the clothes on top of her own clothes, and pushed the door again. This time, the door was pushed open, and she successfully entered Jiangxin's mission space. Without thinking too much, she quickly came to the counter and talked to the staff. "You have been busy for a while. Let me do the operation. It's time to take over." The other party did not doubt anything, nodded, and turned to leave. At this moment, the person who had a dispute with Jiangxin came forward and bought popcorn from her. Jiangxin then turned around, and after seeing the appearance clearly, her eyes suddenly widened. Qin smiled at her, took a paper tube from the side, and picked up the tool for shoveling popcorn. In a corner that no one saw, she transferred a spoonful of popcorn from her personal space. "The popcorn I bought for a bargain before returning to town can be said to be put to good use. Although it is also an expired food, it is better than the expired and rotten popcorn here." Qin tried not to look at the popcorn in the cabinet, and looked up at Jiangxin. Jiangxin stepped forward and spoke to her in a low voice. "Why are you here? I didn't see you before, are you okay? You can't eat anything here casually." "No other food, but this one of mine is fine," Qin said calmly. "Sister Jiangxian, did you notice the clock above your head?" Jiangxin subconsciously looked up. After seeing the time clearly, he squinted his eyes. "The time on this clock is 4 hours later than when we came in. You have to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise you will starve to death here soon without eating or drinking." Qin warned. "I don't know how long I can stay here. You can trust me. Eat something." Qin Jiangqing frowned. His eyes fell on Qin Qing. Qin Qing knew what she was thinking, and smiled slightly. Maybe you can drink some iced black tea. Qin Jiangqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then give me a cup of iced black tea. And a cup of popcorn. Didn't you say you don't want to eat? Someone asked from behind. Look at the time on the clock. Qin Jiangqing found an excuse. If we don't eat anything, we can only last 6 hours here at most. If time is 10 times faster, 6 hours will be 60 hours. By then, we will all starve to death here. The person behind him was shocked. Damn it! Then is the food here really edible? Is it a scam? It's edible now. But it may not be the case later, Qin Jiangqing said in a deep voice, taking the iced black tea and popcorn from Qin Qing. We still have to find an exit as soon as possible. As soon as she said this, someone came forward immediately. Give me a cup of popcorn too. I want one too. And a drink. I want a large cup of popcorn and a large drink. Chapter 95 Immersed in the movie. Please enter the theater as soon as possible in Theater 3. Please enter the theater as soon as possible in Theater 3. Please enter the theater as soon as possible in Theater 3. Qin Jiangqing turned around. Qin Qing looked at her and nodded. In this situation, you can only do what others say, otherwise no one knows what will happen. The theater is not far away, just around the corner, and you can roughly see the situation over there by looking over. After Qin Jiangqing and others entered, the door of the theater was closed. Qin Qing turned around and looked at the staff standing by. There aren't many people here anyway. I'm going to the bathroom. You can watch for a while. The staff looked at Qin Qing. Qin Qing didn't care about what the other person thought, and turned around and walked away quickly. After walking a few steps, she saw the staff standing at the place where popcorn was sold. She breathed a sigh of relief and went in the other direction. There were a total of 10 theaters here, arranged from front to back. Just as she was about to go around a circle, she walked from the other side, and could also reach theater number 3. It would probably take some time for the movie to finish. Qin Qing was not in a hurry. She walked forward one by one from the bottom, opening a theater each time she walked past. Not all theaters were occupied, or only theater number 3 was occupied at the moment. Qin Qing opened the doors of the theaters one by one. Each theater was empty, except theater number 3, which not only had people inside, but also had a movie from an unknown source playing on the big screen. There were quite a lot of people in the theater. She was wearing work clothes, and swaggered into the theater, and found a seat at the end of the theater to sit down. No! Don't move! Ah! Qin Qing squinted her eyes, looking at the person being dragged down by Qin Jiangqing, and the blood splattering, and the inexplicably agitated people around. It's so scary, I can't do it, I can't stand it. Don't move, you can't move, watch the movie well, only after watching this movie, can we leave safely. Qin Jiangqing whispered to comfort. Listen to me, don't move. Qin Qing held the popcorn, pinched a piece, and calmly stuffed it into her mouth. Sensing the gaze of the person next to her, she pinched another popcorn and handed it over. Want to eat? A stranger? The other person did not look at the popcorn in Qin Qing's hand. Right? Qin Qing nodded. Stuffed the popcorn in her hand into her mouth. I know that none of you are alive here. And I also know that your situation is very special. If that person just now moved, would he die? Of course. You would too. I wouldn't. You would. I definitely wouldn't. Qin Qing stood up and calmly left her seat. When she turned around, she saw the shocked look of the person who was talking to her. And she sat down again. You see? I said it wouldn't happen. What movie did you see? The other person asked again. Qin Qing looked at the big screen. An ordinary competitive movie, is it shot here? Then do you know what movie they are watching? The other party's voice was full of laughter. Horror movie? Qin Qing made a reasonable guess. Of course, but it's not just a horror movie. As soon as the voice fell, a scream suddenly came from the other side. I'm dead. The dead person is me. The man was also tightly grabbed by Qin Jiangqing. Qin Qing watched the action over there for a while, and then looked at the big screen where the movie was playing. So as long as they can watch all the movies safely, they can leave here? Even if the mission is completed? Of course, maybe you want to watch it too. You can try. Qin Qing nodded. The person next to him smiled, raised his hand, and waved it in front of Qin Qing. At the same time, the big screen Qin Qing saw changed. The scene on the big screen was like a mirror. Everyone present was a part of it. The only difference was that it was quiet here. And on the big screen, A bloody mouth appeared behind her. Suddenly, Qing took out her mobile phone and clicked the record button. What are you doing? Don't you understand? Record it, Qing said calmly, watching the bloody mouth chewing her head in the mirror. Blood dripping, soaking her work clothes. What are you doing? The people around him were furious. I'm not angry. Why are you angry? Qing turned her head and took a look. Recording it is of course useful. My friend is going to make a horror movie. This is a good reference. You. The panting sound rang in Qing's ears. Qing calmly put her hands on the backrest of the seat in front of her, still holding the phone that was recording. I'm just sitting here watching the movie obediently. This is your rule. You can't do anything to me. I didn't secretly film it. There's a movie with me as the protagonist. I have the right to film it. If I really want to hold you accountable, I will first hold you accountable for using my portrait rights. The previous dispute had already stopped, and several people turned around to look at her. You? Qing smiled and waved her hand. That's my cousin, Qing said. So don't worry about the popcorn and drinks I gave you before. She gave them to you. There won't be any problem. Just watch the movie. We have to follow the rules, Qing said with a smile, and winked at Qing Jiangxin smiled at her, turned around, and emphasized again to the people around him not to leave their seats. Watching a movie is really watching a movie. Except that the movie scenes are bloody. The flow rate is 10 times longer. And it's easy to get hungry. There is nothing else. After a movie, the door of Theater 3 opened. The people who were stopped by Qing Jiangxin ran out one after another. And they began to retch as soon as they ran out. Obviously unable to accept the bloody scene they had seen before. Qing walked behind, carrying a bag on her shoulder, and stuffing some snacks in the bag. Her identity has been exposed, and she is no longer a staff member. So she can no longer sell popcorn. Without a bag, it would be difficult for her to take out the food. After all, this is already hairy. How can it be eaten? You actually sold us such a thing. It's too much. Qing thought to herself. As expected, this place is really not so kind. Let everyone always look at normal food. She walked out of the 3th movie hall with a bag. Qing, how are you? Why did you suddenly dispute just now? Qing Jiangxin is waiting at the door. Qing cared about it as soon as he went out. Fine, I just talked a few more words. As long as the rules are not violated, there will be nothing. Qing said, I also look at those who are disputed not far away. Block it. Let me go, I am good at this. Handling villagers' disputes or something I do too much. Qing Jiangxin stepped forward, stopped someone, Lolar scolding. Don't you want to die? Do you know if you die here in reality, it will die? Woohoo, I haven't eaten so much in my life. The other party burst into tears. Qing stepped forward and whispered to Qing Jiangxin, is this how you usually mediate disputes? Normally, I don't dare to do that. We know they won't remember it after they leave here. And we may not meet again in the future. Qing Jiangxin sighed. It's really hard to mediate. There was no other way. She could only pull the people aside and persuade them in a low voice. After finally persuading them, she turned around and looked at the few people who didn't speak. You all saw the situation. The popcorn and drinks here are definitely not drinkable. If my cousin hadn't brought food, we would have had to hold on until we could leave. Qing Jiangxin said seriously. Everyone has seen the rules clearly. As long as we can finish watching the movie safely, we can leave here with peace of mind. How can you guarantee that we can leave? Someone asked back. I can't guarantee it. But you've seen the situation in the cinema. If you leave your seat, something will happen. As for here, we've walked around a few times just now, and there is no exit to leave. We can't get out of any exit. Which means we have to watch all the movies. Qing Jiangxin said seriously. Why is your situation special? Qing looked at the person who was talking, and pointed at herself, me? It's you. We all have to go in before the movie starts. Why can you go in after the movie starts? One of them questioned. I don't know. Maybe my mission is different from yours. Qing pointed at her clothes. You didn't see. I'm wearing work clothes. I can go wherever I want. Although she was self-proclaimed as a staff member. Seeing that the other party was still unconvinced, she smiled and said, you don't have to listen to Sister Jiang Xian. After all, you will lose all your memories of this place in reality. If you die, it will be sudden death. The forensic autopsy can't find any problems. If you don't accept it, you can find a way yourself. After all, everyone thinks they have a smart brain. You are in the same group as us. You don't have to be. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't bear any responsibility. Qing shrugged calmly. Besides, you want to commit suicide. Can I stop you? Are we going to watch movies until we die? Qing looked at Qin Jiangxin. Which theater is your first movie in? Qin Jiangxin looked at her. Number 1. Qin guessed. In this case, it is possible that you will have to go through 10 theaters. At 10 times the flow rate. It will only take a day and a half. But it will only take 4 hours. Which is not too long. As soon as she finished speaking, the radio broadcast the theater where the third movie was shown. This time it was number 5. It seems that we really only need to visit 10 halls. But with 10 times the flow rate, are we really going to starve for a day and a half? The eyes of several people fell on Qing. Qing patted her backpack. I do have some food here, which will not go bad in a short time, but I can't give it to you for free. If you want it, just exchange it with your things. Can I pay directly? No. Why not? We are all real people. Can't we pay directly? Oh, then you completely forget about what happened here in real life. Think about it later. Why should I pay this money, and then send me a message asking me to pay it back? Where can I go to complain? Qing rolled her eyes at the other party. Can I do this business? It's just a few dollars. The other party muttered in a low voice. Do you know what I do in real life? Qing asked back. The other party was a little stunned. And then asked in a low voice, what do you do? Qing patted the bag on her back again. I run a supermarket. No credit. Understand? Otherwise, you owe 1 yuan. And he owes 2 yuan. If I round it up, I will earn 3,000 yuan less a month. Can I let you buy on credit? I just run a supermarket. Why are you so arrogant? Qing glared at him. I'm not. I'll raise the price for you. Chapter 96. Don't waste it. Ugh. This time is harder than before. Qin Jiangxin's face was heavy. You'd better not go in next time, lest it get you into trouble. Qing turned her head, looking at the person retching at the door of the theater. What's going on this time? During the third movie, Qing did not go in with them, but took the opportunity to walk around outside for a few times, trying to find another way out, but unfortunately, she didn't find it. She could go the way at the stairs, but Qin Jiangxin and the others couldn't get out at all. The situation is similar to the previous two, but it will be more immersive. Qin Jiangxin looked at Qing. This time, you will not only see it on the big screen, but you will also feel various sensations on your body, such as the feeling of blood flowing on your body. Qing was stunned, and then looked at the other people. No wonder the situation of those people seemed to be more serious than before. If she encountered the situation Qin Jiangxin described, even she might not be able to sit still. Are you okay? Qing still remembered that Qin Jiangxin had vomited after leaving before. I'm fine. I had no experience the first time, but I got used to it slowly. This time is a little harder than the previous times. But I'm a police officer after all, and I can endure it mentally. Qin Jiangxin said, raising her hand and placing it on Qing's shoulder. Anyway, you stay outside, don't go in. I can't drag you down again. Okay, I won't go in. Qing nodded. You should be careful next time. According to the situations in these 3 times, it will become more and more difficult. Only by holding on can you survive. I understand, and I'll explain it to them. Qin Jiangxin's face didn't look good. It was impossible to say that she wasn't frightened at all, but in the current situation, she was the only one who could hold on. After talking to Qing, she turned to talk to those people, trying to persuade them to keep their emotions stable when watching every movie in the future. Just treat it as an immersive 4D movie. Qing sighed and went to see other staff in the theater, without considering the situation of Qin Jiangxin and others watching the movie. This theater seemed very normal at first glance. The staff were also easy to talk to. No matter what Qing did, they would not stop her. A few people not far away listened to Qin Jiangxin talking while retching. But there was really not much in their stomachs. They just retched and didn't really vomit anything. Qing touched her backpack. Judging from the situation of the few people, they probably had no appetite to eat anything, so they simply stopped talking. Soon the 4th movie officially began. This time the theater was Hall 7. The 4 movies were 1, 3, 5, 7, and then it would depend on whether she could leave after Hall 9. If she could not leave by then, she would have to go through all 10 theaters. Qin Jiangxin and others entered the theater. Qing took out a plastic bucket from her personal space and began to walk around to pack her things. You don't want this pen anymore? It belongs to me. You probably don't want this box of handkerchiefs either. It can still be used. Don't waste it. Pins. Although they are useless, it's a waste to keep them here. Ching Ching threw the whole box of pins into the bucket. Noticing the staff's gaze, Ching Ching also looked over and smiled slightly. It's a waste to keep these things here. You won't use them anyway, so why don't I take them away and make the best use of them? She carefully searched the drawer behind the counter and took out a box of gel pens from the drawer. These things are good. Better than food. Food may go bad. But these things will not. Many of them have never been used. If she doesn't take them away, these things will really be left here and buried in dust. She put everything that could be picked up from the drawer into the bucket. She stood up and saw the eyes staring at her. She still felt a little guilty. Before, she picked up things when there was no one around. Now there were people. Although no one said anything, these things were useless if left here. But she still felt that she was robbing openly. I'll trade with you guys. Let's trade now. Ching Ching took out a bunch of candles, picked the smallest one, and took a small candlestick, and put the candles in and lit them. The moment they were lit, the staff around her froze, and then turned back to look at the candles in front of her. Sure enough, even ghosts couldn't resist the temptation of food. At this moment, a staff member next to her turned around, and when he came out again, he was holding a box of something in his hand and put it in front of Ching Ching. For me? Ching Ching asked. The other party didn't say anything. She happily opened the box, and was even happier when she saw what was inside. How did you know I was short of tablets? Thank you. Thank you, I'll take them all. You can eat these slowly. I'll give you a big one when I leave. I'll make sure you'll be satisfied. After that, she put the candle away, made room, sat on the sofa not far away, and turned on the tablets one by one. I don't know if it was out of power or broken. No matter how she pressed it, the tablet wouldn't light up. When she looked up again, she saw the staff around the counter looking at her. Although they had no expression, she seemed to see their worried expressions. It's not a big problem. Ching Ching glanced at the charging port, and took out a bunch of charging cables from her personal space. Then, none of them matched. This reminded her of a joke on the internet. When Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, he should have unified the charging ports. She had specially prepared charging cables for all interfaces, but none of them matched. The charging ports in the other world should also be unified. Thank you. Qin Qing took the charger handed over by the staff. Do you have electricity here? There should be. Otherwise how can we play movies? She took the charger and found a seat by the wall. After plugging it in, the tablet lit up. She immediately smiled and made an okay gesture to the staff. Thank you. Your service is very good. I can do it myself next. You're welcome. The tablet has no shelf life unless it is broken. Qin Qing tried them one by one, and all the tablets could light up after charging. And it can be seen that they can be charged, which means that this batch of tablets can be used. Although the charging port is different from the display on her side, she was still happy to get a batch of tablets for free. Putting the tablet in the corner to charge, she continued to search in every corner. Soon she found a batch of tablet chargers and a batch of mobile phones. The models were different, so they were probably the phones of the staff. In order to save face for the staff, she left the phone in its place. It was definitely not because the lock screen could not be opened. She also found a box of unused towels in the corner. Qin Qing was happily putting the towels away when she heard Qin Jiangxin's voice. Qing Qing, are you still there? Yes. 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 Hearing that Qin Jiangxin's voice was a little nervous, Qin Qing quickly responded and walked out of the storage room quickly. How is it? Are you guys okay this time? Qing Qing, do you have anything to eat? Qin Jiangxin covered her stomach. Yes. Qin Qing immediately went to search her bag and found a few loaves of bread and a few bottles of water. Are you hungry? You didn't eat anything after the second and third shows. Fortunately, I saved some popcorn. Qin Jiangxin opened the bread and took a bite, and drank a mouthful of water. I thought I could hold on, but I didn't expect it to be impossible. It seemed like only 20 minutes. But in fact, 4 hours had passed. Do you have enough in your bag? We still have 6 movies. Enough? Don't worry, Qin Qing said, lowering her voice. My situation is different from yours. My body's time is not accelerated, so I'm not hungry at all now. That's okay. But you still have to save some. We have to hold on. The pressure will increase as time goes on. If we have to add hunger, it will be more difficult to hold on. Qin Jiangxin said seriously. She didn't know how much food Qin Qing had on her. But judging from the bag's capacity, the food shouldn't be too much. Qin Qing nodded. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Just then, the man who had argued with Qin Qing before came over and took off the watch on his wrist. How much can I get in exchange for food? How much is your watch? Qin Qing asked. The man said with a straight face, 80,000 yuan. What 80,000? At most 8,000. A woman came over and took off an earring from her ear. This is the second earring. Just like before. In exchange for 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. My pair of earrings costs 4,000 yuan. Qin Qing took the earrings and handed over the food. The man was a little dissatisfied. Don't raise the price. You only have a few more things. You want to exchange them for your valuable earrings? You are not a liar. Are you? Just a pair of earrings. 4,000? You don't have to exchange them. The woman looked at him. When you are short of food, don't ask me for it. Besides, there shouldn't be too much food in my sister's bag. The price will only go up as time goes by. Isn't this just asking for a higher price? The man's face became even uglier. Qin Qing smiled. Small business. You can choose not to. I want it. I'll give you the watch. You can give me 4 bottles of mineral water and 8 loaves of bread. The man gave the watch to Qin Qing and reached out to take her bag. Qin Qing turned sideways to avoid his hand. What do you mean? The man asked back. I told you, I'll raise your price, and most 4 loaves of bread, 2 bottles of mineral water. Qin Qing said calmly, looking at the watch with some disdain. I can still use the earrings, but this watch is not very useful. The man gritted his teeth. That's it, give it to me. Qin Qing pouted, took out bread and mineral water from her bag, and kindly advised as she handed them over, eat sparingly, you still have 6 movies, including the break time. Each movie is 25 minutes, a total of 150 minutes. 10 times the speed is 1,500 minutes, which is 25 hours. The more she talked, the uglier the faces of the few people became. 25 hours, which is equivalent to 1 day and 1 hour left. The remaining few people who did not exchange food with Qin Qing came over immediately, and exchanged their belongings with her for food. Just then, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned around, and saw a maggot crawling out of the popcorn cabinet on the counter. And the popcorn that had only 1 layer of white hair before, now has several layers of white hair. Such food, even if you are extremely hungry, you may not dare to eat it. Ugh. Don't vomit. Vomit out the things in your stomach. You will only be hungrier later. Audiences in theater number 9. Please enter the theater as soon as possible. The 5th movie, as expected, is in theater number 9. When Qin Jiangxin was about to enter the theater, Qin Qing stuffed a handful of chocolate into her hand. You will feel more hungry as time goes by. And you can replenish your energy. Qin Jiangxin clenched the chocolate in her hand. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. You are my sister. Qin Qing smiled. I'll wait for you outside. Don't panic. Qin Jiangxin nodded. Well, I will come out safely this time too. Chapter 97 Asking for Amulets. There was no vomiting sound. It was not because she didn't want to vomit, but because she didn't have the strength to vomit. The next few times she went into the theater, Qin Qing didn't follow along. She didn't have a tendency to abuse herself. Even if she wasn't too scared, she wouldn't ask for trouble. After Qin Jiangxin came out, she immediately walked up to her, and stuffed an open can of 8 treasure porridge into her hand. Is it over? Qin Jiangxin held the can of 8 treasure porridge tightly in her hand. There's one last show, Qin Qing said. Fortunately, there is only 1 game left. Qin Jiangxin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately you brought food. Otherwise, I really don't know if I can hold on this time. As she spoke, she raised her head and drank a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge. Relatively speaking, 8 treasure porridge has high energy, and is relatively thin and thick. They are all very hungry. So it is more appropriate to drink 8 treasure porridge. Qin Qing didn't take out too much food before. After all, she didn't know if they would meet again in the future. And she didn't know if anyone among these people would have bad intentions. Now there is only 1 game left. Except for Qin Jiangxin. She gave a can of 8 treasure porridge to every 2 people. It can't be said that they are very full. But at least they can fill their empty stomachs. In addition to the 8 treasure porridge, she also gave mineral water. Thank you. You're welcome. Just hold on a little longer, and it will be over. Ching said. When you leave here after the end, you won't feel hungry anymore. And you won't remember what happened here. You won't be able to recover your memory until the next time you come. That's the best. Otherwise you'll feel uncomfortable day and night. 2 people share a can of 8 treasure porridge. And each person can get half a can. When they thought it would be over soon, they all ate very satisfied. Not long after, the last movie officially began. Qin Jiangxin and the others entered the theater again. Qing remained outside, packing up everything that needed to be packed and putting it into her personal space. A 20-minute movie, at 10 times the flow rate, is equivalent to 200 minutes, which is 3 hours and 20 minutes. The others came out of the theater again, all with happy expressions on their faces. We succeeded. Mission accomplished. The others in the theater walked out one by one, and the people who were doing the task disappeared one by one. I'm going to go back to sleep first. Qin Jiangxin was about to disappear. Next time you come, send me a message and I'll go with you. Qin said. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be back home soon. Qin Jiangxin thought about it and nodded. Okay. She could feel that Qin was hiding some secrets. But since she didn't say it, she wouldn't ask more. With Qin around, she could feel more at ease when doing her mission. Not long after Qin Jiangxin disappeared, people who came out of the theater rushed towards Qin. Qin turned around immediately and ran to the stairs. After running up a few steps, she suddenly turned back and looked at the people who were blocked in the stair door. She stood still and laughed. It seems you can't get out. You ruined our business. The person standing in the front grinned. It was none other than the person sitting next to Qin in the only movie she watched. So what? You also hurt someone. Qin smiled and stepped forward. The other party immediately restrained his expression. Come in. We can give you everything you want. Do I look like a fool? Qin raised her eyes, reached out to close the open stair door, locked it, and then turned and went downstairs. The 7th floor. She had to go down. Couldn't he just walk her downstairs like Qin Jiangxin did? Qin cursed in her heart. When she passed the 6th and 5th floors, she subconsciously covered her mouth and nose. She didn't open her mouth and nose until she passed the stinking area with a strong smell of rotting food. It must be said that her harvest tonight was really good. Not only did she find a lot of things on the lower floors, she also found a lot of good things in the mission area on the 7th floor. Apart from other things, just those few tablets were really worth it. Returning to the back door of her supermarket, she looked back. The lights on the 7th floor had dimmed at some point, but those people should still be inside. This situation was different from the previous family of 3. At least they looked kind. But those people on the 7th floor were obviously not good. If she went to the 7th floor empty-handed, she would be walking into a tiger's mouth. Walking into the supermarket, she took out her phone and checked the time. It was already past 12 o'clock, which meant that they were spending exact time outside of the 10 times of time. She went upstairs with her cell phone light on. Before she even got there, she heard the sound of retching in the bathroom. It seemed that Qin Jiangxin had just suppressed her discomfort. She stood at the door for a while, but Qin Jiangxin didn't notice her. After thinking for a while, she went into her room, took a shower in the bathroom, changed into clean pajamas, and went straight to bed. When she woke up the next morning, there was no sound. She took out her cell phone, which showed a message from Qin Jiangxin. Qin Jiangxin, seeing that you are still sleeping, I won't call you. I'm going to work. I bought steamed buns, fried dough sticks and soy milk in the morning. I'll put them in the pot and let them simmer. You get up and eat. Qin, okay, I got it. Thank you, Sister Jiangxin. It was already past 8 o'clock. She got up immediately, opened the door of the dimensional supermarket, and then opened the door of her own supermarket, and then went to wash up. Anyway, there was not much business in the supermarket, so it didn't matter when to wash up. After washing up, she took out a tablet from another world and plugged the charger into the socket here. Fortunately, this one uses a universal template. Otherwise it would be inconvenient to charge in the future. Qin half lay on the recliner, trying to use the tablet from another world. Connecting to the local Wi-Fi. Connecting to Bluetooth. Connecting to the phone. Connecting to the laptop. All failed. Unable to access the internet. App is not universal, and data cannot be transmitted. It is equivalent to her spending 2 candles in exchange for this batch of tablets that can only serve as small lighting equipment. Fortunately, it only cost 2 candles. She laid down helplessly and began to charge the tablets one by one. This batch of tablets are almost all tablets from the cinemas in another world. They are used as devices to connect to the cinemas. There are not many things in them. Although the only apps can be clicked, they cannot be connected to the corresponding platforms, which is equivalent to being useless. However, the charging speed is quite fast, much faster than she thought. She took another tablet that had not been charged, connected the charging cable, and opened it this time, and found an unexpected surprise. Damn! Chin sat up from the recliner, looking at the almost occupied capacity, and quickly opened the folder. She saw a lot of movies in it, which were probably the movies that had been played or were waiting to be played in the cinema over there. In addition, she also found some TV series and novels in the other two tablets. But this part was relatively scattered. It was estimated that this tablet was not used by the cinema, but by an employee inside. She quickly slid through the movie list, looked at the long list, and the long file name, and quickly found a high-rated movie. She immediately placed the tablet on the stand and began to watch it with satisfaction. This movie was shot before the incident in the other world. The background was very similar to the situation on the Blue Planet, but it was a disaster movie. The beginning told a story about a tsunami that destroyed half of the planet. After the tsunami, the protagonist appears, who is reborn after the destruction of the planet. The story is very exciting. The protagonist uses various methods to improve the prediction level of the entire planet for tsunamis, and also talks about many ways to deal with tsunamis. After many twists and turns, most people on the planet finally escape the first large tsunami. But at the end of the film, it is predicted that there will be a second giant tsunami, which is even larger than the first one. The sense of substitution is too strong, and Chin instantly fell into depression after watching it. It's not that the previous plot is too immersive, but that the final ending is too immersive. The future of Blue Star is long, and the area covered by the disaster is also long. In Chin's limited memory, Blue Star has been fighting against nature, but this road is too difficult. Earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and extreme high temperatures and extreme low temperatures. Every road is difficult to walk, and every road is a life or death struggle. Whenever people think they have survived a disaster and can usher in a new life, they will encounter the next disaster and continue to seek a way out with little hope in the disaster. Such a disaster will not last for 1 or 2 years, but for more than 10 years, 20 or 30 years, or even longer. Ching. Sister Jiang Xian. Chin came back to her senses, looking at Jiang Xian standing at the door. Noon break? Well, I have something to tell you. Jiang Xian entered the supermarket and sat opposite Chin. I suspect that I really encountered something strange, not sleepwalking. Did you suddenly change your mind? Chin asked. I vomited again yesterday, and had a nightmare at night. Although I was not as scared as before, my intuition told me that things are not that simple. Jiang Xian said seriously. Maybe you will think my idea is ridiculous, but... No. Chin said immediately, and spoke in the doubtful eyes of Jiang Xian. I believe in your intuition, and you should also believe in your intuition. Do you really think so? Don't you think my idea is strange? Jiang Xian looked at Chin. You are the one who has experienced it firsthand, and your thoughts are worthy of recognition. So I believe you. Chin said again. You can make some preparations. Such as? I think so too. Chin said excitedly. So I plan to go to the nearby temple to worship, to see if there are any amulets to take, and to see if there are any suitable amulets, the kind that always appear in TV dramas, which can hurt ghosts. Chin silently swallowed the words that asked her to read Infinite Flow novels. If the amulet is possible, it may really work. After all, the ghosts there do eat candles. Will it work? Chin asked seriously. It should work. I just have a holiday. I'll go get a talisman. Do you want one? If you want one, I'll get one for you. It can protect yourself. Chin said seriously. Chin nodded. I want one too. Then it's settled. Chin clapped her hands. By the way, my mom urged me again. I'll move back to live at night. It's okay. I'm mentally prepared this time. Chin nodded again and emphasized what she said yesterday. Don't forget to find me if you have anything. Chin looked at Chin's serious look and nodded slowly. Okay. Chin, who had no memory of the day, had a sharp drop in trust in Chin. Qin Qing didn't care. Anyway, as long as Qin Jiangxin remembered to call her in the evening, Qin Jiangxin had to go back to eat. Qin Qing didn't keep her, and pretended to go to the kitchen, but actually took out food from her personal space. Today's lunch was pork stewed with vermicelli and pickled vegetable tofu soup, plus a bowl of egg fried rice. While eating, she took out her mobile phone and opened the shopping platform. Spiritual Mantra Manifestation. An entry-level learning book for mantras. Place an order. Chapter 98 Cowardly and Bold. I'm leaving first. After putting away today's energy stones, Qin Qing said goodbye to the Golden Dragon and left the plain supermarket here. Not long after she left, the Golden Dragon stretched out its claws and gathered the small pile of energy stones in front of it under its claws. Not long after, it absorbed all the energy. At the same time, another dragon scale fell from the Golden Dragon. It also gathered the dragon scale under its claws and put it together with the previous dragon scale. Giving only one dragon scale is too shabby. Wait until I have more and give them to the little girl. Qin Qing didn't know that the Golden Dragon was saving gifts for her. After all, she never thought about getting anything from the Golden Dragon. Forget about others, this is a Golden Dragon. What's wrong with her giving something to the dragon? This is an animal more precious than a panda. When a panda is in front of her, she can give whatever it wants, not to mention a dragon. Walking out of the Golden Dragon's plain supermarket, she exited the passage connecting to the plain supermarket and chose purgatory on Earth. The human purgatory during the daytime does not feel like the human world, only hell. The fog covering the whole world is like invisible chains, locking the whole world tightly. This also makes the people in this world habit of hiding during the day and going out at night. This is what Qin Qing learned from the family of three. It's not that they don't want to come out, but they can't come out. This is also the reason why Qin Qing goes to this world during the day. There are really many things missing in the ancient plane. In addition to daily necessities, there is also a lack of fertilizer. The lack of fertility in the soil will cause crops to fail to grow. Normal vegetation can also be composted when it rots. But the vegetation that can be used in the sunset forest is extremely limited. Only the outermost circle. If the vegetation inside rots and composts, it will burn the roots of normal crops. When talking about this, Qin Qing instantly remembered the stench on the 5th and 6th floors of the shopping mall. Although the food here is rotten, it was normal food after all. She always has to deal with this food, and it is just right to clean up the dishes inside. Qin Qing covered her nose and went down the 6th floor. No, still no, she couldn't stand the smell. She could do without fertilizer and pots and pans. She didn't need this little money. After a lot of trouble, Qin Qing returned to the supermarket and took out her mobile phone to search for various fertilizers on the market. The price was not expensive. At least she felt that it was much more cost-effective than using her labor to exchange those rotten fertilizers. Qing Qing, I bought the amulet. Qin Jiangxin entered the supermarket and placed the amulet in front of Qin Qing. I hope the amulet will bless me and bless us. Will it work? Qin Qing took the amulet. I don't know. Qin Jiangxin shook her head. From a scientific point of view, it should be useless. But it's better to have it than not to have it. At least it can make me feel at ease. That makes sense. Qin Qing nodded. Then Sister Jiang Xian. You should wear it well. Of course. It's about time. I'm going to work. Not long after Qin Jiangxin left, the express delivery Qin Qing bought came over. It was nothing else but the talisman book, talisman paper, cinnabar, and the pen for drawing talismans that she bought. Although the things arrived, she was a little confused for a while and didn't know what to do. But she was free anyway, so she simply spread the talisman paper in front of her and began to copy the talisman book according to the drawings. She had learned to draw before, and although her drawing skills were not very good, she could copy at least 90% of the image. Later on, not only did she copy the pattern very similar, but even the upper and lower spacing was almost the same as in the book. Regardless of whether this thing was useful or not, it was indeed a way to kill time. Before she knew it, it was already dark outside. She stood up and stretched, put the stack of talisman paper she had drawn on the shelf, and then went to the kitchen. When she came out, she brought 2 dishes and a soup. After putting the plate on the cashier, she took out her phone and browsed the short video platform while eating. Hello, come in and get whatever you want. Qin Qing didn't even raise her head. There were quite a lot of people coming to the town to escape the summer heat during this period. Some of them were originally from here, and some brought tents to play. They were all strangers. But after she finished speaking, the person at the door did not come in. She raised her head and looked at the person, who cautiously poked his head out of the door. You? Qin Qing spoke subconsciously. But when she saw the scene outside the supermarket clearly, she swallowed the word okay that was about to be said. She was very familiar with the town's environment. And she was also very familiar with the breakfast shop opposite the supermarket. However, what she saw in front of her was completely different from what she remembered. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Qin Qing's cell phone rang. Qin Qing. I'm in another world again. Sister Jiang Xian. Can you come to the supermarket? Qin Qing asked. I'll try. At least I'm still normal at this time. The sound of the battery car starting was heard over there. And a few minutes later, the battery car appeared at the corner. When they got closer, Qin Jiangxin's shocked expression was visible to the naked eye. Your supermarket? Yes, my supermarket. Why is it here? Qin Jiangxin asked the complete question. Qin Qing spread her hands. She herself was not very clear about this question. After all, not long ago, she just opened an ordinary supermarket. Plain supermarkets do not count, that is another matter. So this is a formal supermarket? Can I buy things here? Can I take the things I buy here to the mission point? The customer who hesitated at the door before asked. What do you want to buy? Qin Qing also asked, thinking that she only had normal goods here. Who would have thought that the customer stretched out his hand, pointing to the pile of talisman paper that she had copied and placed on the shelf. Tradable. Transaction target. Mission coin. A new prompt appeared on the plain supermarket panel. The customer also took out a copper-colored currency. I will buy it from you with mission coins. Qin Qing quickly glanced at the prompt on the plain supermarket panel, and then looked at the customer. Smiling, okay. 1 mission coin for 1 talisman paper. What talisman do you want? Here are amulets, courage-boosting talismans, and evil-breaking talismans. 3 kinds of talismans. 1 for each. The customer put down 3 mission coins and took the talisman from Qin Qing with satisfaction. After buying the talisman, the customer turned around and walked out of the supermarket. Not long after, the figure disappeared from sight. Qin Qing looked at Qin Jiangxin. Her eyes were looking at the front, as if there was a panel in front of her. This was indeed the case. Retracting her gaze, Qin Jiangxin said, I have a so-called task panel here, which can receive various tasks. The purpose is to complete various tasks. After completing the tasks, you can get task coins. Are there any rewards? Qin Qing asked. This was the question she was most concerned about. Qin Jiangxin pursed her lips. The reward is that after you have accumulated enough mission coins, you can exchange them for a chance to leave completely and never enter here again. Qin Qing frowned. This seemed like an unfair clause to her. Qin Jiangxin took a deep breath. But at least you can leave. Tell me about yourself. What's going on with you? How did you become like this? If I say I'm just an ordinary supermarket owner, would you believe me? Qin Qing looked at her. Qin Jiangxin also looked at her. Okay. I'm not an ordinary supermarket owner. But it's a long story. I don't know how to explain it to you for a while. Qin Qing said, taking a small stack of talismans from a pile and putting them in Qin Jiangxin's hand. Since I'm here, it means it can be used. You take it, and it can protect you. The main reason is that her talisman has been recognized by the plain supermarket. Qin Jiangxin took a deep breath. In fact, you can also remind me appropriately during the day. The point is that if I say it, will you believe it? Qin Qing smiled, thinking of Qin Jiangxin's attitude during the day. She obviously also remembered the situation during the day, and helplessly held her forehead. At least I trust you very much at night. Okay. My mission is about to start. See you next time. See you next time. By the way, before you go on a mission next time, it's better to call me. Even if I can't be with you every time, I can at least give you some amulets. Qin Qing said seriously. Okay. Thank you for your help. Qin Jiangxin did not refuse. After saying that, Qin Jiangxin also disappeared. At the same time, Qin Qing saw the breakfast shop opposite through the main entrance of the supermarket. Strange. Why was it that I couldn't get in at the door just now? A customer lifted the heavy transparent curtain and walked into the supermarket. I thought you closed the store. As he said that, the customer went into the supermarket by himself, took 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, and came out to pay. There was no much talk throughout the whole process. starting from this customer. Several customers came one after another, and they all bought cold drinks. Ching Ching had hardly gone out today. When she took out her phone and took a look, she found that the highest temperature today was 37 degrees. No wonder there were so many people buying cold drinks. After the customers had gone around, she hurriedly closed the store and went to the other world through the back door. The third building that appeared was the location of Qin Jiangxin's mission this time. And this time, the whole building was lit, which also meant that the whole building was included in the mission scope. Qin Qin couldn't even get in the front door, let alone fish in troubled waters. Today's mission of robbing the rich and helping the poor failed. Qin Qin climbed to the top floor of the commercial building and opened the door that she had locked. As far as she could see, there were only staff members in the hall, and the rest of the people were not here. She found the staff member who had brought her the tablet before and called him over. "Where are the others?" "They are all watching a movie," the other person said. "Don't come, you are a stranger. It's very dangerous here. It won't be long before this door can't stop them." "What will happen if it can't stop them?" "I don't know. If you fail a certain number of missions, we can leave safely, but if you succeed, no one knows what will happen if you leave here," the staff member whispered. "May disappear completely from this world. What is the situation here? Do you have to kill people to survive?" Qin Qin frowned and asked in a low voice. "Only when this world is in a mission environment can we survive. Even if we are all dead, no one wants to die again," the other party said, turning back quickly. "But many times, people who come here cannot leave the theater." Qin Qin looked at the closed theater door and thought of the situation of the person who lost control that day. If Qin Jiangxin had not stopped the person at that time, the person would most likely have died on the spot. In this case, "You didn't kill anyone?" Qin Qin raised her eyes. The other party smiled bitterly. "Even if there is none, it's almost the same." "That's fine," Qin Qin said, rushing into the cinema, taking out a stack of yellow talismans from her personal space, and pasting the talisman paper on each door of the theater one by one. Then she quickly left the cinema, handed a candle to the staff member who was talking to her, and locked the door again. Cowardly and bold. Chapter 99 To Make Money. After leaving the commercial building, Qin Qin did not go back immediately. Although she could not enter Qin Jiangxin's task space, she still waited at the door, thinking that if something happened, she could handle it in time. After all, the current situation is special. According to the situation of the previous task, if the tasker fails to complete the task, it is very likely that something will really happen. And Qin Jiangxin is her sister after all. She always has to take care of her safety. It's not that she has to wait every day, but she just spends some time waiting when Qin Jiangxin needs her. She was not completely idle. While waiting, she placed tables and chairs at the back door of the supermarket, and hung a bright light beside them. She laid down and drew talismans one after another. In case she needed them again later, she could give more to Qin Jiangxin to protect her safety. After drawing another talisman, she rubbed her wrist and looked up. Seeing the building with lights gradually going out, and people coming out of the building, she immediately stood up and ran over quickly. The distance was not far, and it didn't take long for her to get close. Before she asked, Qin Jiangxin reached out and hugged her tightly. Qin Qin could feel that Qin Jiangxin was trembling all over. "It's okay. It's okay. You all got out safely," Qin Qin whispered to comfort. "I did it," Qin Jiangxin whispered. "I did it. I really did it. They looked like real people. Blood splashed on me. I did it. It was me." Qin Qin raised her hand and pressed Qin Jiangxin's shoulder tightly. Not far away, someone reacted, turned around and ran to the corner to retch. "Just get used to it. This is the first time, but it will definitely not be the last time. If they don't die, we will die. Just think about it. They have a lot of blood of our compatriots on their hands. Maybe you will feel better," someone said calmly, looking at Qin Qin curiously. "Are you also a tasker?" You? You are the owner of the supermarket," someone else spoke. Qin Qin looked up, and after seeing the other person's appearance clearly, she immediately remembered his identity. He was the customer who bought the talisman from her not long ago. As expected, the next sentence of this person was, "We bought the talisman from her." This is the first time I see someone opening a supermarket in the task waiting space. "Can you open a supermarket here? Do you still have talismans? Sell them?" Qin Qin automatically ignored other questions and only answered the last question, "If you want them. Of course I will sell them. I open a supermarket, and I have to do business with the outside world. But everyone is a tasker. Only you are special. If you can't bear it, you don't have to buy it. Qin Jiangxin's heart is still strong. And now she has recovered a little. You said that this is the first time I see someone opening a supermarket. Which means that only from her can you buy talismans. Otherwise you will spend a lot of money to buy props in the task store with task coins. Buy. I want 10 amulets. 10. Evil breaking talisman. I want these 2. And 3 more courage boosting talisman. What's the use of the courage boosting talisman? Is it okay if I'm afraid? Qin smiled and pointed out the talismans that several people needed while collecting the task coins. She smiled and said, my talismans are quite effective. Aren't they? More than good, they are simply too good. The customer who bought the talisman from her before immediately said, if it weren't for the talisman you sold to the 2 of us, we might not be able to get out safely today. Compared to the talismans in your hand, the effects of those props are really not as good as their value. The effects are indeed good, especially the evil breaking talisman and the amulet, which are absolutely worth the money. Are you also a Taoist priest in real life? Are you a very capable Taoist priest? Where are you? Maybe when I can recover my memory in real life, I will go with you to ask for a talisman. Qin quietly put away the entry-level talisman book on the table. Let's wait until I can recover my memory. It's no use asking now. That's right. Will you open a shop later? When? Not sure. You'll just leave it to fate. Qin really didn't know when she would appear here next time. Maybe she would still be bound to Qin Jiangxin, or something else might happen. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her, with a handful of mission coins in it. Then, a second hand appeared, and a third hand. That night, Qin earned a total of 55 mission coins, emptying the mission savings in these people's pockets. This can probably be regarded as a disguised form of hunger marketing. Only for a limited time. After chatting for a while, the time of several people was up, so they all left the place. Qin Jiangxin also disappeared from the place like them. But she did not go to Qin supermarket today, but rode an electric bike back home. Qin glanced at the building that had been unblocked to her, and then looked at the time, finally yawned, and turned back to the supermarket. Drop some dragon blood in there. Will it work? Yes. You will know if you try it. I loved reading novels when I was alive. They were just like this. Dragon blood. Phoenix feathers. They are all very powerful treasures. Isn't that talisman also metaphysics? Add some dragon blood, it will definitely double the price. You can then sell it at 5 times the price. A normal talisman costs $1. And a talisman with dragon blood costs $5. Yes. 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 Also, the dragon blood must be diluted. It can't be too much. A drop of blood can at least make 1 pound of cinnabar. If you are unscrupulous, you can make 10 pounds of cinnabar. The effect is definitely there, but it is a little weaker. But when people hear that it is made of dragon blood, they will definitely pay for it. Or you can add some soul beads, maybe the effect will be better. And, at the entrance of the Soul Realm supermarket, Qin told the story of the golden dragon, and the hell on earth, and the crowd around never dispersed. Those who didn't know thought something big had happened here. But boss, did you really see the golden dragon? That hell on earth is also real? Why didn't I see it when I was alive? Yes. The infinite flow has become real? It must be true. Why would I lie to you? Qin took out her phone. I also took a video. Yes. I told you to watch it before. Qin played the video of the golden dragon first. The perspective was the angle she shot from a high place. The same video. When released on a short video platform in reality. Everyone was amazed at the advanced technology. But here, they were amazed by the real feelings. Dragon. Oh my god, I saw a dragon, and it's a golden dragon. How beautiful, how can there be such a beautiful golden dragon? It's so golden. Like a golden mountain, I want to take a bite, no. I want to hug it. Golden dragon, everything about it hits me. Oh my god, this golden dragon is so beautiful, it's more beautiful than the dragon I imagined. Look at the head, look at the tail, look at the dragon scales, look at the dragon whiskers, they're all as long as my head. On the chest, I am so excited, if I can take a look, it is worth dying for. Empty-handed. Right? Hee. After playing a video, Qin listened to the excited voices beside her, and got excited too. You don't know, when I saw it for the first time, I really thought it was Jin Shan, and I thought if it was Jin Shan, I wouldn't have to open a supermarket in this world, I would be rich, but I didn't expect it to be a dragon, which is more valuable than Jin Shan. Hee hee. After saying that, she started to scroll through the album. There is another video. I recorded it specially for you. I was going to show it to you a few days ago, but I was really busy and forgot about it. You can take a look now. This is it, I found it. She clicked on the video, confirmed the play, and raised the video above her head, so that people who were a little further away could also see it. As soon as the video started, a doubtful voice sounded not far away. Movie or mirror? It looks like a mirror. Oh my god. What is that? From which corner did it come out? Hiss. No. Wait. This is not immersive. Right? I am there? It really appeared, boss. Behind you. Boss. What's wrong with you, boss? Are you okay? Make way. I'm going to buy a Coke. Oh, I forgot that the quilts are drying at home. I'm going to dry the quilts. My TV is not turned off yet. I'm going home first. Yes, my car is broken. It's really broken. You are all ghosts. What are you afraid of? Ghosts are afraid too. This is not a ghost movie. This is a horror movie. No. No, those who can sit here are all ruthless people. I can't watch it anymore. I was a bit too immersed. Boss. You are also a ruthless person. I surrender. I am really scared. Fortunately, I didn't encounter such inexplicable things when I was alive. After playing the video once, she looked at the people who were still gathered around her. Are you still watching? They nodded one after another, with excitement in their eyes. Watch it, it's so exciting. Yes, it's too exciting, more exciting than horror movies in reality. Play it again? Boss, we are really not afraid. Even if we are really not afraid, we still have to spend money. Ching Ching stood up, smiled and walked to the vending machine. I will submit the Golden Dragon video, and this horror video just now. You can buy what you want to watch. You work hard to earn soul beads, and I work hard to earn your soul beads. After the RV was available, everyone's consumption desire decreased significantly. The soul beads Ching Ching collected during this period were much less than before. Only the various movies, songs, TV series, and other resources, the download volume was high and unlimited. Even those who did not buy them at the beginning had to buy them. The soul beads must be earned. I want to see the dragon. Someone raised his hand. No problem. Ching Ching promised by slapping the table. Where is the dragon? Ching Ching sat at the door of the plain supermarket, looking at the empty seabed below, not seeing the familiar dragon. She felt a little lost. At this moment, the familiar dizziness came again. No. Help. Ah. Outside the plain supermarket, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared. After seeing Ching Ching inside, it instantly stabilized the plain supermarket. After putting it down, its tail gently patted the top of the plain supermarket. It remembered that it was not this small house that should be comforted. So the dragon head moved closer to the door. The claws stretched out and lightly pressed Ching Ching's head. The vending machine beside him. Ching Ching looked up in shock and saw that the flattened part of the vending machine was slowly recovering. Then he turned his head and looked at the golden dragon in front of him in shock. The golden dragon blinked its huge eyes. Its golden pupils slightly turned, and it pressed the vending machine's claws and scratched it, to comfort it. But after comforting it, the vending machine tried to be strong and returned to its original appearance. Ching Ching met the golden dragon's huge eyes. She hugged the vending machine beside her tightly. Ah, it's okay, I just feel a little dizzy, I'll be fine after a while. Well, I'm fine, really fine. Chapter 100 We can do it. It's okay, you play here, I'll go back first. Ching Ching said, looking at the huge dragon head occupying the door of the plain supermarket, and looking into the eyes that seemed as big as her. Next time I know, I will check to see if you are there first. After the dizziness was suppressed, Ching Ching stood up, and looked up to talk to the golden dragon. What's wrong with playing? Playing is the nature of dragons. It's just that she was a little unsteady. Ching Ching returned to the supermarket, still staggering when she walked. Obviously the dizziness she felt before had not completely dissipated. She also understood why she felt dizzy when she first appeared in the Golden Dragon supermarket. It was probably the same as this time. She stood for a while holding the shelf. And after making sure that nothing was wrong, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was still early, and she had nothing to do. So she went to the ancient plain again to pick up some more white stones. The road to the top of the mountain leading to the depths of the sunset forest was not close. So the road surface was generally smooth. Ching Ching rode the battery car all the way there, picking up all the white stones she could find on the road, so that when she came here again in the future, she would feel less bumpy. Counting, She hadn't visited Sanyang for a few days. She could go over to see her when she had time in 2 days. She kept picking up white stones until the supermarket was about to open at 2 o'clock. With a bag of white stones, she chose. Returned to the supermarket. As soon as she walked into her supermarket, her phone rang with a message. Qin Jiangxin, you were not here when I came here just now. I had a nightmare again yesterday. It seemed that you were in the dream. You should wear the amulet. It feels very useful. Qin Qing looked at the message and replied with a smile. Okay, I know. I will wear the amulet well. She sat in the supermarket in the afternoon with nothing to do, and took out the materials for drawing the amulet. Thinking of what those people in the soul realm said, she carefully took another drop of dragon blood, diluted it separately in a large portion of cinnabar, and planned to let Qin Jiangxin try the effects of the 2 talismans when she went there again. Since the talismans were effective, she must prepare more to better ensure Qin Jiangxin's safety. Hey, you can also draw talismans? Uncle Chow Qin Qing looked up. Put down the pen in her hand. I'll just draw it casually. Do you need to buy materials today? Qin Qing occasionally contacted Uncle Chow during this period, mainly to get candles from him. After all, whether it was the soul realm or the current purgatory on Earth, there was a demand for candles. Yes. Uncle Chow nodded, looking down at the talisman Qin Qing drew. Do you sell this talisman? If you do, I'll buy a few. It looks quite decent. Qin Qing laughed. Here. Uncle Chow. Take these. These are amulets. Are there any differences between different talismans? Uncle Chow picked up the talisman Qin Qing drew and compared them carefully. You know what? There are some differences. I drew it. Qin Qing handed over the entry-level talisman book in her hand. Take a look. Isn't it? Indeed. It's quite interesting. Uncle Chow nodded. Took a few amulets. How much is this? I'll give it to you. It's free. I'll give it to you. Qin Qing said. I've drawn a lot anyway. That's fine. I still have some broken candle pieces. I'll bring them back to you later. Uncle Chow put away the amulets Qin Qing gave him. I'll go get some yellow paper. Qin Qing put away the remaining amulets and turned to look at the scene outside the door. It was dark, but there was no new scene like yesterday, which meant that the main entrance of her supermarket would not appear in the so-called mission area today. After a while, Uncle Chow came out, took what he needed, and left after paying. Qin Qing got up and went to prepare dinner for the evening. It must be said that there were indeed many benefits to storing enough food in the portable space. At least she no longer needed to think about what to eat for 3 meals a day. And she didn't need to spend time preparing food. But there are still not enough varieties. She ate all the food she had in stock during this period of time. Now she is a little tired of it. She still needs to find time to stock up on a new batch. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Qin Qing held the lamb skewers in her left hand and opened the new message on her phone with her right hand. Are you there? Are you still selling this vest? When can it be shipped? How much is left? At the top of the message is the link to the goods, which is the vest she had posted before. But since I sold 2 pieces before, no one has inquired for a while. Qin Qing clicked on the input area, entered the message. Yes, vests are still for sale, there are a lot of goods, you can buy them yourself, and they will be shipped to you tomorrow. The other party, okay. Qin Qing looked at the other party's reply message, and exited the interface. She took a skewer of grilled gluten from the plate in front of her, and was about to order a movie, when the mobile phone message alert rang again. Any other questions? She thought to herself, but after clicking it, she found that the man just bought 100 vests in one go. 88 per piece. 100 pieces is 8,800 yuan. A big customer. Qin Qing opened the chat history again, and sent a message with a smile. Okay dear, I have received the order, and will send it to you on time tomorrow. The vest is 88 per piece, which seems quite expensive when it is priced, but the actual profit from selling is not that much. Mainly compared with the previous batch of durian, the difference is particularly huge. However, the profit of 8,800 yuan this time is not bad. At least it can subsidize her money for stocking up next time. Qin Qing happily finished the grilled gluten in her hand, ate a bunch of grilled squid, drank a large cup of Coke, hummed a song and put away the skewers in front of her. It was almost evening time. She closed the supermarket door and came to the back door. At present, she could see 3 buildings in the hell on earth. The first residential building had lights on, the second commercial building, and the top floor was also lit, but not too bright. The third building was completely dark. When Qin Jiangxin was doing the task in the third building, Qin did not go in. This was her first time going in. She turned on the flashlight in advance, came to the bottom of the third building, and tried to turn on the light inside. Everything was quiet in the building. The flashlight was raised upwards, and the number 101 on the door plate appeared. Further inside were 102, 103, 104. This was an office building. Qin pushed open one of the rooms, and scanned the room with the flashlight. The room was not empty, but was filled with desks and various materials, and there were also paper and pens on the table. The room next door also had a desktop computer, which was very similar to modern computers, but it was estimated that there would be some differences inside. There were more things in any of the rooms than in the two buildings next door. But because there were too many things, she didn't know where to start. This building had 5 floors in total, and each floor had 7 or 8 offices. Some were small offices, with one door number for each office, and some were 2 offices connected to form a large office, with one door number for the front door and one door number for the back door. However, there were not many signs of dirt, and it looked like an ordinary office building. Everyone left after work, and nothing had happened. There were just too many things, so many that she was embarrassed to take them. At some point, Qin held a cardboard box in her hand, picked up the electronic calculator from the desk next to her, picked up the thermos cup, picked up the glass cup, picked up clean A4 paper, which was usable, a large box of signature pens, which was usable, iron spoon. Why was there an iron spoon in the office? Qin threw the iron spoon into the cardboard box, and continued to look at the things on the next desk. The most common things on these desks were paper documents, but these were useless. Instead, blank papers, various pens and refills, and a mess of daily necessities were more usable. As for the computer, it can be used, but it is not easy to move now. It can be moved slowly later. Qin walked down from the 5th floor, packed several large cartons of things, and packed several bags of daily necessities. Finally, she returned to the 1st floor and began to dismantle the laptop in the most exquisite office on the 1st floor. According to the social etiquette, the computer used in this most exquisite office must be the best, and it is worth moving it. Finally, she took a bunch of things and walked out of the office building, thinking that there were still a lot of things inside. She felt more motivated. Qin shook the flashlight in her hand, took out her cell phone to check the time, and turned to walk towards her supermarket. After walking a few steps, she turned back and saw the cinema staff who appeared on the 1st floor of the commercial building. At this moment, she felt her hair stand on end. The other party also noticed her vigilance and hurriedly said, "Those people were trapped by you. We have no ill intentions. We are just too hungry. So we came downstairs and hoped to see you. You still feel hungry?" Qin did not approach. The leading staff member was the one who had brought the tablet to Qin before. Seeing that she did not leave, he was happy instead and said truthfully, "When we were doing the task before, we did not feel hungry. But since the task was completed, we felt hungry. Fortunately, we had the candles you gave us before. But now the candles have been eaten up." Qin was still alert. After all, the trapped ghost was somewhat different from the ghost that could move freely. The other party continued hurriedly, "We dare not do anything to you. Your talisman is very powerful. If we are trapped for a long time, we will be scared to death. Although we are all dead now, it is better to be conscious than to lose consciousness completely. We just want to ask you for a candle. Please." Qin raised her hand, and there was an extra talisman in her hand. Several people retreated instantly, looking at the talisman in her hand warily. She raised her eyebrows, holding the talisman closer. In other words, the existence of the mission is actually your chance to survive. "Yes." The other party nodded, his eyes carefully slid across the talisman in her hand. After retracting his gaze, his eyes were still full of fear. "So we will try our best to complete the mission, but this is because life and death are in front of us, and we can't do anything." Qin looked up. "You came down from upstairs, passed by the 5th and 6th floors, and you should have seen the rotten food there. We can eat those things, but your candles are too fragrant. After eating the candles, no one wants to eat those smelly foods again." The other party hurriedly explained, "I didn't lie on purpose, I just noticed the light downstairs just now, so I came down on purpose, and I didn't expect to really see you." Chin. She just wanted to ask about the situation on the 5th and 6th floors. But since that's the case, she won't be polite. Thinking about it, Chin looked up and smiled. You can have candles. Please help me clean up the 5th and 6th floors and get rid of the rotten food. I want the pots and pans inside. Yes. No problem. As long as you promise to give us candles. We can do anything. The other party was full of joy. Chin took another step forward, took a candle, and handed it over. This is your food for tonight and tomorrow. As long as you clean it up for me, I will come again tomorrow night. After everything is cleaned up, I will give you a big candle. There will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. If not, you can find food by yourself. The other party quickly took the candle, his face full of excitement and joy. Yes. We can do it. As long as you give us candles, we can do anything. Chapter 101. Queue up to exchange. Should she stock up on more candles? Before going to sleep, Chin thought with her eyes open, when extreme weather comes, other things can still be supplied. Candles are really not very useful to living people. Even if there are, they are only used for lighting. I wonder if there will be a shortage. She is not sure about this problem. After all, she did not pay much attention to the issue of candles in her previous life. She should find a chance to go and have a look. She still has time. When she closed her eyes, Chin thought about what she was going to stock up next. Some things didn't need to be stocked up too early. The later you stock up, the less valuable they are. If you stock up now, you will spend more money. Some things are more valuable the later they are. Mainly daily necessities, and food with a shelf life. She has been stocking up little by little. She will find a chance to ask Uncle Chow how to buy cheap candles. Thinking of this, Chin closed her eyes, and officially fell asleep. At the same time, someone else entered the task space of purgatory on Earth. What a coincidence, we met again this time. It's a coincidence, the talisman is still there. Where's yours? Mine is still there too. I went to look for it, but I couldn't find that supermarket. Luckily we stocked up some in advance, so we can be more confident in this mission. It seems we are lucky. Yeah, I hope we can survive this time. The weather in the ancient plain is also hotter than before. After walking out of the large forest of Sunset Forest, Chin felt the temperature around her rise sharply. Without the cover of the forest, the temperature began to rise undisguisedly. She rode the electric bike for a while, and she felt sweaty all over. After stopping to drink a sip of iced mineral water, she couldn't help but put away the electric bike and took out the electric four-wheeler. Compared with two-wheeled vehicles, four-wheeled vehicles are still bumpy on this relatively good official road in ancient times. And the speed is not as fast as her modified electric bike. But the electric four-wheeler has air conditioning. Sitting on the electric four-wheeler with air conditioning, Chin came alive and walked slowly to the nearby town. This made her sigh again. Air conditioning is really one of the greatest inventions of the 21st century. It took a slower time than before. Chin's car finally arrived at the town gate. The weather was hot. The guards at the gate tried to hide in the shade. They were afraid to look up under the scorching sun. Until Chin's car was close, the guards reacted. At the same time, in the tea shed not far away, the drowsy person also woke up instantly, ran quickly to the nearby, and asked tentatively, Miss Chin? Chin opened the car window. It's me. Are you still waiting for me? It's so hot? It's okay. The other party said with a smile. His eyes quickly swept over Chin's car, and asked carefully, Did Miss Chin change the car? Just then, the cold air in the car dissipated. The other party was hit by the cold air, and instantly closed his eyes comfortably. Yes, the car was too hot. Feeling the heat outside the window, he opened the window a little wider. You can go and report first. I will drive slowly. Yes. Yes. The other party came back to his senses. Smiled at Chin. Miss Chin, please wait a moment. I will report now. After saying that, the other party immediately turned around and ran into the city. Chin closed the window again, looked at the guard, nodded, and entered the city under the guard's attention. Are you telling the truth? Did she really come again? Absolutely true. Our people saw it with their own eyes, and the people in the prefectural governor's mansion also saw it, but he should have reported it to the people in the prefectural governor's mansion first, so we must have got the news first. Okay. When she came before, we didn't meet her, so we must prepare well for such an opportunity today. Go quickly. Ask someone to prepare ice cubes. I'll go to the prefectural governor right now. No matter what, we must get in touch with her today. We'll go too. Why are you going? Don't make trouble. We can stay away from her. Just take a look from a distance. Really, just take a look from a distance. Yes, it is said that Miss Jean is fair and rosy, with a delicate complexion, a car, and skills. We should see for yourself. It has been a few days since Miss Jean came last time. We haven't seen her this time. And we don't know when the next time will be. Yes. Yes. Those people in the prefectural governor's mansion are not that good. But they have received a lot of benefits from Miss Jean. The translucent jade-like mahjong is not even available in the royal family. The people in the prefectural governor's mansion are all thanks to marrying a good girl. If the new wife who just came in had not had some friendship with Miss Jean, such a good thing would not have come to the prefectural governor's mansion. We can give what the prefectural governor's mansion can give. But it's a pity that the people in the prefectural governor's mansion kept stopping us from getting close, saying that they were afraid that Miss Jean would find us noisy, and would never come again. If they hadn't stopped us, we would have seen her a long time ago. And why would they have waited until now? What's wrong with us going to take a look? I promise not to talk. Then you. We promise that we will never disturb Miss Jean. We promise. You mean the immortal is here again? We have to go and see. I didn't see him the last few times I came here. Is he really an immortal? Absolutely true. I have only seen him enter the prefect's mansion and never come out. According to the maids and servants in the prefect's mansion, when Miss Jean was leaving, she left in a flash. Everyone guessed that she must have flown back. Why didn't she fly down? You are stupid. It is said that one day in heaven is 1 year on earth. The heaven is as big as the earth. The immortals look at us like ants. If we go to the place where ants live, we have to follow the road. Otherwise, how can we recognize the way? That's true. Let's go and see. What's the situation with the people in the prefect's mansion? They stopped me. They all refuse to let us get close. Why else? They are afraid that the immortal will not come. I heard that the immortal gave them the elixir a few days ago. If the immortal does not come, they will suffer a great loss. That is true. However, I don't know when the immortal will come to my house. I don't ask for much. Just give me a pair of intact shoes. The person who spoke lowered his head and looked at his shoes. Suddenly, he said, "Ouch, when did the gap in the shoes become so big? The sole of the foot is almost exposed." The person next to him also took a look and laughed. "You are just lazy. If the shoes are broken, you can just mend them. How can they be broken like this? You make it sound easy. How can I mend them?" The person who spoke raised his foot, revealing the almost shattered sole under his feet. Even if he wanted to mend them, he couldn't find a place to start. Then you should buy a pair of straw sandals first. You can't really put your feet on the ground. The immortals won't care about your food and clothing. What if, as they were talking, they were stopped by the guards again and retreated a long way? Don't stop me. Don't stop me. I can't see it anymore. I can only see the plaque of the prefectural governor's mansion. Don't talk. You can't afford to disturb the immortals. As soon as the words fell, an excited voice sounded. "Here I come." Here? Where? There, that beautiful big car. Wow, the immortal changed his car again? It's more magnificent than the previous one. I don't know if it's magnificent or not, but I see that this car is not pulled by oxen or horses, so it's extraordinary. Yes, it's more impressive than those dignitaries. The old lady of the prefect's mansion has also come out. Qing Qing was driving the car, heard the door of the prefect's mansion, and turned around to see a large number of people watching. She came here today to share the things she had stored these days. Those things were of little use to her, but they were quite useful to the people. Before she came here today, she had gone to the hell on earth and got the pots and pans that had been cleared out in the second commercial building. Those pots and pans didn't look like they were washed with water, but at least they looked clean. They weren't broken, just a little old, and were stained by kitchen fumes for a long time. So the color was a little darker. After putting away the things, she kept some of them and planned to distribute the rest to satisfy her idea of robbing the rich and helping the poor. Old lady. Qing Qing poked her head out of the car window. "Hey," the old lady responded, smiling at her. "Miss Jean has changed to a beautiful car today. Please come in. The ice cubes are ready, and the electric fan that Miss Jean prepared before is also ready. Let's not go in today. I'll find a shady place to park." "Old lady, please come up and sit for a while," Qing Qing said, and drove the car again, and drove to a big tree not far away. There is air conditioning, electric fans and ice cubes are useless. After parking, She turned sideways and waved from the window. Old lady and Sanyang, come here, it's cool in my car, and I have something to tell you. When she said this, others were still stunned. The old lady and Sanyang came over quickly. Qin got out of the car, and instantly felt the heat. She quickly called the two people over and opened the door. It's so hot, I can't stand it. The space in the four-wheel electric car is not big, but it is enough for two people, not to mention that neither the old lady nor Sanyang is fat. It's just right to sit in the back. After the two of them sat down, Qin closed the car door, got in quickly, and then quickly closed the car window. In an instant, the small car was instantly filled with air conditioning. Qin turned around, and the excitement and complex emotions on the faces of the two people were visible to the naked eye. Is it very comfortable? Sanyang? Qin looked at Sanyang. Sanyang carefully glanced at the old lady beside her, and seeing that she was not paying attention to her, she immediately nodded at Qin and said softly, very comfortable. The old lady came back to her senses at this time and chuckled. No wonder Miss Qin didn't want to go in. It turns out that there is a better place to rest. This environment is cool but not cold. It is my honor to rest in such an environment in the hot summer. Right. I also think this environment is comfortable. That's why I called you over. Qin said seriously. After all, she really thought from the bottom of her heart that it was comfortable and cozy in an air-conditioned environment. The old lady nodded immediately. Thank you, Miss Qin. You're welcome. You're welcome. Qin waved her hand, remembering the purpose of coming today, said, I came here today because I have something to give you. Under the old lady's expectant gaze, Qin felt a little embarrassed and told the truth. It's not something particularly good I picked up. Some things I found somewhere else, just some pots and pans, and daily necessities. They're a bit old, but they can still be used. Please ask the old lady to ask someone to tell the people around. You can exchange them with whatever you have. It doesn't have to be too good. Wild vegetables, steamed bread, stone carvings, and straw weavings are all fine. For the people? The old lady asked in surprise. Yes. Qin nodded. It's a little old, but it's not too torn. Is it okay? Yes. Yes. The old lady nodded. There are many people watching. I'll tell someone to let them line up to exchange. Thank you. Old lady. Chapter 102 Barter. Why can't we exchange? We are ordinary people too. That's right. Why can't we line up to exchange? We can also take out things, and even more things. Can we exchange anything? What did you say? Steamed bread, wild vegetables, stone carvings, and straw weavings? Is this true? When will it start? Is it too late to go back and get them now? Qin listened to the voice of the reporter and said, Then you go and tell them, anyone can exchange, but each person can only exchange one thing. Both adults and children are the same. You can wait for half an hour. Just one stick of incense. Can the old lady do it? Miss Qin can decide. The old lady smiled. After saying that, the old lady subconsciously looked around, because the windows and doors had been opened before. The car was not very cool. Now that it was cool, she felt very strange that such a small place could become so cool. The people outside the car notified the people, and the people watching around immediately ran around. As for the rich people, some were invited into the prefectural governor's mansion, and some were reluctant to go in. So they waited outside the prefectural governor's mansion and found a shaded place to sit. They were not short of servants, and there were people fanning them. But the temperature was high, and even in the shaded place, the temperature would not be too low. Qin could see the sweat on those people's foreheads with her naked eyes, and the more intensive sweat on the foreheads of the people serving beside her. She didn't feel sorry for those who were served, but only felt sorry for the maids and servants who served them. This is the empathy of workers. Thinking about it, she turned back. Old lady, ask someone to go to your house to get more ice cubes, so that everyone can feel more comfortable. I will replenish ice cubes for your house later. Miss Qin is thoughtful, and I am not thoughtful enough, the old lady said immediately. I will ask someone to prepare ice cubes right away. This is also the obligation of the house. Miss Qin doesn't need to spend money. No cost. I know it's not easy to make ice cubes here. I guess there won't be too much ice cubes left in the house. It will be much easier to make ice cubes over there. You don't have to be polite. Old lady. Qin told the truth. After all, she used a freezer to make ice in her supermarket, and she could make a lot of it in just one night. But in ancient times, making ice was time-consuming and laborious. And now in the middle of summer. It was also troublesome to store it. Moreover, she sympathized with those maids and servants. And it was not the prefectural governor's mansion that should have produced anything. The old lady did not refuse any more, and called someone to come over and give instructions, emphasizing that it was Qin Qin who was considerate and wanted to take care of the young lady and the lady guarding the door, and specially asked the prefectural governor's mansion to fetch ice. Not long after she finished speaking, someone brought the ice out of the prefectural governor's mansion and placed it in a cool place to ensure that the ice could be used for a longer time. After the ice cubes were put away, the people in the prefectural government whispered to the people sitting there. After a while, the people there stood up one after another and bowed to the place where Qin Qin was sitting to express their gratitude. Before long, the anxiety and discomfort in the faces and bodies of these people disappeared a lot. Qin Qin's eyes fell on the maids and servants. Many of them were still standing in the sun, but with the coolness of the ice cubes, they looked much better than before. At the same time, the people over there were also discussing the situation here. That small carriage, is it really not hot? How can it be hot? Look at the old lady, and that Sanyang in the prefect's mansion, you can tell it's not hot. Not only is it not hot, it must be very comfortable and cool. That's great. Why haven't we encountered such a good thing? In such hot weather, we can only stay under the scorching sun. Be content. If it weren't for Miss Qin's reminder, we wouldn't even have ice cubes. Now at least we have ice cubes. I don't know why the prefect's mansion is so kind all of a sudden, and they are eager to send us ice cubes. There shouldn't be much ice cubes left in their mansion. Right? You forgot, the old lady said before that every time Miss Qin came, the prefect's mansion didn't need much ice cubes, and Miss Qin could make up some. It must be the same this time, otherwise they would definitely take the credit for themselves. That's right, I don't know why today. What can we get? It was said before that it was for the common people to exchange, so it is estimated that there are not many good things. It doesn't matter what the things are, the key is to make friends with Miss Qin. If it weren't for today's situation, the prefectural government might not let us in, and we couldn't even send things. Now it's so good, we have the opportunity, let Miss Qin see whose family is the most powerful, and who knows if Miss Qin will come out in the future. Speaking of which, Miss Qin is really enthusiastic. It is said that she and the stepmother only met once before, but she took a fancy to her. If we could also make friends with her, and let Miss Qin take a fancy to us, it would be great. That's right, wait, it will be our turn sooner or later. How can we let the prefectural government take all the good things? The barter activity will not start for more than 20 minutes. Qin Qin chatted with the old lady and Sanyang for a while. But the conversation started to get stuck. There was really nothing to talk about. So she took out a tablet and started watching a movie. She also put a stand in the electric four-wheeler, which could hold a mobile phone or a tablet. Even the people behind could see the video on the tablet. This movie was about another world, which she had not seen before, and did not know what it was about. However, the movie had a high rating, so the content must be very exciting. The time spent watching the movie passed quickly. Before long, more than 20 minutes had passed, and at this time the movie also played the exciting plot of the first part. Seeing this, Qin Qin also roughly understood the situation of the movie. It was essentially a sports competition film, telling the story of the heroine's journey from an ordinary person to a weightlifting champion. She didn't need to watch the ending to know the general direction of the film. However, the plot in the middle of the movie was very exciting. Whether it was the family struggle of favoring boys over girls in the early stage, or the many difficulties encountered by the school at this time, it was easy to capture people's hearts, making people who watched the movie always worried and wanting to continue watching. At this time, someone came outside the window. Qin Qin looked up. I saw that I didn't know when it had been lined up outside. Will you look at it later? Qin Qin turned back. The two sitting behind were more later than her, veiled reluctantly from the tablet. I also saw the long line outside. Sanyang's eyes are not covered well. It can be seen that Yuguang, the corner of the eyes, is still reluctant to the tablet. The old lady was covered well and nod. Nature, the girl Qin is about to be tight. After speaking, her eyes quickly swept across the tablet. You can continue watching it if you have a chance later, Qin Qin promised. I will definitely come again. And I will definitely let you finish watching this movie. Really? Sanyang blurted out. Qin Qin looked at her. Sanyang blushed slightly. I will finish what I started. I know, Qin Qin smiled. Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise to you. And I will definitely let you finish watching it next time. Thank you. Sanyong thanked her seriously. Qing smiled at her, turned around and opened the car door, raised her hand and directed everyone, you line up over there. Stand over there. It's so sunny. You might faint if you stand under it for a long time. Go to the shade if you can. The people were reluctant to leave. It was still the people from the prefectural government who started to urge them. And then everyone moved to the side and stood in the shade. However, everyone's eyes were still on Qing, wanting to know what they could exchange. Qing did not keep them in suspense, and directly took out several large bags and boxes from her personal space, which were all her gains from the hell on earth in the past few days. As soon as the things were taken out, there were bursts of exclamations around. Some people even shouted words like immortal, God, and fairy. Everyone's eyes were wide open, looking expectantly at the boxes and bags of things in front of Qing. At this time, Qing took out another large piece of cloth. It was nothing else but the curtain cloth she had pulled from a certain floor of a commercial building, the dirtiest one. After spreading it on the ground, she poured out the things from the bags and boxes. She was not selling goods, so she naturally did not plan to sort them out after pouring them out. She just piled them together and looked at the people in line. Come on. Start changing them in order. As soon as she finished speaking, someone in the shade of the tree in front immediately started to move. Xian. Miss Qing. We let the people below line up here. Can we exchange things by ourselves? Yes, Miss Qing. We will definitely abide by your rules. One person exchanges one item, and we will never exchange more than one item. Miss Qing. Okay. Qing nodded, looking at the people who came over in gorgeous clothes, and smiled. But you may not be able to exchange for good things. It doesn't matter. Anything is fine. Yes. As long as it is given by Miss Qing. It doesn't matter what it is. As the few people talked, they looked at each other, and they all had some sense of competition with each other. Looking back at Qing, they all smiled. This was an opportunity to show off. And who cared what they could exchange for? At worst, we can take out less good stuff. Several people looked at the pile of things on the ground. These things were more worn out than they thought. But for them, the things really didn't matter. After Qing nodded again, these people immediately lined up by themselves, waiting to exchange things from her. Miss Qing, my husband's family is Mr. Zhao. Our master is kind and benevolent. Everyone praises him as the best. Our master said, it doesn't matter what we exchange, please accept it. Miss Qing. Qing listened to the other party's long speech, and couldn't help thinking in her heart, just based on these words, she really didn't want to give anything good. She came here on such a hot day, not to listen to these people's endless nonsense. The box was opened, revealing a complete set of jewelry in the box, including headdresses, earrings, necklaces. They were all made of gold, and were inlaid with red gems. Under the sun, this set of jewelry was shining. Qing, is your Zhao Yuanwei a businessman? If he is, I have something that is very suitable for him. Look at this. This is called a calculator. It can do calculations for you, no matter how big the number is. It can be calculated, and it is guaranteed to be 100% accurate. There are batteries here. You can use it. I will show you how to use it. Remember, if you have any questions later, you can come to me. There is also a digital comparison table here. You can take it. Chapter 103. The moon is surrounded by stars. Here is this. This is a flashlight. It has no other use. Just press here to light it up. Here is one. These are pens. They are very convenient for writing. You don't need to dip them in ink. You have your eyes on the calculator. Okay, I'll give it to you. You give it to you. There is not much else in the office building. It is just full of various office supplies. Qing originally planned to exchange these things, but she thought that ordinary people might not need them, and she is still considering how to deal with them. Now that we have these prominent people, it is natural to give them something special. Anyway, calculators, flashlights, or gel pens are everywhere in modern times, and they will not be out of stock even after the end of the world. If she had known that the market for these things was so good, she could have taken more. When she went to the office building to pick up these things, she thought that ordinary people would not need them, so she only took a small part of them. In terms of living conditions alone, even if people were very rich in ancient times, they did not live as well as modern people. But they were indeed generous. They gave gold jewelry here, jewel boxes there, and all kinds of expensive goodies later. Not a loss. Not a loss. Ching Ching accepted the things given by everyone one by one, and exchanged the unsaleable goods, and achieved a satisfactory result for both parties. After sending another guest away, Ching Ching looked at the new guest who was approaching. She was holding a calculator in her hand. Although this thing was a common commodity, in ancient times, it was a very rare thing. After exchanging it, everyone was very happy. That? I don't have anything else, just this, which I embroidered myself. The new guest stretched out his hand and carefully handed the handkerchief in his hand to Ching Ching. The people behind her were also watching nervously, their eyes fixed on the calculator in Ching Ching's hand. Let alone anything else. Just look at those dignitaries happily taking things away. You know that this calculator is not simple. If you can exchange it for something like this, you will definitely be able to exchange it for more gold and silver. But Ching Ching put down the calculator in her hand under everyone's gaze. She looked carefully at the appearance of the woman in front of her. The other party was dressed simply. The clothes on her body were full of patches. There was no headdress on her head, just tied it with hay. But the handkerchief in her hand was particularly clean. The embroidery on the handkerchief was simple in color, but you can see its exquisiteness. It can be seen that this is indeed something that the other party thinks is very valuable. Ching Ching looked around the stall, and dug out a pot from the corner. This is for you. The woman took it, and was immediately overjoyed after she realized what was happening, and thanked him happily. Thank you, thank you. Immortal. Ching Ching was used to being called Mr. Immortal, and she didn't react much to being called immortal at this moment, and continued to look at the next customer calmly. Little did she know that the people around her saw this scene, and they all thought that she had tacitly accepted the title of Immortal, and were more certain of her identity. The next customer was a child. When Ching Ching looked over, the child was still a little unaccustomed. Under the urging of the people behind him, he carefully picked up the things in his hand. Is this okay? Ching Ching looked down, and saw the straw grasshopper in the child's hand. She took it with a smile, and took a bowl from the stall. Here you go. Thank you, Immortal. The child happily took the bowl and ran back, shouting loudly, Mom! Mom! Look, I changed a bowl. I exchanged the grasshopper for a bowl. This bowl has no cracks at all. It's so beautiful. This shout made the people queuing behind excited. Did you really get it in exchange? A grasshopper got a bowl in exchange? Oh, this bowl is really beautiful. The person in front took a handkerchief and got a pot in exchange. It was a top-quality iron pot. The bowl is good, and the pot is good. Hee hee hee. I thought they were all calculators, flashlights and the like. I don't know how to use them. My family is short of these things. I can use them at home. This is a bamboo hat, brand new. Can I exchange it? I'll give you 2 big bowls. This is a birdcage I made at home. It took me a long time to carve it. I'll give you a big pot and a shovel. It's my turn. This is also carved by my family. Stone sculpture. Hey, you can exchange it for anything. This piece of cloth is yours. It's all yours. Thank you, thank you. The people who came to exchange for things with the big stone sculpture turned around happily, with a whole piece of cloth in their arms. They surrounded them before they had gone far. This piece of cloth is really beautiful, and it feels very comfortable. It must be very valuable. Why did you want to exchange it for such a big stone sculpture? The stone sculpture must be worth a lot of money. Right? Stone sculptures can be made at home, and they won't sell for much money. This cloth is rare. In fact, I just thought it would be good to exchange it for a pot. My family is short of a pot. I didn't expect to exchange it for such a good piece of cloth. The man who exchanged the stone sculpture said with a smile, holding the cloth happily. Are you selling this cloth? No. No, our family is short of beautiful clothes. This piece of cloth can make several sets of clothes. But if you think about it carefully, the pot is also good. That pot is not simple at first glance. The man said seriously. The people around couldn't help but roll their eyes. Come on. You're pushing it too far. That's right. If you want, I'll trade the pot for your ingredients. No. On the other side, Ching Ching was still exchanging things with people in line. But the weather was too hot. She couldn't stand the heat. So she went back to the electric four-wheeler, opened it a little, and told everyone to take it themselves. Yes. Yes. Yes, take the shoes in the corner, and put the things aside. Yes, take a look at those 2 pieces of clothing, if you can. They are not torn, yes, they are not torn, just a little dirty. You can wash them and wear them. The cup? The transparent cup in exchange for the hairpin in your hand? Oh, no problem, you can take it. The transparent cup was exchanged. Ching Ching happily took the hairpin. She said, "Why didn't anyone ask about the cup before?" It turned out that she underestimated the value of the glass cup. If you had said it earlier, she would have exchanged it earlier. This went on for nearly an hour. Ching Ching's stall was gradually emptied, leaving only a small number of things. But they were basically calculators and the like. It's not that ordinary people don't want them, but they have seen from previous situations that these things are likely to be very valuable, and they are embarrassed to exchange their things for such expensive things. Guessing everyone's thoughts, Ching Ching didn't say much. After all, this would drive up the price of calculators. Even if ordinary people exchanged them, they would be targeted by others. If they were good, they would be bought by others. If they were not good, they might be robbed or stolen. Even if they bought them with money, it would not be a good thing for ordinary people to suddenly have huge wealth in their pockets. This is different from fabrics and pots and pans. Although fabrics are good, there are silks and satins at this time, which are no worse than the curtains she took out. As for pots and pans, they are just of slightly better quality and have a special appearance. The owners of wealthy families will not touch these things. Whether they are good or not has nothing to do with them, and they will not make a big fuss about it. All replaced. Ching Ching opened the window a little wider. You go back. I will come again in a while, and maybe I can bring some things by then. You just wait for notification. The people from the prefectural government came up and stopped the onlookers again. Ching Ching didn't say anything. After all, these people's actions were not only for her, but also for the people in the prefect's mansion. After the people were stopped, Ching Ching collected the things on the ground. She put her own things in one bag, and the things that the people brought to exchange were put in another bag. The gold, silver and jewelry were naturally collected by her at the beginning. However, after a careful count, she found that there was no food at all in the things that the people brought. Thinking about it carefully, people at this time would do some straw weaving and stone carving, which could at least be exchanged for money. But food was in short supply, and even if she had a lot of things here, she would not exchange them. Another point is that they probably thought she would not be short of food, so they did not exchange food. In fact, even if she exchanged, she would not eat it herself, and would definitely give it to Yunyang and the others. However, you should be careful about what you eat. It is not a bad thing that no one exchanged food today. Put the things away. There is still some time before the supermarket opens. It is the same wherever you use air conditioning. Ching Ching kept the old lady and Sanyang, and continued to watch the movie that she had not finished watching before. When it was almost 2 o'clock, the movie was only halfway through. Although the two people behind were still watching with great interest, she still paused the movie. Before she could speak, the old lady spoke first. Sorry to bother you today, Miss Ching. No, I'll come over in a few days and let you finish watching the rest of the story, Ching Ching said. It's not that she couldn't leave the tablet, but mainly because she was also anxious about the rest of the story. If she left the tablet, wouldn't she be able to watch it? It's okay, Miss Ching. Just take your time. As she said that, the old lady was helped out of the car by Sanyang. Ching Ching also got off the car, but she didn't do it to see them off. She just wanted to put away the electric bike after getting off the car, and also deliver the ice cubes that she had promised before. She just put them in a container, and someone would naturally move the ice cubes to the ice storage. After finishing the work, she said something to the old lady and chose to go back to the supermarket. Not long after she disappeared, many people entered the prefect's mansion. The old lady finally came out. Old sister, we have been waiting for you for a long time, and you are the only one who is so lucky to be able to sit in Miss Ching's car. Oh, old sister, you are so dry. Oh, you are still cold? Could it be that Miss Ching put ice cubes in that small car? The old lady was helped into the lobby with a smile while walking. She listened to the questions and surprises around her, and only spoke after sitting down. That is not ice cubes. That is something better than ice cubes. We didn't feel anything, just comfortable, cool. You haven't experienced that feeling. You really can't understand it, the old sister said. Tell me. That's right. If the old lady doesn't tell us, how can we know what it feels like? How should I put it? The old lady thought for a while. Yes. It's like the cool autumn weather. The temperature is just right. Not too cold or too hot. Not too wet or too dry. Really, sitting on it for a long time, I really feel like I'm not in summer. So magical? There are such magical things in the world? Sister, You are so lucky, you have encountered all the good things, sister. You really married the right wife. As everyone was talking, looking at the other side, Sister Sanyang was also surrounded by everyone, being asked about her experience in the carriage. She was treated like a star. Now everyone in the city knows that the prefect's mansion has married an extremely good second wife. Chapter 104. Go out and stock up. This is for you, and this. Qing Qing stood in front of Dong Mingshun, taking things out of her personal space one by one. I wanted to give it to you before, but I didn't see you. Zhang Mingchun looked at the relatively new tables, chairs and benches in front of him, and couldn't help asking, don't I have to go through a vending machine? Can you give me these things? No, but this is fine. I picked it up in the newly connected world. Qing Qing said with a smile. I picked up the best one on purpose. By the way, I'll disassemble a computer for you later. It may not be able to connect to the internet, but it should be fine to watch videos and so on. Picked. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qing Qing in shock. Qing Qing nodded, yes. I picked it up. The situation in that world is, since she connected to purgatory on Earth, she came to see Zhang Mingchun several times, but didn't meet him. Or she met him, but didn't have much time to chat. Now she had time. So she told him the cause and effect of the matter. Zhang Mingchun listened to her carefully, and said, I don't lack anything. You should pay attention to safety. Don't worry. I can do it. Didn't I say that I can draw talismans to suppress the ghosts over there? Qing Qing said. I told you before that if you need anything, you have to wait. Now you can make a list for me. See what you need, and I will pick it up for you. Except for food. There should be no problem. As she said, she remembered something. By the way, I will pick up a bed for you later. Find the newest one. You are here. The living environment of your son is not very good. I will improve it for you. How is it? Zhang Mingchun looked at the serious Qing Qing, smiled and nodded. Of course, thank you for thinking of me. Strictly speaking, you are the only fellow villager like me in this world. If I don't think of you, no one will think of you. Qing Qing also smiled. Just don't mind me picking up things for you to use. How can I dislike it? I'm so happy. Zhang Mingchun raised his eyes, looking at Qing Qing's smiling eyes. The smile on his face became deeper. In this world, only Qing Qing's existence is her real source of spiritual power. Afterwards, Qing Qing wanted to help her move things, but was rejected by Zhang Mingchun. It's okay, I'll do it myself. There will be people coming to your supermarket at any time. Go and do your thing. Then I'll leave? Well, let's go. I can still handle this little thing myself. Zhang Mingchun watched Qing Qing leave, turned around and looked at the tables and chairs in front of him, and then looked at the garbage mountain not far away. She was still not strong enough. If she was strong enough, she wouldn't need Qing Qing to worry about and take care of her. As long as she was strong enough, she could do more. After putting the things away, Zhang Mingchun started to get busy again. Everything happened outside her residence. In the area surrounded by the garbage mountain, everything was normal. On the other side, Qing Qing kept her word and took advantage of the time when there were no guests to go to Hell on Earth and picked the best bed from the first building and sent it to Zhang Mingchun. Zhang Mingchun was not there, so she temporarily put the bed in the plain supermarket, so that when Zhang Mingchun came, he would be able to see it immediately. As for the computers in the third office building, she thought about taking time to dismantle them. After all, Zhang Mingchun had a tablet computer, which was barely enough for watching movies and TV series. She didn't need a computer for the time being. After a busy day, the evening was still normal. There was no connection between the supermarket and the other world. But in the ancient plane, many people were not calm. If you don't have a special identity, you can't take out such things. Yes, she also took out some pots and pans. Those things looked ordinary. But these? We used this calculator. And the calculations were indeed very accurate. For the same calculation, we need a lot of time. But here it only takes a moment to calculate. The person who spoke held the calculator in his hand, expressionless, but his eyes were full of joy and excitement. Who says pots, pans, and bowls are ordinary? You may have seen this kind of quality, but you may not be able to make it exactly the same. Someone took out a basin. You also went to change the pot? It just so happened that the family was poor and urgently needed money, so they spent some money to change this. The person who took out the pot said calmly, but I don't recommend that you all go to change it. If that person knows, I'm afraid she won't come to change it again. You can, why can't we? Under the sky, everything is equal. In the eyes of that Miss Qin, we may not be more noble than ordinary people. If you all go to change it, what she does will not have much meaning, and she will naturally not come again. I am different. I am kind-hearted. I do this because I see that the people are short of money. You have the final say on good and bad. Okay, stop talking. Pots, pans, and bowls are not of much use to us. Let's talk about this calculator. Who got the flashlight? Here. As soon as the voice fell, a light lit up in the corner. It was getting dark, and there was no candlelight in the room. When this light came on, it instantly illuminated the entire room, making everyone look sideways. This is also a good thing. Yes. So, it seems that he is quite partial to us, and all these good things are in our hands. Didn't you notice that almost none of our people got pots, pans, and utensils? This shows that he understands our needs. These calculators and flashlights are good things for us. But for ordinary people, they are definitely not as good as pots, pans, and utensils. He is a fairy who understands the ways of the world. Hu. Wei Xiaoshuang held half a watermelon, turned to the side silently, until Qin Qing stopped sneezing, turned back, scooped a spoonful of watermelon, took a bite, and said, I really can't stay at home anymore. Although I really have everything I want at home, but not everyone can bear my mother's nagging. It's a full mental attack. Qin Qing wiped it with a tissue, threw it into the trash can, and scooped a spoonful of watermelon with a spoon. Didn't Auntie stop nagging you before? That was before. Didn't you have a part-time job here at that time? At least I had some income, so my mother didn't say much. Now that the durian business is basically gone, my mother started nagging again. Wei Xiaoshuang sighed. I came home just to avoid idleness, to have a rest. But my mother is always worried about this and that. I really can't hold on any longer. Auntie is worried that you stay at home for too long, and won't be able to take over when you go out to work, or that you don't make enough money. And you're afraid you'll have no money? Qin Qing asked. Wei Xiaoshuang held the watermelon, lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head and said, I think my mother is just unhappy with me. What she is most unhappy about now is that I turn on the air conditioner every day. I have said that I will pay the electricity bill, but she just thinks that I waste electricity by turning on the air conditioner. By the way, she gets up early every morning these 2 days, and goes to my room to turn off the air conditioner, saying that it is cool in the morning and ventilated. As a result, I am woken up by the heat almost every day, and have never slept well. Qin Qing covered her mouth. You are still laughing. Wei Xiaoshuang looked at her angrily, and sighed again. I really envy you. If I had a job like yours, I wouldn't have to be nagged by my mother every day. What do you think about your job? Qin Qing looked at her. To be honest, Wei Xiaoshuang put away the rich expression on his face. I was hurt by my stupid boss in my last job, and I want to take a break. I just happen to have some savings, so it's not too late for me to take a break for a few months before looking for a job. I may be able to go out in September or October. Then you still have to stay at home. It's so hot, and you will definitely continue to have conflicts with your mother, Qin Qing said. That's right. This is what bothers me. I'm thinking that if it doesn't work out, I'll go out to work early. Otherwise, I can't live like this every day. I'm not feeling well, and my mother is not feeling well either. Wei Xiaoshuang bent his back, and it was obvious that he was really worried. Qin Qing looked at her and wanted to help, but she was powerless. After all, she had just opened a small supermarket in the town, and she was running it alone. She felt that her salary was not enough, so it was unnecessary to hire another person. However, she remembered the stockpiling issues she had considered in the past few days and said, You should not go out these 2 days. Otherwise you can help me look after the store for 2 days. I have something to go out for. Where are you going? Wei Xiaoshuang looked up. My friend wants to meet up with me. It's a good time to go out for a walk. I was thinking of closing the store for 2 days. If you can come, I can rest for a few more days, Qin Qing said. If possible, you can come to the store for 2 days, and I will pay you a salary. No need for salary. Wei Xiaoshuang waved his hand. Can you let me stay here and enjoy the air conditioning? As long as my mother doesn't see me, she won't find fault with me. Qin Qing laughed. Okay. No problem. Then I'll make some preparations. I'll give you the key before I leave. You just come and help me look after the supermarket. The supermarket itself doesn't have much business. I'm just afraid that if I'm not here, It will be inconvenient for everyone to buy oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. I understand. It's also for me to enjoy the air conditioning. Wei Xiaoshuang made a yeah gesture to Qing Qing. Not bad. Not bad. A watermelon in exchange for a few days of peace. This deal is not a loss. Qing Qing laughed again. However, with Wei Xiaoshuang's help, it is indeed much more convenient for her to go out and stock up. There are not many things to do at the plain supermarket. She just needs to open and close the store every day. However, the situation of several plain supermarkets has been on track during this period. Even if they are not closed for a few days, it will not affect anything. In this way, she can go farther, visit more places, and stock up more goods. There is no need to worry about Qin Jiangxin. She still has a lot of talismans given by herself. According to her trip to Hell on Earth every few days, those talismans are enough for her to use 2 or 3 times. After that, she will be back, and she can give more when the time comes. In order to avoid being connected to the Hell on Earth, she took all the talismans in the store and put them in her personal space. She said she was going to prepare. But in fact, she was leaving on the 3rd morning after talking with Wei Xiaoshuang. The next day, she taught Wei Xiaoshuang how to use the supermarket's cash register system and explained the prices of machine-dispensed drinks and vests to her. And that was it. The operation of the supermarket's cash register system was very simple, and Wei Xiaoshuang quickly mastered it. And Qing Qing could rest assured to leave the supermarket temporarily. On the day she left the town, she did not drive, but took a bus from the town to the city. She planned to rent a clean van after arriving in the city and stock up everywhere. It was the season for watermelons, so she could stock up a batch of watermelons first. Chapter 105 Stocking Up Everywhere. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised spare ribs, stir-fried pork with mushrooms, home-cooked tofu. I want 10 servings of each of these 4 dishes. So many? Yes, the other party ordered this much. Half of the money has been paid in advance. He said that he saw that our dishes were delicious online, so he ordered more. He will come to pick them up in about half an hour. Half an hour is enough. After this order is completed, I still have to prepare some ingredients. I'll ask someone to buy them. It won't delay the lunch business. It really won't delay it. Qing Qing sat in the newly rented van, chatting with a WeChat friend she had just added. I saw online that your grilled squid is delicious. Make 20 servings for me. I'll come to pick them up in half an hour. Qing Qing, I'll give you half of the money first payment as expected. The other party gave a definite answer. It was not the peak dining time at this time. No matter if it was 10 or 20 servings. As long as she focused on it, half an hour would definitely be enough. Qing Qing was not in a hurry today. The stores she ordered were not adjacent to each other. The portions she ordered from each store were not large. Mostly about 10 or 20 servings, which was less likely to attract attention than the previous time. In this way, she watched short videos to find nearby stores while placing orders for each store. 10 servings from this store, 20 servings from that store, and 4 or 5 dishes at most from each store. After watching for half an hour, she set off and drove to each store to pick up the vegetables she had stocked up today. Vans are different from trucks. The truck compartment is separated from the driving area. You have to get off the car to put things in the compartment. Van is much more convenient. You just need to open the window, take the things, put them on the back seat, and throw them into the portable space, and it will not attract any attention. Total 40 portions. I'll put them away for you. The first restaurant wanted more dishes. Qing Qing asked the other party to open the door and put the dishes in. After putting them in, she closed the door and paid the balance. The money has been transferred. Okay, I got it. Take care, come back next time. If it tastes good, I'll definitely come back next time. Qing Qing said, starting the car and heading to the next restaurant. The agreed time was almost always 30 minutes. But she chatted with each store for a different time. After collecting the dishes, she went to the next store, and the time was also about 30 minutes. This time, the dishes were richer than before. She basically ordered all the signature dishes of each store. In total, there were 40 or 50 dishes, 10 servings of each dish, which was 4 or 500 servings. She ate 2 dishes per meal, 4 dishes a day, which could last for more than 3 months. In addition to the ones she had stockpiled before, she would not be short of food for the next 6 months. After stocking up on vegetables, she drove to a nearby fruit wholesale market. Before buying fruit, she covered the seats and feet of the van with plastic film in advance to prevent the van from coming into direct contact with the fruit. This would prevent the van from getting dirty. And if the van itself was a little dirty, it would not get the fruit dirty. There were a lot of fruits in the wholesale market, and she mainly picked out cheap seasonal fruits to buy. While buying, she asked about the origin of the fruits, considered whether she should go far to buy them, and thought about whether it was worthwhile to spend money on air tickets or trains to buy fruits. Our lychees are fresh. Try them. Thank you. Chin took the lychee, peeled it, and tasted it. It tastes really good. When did it arrive? It just arrived this morning. Don't worry. It's cold chained. Other people's lychees are not as good as mine. Seeing that Chin was interested, the owner enthusiastically introduced the quality of lychees to her, as well as the transportation of lychees, and the purchase price and wholesale price. Because of the storage problem of lychees, the purchase price and wholesale price are quite different. However, transportation is more convenient now than before, and the gap between the two has been reduced. Chin didn't like lychees very much. It wasn't worth it to spend a lot of money to fly to buy a few kilograms of lychees. Moreover, if she went to the production area to buy them herself, she might not be able to buy lychees of better quality, and the price might not be lower. After all, she didn't know much about the market. Even if she went, she would buy in small quantities. Unlike those who specialize in lychee wholesale business, they have large import and export volumes and can offer the lowest prices. I want to buy some fresh lychees, Chin said. When can you deliver them? I'll come to get them. I don't need much. Just 100 or 200 kilograms. Is that okay? Sure. Of course. The shop owner immediately smiled. I sell a lot of lychees every day. Are you free these days? I'll pick the freshest ones for you and tell you when they're delivered. Let's add each other as we chat friends. I'll notify you when the car arrives. Don't worry. The quality of my lychees won't be bad. Chin added the shop owner as a friend. I'll be nearby these days. You can call me anytime. Okay. Don't worry. The shop owner smiled and nodded. Before leaving, Chin was forced to take a pound of lychees by the shop owner, under the pretext of trying something new. After leaving the shop, Chin looked around at nearby fruit shops and picked some fruits she liked. Some of them were durable, so she bought dozens of pounds at once. For those that were not durable, she would buy them just like the lychee shop. She asked the owner to notify her when they arrived. Many fruits were in season at this time, and the fruits in the wholesale market were cheap. She didn't notice it when she bought them one by one, but she realized after buying them that she had spent tens of thousands of yuan at the fruit wholesale market. This does not include the lychees that have been ordered. Staying in the hotel at night, after calculating the bill, Chin felt a little disappointed. If she had known, she would not have stopped the durian business so early. Otherwise, she could have made a lot more money. Fortunately, there is still time. If durian is not sold this year, it can still be sold next year, and the money can be made back by then. Lychees are in season, and watermelons are even more in season, and the general price is not high. Even the price of seedless watermelons is not very expensive. Chin did not buy watermelons in centralized wholesale markets, but also went to some small wholesale markets and bought some from each one. After counting, she bought a total of 500 or 600 watermelons in this wave. Even if she eats one watermelon a day, it will be enough for her to eat for 2 years. While counting the watermelons, she also took a look at the situation in the portable space. Before, she always felt that the space inside would be filled up. But now, she felt that it was still early to be filled up. And she felt that there was more space than before. Chin looked at the empty bottles piled up in the corner, and then looked at other places that were piled with miscellaneous things and still had some space. She thought that she could take another look. She had to determine the specific size of the space inside, so that she could put all the important materials in it next year or the year after next. At present, she mainly stockpiles food and daily necessities. These things are cheap only when everything is normal. As long as there is a slight fluctuation in the environment, the price will rise. So these things are the key. Other things, such as solar charging panels, tents, tools, weapons, fuel, etc., will have to wait until later. The end of the world is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. These things are expensive now. When everyone is in urgent need of food and daily necessities, the price will naturally drop. It will be more cost-effective to purchase them at that time. Empty bottles can also be used to store various fuels. Ching looked at the empty bottles in the corner of the space, and became more certain that she couldn't move these things for the time being. Another day, Ching didn't go to the fruit wholesale market this day, but went to a large shopping wholesale center a little far away, and bought a lot of ready-to-eat cooked food there. These things are hard to buy. Near expiration, even if they are available, they are only available before the store closes. She is far away in a small town, and it is almost impossible to contact sellers who can deliver goods to her door, so she can only do it herself. Ready-to-eat cooked food is a special category in the food category, and it is also different from the food in restaurants. Ching pushed a big cart, and when she passed the bread area, she put bags of bread into the cart, taking advantage of the fact that it would not spoil when stored in the portable space. She chose bread of different flavors, ensuring that it was fresh every time, and she could taste different delicacies. In addition to bread, there are also various cakes. Cakes are more delicious, and prepackaged foods taste worse. Ching took another cart and pushed 2 carts at the same time while walking around the wholesale center. Passing by the cooked food area, she bought a dozen roast ducks. After taking them, she thought about it and put together 20 ducks. Then she bought some other cooked food and piled them all into the cart. Although she bought a lot, almost everyone who came here to buy things had a big cart, which was also almost full of things. Even if they saw her, they would not pay much attention to her. Seasoning area. Ching's eyes swept over the series of goods in the seasoning area, and she walked over calmly. You can buy seasonings that are close to expiration, which will not affect your eating and drinking. And the taste. The price can be much cheaper. There is no need to spend a lot of money to buy expensive seasonings here. She spent most of the day in this wholesale center, and bought all the food that is not suitable for buying close to expiration. However, there were too many things, so she had to go in and out several times. And after transferring the purchased things to the van again and again, she continued to push the van to buy things. In order to avoid attracting attention, she deliberately went to a different cashier to check out. In this way, after she left the wholesale center, her account was tens of thousands of yuan less, which made her feel that money was really not worth spending. The key point was that these food items were only small items, and the real big items, the expensive ones, were still to come. She now had several million yuan in her hands. When she started buying some items such as solar panels, even if the price of these things dropped by then, she would definitely have to spend a lot of money. Another day passed, and Ching finally got the lychee she wanted. She bought 300 kilograms of lychees, with a wholesale price of 10 yuan per kilogram, and spent a total of 3,000 yuan. Save where you can, spend where you should. But it's a pity that the things she has here can't be sold in ancient times. Otherwise these 300 kilograms of lychees will definitely sell for a lot of money. Thinking about it, Ching suddenly remembered the gold ornaments and gold she had received during this period. She took out an ordinary gold ring from the pile of gold ornaments, and went into a gold and silver recycling shop. When she walked out again, she looked down at the extra 5,500 yuan in her mobile phone, and shook the phone happily. The extra money can buy another 250 kilograms of lychees. Chapter 106. A train. It's a pity that gold can't be sold in large quantities otherwise. She has several boxes of gold ingots in her personal space. If they can all be exchanged for money, that would be a fortune. But although it can't be sold in large quantities, a small amount is no problem. She went to several different gold recycling stores, and sold some simple small gold ornaments in her hands. Finally, she received 50,000 yuan. Although it didn't completely cover her expenses in the past few days, it did recover a lot of the principal. Ching stood at the wholesale point for selling daily necessities, pointing to the paper towels piled not far away. Just that paper towel. See how much you can put in my car. As much as you can put in. You want a whole car? The owner glanced at the car. Yes, I don't think I want much, Ching said with a smile. Indeed, others want more. Go put the seats down. I'll see how to put more for you, the owner said directly. This way you can come less often. Okay. After answering, Ching turned around and put all the seats down in the van. The van wasn't too big, and she put boxes of tissues in it. The quantity wasn't too much. She didn't plan to stock up tissues, but she just happened to pass by, and saw that there was a sale, so she thought of buying some to take back for other needs. You can wait and see if you can find a suitable dealer who sells near-expiry goods. Compared with food, there are not too many near-expiry cases of paper towels. The main reason is that this type of product has a long shelf life. which can be as long as 2 or 3 years. No matter how much is produced, most of them can be sold within 2 or 3 years. Even if they are not sold, there will be many recyclers of this type of goods. After all, paper towels are easy to handle. Chin Chin chatted with the boss for a few words and learned more about the situation of paper towels. Many paper towels are near expiry. Some people recycle them, but they don't necessarily dispose of them. Instead, they take out all the paper towels, repackage them with new packaging, and sell them at a low price easily. This thing has a 3-year shelf life. But it doesn't really matter if it's overdue. Many people don't care. The boss told Chin Chin. It depends on what you need. If you have high quality requirements, I suggest you buy branded products. It's not that branded products are completely fine, but branded products are strictly monitored, and the manufacturer will pay more attention to them. Then ordinary brands don't pay attention to them. Chin Chin frowned slightly. It's not that they don't pay attention to them, but they won't be so strict. You know. And they don't go to big cities, the boss said, smiling. Even food may not be so strict, let alone other things. Tissues won't make you sick. Tissues are like this. But what about sanitary napkins? Chin Chin asked. The boss looked up at her. Chin Chin instantly understood what she meant and nodded. I understand. I learned something today. She couldn't control these things, and she couldn't control them. Although it was inappropriate to do so, for some poorer families, it was better to buy expired tissues at a cheap price than to buy truly inferior products without any quality. However, this meant that she couldn't wait for expired tissues and sanitary napkins. After loading a cart of tissues, she ran around the city and bought a large number of tissues and sanitary napkins in different stores, and stored them in her portable space, waiting to be used when needed in the future. But there was no rush for this matter. She didn't have to buy everything at once. She would have another chance to stock up later. She spent 5 days in the city, buying all the daily necessities, fruits, and food she needed. She felt that she had stocked up enough. On the 5th night, she got on the bus back to town. She didn't have much in her hands, just some food, most of which was for Wei Xieshuang. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, she returned to town on time. After getting off the bus, she walked towards the supermarket. The parking area for the coach is not far from the supermarket. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes to walk. But you need to turn a corner, so you can't see the supermarket directly in the parking area. But today, for some reason, she walked for 5 or 6 minutes and didn't see the supermarket. Chin Chin took out her cell phone, turned it on, and lowered her head. The light of the cell phone screen swept around her, and she suddenly felt something was wrong. When she looked up, she saw a car that could not appear here no matter what. The reason why I said no matter what was because it was a train. This town probably won't build a train for another 800 years. The door of the train compartment was open, and there was a faint light inside, attracting people outside the train. Chin Chin stood there and thought for a while, looking around. This road became an obvious waiting area, and the long waiting platform, which was endless. And behind her, there were no houses, only another train track. She didn't find a place to leave the platform. If she wanted to move forward a step, she had to either enter the train or explore the endless platform under her feet. Chin Chin had no choice but to put the things in her hand into her personal space, and then stepped into the train. The moment she stepped in, the door of the carriage behind her closed instantly. At the same time, the originally dim carriage suddenly lit up, and there were voices coming one after another. Ching ching. Ching ching? Chin Chin opened her eyes suddenly. Are you asleep? The person next to her said gently. Eat something. You will be hungry if you don't eat. The things in the city have been prepared for you. The room is your favorite blue. If there is anything else you need to buy, tell me. Chin Chin turned her head, looked at the woman sitting next to her, and blinked. What's wrong? Did you fall asleep? Mom? Chin Chin said in disbelief. I really fell asleep. The woman raised her hand and placed it on Chin Chin's forehead. It's okay, I don't have a fever. Come and eat something. Chin Chin lowered her head, looking at the food in the woman's hand. It was her favorite fried spring rolls, but she didn't like the taste of fried spring rolls. But she liked the fried spring rolls made by her mother, the only fried spring rolls she thought were delicious. Why don't you eat it? The man on the other side also spoke. Chin Chin looked over, and sure enough, it was a familiar face. Dad? Eat it. The woman continued to raise her hand. Eat more. It won't be crispy if you don't eat it anymore. No. Chin shook her head. I don't like what you have in your hand. What's wrong with what I have in my hand? The woman looked at her in confusion, as if she was really curious about this question. Chin smiled and turned her palm. After a while, a piece of talisman paper was attached to the woman. In just a few seconds, the woman was annihilated by the talisman paper. The man on the other side changed his expression. Before he could move, another talisman paper fell on him. How did I find something wrong? You came to me, but you didn't know the details? I can see through all souls. Chin said calmly. You shouldn't have rushed me to eat. Otherwise we could have talked for a while. After the man disappeared, someone stood up not far away and looked at Chin straight. You shouldn't be here. A non-tasker from another world. You let me in this time. Chin stood up from her seat. I'm also curious. Why did you summon people from Blue Star? How did you do it? We don't just summon people from your planet. As long as a planet is weak, we will start from that planet. You are the lucky ones, the other party said. Next, it's you. We will meet again next time. After saying that, without waiting for Chin to react, the other party turned around immediately. Chin quickly took out a tracking talisman and a demon-breaking talisman. As soon as the talismans were taken out, she chased after the other party. In just a moment, she caught up with the other party. The demon-breaking talisman stuck to the other party, making the other party completely unable to move. How can it be? An ordinary talisman. Who told you it was an ordinary talisman? Chin raised her eyebrows, glanced at the other party, and then looked at the shivering ghosts in the carriage. Where does the sleeper area go? The remaining ghosts were very obedient and pointed in a certain direction. Chin thanked him, and after walking out of the carriage, she closed the door of the middle carriage and pasted a talisman on the door. If you stay inside, you will still be alive. Otherwise, I am not sure what will happen. The talisman can control ghosts. This has been confirmed in the commercial building, and the effect will be doubled if the talisman is drawn with cinnabar dipped in dragon blood. Chin glanced at the ghost with 2 talismans pasted on it. The other party was looking at her with a ferocious face, and was talking to her with his mouth open. After saying a few words, he disappeared completely. Chin frowned. What did he say? She couldn't read lips. But why did this person come to her? What did she do? Just as she was thinking, the phone rang. Chin, can you hear me? Jiang Xinjia? It's me. I don't remember anything during the day, and I can't tell you anything. I'm telling you, this human hell has set its sights on our Blue Star, and has pulled many people from Blue Star to do so-called tasks here. I encountered a high-level task today, and accidentally came across some information about the human hell. They are stealing the souls of our world. We have a ghost that escaped here. I don't know what happened, but you should be careful. I'm going back. I'll tell you in detail next time I have a chance, so be careful. After hanging up the phone, Chin looked at the ghost with the talisman on it. The other party had completely disappeared under the evil-breaking talisman. She would definitely listen to Qin Jiangxin's warning. She had to be careful. But where should she start to be careful? It seemed very serious, but also seemed very vulnerable. She took out a talisman painted with dragon blood, on which a faint golden light emerged. After thinking for a while, she stuck the talisman on herself. Okay, it's safe now. Qin breathed a sigh of relief, and strode towards the sleeper area. There was nothing good on the train, but there were many quilts and many pillows in the sleeper area. Qin pushed open the door of the sleeper area, and exclaimed happily as soon as she opened it. Who would have thought that? There were so many pieces of luggage that had not been taken away in this sleeper area, and she was rich. She made a lot of money. It was another day of robbing the rich and helping the poor. Chapter 107 Part-Time Milk Tea. The beddings in the train berths are not new, of course, but ancient people would not care. Qin specially cleared a corner from her personal space to place this batch of beddings, and threw all the luggage she found into her personal space. This is not because she is greedy, but mainly because this train appeared suddenly, and she doesn't know if it will still be there. If it suddenly disappears when she wakes up, she will definitely regret it if she doesn't pick up the things on it. There was enough space in the left and right pockets. Throwing all these things in, it only took up a small corner, which didn't affect anything at all. The only pity was that the train was not long. There were only 4 sleeper cars in total. If there were more, she could have picked up more things. Looking at the door in front of her, Qin looked back and regretted that there were too few train cars. The moment she stepped out of the train, the environment behind her changed. She stood at the corner and saw a supermarket with lights on not far away. There was no one around. She walked a few steps into the shadows, and when she came out, she was carrying a few bags in her hands, walked to the supermarket door, pushed the door open and walked in. Ching Ching, you're back? Wei Xiaoshuang was sitting behind the cashier, and stretched out his arm to greet her. Ching Ching smiled and handed the things in her hand to him. Hanging them on his wrist, I bought you some food. Thank you for being here, Wei Xiaoshuang said happily, opening the bag and quickly taking out a cake from it. Wow! How did you know I wanted to eat cake? Maybe we are in sync. Ching Ching smiled, putting the small luggage bag in her other hand inside. Durian 1000-layer cake. It should be what you like. Yes. I like it so much. Wei Xiaoshuang opened the cake directly, scooped a spoonful with a fork. Is it about time to close the store? You can stay here. You can sleep at my place tonight, Ching Ching said, walking to the freezer, opening the freezer and taking out a bottle of coffee. I'm going to take a shower first. It's not very comfortable outside after all. That is, she can always carry her things with her through the portable space. Otherwise she will definitely be more uncomfortable if she goes out and stays in a hotel. Go and take a shower. After you take a shower, I'll go home. I'll stay here for a few days. How long can the peace between me and my mother last? Wei Xiaoshuang said, after taking a bite of cake and looking up. I'll go back and discuss it with my mother. Tell her clearly about finding a job in September and pay her the electricity bill. I can't stand not turning on the air conditioner in this hot weather. Just talk nicely. Auntie will definitely listen. Ching Ching went upstairs with her luggage. After taking a shower and going downstairs, Wei Xiaoshuang was packing up. By the way, I put milk tea in your freezer for you. I made it myself. I think it tastes similar to the one sold outside. I know you're coming back today, so I made it today. It's fresh. Remember to drink it. It's so hot. I want to drink milk tea every day. Ching Ching wiped her hair. Can I order milk tea from you? You make me 100 yuan of milk tea a day. Ah? What do you want so much milk tea for? Wei Xiaoshuang asked in surprise. You should have seen me these past 2 days. I have regular customers every day. It's not difficult to consume 100 yuan worth of milk tea a day, Ching Ching said. But don't worry. Fresh milk tea every day will definitely be sold on the same day. Not the next day. That's fine. I can deliver it to you 1 cup at a time, Wei Xiaoshuang suggested. Will it be easier to sell this way? What if you can't sell it all? There are only a few cups of milk tea worth 100 yuan. I can drink it myself if I can't sell it all. You can earn some pocket money to get through the next 2 months, Ching Ching explained. And if you make it all at once, you won't have to worry about it. It's not too much trouble. Just make a pot every morning. And if nothing else, I think that way, Auntie will definitely not say too much to you about the electricity bill for the air conditioner. That's fine, Wei Xiaoshuang thought for a while. By the way, I can make it for myself. Put it in the refrigerator and drink it all day. Don't worry. I will give you enough for 100 yuan. And I guarantee you will have enough to drink. Then I won't be polite, Ching Ching said with a smile, and continued to wipe her hair. You don't have to be too accommodating. I'm doing business, and I won't lose money. No problem. Wei Xiaoshuang stretched out his hand and gestured okay. After that, she took out her cell phone. My mom urged me. I'm going back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ching Ching smiled and waved. After Wei Xiaoshuang left, it was a little darker outside, and no more customers came. Ching Ching closed the supermarket door, turned off the lights, and went upstairs while drying her hair. There were a lot of things when she came back at night. After Ching Ching dried her hair with a hair dryer, she went to bed and slept until dawn. She woke up at the same time in the morning. She opened her eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. She thought about opening the door of the plain supermarket. After thinking carefully, she remembered that she didn't close the door of the plain supermarket when she came back yesterday. After getting up, she went to several supermarkets to check. Everything was normal, just like before she left. Looking at it this way, it seemed that there was no need to close the door of the supermarket. She still went to the opposite side to buy steamed buns and soy milk for breakfast. After not eating for a few days, she really missed the taste. However, this breakfast shop was just opposite. The boss knew her situation too well, so it was difficult for her to stock up. Even if she did, She could only stock up some soy milk. If she bought a little more steamed buns, she would be found to be wrong. After sitting down and eating for a while, she held the last vegetable bun in her mouth and walked towards the supermarket. After just 2 steps, she heard Wei Xiaoshuang's voice. Are you done? With the bun in her mouth, Qin Qing's words were not clear. It's done. Bring our bucket. Don't worry. It's clean. Wei Xiaoshuang parked the battery car at the entrance of the supermarket. This bucket of milk tea only costs more than 40 yuan. Otherwise, I will charge you 60 yuan. 100 is 100. Qin Qing swallowed the bun in her mouth. Didn't we agree on it yesterday? Besides, it's not like I don't make money. I have freed up the space in the refrigerator. Qin Qing took Wei Xiaoshuang into the supermarket, and they walked to the refrigerator in the corner. This refrigerator can adjust the temperature. Above 0 is the refrigerator, below 0 is the freezer. Usually, it is empty for a long time. Mainly, she uses this freezer to make ice. After all, she consumes a lot of ice cubes every time she goes to ancient times. Now there is a large iron bucket in it, and boxes of cold drinks are placed next to it. Just pour it in here. Qin Qing took out the bucket. You can see, this bucket of milk tea can definitely be sold. I'm doing business, not charity. How can I lose money? Then I didn't lose money. I can still make a profit if I sell it to you for 60 yuan. Wei Xiaoshuang said as he poured it into the bucket. But it takes time to make it. Time to season it. Time to cook the pearls. And so many things to do. You only earn a dozen yuan a day, which is not enough to buy a cup of milk tea outside. Qin Qing held the iron bucket. Also, how did you calculate the cost of more than 40 yuan? Have you calculated the water and electricity bills, machine fees, and other miscellaneous expenses? Isn't the machine yours? Wei Xiaoshuang looked at Qin Qing with wide eyes. Yes, that's also the cost, Qin Qing said seriously, watching Wei Xiaoshuang laugh. Okay, I'm not kidding you. I smelled your bucket of milk tea, and the ingredients are quite solid. You should have put a lot of milk in it. If I sell it outside, I plan to sell it for 8 yuan a cup. This big bucket can at least make 20 or 30 cups. I will definitely not lose money. You only make 50 or so a day doing these, which is still a lot. If you really want to make more, you may only make 40 or so yuan, or only 12,000 a month, which is just your pocket money. Time is limited, and space is also limited. It is not easy to sell freshly made milk tea in a small town. Only Wei Xiaoshuang is willing to do this for pocket money. Even if other people can do it, they may not be willing to spend the energy. Okay, since you said so, I won't be polite with you. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded. But you should see how the sales are going first. If you can't sell it later, tell me. I'll make less and you'll spend less. No problem. Qin Qing also nodded immediately. It's impossible that it won't sell anyway. If it can't be sold out, she will transfer it to her personal space. She looked at the bucket in Wei Xiaoshuang's other hand. Is that pearl? Yes. I forgot there is this. This is added separately. If you throw it all into the milk tea, it will stick together, and it won't taste good. Wei Xiaoshuang handed the small bucket in his hand to Qin Qing. Don't worry. This is clean too. This bucket with this milk tea will sell more than 30 cups without any problem. I'll get a basin to put it in. Qin Qing went to the kitchen. And then, when she came out, she held a basin in her hand, and asked Wei Xiaoshuang to pour the pearls into the basin. She smiled and teased. You have opened up a new business now. And Auntie won't say much. More than that, she didn't even turn off my air conditioner this morning. Wei Xiaoshuang also smiled and said, I made milk tea early in the morning, and she helped me on purpose, fearing that you would be dissatisfied. She is just used to living an ordinary life. I don't have a job, and she is more anxious than me. Now I can make some money, and she will feel better. As for me, at most I can get up early in the morning, deliver milk tea to you, and go back to sleep, which is the best of both worlds. That's good. Both sides are happy. Isn't it? I have to thank you. If you didn't give me this part-time job, I wouldn't be able to get along with my mother. As they said, the two looked at each other and smiled. As for Wei Xiaoshuang's mother, although they occasionally complained when they talked, they knew that it was a habit of the older generation and could not be changed, so they could only obey. In fact, even without this part-time job, Wei Xiaoshuang and her mother could get along well. They made it clear that they would have to go out sooner or later, and they had to continue working. Many conflicts could be solved naturally. After Wei Xiaoshuang left, Qin Qing wrote a note, which said milk tea, 8 yuan per cup, and posted it under the note for the break time. If you can sell it, sell it. If you can't sell it, it doesn't matter. Just think of it as 3,000 yuan a month. And buy Wei Xiaoshuang to make a lot of milk tea for her, so that she can stock up on milk tea. Chapter 108, They are everywhere. Qing. Uncle Chow? Qin Qing looked up, put down the pen in her hand. You want to buy yellow paper again? Have you used up the ones you bought before? No, I haven't used up the ones I bought before. I don't know why. Someone came to me to buy amulets. Uncle Chow said in confusion. The ones I took from you before were all bought. They said they would come back again, so I came to you. Amulets, I have them here. Qin Qing said, bending down and pretending to take them from the drawer, but in fact, she took out a small stack of amulets from her personal space, of course. The amulets were not dipped in dragon blood. What happened before, plus what happened last night, convinced her that her amulet was useful. If that was the case, the more the better. Even if she couldn't meet the customers who came to the main gate every time, she could give the amulet to Qin Jiangxin and let her sell it. She didn't know what the so-called mission coins were for. She had tried it with the golden dragon, and it could absorb white stones, red gold sand and soul beads, but not this mission coin. However, according to the information Qin Jiangxin had received, the mission coins could allow the person who was carrying out the mission to exchange for the opportunity to leave the hell on earth. Even if she didn't use them, she could give them to Qin Jiangxin. If she wanted, she could get out of that world as soon as possible. I'll buy from you, Uncle Chow said, taking out a cloth wallet from his trouser pocket. I took a few from you a few days ago, and they all bought them. This time, they said they wanted 30, and were willing to pay 50 yuan each. I'll give you 51, and I won't make any money from you. Uncle Chow. Qin Qing stretched out her hand to stop him from taking the money, and asked, Are you being cheated? But they paid. Uncle Chow looked up in confusion. Giving money doesn't necessarily mean you're not cheating. Uncle Chow. You sell funeral supplies. There aren't any famous Taoist temples here. Even if there are famous Taoist temples, people may not be willing to spend so much money on amulets. Let alone us. Qin Qing said seriously. So I think there might be a problem. Will there be a problem with giving money? Uncle Chow asked in shock. Qin Qing nodded. What if it happens? Then I'll listen to you. Uncle Chow put away his wallet. How about this, if they come again, I'll let them buy from you. I don't make any money anyway, you're still thoughtful. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. Qin Qing reminded again. Uncle Chow, there are all kinds of scams outside now. You have to keep your eyes open. I understand. You young people are still thoughtful about this kind of thing. Uncle Chow smiled at Qin Qing. I'll definitely listen to you on this matter. I'll go back first. Qin Qing nodded, watching Uncle Chow leave. After Uncle Chow walked away, she looked down and suddenly saw the money on the table. She immediately chased him out. Uncle Chow. You didn't take the money. That's your money. Uncle Chow shouted from a distance. I was going to give it to you. Qin Qing looked down and looked at the money in her hand. She calculated and found that it was exactly the same as the number of amulets she had given Uncle Chow for free before, and the price she sold it for. She thought about it, and didn't insist on returning it to Uncle Chow. She thought about bringing a box of milk over when she had time. When she turned back to the supermarket, she heard a cautious voice behind her. Sister, do you sell milk tea here? I don't have 8 yuan. Can I have less? Qin Qing turned around and saw the little girl asking the question, and nodded with a smile. Sure. You can bring your own bowl or cup, and I'll serve it to you. Thank you. Sister. You're welcome. After a while, the little girl brought a cup over. She only had 2 yuan in her hand, but Qin Qing still scooped her a large cup of milk tea, and scooped a spoonful of pearls with a spoon. You have to chew the pearls slowly. You can't swallow them all at once. I know, thank you, sister. The little girl happily left with the cup in her hand, and she was still happily drinking milk tea one mouthful at a time. Qin Qing looked at her and remembered something. She took out the milk tea that Wei Xiaoshuang had made for her yesterday from the refrigerator on the other side. In the morning, she continued to draw talismans with this big cup of milk tea. It was soon time for a lunch break, and she didn't go too far. It was mainly because she had been running around for a few days in the past few days. She finally came back, and she had to take a good rest. How is it? The quality is very good. Even if you go out at noon in the hot summer, it can relieve a lot of heat. Then buy more. Okay. How many pieces? Qing almost spit out the milk tea in her mouth. I want 1,000 pieces for now, and we will discuss it later. I wonder if the boss has any more goods. Qing looked at the message sent by the other party, and fell into deep thought. 1,000 vests, 88 yuan each, if all are sold. It will be 88,000 yuan. This money really reimburses her expenses for the past 2 days. Will it attract attention? When she went to buy things at wholesale 2 days ago, she was somewhat alert and careful not to be noticed by the boss. But that was one thing, and what was happening now was another. She was afraid of being noticed by those bosses, mainly because her van had limited capacity, and if she put too many goods that exceeded the capacity of the van at once, it would be too unreasonable. The 1,000 pieces of clothing in front of her are not a big problem. After thinking about it, Qing replied, 1,000 pieces are not a small number, I'm just making a small deal here. If you are sure you want it, I'll ask my friend, these clothes are produced by my friend. The other party replied quickly, no problem. Qing looked at the other party's message, and immediately got up to find Zhang Mingchun. Fortunately, Zhang Mingchun is here now. 1,000 pieces in stock? Yes, I can ship it here today. Zhang Mingchun agreed immediately. Did you get a big business? Yeah. Qing nodded excitedly. 1,000 pieces is 88,000 yuan. I have been out these few days, and I have only spent this much. This money is rounded off to be equivalent to not spending any money on the goods I stocked up this time. How can I not spend money? Zhang Mingchun pointed to the vending machine and said with a smile. I sell you clothes, but you also have to sell me various expiring foods, aren't these money? That's different. I didn't spend too much money on expiring foods. Besides, if you want, it doesn't matter if I lower the price. Qing said frankly. No need for that. I've made a lot of money recently, enough for me to buy a lot of food. Zhang Mingchun shook his head. The clothes can be sold, you can sell more, I'll prepare as much as you want, don't worry about that. I'm sure you'll do the right thing. As she spoke, Qing shared with Zhang Mingchun the joy of selling the clothes, and by the way, she talked about the people and things she met in the past few days, and the paper towels and sanitary napkins she stockpiled at the original price because of the failed estimate. Zhang Mingchun listened very seriously, nodding in agreement from time to time. When Qing had finished speaking, she asked about Zhang Mingchun's situation. But he just said it was nothing. Really nothing? Qing asked. If you need my help, you should find me. Although I am not better than you, I may be able to help you. After all, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. It's okay. Didn't you see it some time ago? No one can bully me. Don't worry, Zhang Mingchun said. It's about time. Go and do your own thing. I will definitely find you if there is anything. Okay. By the way, this is for you. Qing stuffed another handful of soul beads into Zhang Mingchun's hand. To help you strengthen your soul. Thank you. Zhang Mingchun raised his eyebrows and thanked. Qing smiled and turned back to the supermarket. Not long after returning to the supermarket, she suddenly remembered something. Opened the panel of the plain supermarket and took a look. And immediately returned to the plain supermarket of the wasteland planet. As a result, Zhang Mingchun, who was just here, was gone now. Is there something urgent? Qing murmured in confusion, thinking about Zhang Mingchun's good appearance just now, and didn't take it too seriously. She came to the side of the vending machine, clicked it, and saw the new vending window. Maybe the energy of red gold sand is relatively low, so the new sales window was not opened until now. She had discussed the goods of this window with Zhang Mingchun early in the morning, so she put instant noodles directly in, added a batch of inventory, and then turned back to her supermarket. She took out her mobile phone to reply to the customer, who had asked for goods before. 1,000 pieces is no problem, you place the order, and I will send it to you as soon as possible. The other party immediately replied, okay, I will place the order right away. Not long after the reply, the other party immediately placed the order. This is equivalent to the other party having paid 88,000 yuan. Qing clenched her fists happily again. As expected, there is nothing more satisfying than a windfall. She hasn't made so much money for a long time. The last time was the batch of durian. It seems that she also stockpiled a batch of goods at that time. Could it be that money also has the law of conservation? However, although she thought so, she did not intend to go out and stockpile goods immediately. This kind of thing is just for thought. Stockpiling goods requires real money. Some things can get goods that are about to expire. Naturally, you have to choose goods that are about to expire. That is good quality and low price. 1,000 vests is a lot. She did not look for a courier in town, but directly chose a logistics company in a nearby county town and asked them to pick up the goods. This batch of goods needs to be delivered directly by a special car, and the freight is not low. Not long after contacting, the other party confirmed that a car would be sent to pick up tomorrow morning, and asked her to prepare the goods in advance. Qin replied to confirm, and asked the other party to send her a message before the arrival. After the things are in her hands, they will definitely be stored in her portable space. Whenever she needs them, she can put them in the warehouse of the old factory. Nothing, after she returned to the cashier, she continued to draw talismans. Sister Ming. Sister Ming. You are here, we have prepared everything we need. Sister Ming, there have been a few people who have been harassing us these days, but we have sent them away, but you are not here, so we don't know what to do next. Sister Ming, is your sister's illness cured? Come to think of it, we haven't seen Sister Ming's sister yet. Zhang Mingchun raised his eyes. The person who spoke suddenly laughed. No, there is nothing to see. Zhang Mingchun turned his head and looked at the place not far away. Don't worry about those people, they are just minions. The big fish is important. As long as we catch this big fish, no one on the wasteland planet will be able to compete with us in the future. In 2 days, the big fish will be caught. Red gold sand? Zhang Mingchun opened his mouth, and someone immediately brought a bucket of red gold sand and poured all the red gold sand into the designated location. The people around him were all excited. Who would have thought that the wasteland planet was the best mining planet? The red gold sand everywhere actually contained such powerful energy. Zhang Mingchun pursed her lips and smiled. Through the repaired sky survey telescope, she detected the flashing red light in the distance. She knew that the things the plain supermarket wanted would not be bad. Chapter 109 Locked Up Together. Did you sell out the milk tea yesterday? Yes. We have many customers. Qin replied with a smile. Didn't I tell you, I will not lose money, you can just send it to me later. Okay, that's fine. Wei Xiushuang poured the milk tea in his hand into Qin's bucket. This amount should be enough. Is there no need to increase it? It's enough. The business in the town is average. It's just that many people buy it occasionally. If they can't drink it after it's sold out on the same day, they can come back to buy it the next day, to balance the number of customers every day. Qin poured the bucket of milk tea into the small. Put the heart in the freezer. This way you can make the quantity of milk tea more clearly. I see. Wei Xiushuang also poured out the pearls. And then said, I want to take 2 boxes of pure milk. And a few bags of sugar. Qin laughed. Business is back to me again. This is called keeping the fat water in the field. Wei Xiushuang also laughed. And after transferring all the things, he immediately went to get milk and sugar. There is business on both sides. And it is better for you to transfer it from your left hand to your right hand than to let others make money. It's hard for you to work for me. Qin pretended to be deep. It would be great if I could work for you all the time. Wei Xiushuang put the things on the cashier counter. Took out her mobile phone to pay. Thank you for letting me have more relaxation and happiness in this summer vacation without school. As she said that, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, My mother is still reluctant to turn on the air conditioner during the day. She likes to go under the bridge to enjoy the cool air. But she is willing to come to my room to eat when she eats. And she doesn't say much. Thank God. Money is the only rule that can change human nature. Qin laughed out loud. And after calculating the bill for her, she pointed to the beverage machine behind her. Take some drinks back. I'll treat you. Thanks. Wei Xiushuang took the drinks and went home with milk and sugar. Not long after, Qin received a call from the logistics company, saying that a car had been sent and was about to arrive in town. She temporarily closed the store and went to the old factory in advance to take out the clothes that had been packed in bags in advance. She did not see Zhang Mingchun. But when she went there yesterday evening, there were enough vests in the storage area of the vending machine. Enough for her to complete this business. It must be said that after knowing that Zhang Mingchun had the ability to protect himself there, and that it was not weak, she was indeed much more relieved about his safety. If she could not meet him occasionally, she would not worry too much. After putting the vest away, she waited for about 10 minutes. The logistics company's car arrived outside the old factory. The other party took out a large weighing instrument, determined the weight and volume, and calculated the transportation fee. The value of this batch of goods is not low. Ching also ensured the price, hoping that they can be delivered to the buyer smoothly. The vest was transported away, and Ching rode the battery bike back to the supermarket. There was someone standing at the door. Ching apologized immediately after arriving. Sorry. I suddenly went out for something and made you wait. Ching? Ah? It's really you. Don't you remember me? The other party smiled. Ching thought about it carefully, and then suddenly realized, Teacher Zhao. I haven't seen you for many years. Didn't you leave many years ago? Yes. Something happened, and I came back to live for a while, Teacher Zhao said with a smile, looking up at the supermarket sign. Are you running this supermarket now? Why did you want to come back to open a supermarket? I'm taking a break. It just so happens that the original boss quit. Ching took out the key and opened the supermarket door. The air conditioner was still on. As soon as she walked in, she felt the cool breeze. I haven't been back for long. Teacher Zhao. Come in quickly. Zhao Wenhuan entered the supermarket and looked around. Your supermarket. It looks good. It has everything you need. It's just a small supermarket. Ching went to get a disposable cup. Teacher Zhao. What would you like to drink? I'll make you some tea, or some drinks. Just a glass of orange juice will do. Zhao Wenhuan saw the drinks on the beverage machine, waited for Ching to take the drinks, and took them. I remember you had good grades before. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in the city? The city is fine, but I'm a little bored after a few years. Ching picked up her cup, unscrewed it, and took a sip of the iced black tea inside. Life in the town is more leisurely. It's okay once you get used to it. The two sat and chatted for a while, but they talked about trivial matters. After all, they had not seen each other for many years. Occasionally, they would talk about the changes in the town over the years. Zhao Wenhuan was her teacher, the same teacher who said, mathematics is taught by the physical education teacher. When she was in elementary school, she was Ching's math teacher and physical education teacher at the same time. At that time, Ching even served as a physical education representative for a while, although this class representative was not very useful. After chatting for a while, Zhao Wenhuan got up and bought a cool mat in the supermarket. Before I came back, I thought the cool mat at home could still be used, but when I came back, I found that I didn't put it away last time, and the cool mat was moldy. I really couldn't sleep on it. After paying, she talked to Ching. Come to my house for dinner when you are free. Okay, I will definitely go when I am free. Ching replied with a smile. But this free time is still unknown. After seeing Zhao Wenhuan off, several more customers came to the supermarket and bought some milk tea. The milk tea business was better than she had imagined. Although the price was a little higher than ordinary drinks, it was not too expensive at 8 yuan a cup. The quantity was also sufficient. And there were adults and children who came to buy. She felt that if she continued like this, she might be able to fulfill her promise to Wei Xiaoshuang that she would sell out. At noon, she had lunch, put up a sign for rest, closed the supermarket door, and opened the door to the hell on earth. As soon as she walked out, she felt the coolness of this world. It was not the coolness of the air conditioner, nor the coolness of the electric fan, but another kind of coolness. Ching took out a small bag from her personal space, hung it on herself, and stuffed a small stack of amulets into it. After putting the amulets away, the coolness of hell on earth instantly became much milder. Regardless of other issues, it is indeed suitable to cool off here. After confirming that there was no problem, she looked around before she went out to stock up. There were only 3 buildings in this environment. But now, there were 3 buildings, a train, and a castle in front of her. The first 4 were all her personal experiences, but the existence of the castle was her first time seeing it. She guessed that this was the high-level mission point that Qin Jiangxin had called her about the day she came back. But the train was still there, which was also beyond her expectations. Now these buildings and trains appeared in front of her in a staggered manner, some near and some far away. When more buildings appear in the future, the scale will be expanded if nothing unexpected happens. Maybe she will need to ride an electric car to get around. Qin took a step forward. Boss Qin, you're here. Can you go out during the day now? Qin looked at the people on the first floor of the commercial building. The candles I gave you before should be enough for you to eat. Right? Yes. Thank you for your concern, Boss Chin, the other party said. We can go out during the day, but we can't go out for too long. It's okay to walk around here. In that case, come with me, Chin said, and took them to the direction of the train not far away. Since she had promised to take care of it before, she certainly couldn't ignore it. Soon, they arrived near the train. The ghosts on the train were all gathered in one carriage. As soon as they walked to the side of the carriage, they could see the ghosts crowded together inside. When they saw her appear, a group of people immediately begged her for mercy. We didn't do anything. We know we were wrong, and we won't dare to do it again. We won't dare to make trouble again. Please forgive us. Chin didn't talk to them, but turned around and asked the people behind him, Can you tell if they have killed anyone? Not really. But as far as we know, in many missions, most ghosts are just making up the numbers like us. After all, not long ago, we were just ordinary people, the person behind him said, and looked carefully again. But if they have killed anyone, you will know after getting along with them. As long as they have killed someone, they will no longer be human. Chin turned around, still looking at the group of ghosts in the train compartment. In that case, take them to the commercial building first, lock them up temporarily, and see. As for you, move to the residential building next door first. You help me do this, and there will be no shortage of candles in the future. Thank you, Boss Chin. You're welcome. What's your name? Chin turned around. My name is Bai Yunqing. The girl looked up, revealing her pretty face. I remember, my name is Bai Yunqing. Yes, that's the name. Chin smiled. Okay, Yunqing, then I'll trouble you. No trouble, Boss Chin. Don't worry, we will do our best to fulfill your request, and we will never let you down. Bai Yunqing said seriously. Chin nodded. I believe you. After discussing the solution, Chin uncovered the evil-breaking talisman on the door of the carriage, released all the ghosts trapped inside, led by Bai Yunqing, sent them to the commercial building for imprisonment. At present, the commercial building is the most suitable place for imprisonment. Many places are empty, and there is such a big building, not to mention these ghosts. Even if there are more, it doesn't matter. However, if you suddenly change to another place, there will inevitably be some agitation. Before the agitation spreads, Chin lit a candle. As the fragrance of the candle spread, all the ghosts turned their eyes to her, the candle in her hand. You stay well. You don't have to worry about food. But if you still want to do something, you should have seen the situation of the ghosts who were with you that day. Disappearing here means complete annihilation. No matter where you are, you will no longer exist. The uneasy agitation was suppressed in an instant. Chin handed the candle in her hand to Bai Yunqing, and took out another candle. I will come again later. You watch them. If you have something, you can wait for me like today. If there is a chance in the future, I will let you communicate with more ghosts. Bai Yunqing didn't understand what more ghosts meant, but she just wanted to live now, even if she could only live in the form of a ghost. I know what to do. If you have time, help me go to that building and sort out the computers inside. I will leave one for you later, so that you can kill time. Chin pointed to the office building not far away. The tables and chairs can also be moved down. The first floor of the commercial building is quite large. It can be used as an internet cafe temporarily to prevent you from being bored. Can we use computers? Bai Yunqing asked in surprise. Chin expressed doubt. You should be able to use all the entities here, right? No. Bai Yunqing was a little flustered. I mean, we can play on the computer, right? Of course, otherwise you can only sit face to face, staring at each other. Chin laughed, patted the other's shoulder. You can be more casual, as long as you do what you should do. I won't interfere with your daily activities. Bai Yunqing looked at her, and smiled foolishly. Chin also smiled. Okay, I'll go explore the castle over there first, you guys are busy. Bai Yunqing nodded quickly. Well, no, we will do what we should do, don't worry. Chin raised her hand, made a okay, turned and walked towards the castle. Chapter 110. Be good to us. The castle is really big. Chin stood a little further away, and roughly estimated that the castle must be at least several thousand square meters. However, how big it is, with her understanding of the area, it is really hard to calculate. But we are here anyway. There is a lot of time at noon. She took out her watch to check the time, and walked into the castle firmly. There are many houses in the castle, big and small. Front and back, You can't see them all from the outside, let alone from the inside. You just feel that each one is quite big. No wonder this is a high-level mission point. This castle alone is very high level. If only a low-level mission is placed here, it will feel a bit like a waste of this castle. She didn't expect it to be so big inside. It's winding and winding. If you really want to walk in, it will probably take 20 to 30 minutes. Qin thought about it, took out the electric bike, and rode it to a small building next to it. Apart from anything else, this small building alone is better than her house. It's nice, big and tall. She raised her phone and took pictures as she walked, taking pictures of the entire castle. After a while, she came to the door of the small building, put away the electric car, and pushed the door into the small building. The small building covers an area of about 100 square meters. There are kitchens, tool rooms, bathrooms, etc. on the first floor. Many things are still there. She put away everything that can be put away, even the used mop. She found a large wooden basin to put it away, and put it in the portable space. Anyway, she didn't use it. Although these things have been used, it doesn't prevent them from being used again. It's good to exchange them for the ancient people. There are also several rooms on the second floor. They are not big. There are beds, cabinets, tables and chairs inside. In the corner of the second floor, there is a public toilet. Seeing this, she has roughly understood the purpose of this building. It is probably where the workers in the castle live. Although there is no independent toilet, at least there is an independent room, which is better than some people who need to share a room with others when working in the city. After looking through them all, she returned to the room near the toilet, opened the drawers and cabinets, and smiled and accepted a cabinet of clothes, shoes and socks. Migrant workers live in other people's homes. Apart from clothes, shoes and socks for daily use, they don't have many other daily necessities. This makes it easier for her to store them. She just throws them all into the bag. After walking up one floor, she collected several bags of clothes, shoes and socks. Going up one floor, the third floor is also full of dormitories for migrant workers. She followed suit and collected all the things that no one used. She didn't collect the bedding and mattress on the bed. The main reason was that she had collected a lot of them in the train compartment before. It was summer in ancient times, and people could sleep without covering themselves with quilts. Naturally, there was no need to change out so many beddings at once. There is another floor above the third floor. I thought it would be something else, but it turned out to be a dormitory. She couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being a castle. Just for this castle, they would hire so many employees. There is more than one small building in the castle. The second small building Qin saw was also a staff dormitory. But the area of the staff dormitory here was obviously larger than before, and each room had an independent bathroom. Obviously, this was a dormitory for senior employees. It really needs to be vengeful to the rich. Qin shook open a bag and continued to put the clothes in the closet into the bag. After walking only 2 small buildings, the bag she prepared in advance was full of clothes. There were no other bags to use, so she had to ride the electric bike to the center of the castle. The castle was slightly higher, and there were 20 steps below. Just when she was sighing that rich people had to walk by themselves, she saw the label of the underground garage in the corner. She went in and saw that there was an elevator inside. The elevator was naturally out of service. Otherwise she would have gone to experience the joy of the castle elevator. Qin walked up the stairs calmly, came to the castle gate, and stretched out her hand to push open the heavy door. As soon as she pushed it open, she saw Chinese-style furniture everywhere in the house. Chinese-style furniture in a Western-style castle does not seem out of place. After all, the overall decoration inside is Chinese-style. And there are even many Chinese-style paintings hanging on the walls, and many Chinese-style stone carvings. I don't know what this other world is like, but this combination of Chinese and Western styles is somewhat similar to some Chinese Western architectural decoration styles she has seen before. The heavy Chinese-style furniture, placed in this huge space, does not seem out of place, but such a large space makes these heavy-looking furniture look lighter. The villa was empty, and there were no strange traces. Qin stepped in, and the room echoed. Even through the sound, she could feel the openness of the environment. She walked all the way to the stairs and took the escalator upstairs. On the second floor of the huge castle, there were only 2 rooms and a large open living room. Each room had a separate bathroom, study, bathroom, cloakroom and bedroom. Hell on earth, the weather here is not bright during the day. And the brightness is only that of a cloudy day. But standing in the room in front of you, it still doesn't feel too dim. The glass window design in various places in the house absorbs the light just right. And it falls equally in every space. Everything that should be in the villa is there. As if nothing had happened. If it hadn't appeared here, Qin Jiangqin had also done a mission here. Qin might have thought that someone else was still living here. And she had accidentally broken into someone else's space. Qin thought. And walked into the owner's cloakroom. And saw a whole wall of bags. A whole wall of hats. And several closets of clothes. Even if the brands here don't exist in reality. These bags, no matter the style or material, are classics. And they must be expensive in this world. It's just not easy to change. These clothes can't be worn. Qin opened one of the closets, and took out a few clothes at random. Not to mention ancient people, even for her, they are not suitable to wear. It's a bit too formal. After looking at several closets, she could only barely see a few clothes that could be worn. Thinking about it, she came to the next closet, looked up before opening it, and saw the two big words "not worn" on the closet. Opening the closet, the clothes inside were not clearly placed like the previous closets, but were crowded and piled together. Although they were also hung, there were indeed no signs of being worn. And there was not much display space. Rich people. Qin closed the cabinet door, and looked at the other cabinets. All of them were high-end products, which made her feel very sorry. After all, clothes and shoes that could not be taken out for exchange were equivalent to unsaleable goods, which were even more unsaleable than calculators and flashlights. They were not as practical as those buildings full of workers. When she left, she picked up a few unworn daily clothes from the corner, and took a daily bag, intending to use them herself. As for the rest, she would look at them later when she had the chance, and would definitely deal with them if she could. But these clothes are not suitable for circulation in ancient times. So they can only be piled here first. There are several rooms in the castle. From the things placed inside, it can be seen that in addition to the master and mistress rooms, there are also rooms for the elderly, children's rooms, etc. The things in each room are extremely luxurious. So luxurious that Qin doesn't know what to take. When she left the castle in the end, she only took 2 sets of diamond jewelry, in addition to the clothes and bag she took from the mistress's room at the beginning. These 2 sets of diamond jewelry are just right to be taken to ancient times, and exchanged with ancient people for gold and silver jewelry. It is best to exchange for some broken gold nuggets, or some simple gold rings and gold bracelets, which can be exchanged for money in gold recycling shops. Of course, she can also exchange diamond jewelry for money, but who says the recycling price of diamond jewelry is too low? Gold jewelry is still more cost-effective. Qin put away the things in her hands, riding the battery car slowly away from the villa. Today's harvest is not bad. At least she got several bags of clothes, which can be taken to ancient times to give to ordinary people. Modern clothes are still slightly less valuable than ancient clothes, and they are all second-hand clothes. Modern people don't need them, but ancient people need them very much. The place she went to had too few people. If there were more people, it would reach more people, and allow more people to change into clean, unripped old clothes. Another group of people have come. They heard that there is an immortal here. So they came here specially. Didn't we say to keep it secret as much as possible? It's impossible to keep it secret. The last time, the one who made such a big noise, everyone in the city knew that he took out a lot of things to exchange. Now the people in many places in the country are not having a good time. When they heard the news, everyone rushed here. It's okay for ordinary people. But there are also many dignitaries who come here. And they are afraid that they want to share a piece of the pie with us. The one who took out only a few things. And they all want to share a piece of the pie. What else can we get? No. We have to find a way to stop them. It's impossible to stop them. The higher-ups also said that they would come. Once they come, no one can stop them. You mean the emperor? In the lobby of the prefectural government, everyone sat separately. One family on each side. And their faces were solemn. Everyone knows what will happen when the emperor comes. But at this moment, the mood of the people is a little different. Some of them look at each other, with a little joy in their eyes. The discussion has no end, and when the time comes, everyone goes back to their own homes. Not long after leaving the prefect's mansion, several of them immediately form a group. The emperor is coming. It's a good opportunity. As long as we please the emperor, we may not be able to get more good things in the future. Even so, it's the prefect who is in charge. That may not be the case. That person will not look at anyone's face. Didn't you see that every time that person comes, he only sees the old lady and the stepmother? As far as I know, the prefect has not seen that person in person. There is such a thing? How can it be so? First of all, that person comes at an irregular time every time, and it's always at noon. The prefect always has important things to deal with, so we can't meet. Secondly, you may not know, the stepmother married. Maybe she was unwilling at first, but now, the prefectural governor's mansion made friends with that person. All for the sake of the stepmother. What do you think he would think if he knew about this? Even if that's the case, what can we do? Since the stepmother has entered the prefectural governor's mansion, she is in the same boat with the prefectural governor's mansion. We prosper together and suffer together. No one knows when that person will stop coming. It's better to take this opportunity to get more benefits from him. If she does these things well, she will have a good life in the prefectural governor's mansion in the future. Why? You don't understand. If the two sides have a dispute, it will be a good thing for us. What do you think we should do? When the news comes out this time, will the stepmother's family hear the news? Chapter 111. Fu Chao reappears. Are they all for me? Qing Qing had just landed on the bottom of the water when the dragon claws moved away, revealing a pile of dragon scales. After asking, the golden dragon touched the pile of dragon scales with the tip of the dragon claws and gently pushed them in the direction of Qing Qing. Are they really for me? Qing Qing was surprised again. Thank you. I am very happy to receive the gift, but when this dragon scale falls, won't you feel pain? The golden dragon blinked slowly, and his big eyes revealed a slight confusion. I guess you are shedding scales. I feel like this is falling from your body. Maybe you will feel uncomfortable. Qing Qing said seriously. I picked up a lot of energy stones. I want to give them to you. I hope they can replenish your body. She walked around the pile of dragon scales, walked to the dragon head, and poured out all the energy stones. After pouring, the dragon's whiskers walked in front of her and tapped her hand. Perhaps because he was afraid of hurting her, he didn't even dare to move his claws at this moment. Qing Qing guessed the golden dragon's thoughts and said with a smile, It's okay. I really didn't suffer any impact last time. It's just that this place is too small, which trapped you. It's normal for you to move. I usually come here at this time. You can play at other times. He no longer went out for a walk. One reason was that there was really nothing fun nearby, and the other was that he was afraid of attracting creatures that were harmful to the golden dragon. Although the existence of the golden dragon is generally difficult to be hurt, the first thing she encountered when she came here was a wounded golden dragon, which means that there are still some people or creatures who can hurt it. Qing Qing carefully touched the dragon's whiskers. You have a good rest. I'll take the dragon scale. Thank you. After that, she stepped back and put the dragon scale into her personal space. After returning to the supermarket, she lay at the door of the supermarket and waved to the golden dragon below. I'm going back. It's okay for you to play around. After Qing Qing left, the golden dragon raised its head, looked at the door of the plain supermarket, stretched out its claws and probed, and finally put its claws on the roof of the plain supermarket, carefully holding it, and put it in a more stable place. The moment it was put down, the plain supermarket shook, and a corner of the coral tree below broke. It was not that the plain supermarket was too heavy, but that the force of the golden dragon's claws was too heavy. The plain supermarket shook, and the eaves above were slowly returning to their original appearance. After coming out of the golden dragon plane, it was time to go to work in the afternoon. Qing Qing lay on the recliner and sighed. Maybe it was because she had played for a few days before. She really didn't want to go to work now, and wanted to go to bed at 2 in the morning and wake up at 12 noon. But she wanted to stock up, and using the supermarket as an excuse was indeed a better choice. As expected, as long as she was at work, no matter what kind of shift it was, she would feel bored. This was probably the innate aversion to work in human nature. She raised her hand, took a cherry from the plate beside her, ate it, turned around and spit the cherry pit into the trash can beside her, took another lychee, turned around and peeled it in the trash can. This was really troublesome, and her hands were still sticky, so she simply got up, went to the kitchen and picked out a plate of lychees in one go, and after returning to the cashier, she lay down and ate the lychees with a toothpick. The biggest advantage of doing this is that you only need to spit out the core. Boss? Here it is. Qing Qing was holding half a watermelon, half lying and turning her head. It's hard for me to stand up like this. You can get whatever you want. Half a watermelon was stuck in the right position. When eating watermelon juice would not stain clothes, nor herself, at this moment. Half a watermelon was scooped out. There was still a lot of watermelon juice inside. She was afraid that it would spill out when she stood up. My God. Boss. You are so comfortable, you live so comfortably. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Qing Qing said with a smile. What do you want? Oh yes. Boss. Do you have a talisman? The other party asked, standing at the cashier counter. Qing Qing looked at the other person and blinked. Amulet? Yes, the funeral shop owner said. It's here. The customer said. I'm here to buy amulets from you. Still according to the price we agreed on before. 50 yuan apiece. Qing Qing finally stood up from the recliner, carefully put half a watermelon on the side, and operated the cash register casually. Why do you want to buy amulets here? Oh, it's like this. I have a relative who used to run a Taoist temple, and I have some knowledge of amulets, and I can tell which ones are really effective, and which ones are fake. We came here a few days ago, and I saw the amulets in the funeral shop, and took a picture of them for my relative, who said that they were painted by a master, and asked me to buy more. I have made an appointment with the funeral shop owner, and I will come to pick them up today, and the owner asked me to come here. The customer said seriously, with reason and evidence. Qing Qing thought for a moment, and said, I did give Uncle Chow the amulet, and this one was given to me by a friend. Actually, if you want an amulet, you can go to those Taoist temples. Boss, please sell it to me. If it doesn't work, 80 yuan apiece. 100 yuan apiece will do. The customer begged. I need it urgently, and I don't have time to go to the Taoist temple. Here, I have an amulet. Qing Qing lowered her head, took out a small box, opened the box, and placed a pile of amulets inside, all of which were drawn by her. Practice makes perfect, and this is also true for her. At the beginning, she was a little unsuccessful. Now, even if she doesn't read the introductory book of talismans, she can easily draw a talisman. It takes only 20 to 30 seconds to complete a talisman. Boss, I transferred it to you, 100 per piece, and this is the money for 30 pieces. Triple X has arrived, 3000 yuan. Qing Qing picked up her phone, looked at the amount that had been received, and asked cautiously, Are you coming to me to launder money? The other party was at a loss. How could it be? The money laundering must be returned to me from you. I transferred the money directly to you. How can I launder money? Even if my money is not from the right place, the most I can do is to return the 3,000 yuan. That's right. Qing Qing nodded, took out a stack of talismans, counted out 30 pieces, and handed them over. Here. Anyway, at most I would lose 30 talismans, and it would be a waste of more than 10 minutes of her time. Thank you. Next time I need it, I will come to buy it from you again. The other party happily took the amulet, lowered his head, and carefully put it away, turned around, and left the supermarket. Qing Qing took a look, lowered her head, and closed the lid, put the amulet away again. This batch of amulets are all basic versions, without dragon blood. The amulets with dragon blood were all stored in her personal space. The several amulets placed outside were originally intended to be sold, no matter who they were sold to. It makes no difference whether they are people from this world or people from another world. Qing Qing laid down again, and continued to finish the rest of the watermelon. She ate a lot of fruit in the afternoon. After finishing it all, she cleaned up the watermelon in front of her, took out the yellow talisman, cinnabar and talisman brush, and continued to draw the talisman. She ate too much fruit in the afternoon, and she didn't feel hungry until dinner, so she didn't stop drawing talismans. Occasionally, guests came over and saw her drawing talismans, but they didn't ask much, just thought it was her personal interest. The days in summer are always longer, but there will be nightfall. After 7:30, the sky outside is almost completely dark, and the street lights on the roadside are lit to illuminate the people passing by. Looking up again, Qing Qing saw an unfamiliar environment again. The breakfast shop disappeared again. Qing Jiang, she lifted the curtain. Your supermarket was not here last time. I had no one last time. Qing Qing put down the pen dipped in cinnabar, and handed over a small stack of talismans. This is a special amulet and a talisman to break evil. Take it. Thank you. If it weren't for your talisman last time, I would have been in danger. Qing Jiangxin thanked her, and put away the talisman given by Qin Qing. I didn't make it clear when I called you 2 days ago. And I have to remind you today. You have to be careful. Someone in this world may be eyeing you. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Otherwise my supermarket wouldn't be here. Qin Qing smiled. It's Sister Jiang Xian. Every time there is only such a short time to understand things. You should pay attention to safety because you know the cause and effect of this. You will get used to it slowly. Qin Jiangxin raised her hand, rubbed her brows, and was a little amused. I don't know whether it is good or bad. Now I wake up every morning. And there is nothing unusual at all. It is even harder to detect something wrong. But I don't want to make my parents worry. Just now, I used the excuse of being tired and went back to sleep. I climbed out directly from the window. Qin Qing gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of Sister Jiang Xian. While the two were talking, someone carefully opened the door curtain. That. I can sell the talismans here. 1 mission coin per piece. No. I want to ask you. Can I buy milk tea? The other party asked softly. Qin Qing tilted her head. Ah. Well, let me introduce myself. I am a small actor in real life. My agent is strict with me. I am not allowed to eat or drink too much. I have been coming here to participate in tasks recently. I always vomit when I go back. I can't find the reason. My agent said that I can eat less and try to lose 2 pounds. So I want to ask, can I buy milk tea? While talking, the other party completely entered the supermarket. Qin Qing took a look and was stunned by the other party's typical palm-sized face. She couldn't help saying, it's not easy to be an actor. Yes, I feel like I'm about to lose weight. Qin Jiangxin echoed. But my agent said that I look just right on camera this way. The girl wanted to cry, but had no tears. Holding her mouth and looking aggrieved. It's okay. I'll sell you milk tea. No. I'll treat you to milk tea. But you have to do a task later. So I won't add pearls to it. I'll just give you a cup of milk tea. Qin Qing said. Took the cup to the refrigerator. And scooped a cup of milk tea for the girl. The girl drank it all in one breath. Looking at her eagerly. Qin Qing could only scoop her a second cup. A third cup. Then she asked her if she needed a talisman or a talisman to ward off evil. Yes. The girl nodded firmly. And held back her tears. If I had the memory of the mission at night, I would quit the industry. I really don't want to live this life of an actor who can't eat or drink. It's a pity that every time I wake up, I will forget about the mission. And I have to continue to control my diet. It's so hard. Wow. It doesn't matter, as long as you can survive. Sooner or later you will have the opportunity to completely get out of the mission. Qin Jiangxin comforted. Qin Qing didn't say much, because she knew that it was useless to say anything in this situation. No matter how awake she was during the mission at night, she would completely forget it during the day. The girl took 3 mission coins and exchanged them for 2 evil-breaking talismans and 1 protective amulet. She didn't stay there for too long before she was summoned to the real mission point. Qin Jiangxin, like her, didn't stay at the supermarket door for too long. After the 2 left, customers came one after another. After that, the customers were no longer attracted by other things sold in her supermarket, but came completely for the talismans. 1 mission coin. 1 talisman. If used well, it can save a life. Chapter 112. It's about me. Qin Qing didn't go to find Qin Jiangxin this time, until she finished the mission. After all, she couldn't always keep up. If Qin Jiangxin wanted to survive, she had to find a way on her own. Fortunately, she came back safely this time, and she looked more relaxed than before. This mission is not difficult. Qin Jiangxin took the initiative to speak. Compared with the last high-level mission, it is much easier, but there are new people among the people who are doing the mission with me. That is to say, someone else has been summoned here. Qin Qing frowned. Well, but for now, we can't solve this problem. I can only protect them while ensuring my own safety as much as possible. If something unexpected happens that even I can't handle. Qin Jiangxin sighed. I don't know how long this mission lasted. Among the missions I have experienced, the person who has been doing the mission the longest has entered this world 2 years ago. So long? Qin Qing asked in surprise. Qin Jiangxin nodded. Anyway, Sister Jiang Xian, please be safe. Qin Qing reminded. You can promote my place and let people come to buy amulets and evil-breaking talismans from me. Is it okay with you? Qin Jiangxin looked at Qin Qing. What can I do to you? Qin Qing smiled. Anyway, when you leave this world, you won't remember my existence, And in this world, no one can hurt me. And no one dares to hurt me. I understand. Qin Jianqi nodded. Then when I encounter a mission in the future, I will mention your existence to them. And whenever I meet you, I will try to buy talismans from you to save my life. The two chatted briefly, and Qin Jianqi went back home. Today's mission time is relatively early, and after Qin Jianqi went back, Qing's supermarket returned to normal. As soon as it was restored, a customer came into the supermarket. Why haven't you closed the store so late today? It's almost closed. Qing replied with a smile, and put away all the talismans and talisman drawing tools on the table. Not long after, the customer came with the things he wanted to buy, paid and left. Qing also closed the store door at this time, turned off the air conditioner, and went to the second floor. Passing by the balcony on the second floor, she put away the clothes that she had washed in the afternoon and hung out. The weather was hot, and after hanging them in the sun for an entire afternoon, the clothes were already as dry as they could be. There were several new clothes in this batch of clothes from the castle in the other world. The material of the clothes was indeed better than her own clothes, and it was obvious that the purchase price was not low. But all the people in the entire castle disappeared, and the existence of all the expensive items in it seemed to have no meaning. Qin folded her clothes and hung them in the closet, took her pajamas, and went to take a shower. The next morning, Wei Xiaoshuang delivered today's milk tea as promised. This time she didn't say anything more, and went home after delivering the milk tea. Qin divided half of the milk tea from the bucket, and put it into her personal space to store it, so that it wouldn't be wasted if it couldn't be sold out in one day. As soon as she divided the milk tea, she heard crackling sounds outside the supermarket. This rainstorm came suddenly, and many people didn't react, and several people rushed into the supermarket instantly. This rain is really, it starts as soon as it starts, and it's so heavy all of a sudden, there's absolutely no room for people to react. Luckily it's close to the supermarket, otherwise I'd be soaked in a few seconds. In a few seconds, the rain will stop. Ha ha ha. Qin closed the door of the freezer and walked out with a smile. Summer showers are like this, coming and going, but this rain will cool us down a bit. That's right. It's been hot for many days. The water in the river has become shallower. This rain will make the water flow in the river more full. Boss, can we hide from the rain for a while? The voice of asking for shelter from the rain came after realizing it belatedly. It's okay. It's raining so hard, and there aren't many customers. You can hide, Qin said casually. There are stools inside. You can sit for a while. No need. The rain will stop soon. Just stand for a while. Then you stand for a while. And I'll sit for a while, Qin said with a smile, sitting on the chair, taking out her mobile phone. And there were a few messages coming. She opened them and laughed out loud. Wei Xiaoshuang, just a few seconds. Wei Xiaoshuang, I was just a few seconds away from home. But in just a short while, I was soaked like a drowned chicken. Wei Xiaoshuang, I'm so angry. Can't the rain wait a little longer? Can't it wait a few seconds for my sake? Qin smiled and typed a reply. Qin, wait a few more seconds, the rain will stop covering mouth and laughing Wei Xiaoshuang, sighing if I had known. I wouldn't have rushed back to catch up on sleep. If I had chatted with you for a few more words, I wouldn't have caught up with this rain. I'm going to take a shower first. After taking a shower, I have to blow dry my hair. I can catch up on sleep after my hair is dry. Qin, go ahead. After replying to Wei Xiaoshuang's message, Qin looked at the heavy rain outside the supermarket again. Although it rained, the summer heat did not dissipate too much. The supermarket still has air conditioning on, otherwise it would still be too hot. However, the rain lasted longer than expected. It rained for more than 10 minutes without any sign of stopping, and the sky was still covered with dark clouds. The three people who came in to avoid the rain stood at first, but later found benches to sit down. It was raining so hard, and there was nothing to do when they went back. They could only sit and wait for the rain to stop. There were no places to sit, so they might as well sit in the supermarket. Of course, the rain was too heavy, and no new customers would come in. Qin sat at first, but later laid down on the recliner, picked a movie from the tablet in the other world, and watched it calmly. Boss, what's the wireless password of your supermarket? It's posted on the wall. Qin pointed to the wall not far away. Oh, I see. Thank you, boss. The time spent watching the movie passed quickly. Just when Qin was immersed in the movie, a voice came from not far away. What's going on? Isn't it a shower? Why is it still raining now? Qing turned her head and saw the dense rain outside. She paused the tablet and clearly heard the sound of heavy rain hitting the ground. No more waiting. Boss, lend me a plastic bag. I'll put my phone and watch in it, and we'll go back. One of the people sitting there stood up and walked to the cashier. Qing pulled a plastic bag over, knowing why the other party only wanted a plastic bag, and agreed indeed. In such heavy rain, even if you hold an umbrella, it's useless. Just protect the electronic products. That's right. The other party took the plastic bag, put the phone and watch in the plastic bag, tied it up, and wrapped it around his hand, looked at the heavy rain outside, took a deep breath, and rushed into the rain. After the first one left, the remaining two also got a little impatient. Seeing that the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, they asked Qing for a plastic bag, packed their electronic products and ran out. In summer, people wear less, so it's not a big deal even if they get wet. But just after the three of them ran away, Qing walked to the supermarket door and looked up, and saw the sky gradually getting brighter. After a while, the heavy rain turned into light rain, and then into dripping water drops. Qing took out her mobile phone and looked at it. It was less than 10 minutes since the three of them ran away. She quietly opened the chat box and sent a message to Wei Xiaoshuang. The other party replied quickly, and immediately replied with a string of ha ha ha. Wei Xiaoshuang, it turns out that there are people who are worse off than me. I was comforted instantly and laughed. What does it mean to be so unlucky that even drinking cold water will make your teeth ache? This is probably what it means. I have waited for so long, and I still got caught in the rain. Qing, you haven't slept yet? Wei Xiaoshuang, take a nap at noon. I won't sleep now. I got caught in the rain and took a shower. I can't sleep. Thank you for sharing the good news with me. Qing, you're welcome. After replying the message with a smile, she felt the temperature outside. This rain lasted a while, and the sultry temperature finally dropped a little. Although the air conditioner in the supermarket was still on, she still stood at the door and breathed a breath of fresh air. The morning passed quickly. After lunch, she packed up simply, thinking that it was time to go to the ancient plane again. Just as she was about to leave, a panel suddenly popped up in front of her. A prompt to open a new plane. Another new plane? Qing immediately clicked on the plane supermarket panel, walked to the back door, subconsciously wanted to open it, but as soon as she opened it, she found that she needed to upgrade. She held her forehead, because she was so eager to know the situation in the new plane. She forgot about the upgrade. Clicking on the upgrade preset interface, she still chose 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. as before, and she would be able to open a new plane early tomorrow morning. As for today, she would still follow the original plan. Go to the ancient plane and sort out the old clothes. Qing walked out of the plane supermarket and stepped on the soft mud. Apparently, it rained here not long ago. Qing sat on the electric car, started the electric car and drove forward for a while, and easily met people who had settled here. Master God, are you going out of Sunset Forest? Yes. Qing stopped the car, looking at the expressions of the people in front of him, who were hesitant to speak. What's wrong? What happened? It's not a big deal, but when we went out, we found many people walking on the official road outside Sunset Forest. In addition to the common people, there were also people from the government. Many people? Qing gripped the handle of the electric car tightly, and frowned slightly. Where are you going? The few people looked at each other, and shook their heads. He shook his head. I don't know the details. But someone vaguely heard the immortal. I don't know if it has anything to do with the immortal. If it's true, then it's probably related to me. Qing hesitated. If they can't find me, will they come to Sunset Forest? Everyone in the White Lion Kingdom knows that there is no place for birds and beasts to survive in Sunset Forest. It was unfortunate that we came here. If we had known earlier, we might not have come here. But if they are looking for immortals, they might come to Sunset Forest to take a look. The person in front of him said seriously. That may not be the case. They don't know where I went out. Qing tightened the handle again. I'll go out and take a look. You stay here. Don't worry, Immortal Lord. We have discussed it. We will not go out in the next few days. We will only walk around here, and will not let people notice us. The person on the other side immediately promised. It doesn't matter if they notice it. Qing looked back at the plain supermarket not far away. with the attitude of the people in this world towards her. The existence of the plain supermarket will deepen their trust. But it's better to have less trouble than more. It's not time to reveal it completely yet. Thinking about it, Qin nodded to the people in front of him. Just do your own things. I'll go out for a while. The people bowed quickly. Yes. Immortal Lord. Chapter 113 Rare Items. Qin didn't need to walk too close to the official road to see civilians or soldiers passing by from time to time. No matter which side they were from, they were all heading towards the town where Sanyang was. The vegetation in the sunset forest was lush. On the side close to the official road, whether she or the others, they would be careful when coming and going, and try not to leave an obvious path. When the battery car stopped, no one would notice the situation inside. There are too many people. When she comes back, she can go back to the supermarket and come back instantly. But when she goes there, she always rides a battery car or an electric car. No matter which one. It is particularly ostentatious. If she is the only one at the plain supermarket, then there is no problem, after all. The plain supermarket itself has a defense system. But there are others. If someone finds her and accidentally hurts Yunyang and others, that would be bad. Going to deliver goods is not a big deal in a few days. Maybe after a few days, there will be fewer people on the official road, and she will be in a hurry to ride her bike there. Thinking about it, Qin turned the handlebars of the electric car and headed back to the depths of the sunset forest. Since she couldn't go to the town today, she might as well pick up more white stones. When she passed by everyone's residence, she stopped to take a look. At present, there are 3 houses built by everyone, and the 4th one is under construction. However, because there are no snakes, insects, rats or ants nearby, the houses are all open, and only a few have windows made of rattan, and the rest have no doors or windows. At noon, it was the hottest time of the day, and many people were lying in the house to sleep. There were more than a dozen people lying in a room, all sleeping happily with their heads tilted back. On the other side, she saw someone sitting in the shade with his back to the sun, sewing clothes. The current situation is indeed much better than when they first arrived. Qin did not interrupt, started the electric car, passed the plain supermarket, and went deep into the sunset forest. The vending machine in this plane has a new sales window. She has not yet decided what to give. And it does not necessarily have to be for Yunyang and others. Or it can be more general. As for the currency on the other side, there are also multiple windows. As long as that side chooses gold, she can take out any trading supplies on her side and trade with those wealthy families. This can be considered carefully. She spent her lunch break in the sunset forest, picking up a large bag of white stones, and after delivering them all to the golden dragon, she returned to the supermarket to work. Not long after she sat down, she couldn't help but look at the back door of the supermarket. She didn't feel anything when she was picking up white stones before, but now that she calmed down, she began to think about what kind of plane the new plane was. It was not a different world that was not purgatory on Earth. She always felt that she hadn't opened a new plane for a long time. There are still 18 hours before the new plane is officially opened. Qin took out her phone and looked at the time displayed on it carefully. Even though she had already calculated the time in her mind, she still counted it again and again with her fingers. The more she counted, the more she felt that the next 18 hours would be difficult to endure. It would be great if she could be informed in advance, and told what the new plane was in advance, so that her expectations would be reduced by at least several degrees. There were not many customers in the supermarket in the afternoon. She took the time to go to the plain supermarket on the wasteland planet several times. She didn't see Zhang Mingchen every time. It was difficult for her to walk far, so she could only turn back and continue to stay behind the supermarket checkout counter. Playing cards? Playing cards? Playing cards? Qin invited several friends, who she chatted with from time to play cards, hoping to kill time by playing cards, and get through the difficult 18 hours as soon as possible. But everyone's responses were not satisfactory. At work? Can't fish. Party A. Wait for another 18 hours, I'll come to play cards with you. Taking care of my sister's baby. I'm tired. No cards, games? After finally waiting for an activity to kill time, Qin immediately replied with a confirmation message, and then sent sympathetic emoticons to the other friends, who didn't have time to play cards. Strawberry shaved ice. I was just worried about not being able to find friends to play games with, and you came just in time. Sunny and not raining. I happen to be quite free today, but I thought you were busy. Didn't you have regular friends to play games with before? Strawberry shaved ice. Yes, but wasn't it raining heavily in H-City these 2 days? My friend went back to help, said that many people went back to help, and was afraid that if it wasn't done well, something bigger would happen. Sunny and not raining. It's been sunny here for many days, and it just rained this morning, but it's not raining now. Strawberry shaved ice. Right, we are also here. It is said to be a drought. You said this weather is really bad. Can't it be more balanced? Wouldn't it be good for everyone to get the rain and do equally? It has to be unequal treatment. It's really difficult to deal with. Sunny but not raining, isn't it? Floods happen every year. The weather is not good. 9 out of 10 times, man's victory over nature requires huge manpower and material resources. 1 or 2 people can't play any role at all. Chin chatted with the other party for a few words, quickly matched with teammates. After a while, they started playing games. Meanwhile, the rainstorm in H-City got heavier. If this continues, the dam will burst. Anyway, we must prepare for the worst. All those who need to be evacuated must be evacuated. How is the evacuation going now? Almost done. There are still some elderly people who are unwilling to leave. In the rainstorm, the person who spoke could drink a big mouthful of water as soon as he opened his mouth. 2 sandbag trucks will come soon. Okay. Everyone hold on. Hold on. Maybe the rain will stop soon. In fact, the people who were trying to fill the gap with sandbags did not listen to what was said here. One reason was that they could not hear clearly, and the other was that no matter what, they must block the gap. Only by blocking the gap can the fertile fields and people downstream be safe. The only thing in common is that everyone hopes that the rain will stop as soon as possible. Wow, I'm really lucky today. I won consecutively. I'll take a break, drink some water, move my hands. You guys take a break too. Okay. Okay. Chin didn't quit the game. She glanced at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock. She had spent more than 2 hours in a flash. It's really easy to kill time by playing games. She stood up, drank some water, looked at the news that popped up on her phone, clicked in and took a look. This is a live broadcast. She looked at the live camera and could not help but frown. In the previous life, was there such a big risk of a dam breach? She thought about it carefully. No matter what, she could not think of a dam breach this year. If there was, she would definitely remember it. In this case, there would definitely be no problem this time. Thinking about it, she continued to watch the live broadcast. Seeing the soldiers and civilians plugging the gap, she suddenly felt very distressed and sent the news to the group playing games. Ching is not raining. Is the situation in H-City so serious? I also saw the news. It looks really serious. It's so scary. What should I do? It feels like it will burst at any time. If it really bursts, wouldn't everyone be in danger? God bless. I hope nothing will happen. God bless. God bless. Chin also sent a message to pray. After sending the message, she suddenly remembered something, got up and went to the kitchen at the corner. When she was sure that there was no one outside, took out a piece of dragon scale from her personal space, took out the large pearl, put the pearl on the dragon scale, put her hands together, and chanted something. May the golden dragon bless you. May the water-repelling pearl bless you. I hope the weather will be good, and please don't let the dam burst. Things that never happened in the previous life will definitely not happen in this life. It's just heartbreaking to watch, and worshipping can give me some psychological comfort. After worshipping, she put away the dragon scales and pearls, and went back to the cashier to finish. As soon as she sat down, the phone rang with a message alert. Damn, our prayers have worked? Ching said. What? Go and see, the rain has really stopped. Chin saw the news, and immediately switched to the live broadcast interface. She saw the host in the live broadcast room shouting happily. The rain has stopped. This is a good start. As long as it doesn't rain next, we will definitely be able to keep this place. It's really amazing. It was just cloudy, but now the clouds suddenly dispersed. Reporters are calling from the front. The heavy rain upstream has also stopped. The barrage in the live broadcast room was passing by, and it can be seen that the audience watching the live broadcast were in a very happy mood at the moment. Ah! I've been praying for the rain to stop. And it really stopped. It stopped. It stopped. I was praying too. That's great. As long as the rain stops, there will be hope. Look! The water level has dropped. How can it be so fast? Really? Look! The water level has really dropped a little. Really? The water level is dropping. The dark clouds have completely dispersed. There are no dark clouds above my head. Damn. You may not believe it. It hasn't rained in my place for many days. It was sunny not long ago. And suddenly a large dark cloud floated over. Are you and me in the same place upstairs? It's raining. It's a heavy rain. Are the dark clouds from H City coming over? Such heavy rain fell in H City. The problem must be very serious. And, fortunately, it fell here. This rain came, and it was instantly cool. Look at the sky, what beautiful clouds. For the first time, I felt that the golden sun was so beautiful. This sunlight shining down, it was a beautiful scene on Earth. As long as it doesn't collapse, it's fine, hee. I turned on the TV and captured the beautiful golden light. I don't care, this rain, I should have contributed to it more or less, I helped pray. That must have contributed to it too. Ching replied in the group with a smile. I not only prayed, I also prayed a big one, I used props. Super rare SSSR props. Someone is using cheats here shouting. Ha ha ha. Come on, continue playing the game. Come on. Chapter 114 Ice and Snow. Damn. Looking at the white in front of her, Ching finally understood why the door of this plane was white. What is ice and fire? This is probably it. It was still summer over there, but it was completely winter over here, and it was all white, you couldn't see the end at a glance, and I didn't know how much land this snow covered. She took a step forward, and her whole body entered the ice and snow, and instantly felt the coldness from the environment, and then quietly retreated back to the plane supermarket. All the plane supermarkets have a wall with the outside world. Just like the underwater world, where water cannot enter, and the soul world, where white fog cannot enter. In this world, the low temperature of the outside ice and snow environment cannot enter the plane supermarket. However, even though she was already standing in the warm plane supermarket, she still subconsciously hugged her arms, and felt that the coldness on her body had not completely dissipated. After recovering, she looked at the ice and snow outside and frowned slightly. In such an environment, who could she trade with? At this moment, she saw two figures as big as rice grains in the distance. After squinting for a while, she stopped bothering her eyes, and immediately took out the telescope to look over. After seeing it clearly, she couldn't help but let out a cry of shock again. She actually saw the two people fighting. And they were fighting while flying on the snowy mountain. Flying. Fighting! As they fought, the two figures were getting closer and closer. Even without a telescope, they could see the two figures entangled with each other. Unconsciously, their figures were closer. Ching was alert, and saw that both of them hit each other with a palm. And then, they rolled down the hillside, and landed not far from the plane supermarket. When she saw the two men's faces, they also saw her, and the house she was in. Little girl, give me a hand. This man is a big devil. As long as you can kill him, you will be doing justice for the heaven and eliminating evil in the martial arts world. One of them spoke first and threw a dagger to Ching. Use this dagger to kill him. If you don't get rid of him now, he will surely harm the martial arts world and do evil. Ching looked at him silently, and then looked at the man opposite him in silence. In such an icy and snowy environment, the two people were not wearing very thick clothes, and could even be considered thin. But it can be seen that they were wearing ancient costumes. Maybe because they had fought for a while, both of them were in a bit of a mess. But the person who was talking looked more respectable, at least his hair was in good shape, while the person opposite him had disheveled hair, and was covered in dirt, and there were spots of blood on his body. From the perspective of judging people by appearance, the disheveled person did look more like a demon. But Ching hugged her arms again. Even if she didn't go out, she could feel the cold outside. Both of them looked a bit abnormal. As a bystander, if she went out at this time, and helped to kill people, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? She looked at the surrounding environment again, and worried about how to do business in this world again. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. It was time to go back to open the supermarket door, and do business. Just as she turned around, the man with disheveled hair and lowered head suddenly raised his head. Girl. Ching turned around. Girl. The man's messy beard showed a mouth. Odd changes. Even does not change. Ching blinked. Odd changes. Even does not change. Symbols look at the quadrant. Ching dug out the knowledge points of junior high school from her long-lost memory. The man grinned again. Can I buy something from you? Ching looked at him for a while, and opened the vending machine. After each plane's supermarket appears, there will be its own sales window. This plane is naturally the same. The currency of this plane is something called ice crystal stone. I need ice crystal stone. Do you have any? Ching Ching asked. This is a plain supermarket. I can only trade but not give. You are no exception. Yes. There are ice crystal stones everywhere in this world. I have some, the man said, trying to find the ice crystal stone from his body, and raised his hand to Ching Ching. Sorry to bother you. I don't have the strength now. Please help me exchange it. Ching Ching looked at the ice crystal stone in the other party's hand, which was indeed consistent with the picture shown in the plain supermarket. Little girl, don't believe him. He is a demon. If you come over, he will definitely hurt you. Another man shouted. Listen to me. Take the dagger I gave you and kill him. Ching Ching glanced at the man who was speaking, and then looked at the man who seemed to be a compatriot. How did you offend him? It is a crime to possess a treasure. The man sat up straight on the snow. Lucky. I picked up a martial arts secret book, and became the public enemy of the martial arts world. Do you have instant noodles? Yes. Instant noodles are the most common thing I have. Ching Ching took a long down jacket from the portable space, put it on herself, and went out to get the ice crystal stone. Little girl, dagger. Ching Ching looked down, and saw the dagger at her feet. She bent down and picked it up. The man who was shouting over there smiled, but she just walked to the man holding the ice crystal stone, and picked up the ice crystal stone. Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid? Children raised in socialism will not kill people for no reason, let alone kill their compatriots for no reason, the man said with a smile, as if he wanted to sit up a little more, but he lost his strength, and barely supported himself with both hands, to avoid falling down. How many years have you been here? Ching Ching asked. 8 years. Except for the beginning. I was being hunted down afterwards. The man sighed. Do I look like a homeless person? Yes. I almost did it. Ching Ching nodded, took the ice crystal stone back to the plain supermarket, and put the ice crystal stone in the vending machine. At this time, the man on the other side saw that the situation was hopeless, collapsed on the ground, and murmured and cursed. Why? Why don't you do it? Bitch. You bitch. Ching Ching turned around. The lying man stood up and sat up again. Don't dirty your hands. When I have strength, I will do it. You can't get blood on your hands. I can't let you get blood on your hands. Ching Ching had already prepared instant noodles at this time, and took a bowl and hot water to soak them, while waiting for the instant noodles to be cooked. She looked at the sitting man. That man. Is his crime punishable by death? Death, the man nodded. Robbed the people's food. Death. Ignored the lives of the people. Death. Maliciously damaged the people's houses, causing them to be unable to survive in this icy and snowy place. Death. Hearing these words, Ching Ching looked at the clothes on the other man again, and the abrupt red headband on his head, and felt bored and disgusted. No wonder this man is so clean. It turns out that he stole all the things from the people. What's your name? My name, John Rue, said the man, and suddenly smiled. If you didn't ask, I almost forgot my name. For so many years, no one has ever called me by my name. Everyone calls me the devil. You are not the devil, Ching Ching said. Why are you so sure? John Rue looked up at her. Because of his messy hair and beard, his facial features were almost blocked. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, and only through his eyes, his emotions were revealed. Just like you believe me, I believe you too, Ching Ching said, smiling. I don't believe that someone who used to be a soldier and still retains the appearance of a soldier will become a demon. Perhaps one person among millions of people will betray their former ideals. But she doesn't believe that one person among millions of people will appear in front of her. Thank you. John Rue thanked sincerely. Thank you for believing in me. It should be. Believing in you is the instinct of me and many people. The instant noodles are ready. Ching Ching turned around and picked up the instant noodles at the back. It's just noodles. The bowls and chopsticks are just lent to you. You have to return them to me after eating. She walked out of the plain supermarket and walked towards John Rue. At this moment, John Rue suddenly struggled to stand up. Be careful. Ching Ching turned her head and raised her wrist. A sharp needle flew out from her wrist instantly and pierced into the other person's body. In just a moment, the man fell down. At the same time, snowflakes flew under the feet of the fallen man. John Rue on the other side spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, You have a way to protect yourself, Jean Rui said with a breath. Even if you don't, I shouldn't be in trouble. Qing Qing looked at the scattered snowflakes. If hit at this position, the person who is already exhausted will definitely fall down again. I asked you to come here. I can't let anything happen to you. Jean Rui panted. This body is already at the end of its strength. It's a pity that I only met you now. I have a martial arts secret book on me. I'm sorry. I don't have the strength to take it out. You take it away. It may be useful. You are at the end of your strength and still talking so much? Qing Qing stepped forward and stuffed 2 soul beads into his hand. Eat it first. Then have a bowl of noodles. And then we can talk. Jean Rui looked at the 2 beads in his hand and swallowed them without saying a word. Just after swallowing, a bowl of hot noodles was put in his hand. You have eaten the instant noodles. Help me get rid of that person after eating. I will not kill people. You said. Children who grow up under socialism will not kill people. Jean Rui tried to sit up straight, ate a chopstick of noodles, and after a little strength, he spoke again. You used an anesthetic needle, which is very risky. If it doesn't have much effect on martial artists, you will be in danger. Ordinary anesthetic needles are ineffective. But it doesn't mean that my anesthetic needles are ineffective. Qing Qing gathered her down jacket. She believed in the anesthetic needles made by Zhang Mingchun. Since I dare to come out, I must have some means to save my life. If it really doesn't work, I can only use highly toxic needles. But that's a backup plan. That's good. Jean Rui quickly finished a bowl of noodles, felt his body condition, frowned slightly. This body is actually much better. Of course. Qing Qing smiled and nodded, and was about to speak, but suddenly remembered something. It's over. I still have to go back to open the supermarket. You can handle the things here. I'm going back. I'll come back at noon. After saying that, she turned around and left. As soon as she returned to the supermarket, she felt hot, and quickly took off her down jacket, and then used the remote control to turn on the air conditioner in the supermarket. Sleep so late today? Wei Xiaoshuang came over, and just happened to meet Qing Qing's eyes as she opened the supermarket's rolling door. I got up late. Qing Qing laughed dryly, and opened the supermarket's glass door. Fortunately, I caught up with you. Otherwise you would have to wait at the door. Then I will definitely bombard you with calls. But since you got up so late, I may come later next time. Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile. It's okay to be a little late. There's not much business in the morning. Qing Qing led Wei Xiaoshuang into the supermarket, and felt the heat outside. It's still quite hot today. It's not hot. It's cooler today than the past few days. Wei Xiaoshuang replied in confusion, and then suddenly realized. Did you just come out of the air-conditioned room? So you feel hot today? Qing Qing, yeah. The coolness of the air-conditioned room, compared to the coldness of the ice and snow, is really a small witch compared to a big witch. No wonder she has problems with temperature perception. Chapter 115, The Tradition Cannot Be Lost. I'm leaving first. Okay. Walk slowly. I'll be a little later tomorrow, so I can get up later. Wei Xiaoshuang waved at Qing Qing, and after Qing Qing responded, she rode her electric bike towards home. After Wei Xiaoshuang left, Qing Qing glanced at the air conditioner. Perhaps because she had just experienced the ice and snow environment not long ago, looking at the air conditioner now, she even wanted to turn it off. But it was just a thought. This weather, it was still hot. The temperature difference between the two sides was too great. She did not go to the new plane in the morning. It was not until the lunch break, after closing the store, that she opened the door to the new plane. Jean Rui was not there. The person who had shouted about the big devil in the morning and attacked her was not there either. Qing Qing walked to the door and saw a figure not far away. She took out a telescope. Not long after, Jean Rui jumped down from the small snow mountain holding a large piece of stone that looked like an ice cube. He put the stone in his arms together, with the stones piled next to the plain supermarket. Crystal stone looks very similar to ice. But if you look closely, you can easily see the difference between the two. Crystal stone is clearer. Jean Rui walked to the door and took the initiative to introduce to Qing Qing. Originally, the snow-capped mountains here were not large. They began to spread many years ago, and until now, they have developed into the continuous snow-capped mountains in front of us. The people call them Wanli Snow Mountain. Qing Qing looked out and saw nothing but snow-capped mountains. She could not see any other people or objects. Jean Rui continued to introduce. The Wanli Snow Mountain spread and the living space of the people outside the snow-capped mountains was compressed. As a last resort, everyone was forced to move to the snow-capped mountains. As for the problem of survival, they rely on these crystal stones. If I guess correctly, the crystal stone should be a kind of energy stone. And you need the crystal stone to maintain the operation of this thing behind you. Right? Yes, but not necessarily. The energy stones obtained from the transaction, whether white stones, red gold sand, or soul beads, basically all fell into her pocket. To say that the transaction was for energy stones is actually not correct. However, the plain supermarket may not have other ways to absorb energy. Since it has landed here, it is easy for it to absorb nearby energy. This is the plain supermarket. In simple terms, it is a supermarket that can connect different planes. But as you said, the plain supermarket needs energy. So only if you trade enough ice crystals can it be upgraded. At present, the only transactions between us are ice crystals and instant noodles. Ching looked at the ice crystals piled at the door. You can sell them to the plain supermarket through the vending machine. And then you can buy instant noodles. I understand. Thank you. John Rui thanked him seriously. After speaking, he noticed that Ching's eyes fell on him, looked down at himself, and looked up again. I'm not very clean. Sorry. No, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask, are you really not cold? Ching asked seriously. John Rui laughed. It's not cold. The only good thing about this world is that you can cultivate your inner strength. As long as you have enough inner strength, you can resist the cold. What if you don't have inner strength? Ching still looked at him. Without inner strength, ordinary people can find a place to avoid the cold. But if you don't have inner strength and can't move, the consequences will be obvious, John Rui said, straightening his back. I'm sorry. I scared you this morning. In fact, we all saw you at that time. We have encountered the same thing several times. I was injured several times before. So when I found out that he was going to come for you, I was ready to die with him. It doesn't matter. You have done the best you can do. Ching will not put her own safety on others. Moreover, since the plain supermarket is located here, it means that this is the most suitable location. By the way, I have some clothes here. You can wear them, Ching said, and began to look through the clothes in the portable space, which were all looted from the castle of hell on Earth 2 days ago. But they are all second-hand clothes. See if they are okay. Second-hand is no problem. But didn't you say that it can only be traded through vending machines? John Rui looked at the pile of clothes in front of him and couldn't help asking. He thought he would have to be a savage for a long time. No, I didn't say the other world is no good either. These are all picked up from the other world. It's a mess over there. There are a lot of things in the empty room. If you don't mind, you can take a few more, Ching said, and silently took the woman's clothes back. I'm lucky to have clothes to wear in my current situation. I don't have the right to be picky. Thank you. I'll take a few pieces, and then deduct them from the ice crystal stone. John Rui randomly picked up a few long-sleeved clothes from a pile of clothes, as well as a sweater and jacket. Although he has internal strength, it is not good to walk in a snowy environment wearing short-sleeved shorts, not to mention whether it will attract attention. But the effect of internal strength will definitely be greatly reduced. On the other side, Ching dug out a bunch of daily necessities. Here are razors, scissors, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. You are so lucky to have come across my big harvest. If this had happened a few days ago, I wouldn't have much to give you. Ching took a bag, filled it with some things that John Rui could use, and handed it to him. Finally, he asked, should I give you some space? No. John Rui took the things. I'll go outside. Just wipe it with snow water, so that it won't get on you again. After saying that, John Rui turned and left. Ching took a look, and then stopped looking. She quietly put away the things in the room. She would have to find a chance to give these things to the people who needed them. However, this world is a martial arts world, and it is also ancient times. These things should also be needed. It happened that it was summer in the ancient times on the other side, so some things were not in short supply for the time being. Thinking of this, Ching took out the things she had collected, put away all the summer clothes, and only left ordinary long-sleeved trousers, and sweaters and cotton coats. These things were useless to her, so it was better to give them to useful people. John Roy said that many people in this world live in the icy and snowy environment here. And these things must be needed by many people. There are also quilts. Ching Ching searched in the corner of the portable space, and soon found the place where the quilts were placed. She took out all the quilts at once. These were all found in the sleeper car of the train. Boss? John Roy changed his clothes, cut his hair and beard, and came back. What he saw was a full-scale supermarket. At that moment, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. Ah, here, I didn't notice it when I put it away before, but now I'm taking it all out. I didn't expect there would be so many. Ching Ching reached out from the corner, put away the quilt in front of her, and said loudly after making some space. These are all found in the sleeper car of the train. Didn't you say that many people in this world have to settle in the snow-capped mountains? Bring out more quilts for them. As she spoke, she put away the quilts that blocked her sight, and walking one by one, and finally cleared a path. She leaned on the quilt. These things were originally meant to be given away, but it's still summer in the other world that needs them. There are a lot of cotton-padded clothes, cotton-padded pants, and quilts here. It's good to send them over now. But there's no need to be so anxious. The situation here is urgent. Find a chance to send them out. I thank you on behalf of the people here. John Roy looked at the room full of clothes and quilts happily. With these things, the people will definitely have a much better life in the future. Ching Ching only saw John Roy's appearance clearly at this moment. 7 or 8 years of escape made him look like a man of many years. His whole face was dark, but without the cover of hair and beard, one could finally see the determination on his face. John Roy was the second person to travel to another world, the first being Zhang Mingchen. But no matter who it was, life in another world was not easy. Zhang Mingchen had nothing, and could only barely get by. Fortunately, most of the time, daily life was relatively peaceful in John Roy's world, except for the snowy mountains. Normal living conditions were still available, but he was chased every day, and he could not rest day or night. But strictly speaking, John Roy is not the second one. If you really want to count, Qin Jiangxin and others who went to purgatory on Earth to complete the mission can also be considered as people who travel to another world. But as long as they complete the mission, they can return to Blue Star. Don't worry. I will deliver them to the people as soon as possible. John Roy said seriously. There's no rush for this. Qin Qing hurriedly stopped him. Your body has not fully recovered yet, and you have been digging ice crystals for the whole morning. It's better to wait until you recover first before delivering these things. John Roy frowned slightly, looking at the supplies in the room, and hesitated. It's not just for your health. You have always been hunted by everyone. If you go out now and meet people who are hunting you again and threaten you with the lives of the people, what will you do? If the opponent doesn't care, it will harm the people instead. Qin Qing advised. I understand. I will take good care of myself and recover as soon as possible, so that I can do more things. John Roy turned his head, looked at the white snow-capped mountains behind him, and clenched his fists. Seeing that he agreed, Qin Qing began to put away the things piled in the house again. This time, she put these things in a corner separately. When they are needed in a few days, they can be taken out at any time and delivered to the people who need supplies at this time as soon as possible. This is for you. Qin Qing looked up and looked at the tattered cloth bag in John Roy's hand with a puzzled look on her face. You can throw away this bag. The key is the things inside. John Roy said seriously. Didn't I tell you this morning that I have been hunted down for the past few years? I didn't die, but they died. Most people who came to hunt me down didn't carry any valuables with them, but a few people would carry martial arts secrets with them. These are what was exposed. Qin Qing saw Jean Roy paused and subconsciously continued. Jean Roy couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking of the days before he traveled through time, and his expression was much more relaxed than before. He nodded yes. They exploded, dropped, and these things were kept by me, which was another reason why I was hunted down in the past 2 years. I didn't want to abandon them. One reason was that I was unwilling to do so, and the other was that I was afraid that they would be completely lost. Now that I hand them over to you, I feel relieved. I understand. Qin Qing took the tattered cloth bag. Don't worry. I will definitely make 100 or 80 copies of each book to ensure that they will not be lost. John Roy. This is also okay. Chapter 116 I love coffee. I'll leave you 2 quilts. And these clothes are for you, too. Qin Qing put away most of the supplies. and left the rest to Jean Rui. There are a lot of things. Don't save them. You still need to use them. Okay. Thank you. Jean Rui thanked him again. Qing Qing didn't stay in this plane for too long on the one hand. She was afraid of disturbing Jean Rui's cultivation on the other hand. They had just met, and she really didn't know what to talk about. But after returning to the supermarket, she took a few second-hand books that she bought cheaply from the supermarket, and put them in the plain supermarket, to kill time. There was still some time left. And she went to the plain supermarket in the Soul World again. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a loud voice, "Boss. Good news. Upgraded again?" Qing Qing walked over and asked. It doesn't matter whether it's upgraded or not. The main thing is that the network belonging to our Soul World has been officially built. The guest outside the door happily shared her joy. In this way, we can build our own network system and develop more entertainment activities. So good? Let me see. Qing Qing stepped forward and borrowed a mobile phone from the guest. After browsing for a while, she exclaimed, "It looks no different from the real world. It's amazing. After all, everyone was a social animal before they died. In order to build our network system as soon as possible, many people worked overtime. Fortunately, it has come to this point, and there is no need to worry about sudden death." The guest joked. "Boss, in the future, we can send you the novels we write and the videos we make. You can post them on the real network and make some money for you." "Make money for me?" Qing Qing looked up. "Yes. Soul beads cannot be exchanged for real money. Boss, you bought us a motorhome, which should cost a lot of money. Entertainment products are relatively easy to get. You can earn a little by posting them, and it will be our living expenses." One of the guests said, "We have discussed it. This is the only way for us to make money for you. Boss, we are idle here anyway. Novels and videos are supposed to be made. There is no difference between posting them in one place and in multiple places. Posting them in two worlds at the same time can make more money. Boss, I wrote novels when I was alive. I didn't think it was a big deal when I had nothing to do before. Now that we have the internet, I always feel itchy if I don't write some novels and post them. Just accept it. Otherwise we will be embarrassed." The guest's words one after another touched Qing Qing's heart. But some misunderstandings still needed to be clarified. First of all, Qing Qing reached out to stop everyone from talking. "First of all, I didn't suffer any loss in the transaction with you. You thought that if you traded the soul bead to me, it would be useless to me. In fact, the soul bead is very useful to me. It is very useful. Secondly, the RV I bought for you didn't cost much. Compared with the value of the soul bead, I made money. But if you really want to do this, I can forward it for you. Or I can be your agent. If you make money later, you can exchange it for the currency in the vending machine, which can be regarded as another income besides the soul bead. Transaction method. It can still be transmitted through the data of the vending machine. But if I send it on your behalf, the speed may be a little slower. The network here has just been built, and there will not be many related entertainment products. We can do it step by step." Qing Qing explained the matter clearly, and finally looked at the guests in front of her. "If you think it's okay, you can continue to trade later." The guests looked at each other, and then nodded. "Okay. No problem. You can take a commission from the boss at that time. And you can also earn more real money." "Yes. That's fine." As he was talking, someone in the crowd was pushed in. Qing Qing looked up and didn't recognize the person who was pushed in. But as soon as the other party spoke, she knew his identity. The internet in the soul realm is based on soul power, and it is also closely related to your plain supermarket. I want to try to make it bigger. I wonder if you have anything we can use. If we can do it, maybe we don't need to bother you too much. For example." "What?" Qing Qing asked, and suddenly remembered something. "So I really have some things here. I don't know if they can be used." As she said, she took out a laptop, several tablets, and 2 mobile phones. After taking out these things, she took out a desk and placed it on the ground. "You may also be able to use these. They are items from another world. Many of the lines in the other world and the real world are not compatible. They are placed here with me. I don't know how to use them. You can try. It would be best if you can figure out how to use them. It doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. Can I move the next door? My house is next door. There are too many people here. The technical tycoon is also a social phobia." Qing Qing nodded calmly. Anyway, these things were useless in her hands. You can use them all. If you need anything later, you can always come to me. Ching promised. No matter what it is, I can customize it. This is the biggest advantage of the Soul world. No matter what you need, you just need to make a paper version, no need to make a real object. The other party didn't bother to be polite with her, and nodded directly, and then asked someone to move all these things to the next door. After moving the things, Ching looked at the vending machine here, and really saw the upgrade information, and immediately clicked the upgrade, and then chose to upgrade the beverage machine. However, when choosing drinks, everyone had some disputes, and finally abandoned the previous pure milk option and chose coffee. Of course not coffee powder, but coffee beverage. In this regard, the guests had very good reasons. It's time to go to work again. I can't stand it without a cup of coffee. Coffee prolongs life. Even if I become a ghost, I still need coffee to prolong my life. When I really start working, I have to put a cup of coffee on hand. I didn't have coffee before, so I was really not used to it. Now I finally have coffee, and my dream is back. While everyone was talking about work and coffee, Ching poured expired coffee into the beverage machine in front of them. Of course, this is true. After all, she bought a lot of expired drinks before, of all kinds, including the equally popular coffee drinks. But just as she finished pouring it, someone asked a soul-searching question: are you all crazy? If you don't drink coffee, you still have a reason to be lazy. If you drink coffee, are you going to work 996 again? Wake up. There is no reason to be lazy even if you don't drink coffee. With our current situation, let alone 996. Even 007 can be easily survived. I miss coffee. Work and coffee. These two are really a perfect match. The quick-handed person has already received a cup of coffee, turned around and floated away. I love work. Work loves me. You have to work even if you are a ghost. Is this the legendary workaholic? Ching took a step back, watching some people who had previously shouted that they didn't work and didn't drink coffee, lining up to receive coffee. This is probably what is called saying one thing, but doing another. I'm not doing this for work. I just love to drink coffee. Coffee keeps me alive. I just love to drink coffee. This coffee, it's barely drinkable. The sales of coffee were better than Ching expected, and it was just right to clear out a batch of expired drinks in her inventory. There are currently 4 types of drinks in the beverage machine, which are cola, orange juice, iced tea and coffee, all of which are popular drinks, and the inventory is relatively sufficient, so it will be more convenient to replenish the inventory in the future. After leaving the Soul Realm, she went to the ancient plane again, but she did not leave the Sunset Forest. Instead, she walked around the plain supermarket and gave some daily necessities to Yunyang and others. They were mainly scissors, hose, brushes and other things. These things are very common in reality, and the prices are very cheap. Although they were also available in ancient times, they always cost more. She spent the noontime in a busy manner. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that she returned to her supermarket and opened the door for business. She had a printer at home, but she didn't use it very often. Instead, she kept it in the study on the 2nd floor. There were no customers in the store at the moment. After she opened the door, she ran to the 2nd floor and opened the door leading to the 2nd floor and the door of the study, so that if there were customers downstairs, she could immediately hear the sound. She took out the cloth bag given by Jean Rui, and after opening it, she found that the cloth bag that looked tattered on the outside was not all, and there was a brand new layer inside, and it didn't feel like cloth, but cowhide. She opened 2 more layers inside, and then she found the 6 martial arts secrets stored inside. These 6 martial arts secrets were new and old, and the new ones looked older than the second-hand books she bought, and the old ones were even older, as if they would be torn apart after being flipped through. Ching didn't dare to spread it out and put it into the printer directly. She took out her mobile phone and took photos of every page completely before putting it into the printer to copy it page by page. There were not too many pages in the 6 martial arts secret books. After copying them all, she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the books were still intact. The printed secret books were clipped into individual books with small clips and placed on the bookshelf in the study. Then she took a few plastic boxes and put the original secret books in them to prevent them from oxidation and breaking. After everything was done, she walked downstairs with a laptop in one hand and a mobile phone in the other. I thought there was no one here, someone said downstairs. Qing Qing walked down a few more steps and saw the customer. She smiled and said, I have something to do upstairs. What do you want to buy? You can take it yourself. I want to buy a talisman. Do you have any other talismans besides the amulet? Qing Qing paused for a moment and went downstairs again. Yes. Yes. My friend introduced it to me. I know the price. If you have other talismans, I am willing to pay the same price. The other party said. 100 yuan apiece. Okay. No problem. Qing Qing agreed readily. Now it was the other party's turn to be stunned. Qing Qing calmly walked to the cashier counter and pulled out 2 boxes of talismans from the bottom. There are only these 2 types of talismans at present, the protective amulet and the evil-breaking talisman. You can choose for yourself. You don't ask too many questions? The other party walked out of the cashier counter. If you don't ask too many questions, I won't ask too many questions either. Qing Qing smiled. It's okay as long as it can be sold. I have more powerful ones, but each one costs 1,000 yuan. The other party looked at Qing Qing with a slightly hesitant look. Qing Qing did not introduce any more, but just put the notebook in her hand on the table. The other party nodded with difficulty. No problem. 1,000 yuan each, give me 1 each, and this evil-breaking talisman, I want 50. Qing Qing took out the barcode scanner. The other party took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment code on the table. Qing Qing put away the barcode scanner with regret. She had never scanned such a large amount of money. XXX has arrived. 7,000 yuan. No regrets. Chapter 117. Just in case it works. Here are your talismans. Please keep them. After receiving the money, Qing Qing carefully handed over 2 talismans. After all, these 2 talismans, each one is worth 1,000 yuan. If one of them is broken, rounding it off will soon be equivalent to her losing 1,000 yuan. Thank you for the trouble. After saying that, the guest took out a box, put away the 2 talismans given by Qing Qing, and counted out 50 talismans from the box with a pile of talismans, held them in his hand and turned away. Qing Qing kept watching the other person's back as he left. It is impossible to say that there is no doubt. After all, everyone knows that you have to go to a Taoist temple to buy talismans. Who would go to a supermarket to buy talismans? Moreover, they bought dozens of talismans at a time, spending 7,000 yuan in one go. She picked up her phone, which indeed showed that she had received 7,000 yuan. The moment she agreed just now, the other party obviously subconsciously doubted her situation, just as she suspected that the other party was a fraud. It was also at that moment that the slight suspicion of fraud in her heart disappeared. The black car drove past the entrance of the supermarket, and Qing Qing saw the person sitting in the car. But she quickly retracted her gaze, sat down, opened the laptop, and plugged it in. No matter who the guest is, it will not affect what she is going to do. After opening the notebook, she uploaded all the photos of the martial arts secrets taken on her mobile phone, and then opened the photo editing software, and cut out the postures and texts on the secrets little by little, and put them on a blank A4 paper, and then print them out, which will be clearer. When cutting out the pictures, she will also take a look at the postures and acupuncture points on them. After all, this is a secret book that can really practice martial arts. Some guests come in and can't help but take a few more glances. What is this? A martial arts secret book. This martial arts secret book looks a bit decent. Which crew is it? They work so seriously. I don't know. I just do it for a while when I get the job. Qing Qing calmly answered, saying what the customer didn't say. It's useless anyway. There's no need to be so serious. It's good to be serious. It shows that they work rigorously. The customer spoke for the non-existent crew. Martial arts dramas are declining these days. If this can produce a good martial arts drama, I will definitely support it. That makes sense. A serious and rigorous crew should produce a good drama. Qing Qing cut out another pose and pasted it on the A4 paper. The customer was tired of watching and stood up. Then you can ask around what kind of crew it is. Okay. If you find out, I will tell you. Qing Qing replied with a smile. The customer went to the supermarket to buy what he wanted, came out to pay and left. Qing Qing began to type the words on the secret book onto A4 paper. The words in this world are slightly different from those on Blue Star, but in her eyes, they will automatically be converted into the words on Blue Star, since they have been copied and transferred using A4 paper. There is no need to use the words of the original world. Qing Qing made 2 copies, one in traditional Chinese and one in simplified Chinese. It was just a matter of switching input methods. She always felt that since it was a martial arts secret book, it would definitely be more stylish in traditional Chinese. Nowadays, the image cutting tools are very efficient. It didn't take her too much time to copy the martial arts secret book. It only took her more than an hour to copy a secret book, which was a secret book of Qigong. She went to the second floor on purpose and printed out 2 copies of the secret book. She put one in a folder and put it on the bookshelf on the second floor, and took the other downstairs. There was a small table next to the recliner, with half a watermelon on it, and the multifunctional clip on the other side, which was originally used to hold tablets, had been changed to a clip for books, and the photocopies she brought with her were clipped on it. She was free anyway, so she ate watermelon while reading the photocopies of martial arts secrets, and occasionally learned some postures to satisfy her childhood curiosity about martial arts. "What are you doing?" The cash register table was knocked. Qing had just taken a bite of watermelon. She looked up when she heard the voice, chewed a few bites quickly with her mouth bulging, and called her vaguely, "Sister Jiang Xian." Jiang Xian tilted her head and looked at the small book she had folded up. "What is this? Yoga? Are you practicing yoga while sitting on a recliner?" "It's not yoga. It's a martial arts secret book." Qing swallowed a mouthful of watermelon. "It's used to practice Qigong. What if I succeed? I can also fly around like in novels and TV shows." Jiang Xian frowned and looked at Qing with disdain. Qing patted the small table beside her. "Don't underestimate me. If I can really do it." "Don't beg me then. Where in the world is Qigong? If there really is Qigong, it would be much easier for us to catch thieves," Qing said, and turned to get 2 bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator. "We don't have to run around in the mountains and fields like we are doing now, in such a hot day." "Ah? There are still thieves at this time?" Qing asked in shock. "Yes, there are always petty thieves. No matter how much we help the poor, there are still some people who can never be helped." Qing faced Qing and was eager to talk. "It's just that this time they stole more and emptied the house." Qing was shocked again. "Didn't anyone see it?" "Yes." Qing nodded. "So, we reported it to the police. Otherwise, they would have been stolen again. In all these years, I have never seen anyone steal refrigerators or washing machines. Everything was found. But the man was running around in the mountains. I have been looking for a long time, but I still have no direction." "Then you should be careful. Don't get heat stroke," Qing said, pointing to the beverage machine not far away. "By the way, Sister Jiang Xian, you have been running all day today. You need to replenish some salt. Give me the cup. I will make you a cup of salt water. I have mineral water." "That's enough." Jiang Xian shook the mineral water in her hand. "Please calculate the bill for me. I still need to find someone." "Give it to me. It's just a cup of salt water. It will be quick." Qing stretched out her hand to Jiang Xian. During this period, she would replenish Qing soul power from time to time. But most of the time it was at night. She didn't come during the day, and she couldn't just watch and serve drinks. Qing handed her cup to Qing. Qing took it and went to the kitchen to get water. The water source in the town was very clean, but sometimes she was too lazy to boil water or wait for the water to cool down. So she would drink mineral water directly. Today she boiled a pot of water in advance, which was completely cooled. She unscrewed the cup lid, added a spoonful of salt, and then boiled the kettle, poured water into the cup, and added a soul bead to it, replenishing salt while replenishing soul power. After pouring the water, she screwed the lid on the cup and turned around. "There's a clue." Qing rushed into the kitchen, took the cup from Qing. "Thank you. I just received a call saying someone provided a clue. I'm going to catch him. I'll pay for the mineral water when I come back." After that, she turned around and left quickly. Even Qing's hand was still stretched out there. When she came to her senses and walked out, Qing had already disappeared. She shook her head helplessly and went back to the cashier and continued to look at the martial arts secrets with a watermelon in her arms. What if she really learned it? Wouldn't it be possible? Looking at it, she even felt a little excited and began to imagine how happy she would be after learning martial arts. She took advantage of her free time to go to the wasteland planet several times, wanting to share her joy with Zhang Mingshun. But she didn't see Zhang Mingshun after several visits. and could only come back with regret. I always feel that Dong Mingchun has been very busy these 2 days. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Right? It shouldn't be. She also saw the red gold sand that Zhang Mingchun specially placed at the entrance of the Plain supermarket in the morning. Sister Ming, I caught him. Hashtag 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 hashtag. What are you talking about? The translator was blown up. Right? TSK, they are space pirates. That's all they can do? Even the translator was blown up? Sister Ming, it seems that this group of space pirates just hijacked a commercial spacecraft, robbed a lot of good things, and there was even food on the spacecraft. My God, I haven't eaten fresh canned food for a long time. Really? How much food is there? Not a small amount, Sister Ming. The food belongs to you. I want the weapons and the spacecraft. Zhang Mingchun jumped off the spacecraft. Now you follow me, we will prosper together, and suffer together. It will not be good for us if the weapons are scattered, so I want all the weapons. When she said this, everyone looked at her. Zhang Mingchun raised his eyes. Of course you will be there when the action begins. But the control of the weapons can only be in my hands. If you don't want to, you can leave immediately. Everyone reacted and shook their heads. Sister Ming, it was you who led us to victory in this attack, so the weapons belong to you. Yes. Sister Ming, we all listen to you anyway. You say we will fight wherever you want, and we will never say no. We will feel at ease if the weapons are in Sister Ming's hands, and besides, if we are left holding the weapons ourselves, it will not be good if we attack each other. Who will attack each other? Can you guarantee that we won't? Who is the one who tried to kill me for food? If it wasn't Sister Ming, I won't kill anyone for no reason, you should know that. Zhang Mingchun's eyes swept over everyone calmly. If there is, it's best if you come out now, so I can give you a chance to live, but if I catch you later, whoever is caught will have to go to our. The weapons will fly into the universe together, and become a speck of dust in the universe. One of the people who followed Zhang Mingchun first said, It's better that you don't have any handle. Otherwise Sister Ming will definitely not let you off. How could that be? We dare not. That's right. We are just looking for a way to survive. That? Sister Ming, you just said that you would give us all the food. Is that right? I also want to ask. That? Is it true? Zhang Mingchun retracted his gaze, turned his head and looked at the behemoth beside him. I don't want the food. You can take all the food and divide it up. I heard that there are mature spaceships for large-scale planting and breeding technology. When we have enough spaceships, we can naturally let you eat fresh vegetables and fruits every day. As soon as these words came out, excited cheers rang out around him. Sister Ming. Thank you, Sister Ming. Sister Ming, we will follow you forever. Sister Ming, this was searched from the spacecraft. It should be robbed by the star thief from the merchant ship. It's all things for women, Sister Ming. Look. Zhang Mingchun bowed his head. Look at a whole box of jewelry and clothes beside you, nodded. Yes, all of these are kept. My sister will like it. People who said jewelry and clothes for thought, ask his face. That, Sister Ming, what do your sister like? We can find it. The person on the side reacted, one after another. Yes, we can all find your sister. Sister Ming. Your sister must be a very cute little girl, unfortunately. But you can rest assured, as long as your sister likes it, we have worked hard. I will also find it for you. Zhang Mingchun thought carefully about Qin Qing's preferences. Last said, my sister likes money. As soon as this says, someone reached out immediately. This, Sister Ming, I found a box of gold. Your sister must like it. Zhang Mingchun laughed. This my sister really likes it. Good, we start to study spacecraft planting from now on. AIG. Exist. Let the stole the thief continue to pass the news. Go out, fighting at the star domain, hook another star thief. Clear. Chapter 118 Talented. The typhoon may land this afternoon. Your business may not be very good. It doesn't matter. Qin Qing took the milk tea in Wei Xishuang's hands. It's normal for business to be good and bad every day. I don't expect business to be good every day. We have to take losses into account when we do this business. Then will I come tomorrow? Wei Xishuang asked hesitantly. If it rains heavily this afternoon, you don't have to get up early tomorrow. Qin Qing said. The milk tea business is a bonus. It doesn't matter if there is or not. The supermarket still has drinks to sell. Okay, let's see the situation in the afternoon. If the typhoon comes quickly, I won't come tomorrow. Wei Xishuang said, looking at the weather forecast displayed on the phone. It may rain later. I'll go back first. Otherwise I'll become a drowned chicken again. After that, Wei Xishuang hurried home. Qin Qing closed the freezer, remembered something, changed the freezer mode to the refrigeration mode. This freezer had just frozen ice cubes yesterday, and was used to store milk tea during the day, so she always had to adjust the mode back and forth. But maybe she could go to the snowy mountain to dig ice cubes directly. I don't know if it's convenient. It doesn't have to be dug, you could also freeze it directly in a special container, and save some electricity. Just thinking about it, she heard the sound of dripping outside, turned her head and saw bean-sized raindrops falling down, and soon it turned into a heavy drizzle. Qing immediately took out her cell phone, and indeed received a message from Wei Xiaoshuang. But this time it was good news. Ah! Fortunately I came back early. Just right. It rained just after I got home. Qing smiled, and said congratulations. After replying the message, she took out her cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, the news reported that the typhoon had landed. Although it has not officially landed yet, the clouds and rain have been rolled over. Starting from today, it will rain for the next 3 to 4 days. And it will be heavy rain. As soon as it started to rain, the supermarket's business was visibly worse. However, it was the store's opening time, so Qing would not go too far. She sat behind the cashier, either drawing talismans or cutting out pictures, and cutting out all the martial arts secrets that had not been fully sorted out before. The talisman paper was more popular than she thought. The 50 talisman papers she sold yesterday sold out all her talismans. She had to spend time drawing more talismans, so that Qin Jiangxi would not be missing her talismans when she went on a mission. The rain was too heavy, and the supermarket's business was worse than she expected. For the whole morning, no customer came. It was not until noon that someone came in the heavy rain. He said that he was about to cook and found that he had run out of salt at home. He bought some and went back in the heavy rain, cursing. After the guests left, Qing put away the bowls and chopsticks she had just used to eat. Today's meal was naturally pre-prepared food again. She took out the steaming hot stir-fried pork belly set meal. If nothing else, at least these pre-prepared food were convenient. She could take whatever she wanted to eat without wasting any time or effort. She just needed to wash the bowls and chopsticks. She threw the bowls and chopsticks into the sink to soak them temporarily. There was also a takeaway box for food in it. When she walked out of the kitchen, she took out a cucumber and took a bite, and then looked at the fresh vegetables, fruits and meat in a corner of her portable space. This is another major disadvantage of pre-prepared meals. Everyone knows that she lives in the town and eats and drinks every day. She will definitely not only eat convenient foods in the supermarket. In order to avoid suspicion, she has to go to the vegetable market from time to time to buy some fresh meat and vegetables. If she doesn't eat them after buying them, she will pile them all in her portable space. This is also a way to stock up. However, compared with expired foods, these things are too fresh and the prices are too normal. So there is no bargain. She walked to the door of the supermarket, watched the heavy rain that never stopped for a while, ate the cucumber in her hand one bite at a time, threw the last inedible part into the trash can next to her, closed the glass door and locked it, officially entering the lunch break time. Qing was fresh in the new plane, and as soon as she locked the door, she went to the new plane. But she didn't see Jean Rui. She looked at the icy and snowy environment outside the plane's supermarket, and took out various equipment from her personal space, including snow boots, thick cotton clothes, thick hats, etc. After taking a full set of protective measures, she stepped out of the plane's supermarket. As soon as she walked out, she felt the coldness of the ambient temperature, and immediately retracted her hands, then shrank her body, and walked to the right. After walking a few steps, she heard the sound of knocking. After walking over, she found that the person knocking was Jean Rui. "Why are you here? What are you doing?" Jean Rui looked up. "Boss Qin is taking a lunch break?" "Yes, I'm taking a break." Qin walked a few steps closer, and found that Jean Rui was digging a hole. "Is this ice? Ice crystal?" "Yes, this is ice crystal." Jean Rui nodded. "I told you that since the snow mountain spread, people's habitable places have been compressed. Ice crystal is an energy stone. It has a good thermal insulation effect. It is a natural resident in the snow mountain. This whole piece of ice crystal is chiseled out, and it is just right for living in." As he said, he just chiseled a large piece of ice crystal. He held the ice crystal stone, turned around and faced Qin. "Let's go. It's cold here, and you will feel uncomfortable if you stay outside for too long. What about you? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest? But you are still chiseling ice crystal stones, Qing Qing said, turned around, and went to the plain supermarket with John Rui. As long as I don't meet martial arts masters, I'm fine. Chiseling ice crystal stones is also a way of self-cultivation. I will recover as soon as possible, so that if someone chases me, I can deal with it. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the plain supermarket. Qing Qing entered the plain supermarket wearing a thick cotton coat. She didn't feel hot, nor did she intend to take it off immediately. She was still thinking about making ice cubes here, and she had to go out later. This is also the characteristic of the plain supermarket. No matter what she wears, no matter what the outside temperature is, as long as she stands in the plain supermarket, she will feel comfortable. John Rui sold the ice crystal stone to the vending machine, and there was another balance in the account instantly. Then he took out some broken ice crystals and put them on the vending machine counter. You should be able to take my things directly. These are all given to you directly. Can I borrow some hot water from you? Yes. Yes. You should have told me earlier. I almost forgot. Qing Qing turned around and went back to her supermarket to get a kettle full of hot water. I was going to give it to you, but I forgot. I will fill it with hot water every day. You just use it. It's convenient to boil water at my place. It's icy and snowy here. Boiling water is really troublesome. In addition to hot water, she also took a small table and dishes. This time, the bowls and chopsticks were the ones brought back from the other world, and they could be given directly to John Rui. John Rui thanked him again, exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, opened them, put them in a bowl, and soaked them in hot water. Did you eat this morning? Qing Qing asked. Yes. John Rui nodded. Your instant noodles are a good gift. I can eat them anyway. I didn't have hot water this morning, so I ate them dry. But it's not a big problem. It's better than having nothing to eat. Qing Qing didn't see any embarrassment in the other person's eyes. It was obvious that he felt that eating instant noodles dry was a normal thing from the bottom of his heart. But she didn't say much. After all, she had given what she could give. And she couldn't give what she couldn't give. So she couldn't give it whether she said it or not. So it was better not to say it. By the way, can you teach me how to practice martial arts later? I want to give it a try. Sure, Jean Rui nodded without saying anything. Your situation is special, and practicing martial arts may be twice as effective with half the effort. The martial arts secrets in this world are not that complicated. Whether you can practice it depends mainly on your personal talent. How to judge talent? Qing Qing asked curiously. The instant noodles were still soaking, and it was not time to eat them. John Rui took a look at the noodles, and then he seriously introduced to Qing Qing the martial arts geniuses with outstanding talents in this world. Among the many martial arts geniuses, John Rui was included. Maybe I came from another world, or maybe I have a good physique. After I picked up the legendary martial arts secret book that could command the martial arts world, my martial arts talent was revealed. At that time, I was not too vigilant to outsiders, and I leaked a lot of information, which directly led to my being hunted down later. Qing Qing moved out a chair, and the two sat down to chat. The instant noodles were ready, and it didn't delay the two of them from chatting. John Rui continued to tell her about various things in the martial arts world while eating instant noodles. The martial arts world in this world is not as happy about enmity as written in novels. Nor is there so much fighting against the strong and helping the weak. Many people want to practice martial arts, but because as long as they have martial arts, they can become the best. The reason why they want the secret book on me is because it is a secret book that once cultivated the best in martial arts. The best in martial arts in this world is equivalent to the emperor, and all the resources in the world can be enjoyed. Can I have another pack of instant noodles? Qing Qing was listening to John Rui's sigh, and suddenly heard this sentence, and she couldn't react immediately, until I saw Jean Rui's expectant eyes. Ah, sure, you don't need to ask me, the instant noodles are all in the vending machine, you can just go and exchange them yourself. Qing Qing said immediately, and then took the initiative to suggest. So, I will send you hot water 3 times a day from now on, your environment here is special, and the demand for hot water is relatively large, I will send you more times, and your life will be more convenient. Thank you. John Rui got up, went to exchange instant noodles, after exchanging a pack, hesitated for a moment, changed another pack, then took a big bowl, and soaked the 2 packs of instant noodles together. After soaking, he said to Qing Qing, speaking, Sorry, I've used up a lot of energy today. It's okay, I bought tens of thousands of packs of instant noodles in one go. All of them are about to expire. And a pack of instant noodles is only 30 cents. Qing Qing told the truth. I have as much as you want, and I can buy more after you finish. So cheap? You can buy more at this price. John Rui said seriously, and then he picked up the instant noodles on the side, and put the raw noodles into his mouth. After you finish, I'll teach you how to practice martial arts. Qing Qing was about to say that there was no hurry, and she could eat it after it was soaked, but she swallowed it back. Because John Rui ate half of the noodles in 2 bites. It is estimated that before she finished speaking, the bowl of noodles had been eaten. Chapter 119 Internal Force Cultivation. The cultivation of internal force is mainly to mobilize the acupuncture points in the body. Look at this book of internal force skills. The acupuncture points on it are activated. In front of Qing Qing, there is a specially printed internal force skills and a complete acupuncture point map downloaded and printed from the internet. Following teacher Jean Rui, she starts from the basics, trying to master the complete acupuncture points of the body in a short time, and successfully practice internal force. The course lasted more than 2 hours. The first half is theoretical knowledge, and the second half is practical operation. Qing Qing found a cushion, sat down, and tried to mobilize the acupuncture points in her body, according to the posture in the secret book. After a while, she opened her eyes, and asked Jean Rui, who is knocking on the bench with an ice crystal stone. What is she feeling? Jean Rui knocked out a piece of ice crystal stone from under the bench, and placed it neatly together with the ice crystal stone knocked out beside him. How should I put it? Chi feeling is like a gust of wind. When you use internal energy, it will flow in your body according to your thoughts. As long as you learn internal energy, it will be much easier to learn other things. As he said, he turned over the information on the table beside him. Look at this palm method. The logic of operation is that you use qi to circulate these acupuncture points, and the internal force will condense in the palm of your hand. At this time, you can hit it out. Qing Qing also looked at the information, turned it according to the picture above, and a palm fell on the table. The moment the photo was taken, the fragile table suddenly cracked. Qing Qing and Jean Rui retreated behind each other at the same time. Qing Qing looked down at her hands. Jean Rui also looked at her hands. Try this. Jean Rui took out a piece of ice crystal stone. Try to condense it, and imagine it as a knife. Before he finished speaking, the ice crystal stone in Jean Rui's hand instantly split into 2. Congratulations, you have learned to use internal force. Ah? Qing Qing looked up in shock. You are a genius, who can only be picked out of millions of people. Jean Rui said seriously. You have already completed the apprenticeship. After that, you just need to follow the instructions in the book and continue to practice your internal strength. Qing Qing lowered her head again, looking at her hands. Are you serious? Did you succeed? Whether you succeeded or not, you can see it yourself. Jean Rui pointed at the broken table and the ice crystal stone that was broken in half. With your talent, if you appear in this world, you will definitely be hunted down like you. Become a child of destiny. 2 completely opposite answers, said at the same time from both of them. Qing Qing looked serious, but Jean Rui was helpless. I am a special case. If I hadn't picked up that secret book of peerless martial arts, I would never be hunted down like this. To be honest, you are more talented than me. It will probably not take long for your internal strength to be stronger than mine. Do you know what I am thinking now? Qing Qing asked. In Jean Rui's puzzled eyes, she spoke seriously. I always feel that I have been defrauded. Well, the anti-fraud idea has been too deeply rooted in people's hearts in the past 2 years. Jean Rui turned his head and found some information on the ground. Try Qigong. You can only feel it yourself. I can't do anything. I don't mean that. Qing Qing said as she took the information. It's the same with Qigong. If you use your internal strength to these acupuncture points. Can you fly? You can't fly in the air, but it can make you as light as a swallow. Jean Rui nodded. Then I'll give it a try. Qing Qing closed the secret book of Qigong. She had read all the postures in the secret book yesterday and memorized them all. After putting the secret book away, she walked out of the plain supermarket and tried to circulate the so-called qi to the corresponding acupuncture points. After confirming it, she put a little force on her feet and jumped into the air. She could even feel her body was light, although she fell down again not long after. As long as she gathered her internal force on her feet again, she could jump up again like a spring. As long as she landed in a high place after jumping, She could use the height to continue to go higher. After a while, she came to a relatively high snow mountain nearby. Turning around and looking at the height difference in front of her, she leaned forward slightly, exerted force with her feet again, and flew forward with a greater amplitude than before, landing straight on the ground. For the same distance, the reverse method obviously saves more time and energy. She quickly returned to the plane supermarket and said excitedly, "I understand." Applying a spring's reverse force to the body can fly in the air. As long as you imagine yourself as a big spring, the flying skill can be explained. This statement is not impossible, Jean Rui said, and asked, "Besides this, what else do you feel?" Qin Qing thought seriously, and said in a more serious manner, "My feeling is that if I had internal force when I was in school, I wouldn't have to worry about failing the standing long jump." Jean Rui, "Just kidding. Ha ha ha. My biggest feeling is that I didn't expect that I could really fly." Qin Qing smiled and found the topic again. "But no matter what, thank you for teaching me. Once a teacher, always a father. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to master the method of cultivating internal force so quickly." "Master, what do you want next time? Just tell me directly. I will try to find it for you." "That's not necessary. I only taught you for more than 2 hours. With your talent, even without me, you can quickly master the method of cultivating internal strength," Jean Rui said sincerely. After all, his talent is already very outstanding in this world, but compared with Qin Qing, it is far behind. But he has long passed the age of competing with others for talent. "I am much older than you. You can call me Brother Jean. If you have any questions about martial arts in the future, you can ask me." "I forgot to ask, how old are you?" "Brother Jean?" Qin Qing directly called. "Brother, do you have family on Blue Star?" "I have family, but it has been 8 years. There is no need to disturb them," Jean Rui said frankly. "As for age, counting the 8 years here, I am 36 this year. At this age, you can't call me uncle. Right?" As soon as these words came out, they both smiled. However, Qin Qing did not think too much about the age issue, and grasped the key point. "Are you wearing a mask?" Jean Rui was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and nodded, "Yes. Wearing a mask. Once I was on a mission. I fell into the water to save my comrades, and accidentally hit a big rock. When I woke up, I came to this world. I couldn't speak the language here, and I had no relatives. I finally settled down, and met someone who coveted the secret book. I had to be a vagrant for a few years. Then in your memory, are there people who disappeared in an accident like you?" Qin Qing asked, looking at Jean Rui seriously. "The missioners who go to purgatory on Earth also wear, but they will not disappear accidentally in reality, but will die accidentally in reality when the mission fails. People die accidentally every year in reality, and the number is huge, which will not attract attention. But if too many people disappear accidentally, it will definitely attract attention and attention. There is an ice zone in the soul world that she cannot reach. She does not know how many souls there are there, so she cannot be sure that if she dies because of the failure of the mission in purgatory on Earth, she will go to the soul world as usual, or disappear completely in purgatory on Earth." When Jean Rui heard Qin Qing's question, he took it seriously, but after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head. "Maybe, but not many. If there are many, it would be impossible to hide it from the public. Do you suspect that there will be someone like me, who disappeared unexpectedly on the surface, but actually traveled to another world?" "I have this suspicion, but I have no evidence." Qin Qing suppressed the doubts in her heart. "If there is a chance, I will go and find out for you if there are any strange things in this world. If there are really travelers coming, they will definitely leave traces." Jean Rui took the initiative to say, "After 2 days, when my body recovers a little, I will go to deliver supplies and ask for news by the way." Qin Qing nodded. "Okay." After the chat, Jean Rui continued to build his house and tried to knock out tables, chairs and benches with ice crystal stones. As for learning martial arts, according to him, Qin Qing can already become a master, and he doesn't need to teach her anything. In the future, she just needs to keep running and enrich her internal strength. Qin Qing followed and knocked 2 pieces of ice crystal stone, then felt bored and went out for another run. Then she put the container filled with water that she had prepared in advance on the nearby snow mountain, and she no longer needed to use the freezer to freeze ice cubes. When it was almost time for lunch break, She returned to the plain supermarket, took off her full set of cotton clothes, cotton pants, cotton hat and cotton shoes, and returned to the supermarket in the real world. The rain that fell in the morning is still falling. Chin glanced at the weather forecast and typhoon forecast. The typhoon level this time was not too high, but the progress was very slow. The result of the slow crawling of the turtle was heavy rain for several days in the future. With such heavy rain, the supermarket business in the afternoon was the same as in the morning, and there were almost no customers. She couldn't go to the other world to fish, so she could only be trapped in the supermarket. She was really bored, so she opened the short video platform, started recording the video, and then took out one of the martial arts secrets about boxing, and began to teach everyone how to practice boxing. Of course, it was the kind that didn't use internal force. After practicing boxing, she submitted the video to the platform, and practiced it several times. After she was familiar with it, she put the secret book aside and started drawing talismans. Then she continued to cut out pictures. Draw talismans, cut out pictures, draw talismans, cut out pictures. Finally, she laid down on the recliner again, found a movie, and watched it with great interest. This is how the supermarket owner spent half a day bored. Ching. Sister Jiang Xian, you want to buy? Chin turned her head, and understood instantly after seeing Qin Jiang Xian's face. A new task today? Yes. Qin Jiang Xian nodded. Qin sat up and looked at her. The tasks were not so frequent before. Maybe it's because my task success rate is high, or maybe it's for some other reason. If, please take care of my mother. Qin Jiang Xian said seriously. Don't say that. You can't set a flag. Qin hurriedly stopped him. Took out the talisman paper mixed with golden dragon blood. Take it. You have to believe in yourself. You will be fine. Qin Jiangxin took the talisman paper, held it carefully in her hand, raised her head, and looked at Qin firmly. I will go to do the task. Qin nodded. But after Qin Jiangxin left, she still felt something was wrong, regardless of whether there were any customers next. She immediately closed the supermarket door, and went to the hell on earth from the back door of the supermarket. Qin Jiangxin's new task point is a 3-story shop building. The first floor is a Car 4S shop. The second floor is divided into several rooms. The windows of each room are posted with training, teaching, tutoring, and on the third floor, a huge sign is hung in the most conspicuous place. Under the halo of the red moon, the specially designed sign on the third floor looks even more weird. Secret room escape death. Chapter 120. Are you blind? Blood slowly dripped from the sign, condensed into droplets at the bottom, and fell to the ground. Qin looked up, looking at the red light on the third floor, walked closer and pushed open the door on the first floor. Thinking of the sudden uneasiness just now, she ignored the situation on the first and second floors, and went straight to the third floor, but without any surprise, she was still stopped outside the door at the staircase on the third floor. The door could be opened, but inside the door, there was a transparent invisible barrier, blocking her entry. The situation in the commercial building next door was different. She was able to sneak in before because the clothes of the staff of the cinema on the top floor were custom-made in the shopping mall downstairs. When an accident happened, the people in the shopping mall evacuated, and only the extra clothes of the staff were left behind, which allowed her to enter smoothly. But in the secret room in front of her, there was only a flickering red light in the hall, and there were no taskers, and no staff. Qin took out the evil-breaking talisman and tried it again, but still couldn't enter. Then we can only wait. She frowned, and turned to the second floor. The second floor was full of training institutions. In addition to the few institutions with signs visible outside, there were several hidden ones inside. In addition to the main courses, there were also music, art, dance, and other training courses, and all were taught in small classes. She walked around, picked up some things that were still usable, and then went to the third floor staircase every once in a while to check if she could enter. But she returned disappointed every time, not knowing how long it had been. She stood in the lobby on the first floor, looked up at the moonlight above her head, and took out her cell phone from her pocket. More than 40 minutes had passed since Qin Jiangxin started the mission. Boss Qin? Qin looked up and saw a familiar person. It's you. How did you know I was here? I saw a new building appeared here. The person who came was none other than Bai Yunqing, a staff member of the cinema in the commercial building next door. Boss Qin, it's very dangerous here. You know? Qin walked to the door. Yeah. Bai Yunqing nodded. But I can't say I know it. I just can feel that this building is very dangerous. There's a strong ghost energy inside. Boss Chin, you have to be careful. When she spoke, she stood far away, and spoke to Chin so loudly. Chin noticed her situation. You can't get close? Yeah. Bai Yunqing nodded. You will be sucked in. Chin turned around, glanced at the building behind her, eyes rolled. Will I lose my mind if I get sucked in? Although I won't lose my mind, but I will be unable to control myself. Unless the mission is cracked, we can't leave. Bai Yunqing said truthfully. Sorry, I really don't want to enter the mission environment again. Of course it won't work if you're the only one. What if a few more ghosts go in? Chin looked at Bai Yunqing. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about those people I pulled off the train. Providing them with food and drink, I have to do something. Right? What if it's out of control? Bai Yunqing hesitated. Boss Chin, if they go in, you can't control what they do. I drew some control talismans before. Chin took out a stack of talismans. They can be used to control ghosts. You said the environment here is dangerous. Even if another group of ghosts enter, it can't be more dangerous than the current situation. Right? Bai Yunqing looked straight at the control talisman in Chin's hand. Swallowed his saliva. Hesitated for a long time. And still couldn't help asking, actually, I want to ask. Who are you? Boss Chin. And how can you have such great ability? I have thought about this question before. I guess it may be related to the fact that I absorbed enough soul power before. So I can draw useful talismans. Chin said. And turned out 2 soul beads. Looking at Bai Yunqing's expression. She saw her eyes straight. And kept looking at the soul beads in her palm. With just one look. She knew that this soul bead would be of great use to her. What does it feel like? Chin asked. Great tonic. Bai Yunqing swallowed again. This time out of greed. The candles that Boss Chin gave me before were food, and this is a tonic that greatly supplements the soul. You lead the team to the mission space, and when you come out, these 2 soul beads are yours. Chin put away the soul beads. As for whether the mission can be completed, you can rest assured. Even if you don't believe the tasker inside, you should believe me. I am willing. Before Chin finished speaking, Bai Yunqing nodded immediately. We will help the tasker complete the mission, Boss Chin, you control me. Chin smiled, walked out of the small building, and attached the control talisman to Bai Yunqing. At this moment, she had an inexplicable feeling. Looked up at Bai Yunqing, and asked her to walk towards the commercial building. After walking 2 steps, Bai Yunqing turned around and looked at Chin in confusion. What should I do? These control symbols. Choose some ghosts to stick them on. Let them follow you. And protect your safety by the way. Chin handed over the control symbol in her hand. There are many ghosts. If anything happens, you can respond in time. Bai Yunqing nodded. Took the control symbol. I will do it well. Don't worry. After that, she immediately walked towards the commercial building. And soon, she brought a group of ghosts over. And each ghost had Chin's control symbol stuck on it. As the number of ghosts increased, Chin's understanding of control became deeper. As long as she attached her soul power to these ghosts, she could control their actions through the control talisman. Boss Chin. Bai Yunqing looked at Chin. After you come out, I will give you what you deserve. Chin looked at her and nodded. Then looked at the ghosts following Bai Yunqing. This time, I will distribute candles to you separately. 1 for each person. Which is enough for you to eat for a while. As soon as these words came out, the ghosts who were originally depressed instantly became energetic. Can you really give it to us? For ourselves? Do you keep your promise? Of course, candles are expensive for you, but they are nothing to me, not just candles. Chin said generously. You will survive here in the future, and if you need other things, I can give them to you, as long as you listen to me. The ghosts looked at each other, and nodded after a while. Whatever you want to do. Boss Chin, we are willing to serve you. Let's go. I can't wait to enter the mission space. I can't wait either, let's go. Bai Yunqing glanced at Chin, nodded at her, and then led the ghosts into the mission space. This mission space rejects humans like Chin, but welcomes ghosts. Not long after, it disappeared in front of Chin. At the same time, the 3rd floor suddenly became lively for a moment. Chin closed her eyes, and felt the soul control symbol. Connect? Opening her eyes again, she saw the prompt on the panel of the plain supermarket in front of her. Yes. Connect successfully confirmed the reminder. And the entire space environment of the 3rd floor appeared on the panel instantly. Every perspective was from the ghost with the control symbol attached. She also saw Qin Jiangxin, who was still moving. If it's moving, it means it's fine. Qin breathed a sigh of relief and turned around and went back into the small building. The first floor was still the familiar 4S car shop. Car! Can it be driven? After calming down, she immediately noticed the cars in the whole room. Walked up quickly, opened the door of one of them, and after confirming the fuel level, drove out of the small commercial building in reverse. She had cars, but only two-wheeled electric vehicles, three-wheeled vehicles, four-wheeled electric vehicles, and a truck. Cars are really not cheap, and the storage capacity is small. She really couldn't bear to spend money on them. Now all the cars in the room are telling her that it's right not to buy them. Who would spend money on cars that are free? It's a pity that there are really few places she can go in hell on earth. She went back and forth several times, and it only took a few minutes. It was not fun to drive. She opened the portable space and took a look, confirmed the empty space inside, took the truck out, and put the car in. Hell on earth. Can also be used to store her things. Trucks have no shelf life. It doesn't matter where you put them. There is no need to occupy the space in the portable space. But after a while, she took the car out again, walked into the store full of cars, and picked a car with a high chassis. Otherwise, it would be difficult to drive on the ancient roads. After going back and forth for a few times, she looked up at the third floor again. The sign on the third floor at the door was still strange, but she no longer had any worries in her heart. After confirming through the panel that Qin Jiangxin was safe and sound, there was no problem. She took some time to put some useful things on the second floor together, putting away the ones that could be used, and temporarily putting the unusable ones here, just in case they could be useful in the future. Then she sat outside the stairs on the third floor, with the door open, leaning against the invisible barrier, and took out her mobile phone to play games. Good. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Great. Good. Excellent. While playing, she suddenly fell backwards. Wait a minute. She thought the mission should be completed, but there were still 2 steps left in the game. Not long after she finished speaking, the familiar unbelievable sounded. She turned around with her phone in her hand, and thought she would see Qin Jiangxin, but she didn't expect to see herself. No. It was herself and Qin Jiangxin. Sister Jiang Xian. She is fake. This must be the last level of the mission, and only by killing her can we truly complete this mission. Qin, who was beside Qin Jiangxin, said so. Qin Jiangxin turned her head and looked at Qin beside her. Qin spoke again. You should believe me. If I hadn't appeared just now, Sister Jiang Xian, you would have been in trouble. Qin Jiangxin turned her head again and clenched the knife in her hand that was supposed to be used to sharpen pencils. Qin lowered her head, looked at the time on her phone, put the phone in her pocket, and took out a talisman from her pocket. Sister Jiang Xian, where is your talisman? I've used it up. Qin Jiang Xian whispered, raising her hand and shaking the pencil sharpener in her hand. This is my weapon now. She did save me just now. Sister Jiang Xian, you can use her talisman on me. Qin said. As long as the talisman in her hand is useless, it means she is fake. Sister Jiang Xian, you can't be soft-hearted. If you can't complete the task on time, you will be trapped here forever. The talisman is useless to you? Qin asked, putting the talisman in her hand back, looking up at Qin Jiang Xian, but saw that she had been looking at her, with nervousness in her eyes. Sister Jiang Xian, hurry up. It will be too late if we don't do it now. Qin said anxiously. If you don't do it now, you will be trapped here forever. Not only you, but also the people who are doing the mission with you will be trapped here forever. Qin Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, clenched the pencil sharpener in her hand, turned around and stabbed the person next to her in the heart. But at this moment, there was nothing beside her, and the person, who was supposed to stay next to her, suddenly disappeared. You actually attacked me? Qin would not instigate me to kill someone, even if the other party is a ghost. Qin Jiangxin held the pencil sharpener tightly in her hand again. She is just an ordinary person. How can she be an ordinary person? How can the talisman drawn by an ordinary person be so effective? Qin suddenly became furious, staring at Qin. But today, your talisman will no longer be effective. Without the talisman, I don't see how you can leave alive. Are you sure? Qin raised her eyebrows. To be honest, I really don't like to see you showing that expression against my face. I am a person with a very stable mentality. Unless I get rich, I won't show such an exaggerated expression. Just like you just made me think that what I took out of my pocket was the real talisman, I was not unhappy at all. As she said, she took out another talisman. When she turned the evil-breaking talisman, the golden light in the cinnabar strokes could be seen with the naked eye. Because she knew that she could take out a truly useful talisman. She kept the talisman stained with golden dragon blood in her personal space. How is it possible? The other party was shocked again, then turned to Qin Jiangxin and glared at him. Are you blind? How can such a person be ordinary? Qin Jiangxin.